Chapter 1. I am Superman. The jarring sound of twisted metal, accompanied by a violent impact, caused Gao Shiqi's consciousness to blur amidst the excruciating pain. His last memory was of driving a rented Ford Mustang on a highway in the outskirts of New York when an out-of-control container truck collided head-on with him. Am I going to die? I really don't want to. Gao Shiqi, an ordinary Chinese international student, had just received his diploma from Columbia University and had not yet had the chance to dream about the future before it seemed to come to an abrupt end. Darkness, endless darkness. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity. Detecting host's vital signs nearing collapse, Kryptonian Bloodline confirmed activating conditions. Kryptonian legacy system initiated fusion in progress. Cellular structure being reorganized, bone density enhanced, neural response speed increased. A series of cold, mechanical voices abruptly echoed in the depths of Gao Shiqi's mind. What is happening? Gao Shiqi's consciousness struggled to coalesce. He felt as though his body was thrown into a furnace. Every cell screamed in agony, only to be restructured in an unfathomable manner. After the intense pain came an indescribable sense of relief. It was as if he had finally found rain after a prolonged drought, like breaking free from invisible shackles. Fusion complete. Host, Gao Shiqi Krypton Bloodline Branch. Current Kryptonian abilities unlocked. 1. Superhuman Physique Basic. 2. Super Strength Basic. 3. Super Senses Basic. Novice Task released. In the Marvel Universe, feel and master your powers. Task Reward. Unlock Flight Ability Beginner, 100 energy points. Krypton? Gao Shiqi suddenly opened his eyes, only to find himself not in a hospital, but in an ethereal expanse of pure white. Before him stood a translucent blue panel displaying this information. Have I crossed over or? Gao Shiqi felt somewhat dazed. Yet, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, fragments of Kryptonian civilization, a tale of an infant named Kal-El being sent to Earth, and an explanation of this Kryptonian legacy system. In simple terms, by some unknown coincidence, he had acquired Kryptonian blood, and at the brink of death, activated this system, gaining the powers of Superman. Superman powers. I, Gao Shiqi, have transformed into Superman. And I have crossed over to the Marvel Universe. God, Buddha, Jade Emperor. Is this some kind of joke? You all can just enjoy your meals, sleep, and watch anime, but please stop messing around. Wait, could it be because of the car accident? Gao Shiqi realized something, and with a thought, the pure white space receded like a tide. Creak, crack, he heard the sound of his bones grinding. Not breaking, but growing and realigning. Gao Shiqi slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a deformed cockpit, and outside the shattered windshield, flashing lights from police and fire trucks. The air was thick with the scent of gasoline and burnt metal. He looked down at his body. What should have been a mangled, bloodied figure was now unharmed. Even the dark circles under his eyes, remnants of sleepless nights spent writing papers, had vanished. His skin was as smooth as that of a newborn. My goodness. Gao Shiqi attempted to move his fingers. A surge of explosive power coursed from his fingertips. He could clearly hear the whispers of rescue personnel hundreds of meters away, smell the salty sweat of the firefighters, and even see the intricate patterns of every screw inside the twisted door of his car. Super senses. Super physique. He tried to push against the deformed car door. Crack. That heavy door, which had been nearly embedded into the car frame, was easily pushed open by him as if it were made of paper. And with a loud thud, it fell to the ground, creating a shallow dent. The surrounding rescuers and police were stunned, gaping as Gao Shiqi emerged unscathed from the cockpit, which was almost compressed into a pancake. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes. Aside from a few rips in his clothing, there wasn't even a scratch on him. Sir, are you okay? A firefighter stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gao Shiqi flashed a grin, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. I'm perfectly fine, better than ever. He was astonished by his own reaction, then awkwardly chuckled. Sunlight bathed him, casting a golden aura around him. He could feel a colossal dragon, capable of shaking the world, lying dormant within him. The Marvel Universe? If this is Marvel, then the fun is about to begin. Novice Task Feel and Master Your Powers has been partially completed. Current progress, 20. The system's prompt chimed at the right moment. Gao Shiqi clenched his fist, a confident smile gracing his lips. This world is about to change because of him. After completing his statement at the police station, it was already evening. The authorities and medical personnel were baffled by how Gao Shiqi had survived such a horrific accident without a scratch, ultimately attributing it to a miracle or some unknown human potential explosion. Gao Shiqi was amused by their conclusions. His mind was now occupied with thoughts of how to test and master his newly acquired powers. Walking through the bustling streets of New York, everything appeared different through his eyes. His super senses allowed him to easily capture every detail. The aroma of freshly ground coffee beans wafting from a nearby CAF, the rumble of the subway several streets away, and even the nearly inaudible whispers of love between couples on the sidewalk. This feeling is extraordinary. He stepped into a secluded alley where no one was around. System, what is the extent of super strength basic? Gao Shiqi silently inquired. Super strength basic, capable of easily lifting objects weighing 10 tons, full exertion can reach 20 tons. As the body's absorption and conversion efficiency of solar energy improves, strength will continue to grow. 10 to 20 tons. Gao Shiqi gasped. And this is just the basic level. He spotted an abandoned garbage compactor in the corner of the alley, which appeared to weigh at least 3 to 4 tons. Gao Shiqi approached the compactor, grasped its edges, and exerted a slight force. Up. The heavy metal compactor was effortlessly lifted above his head as if it were made of foam. He could hardly feel the weight, as if he were merely lifting a basketball. Wow! Gao Shiqi was startled, quickly setting it down gently. The ground trembled slightly. This power is exhilarating. He excitedly waved his fist, stirring a gentle breeze. What does super speed feel like? Although the system panel did not explicitly indicate super speed, the Kryptonian physique inherently possessed speed and reflexes far beyond the ordinary. With a mere thought, he stepped forward. Whoosh! The surroundings instantly blurred. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing at the other end of the alley in the blink of an eye, a distance of over 50 meters. Cough, cough. Due to the excessive speed, the pressure of the wind left him somewhat disoriented, yet the thrill was overwhelmingly delightful. This is merely the instinctive reaction of my body if combined with the flight ability unlocked by the system. Gao Shiqi licked his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, his super hearing picked up a scream. Is a thrilling show about to commence? Chapter 2, the first act of heroism. Robbery. Help. The voice came from a nearby jewelry store. Gao Shiqi raised an eyebrow. Is it time for Superman to showcase his might? He dashed out of the alley, following the sound. In mere moments, he arrived at the entrance of the jewelry store. 3 masked robbers brandished guns, intimidating the staff and customers. One of the robbers was stuffing jewelry into a black duffel bag. Hey, buddy, robbing a sunset industry like this has no future. Gao Shiqi said lazily, blocking the doorway. The 3 robbers were taken aback upon seeing only a defenseless young man. Their ferocity intensified. Get lost, punk. Do you want to die? One robber aimed his gun at Gao Shiqi. With a slight smile, Gao Shiqi's figure flickered. Bang. The robber felt a flash before his eyes, his wrist tingled, and the gun vanished without a trace. In the next instant, an irresistible force struck his abdomen. He was sent flying unexpectedly. Thud. He crashed against the wall and lost consciousness. The remaining 2 robbers were horrified, instinctively reaching to fire their weapons. Too slow. Gao Shiqi's voice echoed in their ears as the sounds of crack, crack, rang out. Their firearms disassembled, parts scattering across the floor, while Gao Shiqi had swiftly dislocated their wrists. A scream erupted simultaneously. Why scream so loudly? Afraid the police won't hear you? Gao Shiqi had barely exerted any force, merely nudging them. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The customers and staff inside the store stood frozen, mouths agape, as if witnessing a miracle. Gao Shiqi clapped his hands and said to the trembling staff, "Call the police and also summon an ambulance." Having said that, he turned to leave amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, a mother holding her child exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you. Are you an angel?" Gao Shiqi paused, glancing back at the innocent child and the mixed expressions of gratitude, admiration, and slight fear in the eyes of those around. His heart stirred slightly. "I am no angel." He chuckled. "In the sunlight, a smile is always warm and powerful. I am merely a kind passerby." With that, he took several strides and vanished around the corner. Ding! The host's first act of heroism in upholding justice has garnered positive societal feedback. The completion rate of the novice task feel and master your powers has risen to 100. Energy points, 50. Not bad. Gao Shiqi felt quite pleased. The sensation of being able to control everything and use strength to help others was truly splendid. He looked up at the dusk sky, his heart filled with a longing for flight. Flight ability, here I come. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, Gao Shiqi stood atop a skyscraper, gazing down at the bustling nightlife of New York. The crisp night breeze tousled his hair, yet it could not extinguish the fire within his heart. The novice task feel and master your powers has been completed. Reward, flight ability beginner unlocked, energy points, 100. Current energy points, 150. Usable for enhancing unlocked abilities or exchanging for items in the system store. A wave of new information and instincts flooded Gao Shiqi's mind. It was knowledge about how to manipulate the bioenergy field within his body to counteract gravity and soar freely. For Kryptonians, flying is as natural as breathing is for Earthlings. Here we go. Gao Shiqi's feet barely lifted off the ground. At first, he merely hovered a few centimeters above the surface, then several dozen centimeters, and finally a meter. His skill felt somewhat clumsy, as if he were a puppet suspended by invisible strings. But soon, that awkwardness dissipated. In its place was a sense of exhilaration akin to a fish in water. He leaned forward, attempting to tilt his body. Whoosh! A powerful thrust surged from behind. Gao Shiqi transformed into a shadow, shooting up into the clouds. Wow! The sheer speed brought an unparalleled thrill. The wind howled past his ears, and the city below rapidly shrank into a dazzling sea of lights. He soared like an eagle unbound, gliding freely in the vast night sky. Rolling, diving, soaring. Every movement was filled with power and grace. He could even feel that during his flight, his body was greedily absorbing some form of energy from the universe, especially the moonlight and starlight. Though faint, they nurtured him nonetheless. This is what flying feels like. Utterly incredible. Gao Shiqi spread his arms wide, embracing the vastness, laughing joyously. He flew past the Statue of Liberty, soared over the Empire State Building, and even narrowly brushed past a descending commercial airplane. Of course, he maintained a safe distance and utilized the clouds to conceal his form. The passengers aboard the plane had no inkling that, just moments prior, a Superman had zipped past their window. After indulging for over an hour, Gao Shiqi reluctantly descended into an unoccupied park. Ding! The host's first experience of flight has enhanced his control over Kryptonian energy. Flight ability beginner proficiency, 10. Can energy points enhance abilities? Gao Shiqi opened the system panel. Flight ability beginner. Consuming 100 energy points can upgrade to intermediate, increasing maximum flight speed, enhancing maneuverability, and reducing energy consumption. Super physique basic. Consuming 200 energy points can upgrade to advanced, improving cellular efficiency and solar energy absorption, accelerating recovery speed, and enhancing defense. Super strength basic. Consuming 200 energy points can upgrade to advanced, raising strength limits. Super senses basic. Consuming 150 energy points can upgrade to advanced, expanding perception range and improving precision. I'll hold off for now. Gao Shiqi pondered. The rudimentary ability to fly suffices for now. The immediate priority is to familiarize oneself with this world and to discover a reliable method for harnessing solar energy. The source of Kryptonian power, after all, is the yellow sun. As Gao Shiqi pondered his future plans, far away atop the Stark Tower in the heart of Manhattan, Tony Stark, the playboy, billionaire, and genius inventor, furrowed his brow while gazing at a grainy surveillance video displayed on a virtual screen. It depicted the moment Gao Shiqi decisively thwarted the robbers at a jewelry store. Although the angle and lighting obscured Gao Shiqi's face, his inhuman speed and strength were unmistakably evident. Jarvis, analyze this footage and provide an estimation of the subject's speed and strength, Tony commanded, holding a glass of whiskey, his gaze sharp and focused. Sir, based on the available footage, the subject executed at least 3 precise strikes within 0.3 seconds, with an instantaneous burst speed estimated to exceed 80 meters per second. His strength is at least 50 times that of an average adult male, possibly even greater, responded Jarvis, the artificial intelligence butler. Chapter 168. The window to the multiverse. Stark's creative impulses no longer clashed head-on with Steve's sense of responsibility. Instead, they were redirected toward a path of creation born from duty. Simultaneously, Steve's conviction remained unshaken by the infinite possibilities perceived through strange size, transforming instead into a resolute determination to anchor himself to the most righteous path amidst myriad choices. As for Strange's grand perspective, it evolved into a higher dimensional observer, harmonizing the contradictions between the two. The conflict had not been extinguished. Rather, it had been forcibly intertwined into a new operational system characterized by grotesque symbiosis of mutual checks and balances. In this moment, Stark no longer felt torn. He embodied both Superman and Iron Man, Captain America and Doctor Strange, a composite of four heroes, a solitary and paradoxical figure, yet powerful beyond comprehension, a new deity. Behold, God withdrew his hand, surveying his creation with satisfaction, his tone imbued with self-importance. This was indeed a worthy protagonist, possessing an abundance of internal conflict and robust external motivations. He turned, his gaze falling upon Peter, who was still calculating. As for Peter, the divine tone suddenly turned frigid, as if discussing a program glitch in urgent need of rectification. His historical mission had been accomplished, successfully driving them into a corner, thus catalyzing their evolution. Now, this overly potent antagonist had become a superfluous burden to the balance of the narrative. Before the words had fully escaped, God snapped his fingers. Peter's body jolted violently, and the storm of data swirling in his eyes abruptly calmed. The cold divinity of the god of logic ebbed away like receding tides, fleeting in its presence. He reverted to the amnesiac, bewildered youth, a blank slate as if all prior tumult had merely been a figment of a dream. Consequently, his form began to grow translucent, slowly dissipating like morning mist within this nascent universe, leaving no trace behind. A good story knows precisely when to make its characters exit the stage. God remarked casually, his tone as unremarkable as merely deleting a line of superfluous code. Stark, or rather we, silently observed this unfolding. Stark's analytical prowess allowed him to instantly grasp God's intentions, while Steve's sense of responsibility simmered with indignation at such manipulation. Strange perspective unveiled deeper, more despairing rules lurking beneath, while Stark's own sentiments resonated with a chilling sorrow. Now, the stage lay empty. A new script was ready to commence. God turned to us, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. Your new task is simple. He raised his hand, pointing into the depths of this void, a pearlescent universe. In that distant expanse, a minuscule point, nearly imperceptible, was slowly coalescing into form. Go there. God spoke. Go find your audience. Audience? This term stirred a perplexity within our four consciousnesses. Indeed, God's smile transformed into an enigmatic expression. For every tale requires an audience. Does it not? A story that remains unread is tantamount to non-existence. Your struggles, your sacrifices, everything you have just endured is merely to qualify you for their presence. Go forth. In God's voice, imbued with the ultimate command of the Creator, was the call to complete this narrative, to discover the ultimate significance of your existence. As his words faded, his figure dissipated into the cosmos, much like Peter, leaving only the solitary entity known as Gao Shiqi suspended in the vast emptiness of the universe. Around him, only that distant objective remained, flickering in the milky void. He lowered his gaze to his hands. The surging power of Kryptonian blood coursed through his veins. In his imagination, the arc reactor pulsed steadily, while his palms seemed to cradle the substantial weight of the vibranium shield, his fingertips brushing against the rhythm of the time stone. He possessed everything. Yet, he had lost everything. Gao Shiqi raised his head, gazing at the ultimate goal known as the audience. No longer was he fighting for survival or a return. It was a final pilgrimage, to validate that they had once truly existed. He turned and flew towards that beacon of light. There was no need for farewells. All those who deserved to be bid adieu resided within his heart. Without hesitation, all paths had long converged upon the same destination. His velocity surpassed the limits of physics. He was no longer shackled by the singular laws of the universe, but rather he transcended the dimensions of those laws, executing an irreversible leap towards the conclusion of the tale. Behind him, the milky void, symbolizing possibility, swiftly receded, transforming into a familiar darkness adorned with countless points of light. Each point represented a universe, a story, and he could read them with clarity. In one universe, a boy clad in blue and red swung through buildings on a web, weeping for the elderly he could not save. In another universe, a green giant roared in the wilderness, battling the world's misunderstanding and alienation. Yet in another, a prince of the divine realm, clumsily learned how to become the true hero worthy of that mighty hammer. Countless stories unfolded in parallel, innumerable heroes struggled, and numerous souls shimmered. And he, an amalgamation of four great souls, soared above these myriad tales, like a silent specter, perceiving all yet unnoticed by any world. Within him, Strange marveled at the grand magnificence of this multiverse. Steve felt the weight of suffering flowing through each realm. Stark, in a frenzy, analyzed the physical constants of each universe, striving to capture their common principles. Only Gao Shiqi himself is enveloped by an exquisite solitude, existing alongside all things yet belonging to none. At long last, he arrived at that singular point. It was neither a planet nor a galaxy, but merely a window, an ordinary window, illuminated by a warm golden light, belonging to a most unremarkable apartment on Earth. Within, a young man sat before a computer, the screen cluttered with lines of code interspersed with silhouettes of heroes he knew all too well. The young man yawned, rubbed his weary eyes, and took a sip from the now-cold coffee beside him. He then leaned back to strike the keyboard, the weariness on his face unable to conceal the satisfied smile of a creator. Gao Shiqi, or rather we, floated silently outside the window. Stark's consciousness instantaneously deciphered the specifications of the computer. Steve observed the slight spinal strain from the young man's slightly hunched posture. Strange perceived the countless invisible narrative threads emanating from this young man, entwining the entirety of the multiverse. Yet Gao Shiqi merely watched in silence. In the young man's eyes, he saw his own initial self, the international student who had just grasped power on the streets of New York, filled with both confusion and longing for the future. Chapter 169. The mortal stripped of divine power at that moment. The young man seemed to sense something. He halted his fingers mid-typing, gazing out the window with a look of bewilderment. Outside lay only the heavy darkness of night, void of anything. He shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly, likely attributing his perception to the effects of prolonged wakefulness. Turning back, he typed the final line at the end of his document. The end, the instant those three words appeared on the screen, Gao Shiqi felt an irresistible force enveloping him, gentle yet imbued with an undeniable absolute will. The three restless and conflicting souls within him finally settled into tranquility. He was no longer we. He reverted back to Gao Shiqi, the multiverse before him, with countless flickering points representing different stories, dimmed one by one like candles extinguished by the wind, until the entire world sank into profound darkness and void. The tale had come to a close. Gao Shiqi opened his eyes to blinding sunlight, instinctively squinting against its glare. The familiar cacophony of New York streets filled his ears. The bustling crowd surged like a tide, and the aroma from a nearby hot dog stand wafted towards him, mingling the sharpness of onions with the zest of mustard. He found himself standing in the heart of Times Square, clad in the most ordinary of shirts and jeans. Looking down his hands, he saw a pair of youthful palms, unremarkable and devoid of superpowers, clean and warm. As he raised his gaze, the massive electronic screen in the square caught his eye. The advertisement for Stark Industries was playing above, and the familiar visage of Tony Stark flashed momentarily, adorned with his habitual smirk of arrogance. Everything mirrored the moment he first arrived in this world. It was as if that cataclysmic journey through hell, that confrontation with divinity, that tragic fusion and pilgrimage, was merely an exceedingly vivid, protracted dream. He had returned to the genesis of the tale. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Gao Shiqi hesitated for a brief moment before pressing the answer button. A gentle voice emanated from the other end, so familiar it made his heart contract sharply. "Hello, Mr. Gao Shiqi. It is the Almighty. I apologize for contacting you in this manner, but I suspect you must have a plethora of questions at this moment. Where is this?" Gao Shiqi's voice still bore a trace of hoarseness. "This is the multiverse," the Almighty replied, laced with a light-hearted chuckle. "A good story always has many versions, does it not? Are they all true?" Gao Shiqi inquired. "In a sense, yes and no," the Almighty responded. "To that story, they are definitive conclusions. Yet for you, for this world, they are merely implanted memories, necessary for your character development. Captain Stark and the others, they're all well." The Almighty's voice remained calm, as they were experiencing their own narratives. "They do not remember you, nor that harrowing journey, much like readers who close a book only to open another." Gao Shiqi fell silent. An overwhelming, indescribable emptiness seized him in an instant. He felt like a jester who had won everything, only to realize that what he cherished was merely a preordained program. Why? He finally mustered the strength to ask one last question. Why me? There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by the Almighty's voice, imbued with unprecedented reverence, gradually resounding, because, among the countless tales of superheroes, you are the only one whose immediate reaction upon acquiring divine powers was not to save the world, but to seek understanding of its existence. You never aspired to be a symbol or a savior. You merely wished to live as a human. This simplest, most authentic sense of being is a more precious anchor than any power for a world of stories that must endure. Welcome back, Mr. Gao Shiqi. Or rather, the Almighty's tone carried a hint of jest. Welcome to the new world. This time, please strive to tell an even more captivating story for us, the audience. Suddenly, the call ended. Gao Shiqi stood amidst the ceaseless throngs of Times Square, clutching his phone. The sunlight bathed him in warmth. Yet it could not dispel the bone-chilling sensation that emanated from a higher dimension within him. He lifted his gaze towards this world, both familiar and foreign, fully aware that he was no longer the naive international student he once was. He is an actor who has experienced the conclusion of a story, yet has been compelled to return to the starting point, destined to stand alone for an entirely new performance. This time, he must confront not only the antagonist of this world, but also the solitary spectator who revels in his suffering and struggles from beyond existence. Gao Shiqi stands amidst the throngs, a silent stone cast into a waterfall. The cacophony of the world and the torrent of light and shadow rush past him, failing to stir even a ripple in the depths of his lifeless consciousness. The recent conversation with the divine still echoes in his ears, its tone filled with delight and anticipation, piercing his soul like icing needles. Stripped of his power, yet burdened with the heaviest of memories, he has returned to the beginning, only to be informed that this is merely the prologue of a new realm. He has not returned home. Rather, he has been hurled from a magnificent, cosmic stage into a more vivid and brutal reality. There is neither panic nor anger. The escape across the ocean of concepts has long since polished away all fervent emotions that belong to humanity. What remains is an almost mechanical, absolute calmness. He is analyzing, calculating. How does the source code of this world differ from a version in his memory? The physical constants remain unchanged, and the flow of time is stable. Tony Stark is still the arrogant genius, and Captain America may still be sleeping beneath the ice. Yet the presence of the divine looms like a supreme administrator hovering above all codes, rendering everything devoid of meaning. He is merely an actor, and the script can be rewritten at any moment. At that moment, Gao Shiqi's pupils constrict slightly. Lacking any extraordinary perception, his mind, tempered by the memories of three great souls, captures an incongruous pattern in an otherwise chaotic flow of humanity in Times Square. There stands a man clad in a plain gray jacket, of average build, his features indistinct and unremarkable. Yet within a 3-meter radius of him, there is an absence of others. The surging crowd, as if encountering an invisible reef, instinctively veers away from him at an imperceptibly slight but absolutely precise angle. No one notices this anomaly. It seems as if it were meant to be. Chapter 170. A glimmer of light in the darkness. The man moves through the square at a constant, unchanging speed, his precision unerringly uncanny. Each stride is measured to the millimeter. Every swing of his arms appears calibrated by the most meticulous instruments. He is not merely walking. It is as if he is executing a moving program. Within Gao Shiqi, Stark screams in frenzy, analyzing at high speed this collective behavioral pattern that defies the laws of physics. Steve is gripped by an intense sense of crisis born of the battlefield. Hair standing on end, and through strange perspective, he sees the man ensnared by a cold thread of logic, out of sync with the rhythm of this world. In an instant, Gao Shiqi recognized that sensation. It was order, the suffocating order belonging to that hellish universe. A virus residue, one that had permeated from a deleted old universe into this new realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped against the tide of the crowd, striding directly towards the man. As he entered the 3-meter square vacuum zone, an invisible, frigid barrier confronted him, repelling this chaotic variable. Yet, he pressed on with determination. The man halted, his previously indistinct visage suddenly sharpened into focus. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Gao Shiqi's eyes. Within his eye sockets lay no pupils, only two swirling vortices, cold and hollow, composed of pure geometric symbols. A notification resonated in his mind, anomalous detection of system backup. The man's lips remained still, yet a synthetic voice devoid of emotion reverberated within Gao Shiqi's consciousness. Logical singularity Peter Parker has been forcibly deleted by higher authority. However, the associated database of heroes has not been entirely purged. Anomaly data, redundancy, Gao Shiqi has been located. Requesting correction. The moment the words echoed, the man's body began to disintegrate in a manner that defied all physical laws. He did not dissolve into ash. Rather, it seemed as if each pixel composing him, under the command of deletion, flowed back into the surrounding environment. The fibers of his jacket dispersed into the flickering shadows of billboards. The texture of his skin melted into the patterns of the pavement, and even the residual moisture from his breath seeped into the gentle breeze of the square. His existence was being absorbed by this world in an almost tender manner, swiftly and silently. In less than 2 seconds, the space was utterly devoid of any presence, as if such a precisely eerie man had never existed. Only a passing tourist stumbled over a half-formed shoe print that had suddenly appeared beneath his feet, cursing as he kicked aside a stone and moved on. The square continued its usual clamor. Pigeons still pecked at breadcrumbs, and the laughter of children pierced through the throngs of people. Yet, a cold sweat trickled down Gao Shiqi's back, chilling against his shirt. He finally comprehended that the hellish universe, erased by God, had not completely vanished, and he, the bizarre entity that had forcibly retained the fragmented souls of Stark, Steve, and Strange, had become the sole beacon traceable by the old system. He was no longer merely an actor in God's script. He was now a walking loophole, ensnared by ancient phantoms. His phone rang once more, the same number devoid of any origin. Gao Shiqi swiped to answer, his voice laced with lingering chill. Was this also your arrangement? No, this cannot be counted, came the voice of God from the other end, brimming with unabashed surprise, akin to a player who had just discovered a hidden level. What a delightful surprise this is. A good story cannot have but one villain, can it? His tone suddenly surged with excitement. Now, not only must you perform upon the stage I have constructed, but you must also remain vigilant against those who seek to rectify the phantoms of a bygone era. Observe the inherent conflict of the narrative. Does it not elevate the tension to its zenith? Gao Shiqi tightened his grip on his mobile phone. He could envision the entity on the other end, that self-proclaimed deity, squinting with keen interest at him, the protagonist eagerly anticipating the onset of the next chaotic act. The wind at the subway entrance enveloped him, carrying the scent of disinfectant. As Gao Shiqi clutched his empty pockets, his fingertips grazing the frayed edges of the fabric. In this universe devoid of superhuman abilities, he required money, identification, and the means to dismantle the web woven by the rules of modern society. As this thought emerged, Stark's cognitive module automatically conjured a series of schemes, extracting emergency funds through system vulnerabilities, fabricating temporary identities via encryption algorithms, even disassembling surveillance equipment in the subway station for parts. Yet, he suppressed these notions. Extraordinary measures were not an option. The gaze of the deity might very well be concealed within the data streams. Any anomalous fluctuations could potentially reveal his location. He mingled with the crowd as he entered the carriage, his back pressed against the cold metal wall. Across from him, a man in a suit busily scrolled through his phone, the emblem of the Osborn Group flashing momentarily on the screen, accompanied by news of Otto Octavius's arrest, complete with a photo of the doctor in handcuffs, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with an almost frenzied tenacity. Gao Shiqi's pupils constricted. Within strange perception, the doctor was entwined by a thread of logic reminiscent of the man in the square, albeit more chaotic and restless. The gears of the new world, indeed, meshed in ways unbeknownst to him. The chimes signaling the subway's arrival pulled him back to reality, and Gao Shiqi followed the throng of passengers off the train. He stood before the station sign, gazing at the words Patterson, New Jersey, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his thigh, a habitual motion Steve employed when calculating escape routes on the battlefield. He required a vehicle. His gaze swept across the parking lot, ultimately settling on a dust-covered old pickup truck. The window was ajar, the keys left in the glove compartment as if carelessly forgotten by its owner. As Gao Shiqi opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, A pang of conscience stirred within him. Yet Stark's rationality immediately countered. This resembled a backdoor reserved for the anomalies. To refuse would be foolish. The moment the engine roared to life, the car radio crackled to life, broadcasting a garbled report. Unidentified energy fluctuations detected in Queens. Witnesses claimed to have seen what appeared to be octopus-shaped mechanical appendages. Gao Shiqi slammed the accelerator, the pickup barreling out of the parking lot, the screech of tires against the pavement piercing the dusk. He knew that the arrest of Dr. Otto was merely a FA-ade. That so-called illegal experiment was likely yet another fragment of the remnants from the old universe. And he must arrive at that forsaken warehouse before anyone else. In the rearview mirror, the city's neon lights receded into the distance, gradually consumed by the encroaching night. Gao Shiqi gripped the steering wheel tightly, sweat seeping from his palms and dampening the leather. The weapon he is set to construct may not merely serve as a blade against the Founders, but rather as the final bastion safeguarding this vessel, which has harmonized the essence of four souls. Outside the car window, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a cold luminescence upon the desolate highway, reminiscent of Howard Stark's annotation left on the blueprints. The faint glimmer in the darkness is the most perilous signal. Soon, the pickup truck would run out of fuel. Yet he lacked the means to refuel. Chapter 171. The pursuit in the hellish universe. Gao Shiqi stood before the ATM of the United Credit Bank, his fingertips hovering above the keys, as if weighing a searing branding iron. The sequence was 73, 41, 2, repeated thrice. Stark's voice echoed in his mind, rapid as the clatter of a keyboard. Hurry. The surveillance loop is nearing its end. We could seek a temporary job. Steve's voice resonated, heavy as a shield. Unloading at the docks, or by the time we earn our first dollar, will it have already been disintegrated into geometric symbols and molecules? Stark scoffed. Can your moral compass withstand the onslaught of a logical virus, Captain? Gao Shiqi closed his eyes. Strange's voice wafted through with a stardust-like chill. Do you see? The hot dog vendor on 3rd Street will stumble upon a $100 bill in 3 minutes. It is a punitive bait laid for rule breakers, triggering 3 traffic accidents upon contact. Gao Shiqi's fingertips descended, the numbers leaping upon the screen. As the last irrational digit was entered, the ATM emitted a soft whirring sound, akin to misaligned gears. The cash dispenser slowly released a stack of bills, its edges dusted with a lead-gray powder, reminiscent of the vibranium residue found in Howard Stark's laboratory. Just enough, $500, sufficient to carry him to his destination without raising any financial alarms due to an excessive amount. See, old popsicle, Stark's voice buzzed with triumph. Rules are meant to be broken, especially those set by others. Steve refrained from further argument, yet Gao Shiqi could feel a weight in his chest, akin to carrying a waterlogged stars and stripes. He stuffed the cash into the inner pocket of his coat, and, as he turned, encountered the watchful gaze of a bank security guard, prompting him to lower his head and blend into the crowd. Heading west, 3 blocks away lay an unlocked Harley. Stark resumed, plotting their route, the tank full, as if deliberately placed there. Gao Shiqi took the cue himself, his voice somewhat parched. He felt the rough texture of the freshly withdrawn bill in his pocket. The paper was unusually coarse, its edges faintly forming a miniature geometric symbol under the streetlight, mirroring the whirlpool in the man's eyes at the square. Is this a trap? He whispered. Strange's voice resonated with a sigh. All choices are traps. The distinction lies in whether one falls into a pit dug by others or detonates a path of their own making. Gao Shiqi halted, gazing up at the night sky. The urban light pollution rendered the stars dim and lifeless. Yet he seemed to perceive countless strands of logic weaving through the darkness, resembling a vast net enveloping the earth. Clutching the cash in his pocket, he turned towards the block where the Halley was parked. Regardless of whether this was merely bait, he had to seize the moment. In this war fought with consciousness and rules, hesitation was the most grievous sin. He felt distinctly the 3 fractured souls within him, achieving an eerie yet pragmatic harmony following this slight endeavor. Stark provided technological support, Steve delineated the boundaries, only taking what was necessary, and Strange assumed responsibility for risk assessment. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi, was merely the cold processor pressing the execution key. The bus to Patterson, New Jersey, traversed through the night. Gao Shiqi sat by the window, watching the splendid lights of New York outside, resembling a grand theatrical performance that was gradually receding, becoming entirely irrelevant to him. The cabin was suffused with the rich aroma of human existence. Exhausted office workers, exhilarated tourists, and quietly quarreling couples. The perception, refined by the mirrored cloak of memories, rendered him unable to overlook any detail. The electronic beats escaping the man's headphones in the front row were precise, while the perfume of the lady diagonally behind him unfolded in distinct top, middle, and bass notes. Each minute scratch on the bus window distorted the trajectory of distant light, clearly discernible. These endless streams of meaningless data had once been the background noise in Superman's view of the world. Now, however, they felt like countless fine needles piercing his mortal nervous system. At that moment, the bus jolted violently, the shrill sound of metal grinding tearing through the air. The vehicle gradually veered towards the roadside, the cabin lights flickering a few times before plunging into darkness, leaving only the emergency lights casting a dim red glow. The engine had died. Damn it, the driver muttered, repeatedly turning the key, but the engine responded with a feeble clicking sound akin to the gasps of a dying man. Instantly, a wave of turmoil erupted within the cabin. Complaints, gasps, and the faint glow of phone screens intermingled in the dim red light, forming a fragmented chaos. "It's just a breakdown. Don't panic," Steve's steady voice echoed in Gao Shiqi's mind, attempting to quell the collective anxiety that surged in response to the sudden predicament. "No," Stark's voice was as cold as ice, imbued with undeniable certainty. "I heard it. This is not a mechanical failure. The left rear axle has simultaneously endured stress from 3 completely opposing directions. This is simply impossible within the realm of Newtonian mechanics. Unless something is rewriting the physical laws established by God." Strange voice took over, laden with an insight that pierced through the tension. Gao Shiqi's gaze penetrated the cabin's unease, precisely landing on the source of it all. In the last row sat a little girl clutching a teddy bear. She appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, her hair styled in fluffy pigtails, and her round eyes wide open, exuding an aura of innocence and harmlessness. However, Gao Shiqi's perceptive abilities revealed that within the button eyes of the plush bear, cradled in her arms, swirled a vortex reminiscent of the man in the gray jacket from his memories. This vortex, composed of pure geometric lines, was cold, precise, devoid of any warmth of living beings. The system of a bygone hell was evolving into something more cunning. It no longer dispatched agents easily recognizable at a glance, but instead disguised its corrective procedures in the most innocuous and least suspect form. It did not intend to attack Gao Shiqi directly, but aimed to engineer an accident that would ensnare him, delay him, and expose him to even more unpredictable variables. Gao Shiqi rose and walked directly towards the car door. "What are you doing?" Steve's voice held a note of caution. "Get out. Walk." Gao Shiqi's thoughts were as succinct and precise as if calculated with mathematical precision. His objective was to delay, not to annihilate. Any direct interaction would only heighten the uncontrollable risks. The optimal solution was to extricate himself from the scene it had chosen. He pushed open the car door and leapt down. The frigid night wind enveloped him instantly, striking him like a sharp slap, heightening the sting at the ends of his nerves. Without glancing back, he strode briskly along the emergency lane of the highway towards Patterson City. He understood clearly that the system would not relent. It would orchestrate further accidents, perhaps a truck careening out of control, or an unexpected landslide, or even a precisely struck lightning bolt. This was a relentless race. His adversary was not a tangible entity of flesh and blood, but rather the pervasive hostility that seeped from the very fabric of this world. Each footfall on the pavement echoed like a countdown in an invisible race against time. Chapter 172, The Information Black Hole Warehouse several hours later. As the first light of dawn crept into the sky, Gao Shiqi finally arrived at his destination. It was a vast warehouse, forgotten on the outskirts of the city. The red brick walls were overrun with moss and graffiti, and the massive iron door, rusted and seemingly untouched for decades, stood silent. Surrounding it was an abandoned industrial area, quiet as a grave. Here lay the information black hole warehouse left behind by Howard Stark. Gao Shiqi approached the iron door. There was no keyhole, only a smooth metal disc embedded in the wall, intricately engraved with complex concentric circles interwoven with alchemical symbols, early circuit diagrams, and star charts. A riddle, the old man's favorite trick. Stark's voice was tinged with nostalgia and disdain. Triple encryption. The outer layer is astrophysics. You must input the relative coordinates of the Andromeda Galaxy from November 4th, 1945, to calibrate the dial. The middle layer concerns material science, requiring the atomic number of vibranium to set the inner ring's pressure coefficient. But the innermost layer, Stark's voice faltered, laden with hesitation. At the innermost layer lies a philosophical quandary. Strange took the lead, articulating, "I can perceive the energy of this enigma," questioning a possibility. If your creation surpasses you in greatness, will you feel pride or fear? Steve fell silent. This question weighed heavily on Howard Stark and Tony Stark, a father-son duo. Koshi extended his hand, pressing it against the cold metallic disc. He did not calculate coordinates nor recall atomic numbers. He simply closed his eyes, slowly infusing his will, a fusion of four souls, contradictory yet unified, into the disc. He responded to pride with Stark's own sense of pride. He countered fear with Steve's sense of responsibility, and he defined these opposing emotions as inevitable through strange grand perspective. Then, with the tranquility that had settled within him after enduring countless trials, Koshi softly declared, "I accept." A heavy, thunderous sound echoed, reminiscent of a bygone era. As countless locks within the iron door sprang open, the door creaked inward, revealing a vast expanse dominated by darkness and dust. Koshi stepped inside. The warehouse resembled a time capsule belonging to a mad genius. A massive, outdated particle accelerator ring occupied much of the space, while the walls were stacked with various alloy ingots and rare minerals. Scattered across the tables were numerous yellowed blueprints, marked with a blend of German and English script. In the center of the warehouse lay an object shrouded in thick, radiation-proof canvas. Koshi approached and yanked the canvas away. Beneath it was not a weapon or machine, but an irregular conglomeration of blue cubes, varying in size and emitting a faint glow. They hovered in anti-gravity, connected by visible arcs of energy, resembling a heart pulsating with life. Stark's voice, filled with incredulity, exclaimed, "Impossible. This is a solid-state storage model of the energy from the prototype cosmic cube. He once told me this project failed, that the energy core was obliterated due to instability." He lied. Steve's voice was simple yet weighty. No, he did not lie. Strange's gaze seemed to pierce through time. He did not succeed, yet he did not fail. He created a prototype, a pure source of energy possessing immense power, yet lacking form and purpose. It is not very stable, as it awaits a command, a powerful concept that can define its existence. Koshi gazed at the pulsating heart made of pure spatial energy, feeling clearly that he had found what he sought. This was the perfect vessel capable of carrying the consciousness that fused four great souls, contradictory yet formidable. From this moment forth, he would no longer rely on the bloodline of Kryptonians. In this secluded realm, he endeavored to forge a new divinity entirely of conscious concepts with his own hands. His fingertips were poised to touch that blue heart, a pulsating mass of pure energy, as four souls within him reached an unprecedented consensus at high speed, their thoughts meshing like intricately interlocking gears. It bore no fixed form, resembling primordial stem cells. Stark's voice ignited with the fervor of an engineer encountering perfect materials. Energy could not be directly infused, akin to using a high-pressure water gun on cotton, which would merely cause it to disintegrate. We require a framework composed of belief. Steve's voice resonated with unwavering solidity, a steadfast purpose serving as the core pillar of all energy flow. Otherwise, no matter how exquisite the design, it would merely be a sandcastle devoid of a foundation. Above the skeleton lay innumerable potential pathways. Strange perspective penetrated countless trajectories of energy shaping. We could not select merely one, but must construct a system capable of accommodating all possibilities, allowing energy to find a dynamic equilibrium between creation and destruction, order and chaos. In an instant, Koshi's consciousness integrated these three proposals. He comprehended that what he sought to create was not a weapon or armor, but a living, self-generating, self-repairing ecosystem. A system with Steve's belief as its sun, Stark's creativity as its planets, and Strange's infinite possibilities as the surrounding orbits, while his own understanding of order and hope, derived from Krypton, served as the eternal gravity that sustained it all. At last, his fingertips made contact with that sphere of blue energy. The moment Koshi's conscious concept intersected with pure energy, the The entire warehouse seemed to be muted, dust suspended in midair, time's flow thickening and sluggish. That blue heart of energy commenced a silent yet revolutionary genesis, guided by Koshi's will as its blueprint. Energy ceased its chaotic pulsation, instead constructing the first skeletal frame along unseen pathways, a spine gleaming with absolute justice and sacrificial light, forged from belief. Countless neurons, born of meticulous calculation and wild imagination, sprouted from the spine, sparking with electrical arcs, each pulse birthing entirely new designs and structures. Subsequently, a translucent membrane, composed of countless illusions from parallel universes, enveloped this creation, bestowing it with infinite potential for expansion. Koshi was inscribing his very soul upon this nascent energy, personally forging his own divinity. The information black hole constructed by Howard Stark perfectly shielded all energy radiation, spatial fluctuations, and magical detection. It resembled an utterly soundproof chamber, regardless of the cacophony within. No sound reached the outside world. However, Howard had not anticipated that there existed something impervious to lead alloys and vibranium powder, namely meaning. When Gao Shiqi forcibly infused the powerful concepts of belief and the creation of possibilities into material entities, the significance of these concepts permeated silently and imperceptibly from this information black hole, much like irresistible gravitational waves. Chapter 173. The Reality Distortion of Etheric Forces in a 24-hour CAF in Paterson, New Jersey. The rich aroma of roasted coffee beans enveloped the air. At a corner chess table, two elderly men were intently focused on a chessboard. The man in the suit, a perennial champion of the local chess club, was renowned for his steady and meticulous playing style. At that moment, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a glint of triumph in his eyes, as his opponent was left with merely a pawn and a knight, while the king was already ensnared in a hopeless predicament. "Checkmate, old friend," he declared with unwavering confidence. Across from him, the elderly man in the worn sweater raked his graying hair in frustration. An amateur who had come merely to pass the time. He stared at the chessboard, his gaze momentarily vacant. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought struck him like a jolt of electricity, stubborn and irrefutable. His hand trembled slightly as it reached for the nearly forgotten pawn in the corner of the board, giving it a gentle push. The move was absurdly whimsical, defying the most basic principles of the game, as if it were a hasty response born out of desperation. The champion was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. However, as he traced the ramifications of this move 3 steps back, the calmness on his face abruptly froze and the color drained from his complexion. This move did not resolve the impending stalemate, yet it acted as a divine revelation, weaving a trap he had never encountered in his lifetime. Neither a textbook tactic nor a conventional strategy, but rather an intricate net of countermoves that defied human logic. It was a victory wrought from belief, tearing through the fabric of logic. Meanwhile, on the city's main thoroughfare, the sound of ambulance sirens was fragmented by the evening rush hour traffic. Inside the vehicle, a young paramedic fixed his gaze on the electrocardiogram monitor, where the fluctuating line gradually began to flatten, as despair washed over his heart like icy water. "It's too late," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Just then, the traffic light at the intersection ahead, which had been red for nearly 2 minutes, suddenly flickered twice without warning, transforming into a vibrant green. Following suit, the second and third intersections along the 3-kilometer main road seemed to be overtaken by an invisible hand. Within 5 seconds, a continuous green corridor unfurled amidst the flow of vehicles. The ambulance's engine roared to life, accelerating abruptly. The traffic system exhibited no signs of chaos. It merely optimized itself in an extraordinary manner, almost as if it had foreseen the future, making way for life. Deep within the deserts of New Mexico stood a clandestine base, outwardly claimed to be a meteorological observation station, affiliated with the United States Air Force. Dr. Jean Foster cradled her coffee, her gaze firmly fixed on the complex astrophysical models displayed on the screen before her. Since the London aggregation event, she had been invited here under semi-coercive circumstances to continue her research, though in reality, she was under stringent military surveillance. "Doctor, you should come take a look," called Andrew, his voice imbued with a blend of unmistakable confusion and excitement. Jane approached his control console, where the screen displayed not a star map, but a real-time probability cloud map set against the backdrop of the American landscape. The entire map was adorned with a mosaic of colorful specks, representing the randomness inherent in the world. Yet, there was one notable exception. Above the city of Paterson, New Jersey, floated a perfectly round area of pure blackness. What is this? A data anomaly? Jane furrowed her brow. No, doctor, quite the opposite. Andrew magnified the area. The data is too perfect. In this region, all probabilistic events have vanished. No randomness, no surprises. Every particle's trajectory, every atom's decay seems as though scripted by an invisible hand. From a probabilistic viewpoint, there are no coincidences here. It is an absolute certainty, a black hole of probability. Jane Foster's pupils abruptly constricted. She had witnessed a similar phenomenon before. In London, when the power of reality gems distorted the world, such irrational certainty in the laws of physics had surfaced. This was not an attribute of energy. It was intelligence, an intelligence so formidable that it could impose its will upon reality itself. Cross-reference it with Howard Stark's old files, Jane almost instinctively commanded, surprised at the abruptness of her own directive. Why Howard Stark? Andrew questioned, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Instinct, Jane asserted with unwavering certainty. Her gaze fixed intently on the probability black hole, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her coffee cup. This audacious desire to define everything. It resembles him too closely. Minutes later, Andrew suddenly looked up, his face etched with the astonishment of a man confronted by the supernatural. Doctor, you were right. The core of that region in Paterson, according to Howard Stark's land purchase record from the 1940s, is a private warehouse owned by him. The files are marked as top secret. With a note reading the tomb of Prometheus, Jane Foster's heart sank. Prometheus, the firebringer. Howard Stark, the chief researcher of the Tesseract. An ominous name associated with a forgotten warehouse had suddenly transformed into a singularity in the realm of probability. The intertwining of these elements conjured a chilling tableau in her mind. She refrained from reporting to the base commander, fully aware that the military's first response would invariably be to deploy troops, or worse, launch missiles in the face of the unknown, a most foolish reaction. Jane stepped into a corner, picked up a private phone, and dialed a long uncontacted yet profoundly trusted number. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered, and on the other end came the signature sardonic voice of Tony Stark. Dr. Foster? What an unexpected delight. I thought you were occupied with your extraterrestrial boyfriend, exploring the sightseeing packages of the Rainbow Bridge. Tony, there is no time for jest. Jane's voice was taut with seriousness. I have discovered something in New Jersey that your father left behind. It has awakened. A profound silence enveloped the line. The facade of genius was abruptly stripped away, revealing a chilling gravity beneath. Coordinates. Tony's voice was clipped, as if encased in ice. Jane relayed the address. Do not approach it, nor allow anyone else to come near. The unprecedented solemnity in Tony's tone was palpable. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Before he could finish, the call was disconnected. Jane Foster clutched her phone, her gaze fixed upon the desolate expanse of the New Mexico desert beyond the window. The wind swept across the ground, stirring up dust like a sinister omen. Perhaps she had indeed knocked upon a door that should remain closed, behind which lay a Pandora's box potent enough to upend everything. On the other side of that door, Gao Shiqi remained blissfully unaware. This solitary forger was ensnared in the exquisite ecstasy and agony of creation. His newly forged divinity, born from the essence of four great souls, was on the brink of its final transformation. At the center of the warehouse, Gao Shiqi's was intricately sculpting that sphere of pure energy with unprecedented intensity. He was not demanding. Rather, he was bestowing the arrogance and creativity of Stark, the conviction and spirit of sacrifice of Steve, the insight and humility of Strange, unreservedly infusing them into the very foundation of this nascent temple. The energy core pulsated with an unparalleled stability, its cerulean glow warm and profound, as if it contained the very breath of the cosmos. The nascent form of divinity had taken shape. It possessed a skeleton, flesh, and a network of veins. Only one last step remained before it could emerge from its chrysalis. Chapter 174, Iron Man of the New Universe. It is insufficient. Stark's thoughts were like a calm laser, scanning this nearly perfect creation. This was a precisely balanced system formed by the three of us, yet it lacked selfhood, It was merely a vessel, a reactor, devoid of a pilot, a core. Steve's voice resonated like a steady drum. When these three disparate forces clashed, a final arbiter was necessary. Otherwise, it would self-destruct at the first true choice, an observer capable of endowing all possibilities with singular meaning. Strange's conclusion struck at the essence. Their gazes converged upon Gao Shiqi, whose soul, now nearly engulfed by their amalgamation, awaited its own emergence. Gao Shiqi understood. He could no longer be merely a processor or integrator. He must merge the essence of several contradictory selves into a divine soul, the solitary observer, who, upon acquiring divine power, instinctively seeks refuge in a library to comprehend the world, the heretic, who, confronted with ultimate malevolence, chooses to dissolve narrative through absurd games, the cold pragmatist, who ultimately opts for backup rather than saving companions. Just as he prepares to complete the final step and fully integrate with this force, an unexpected transformation occurs. On the surface of the pure, gentle blue energy core, a geometric line, darker than ink, materializes without warning. This is soon followed by a second and third line, each extending across the blue canvas with absolute precision, yet devoid of aesthetic appeal. They are correcting, redefining this reservoir of infinite potential into the cold visage of the absolute order of the old hell. A virus has infiltrated. Stark's mind instantly triggers the highest alarm. It has bypassed all defenses. This is not an external attack, but rather a direct manifestation from the core's deepest logical protocols. The system of the old hell has launched a lethal strike. It seeks to corrupt this nascent divinity, transforming Gao Shiqi's ascendance into a complete assimilation. Outside the warehouse, the night is being torn apart by the faint light of dawn. A suit of red and gold armor pierces through the morning mist. Hovering above the warehouse with a sharp sound that cuts through the air, its metallic shell gleaming coldly in the first rays of sunlight. Ye, ARVES. Report the situation. Tony Stark's voice emerges through the helmet, tinged with tension. All sensors have failed, sir. Optical, thermal imaging, and electromagnetic readings are all nearing zero. It feels like a blind spot in the universe. I cannot even confirm if there are indeed any structures below. JARVIS speaks with evident confusion. Then let us employ the old method. Tony replies as the suit gently descends to the ground. He approaches the rusted iron door. Gazing at the intricate puzzle formed by intertwining alchemical symbols and circuit diagrams, his brow furrowed with impatience. Howard's narcissistic encryption always presumed no one was smarter than him. He extends his right hand, aiming the impact cannon at a section of the brick wall beside the puzzle. Sir, structural analysis indicates a breach success rate of less than 3%. The material density of this building. Shut up, JARVIS, Tony interrupts. I'm not here to blow it apart, just to give it a little tickle. Instead of firing the impact cannon, he releases a precisely tuned high-energy ultrasonic wave from his palm. The sound waves do not damage the wall. Rather, they penetrate the bricks at an almost cunning angle, accurately targeting a minute mechanical latch deep within the iron door. This was a physical backdoor Howard had designed for his own convenience during repairs, a flaw only he and his son, who inherited his mechanical genius and rebellious spirit, could possibly detect. Click! A barely audible sound echoed. The intricate locking system of the door, so complex it bordered on the conceptual, experienced a brief moment of logical disarray due to the failure of its most fundamental physical latch. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Tony pushed the door aside and stepped inside. In the next moment, he beheld a vision that would be indelibly etched in his memory for a lifetime. In the center of the warehouse, a man hovered in midair, his body being torn apart by a tempest of blue and black. The blue energy radiated warmth and vitality, flickering with the vibrancy of a nascent nebula. The black geometric lines, however, were as cold as iron, precise as the virus code that formats the universe. These two diametrically opposed forces clashed within his corporeal form, waging a brutal battle that defied comprehension. The man's face contorted in excruciating agony, every muscle quivering under the relentless tug of both powers. Tony Stark's first thought was, another unfortunate fool who had inadvertently activated a perilous legacy left by his father, now suffering the backlash of this force. The second thought swiftly followed, this must be stopped, before that entity spiraled completely out of control and erased the entirety of New Jersey from the map. He raised his hand. The repulsor in his palm began to hum, energy coalescing into a blinding orb at the cannon's mouth. He was about to strike. Steve's will resonated in Strange's mind, urgent and insistent. The energy model of the pulse cannon was complete. Stark's voice flowed as swiftly as data streams, with the power capable of instantly shattering the energy equilibrium, allowing the Black Order virus to gain the upper hand. Yet he was myself. He would surely act. Stark felt a twinge of confusion. 1,307 futures. Strange's voice carried a profound weariness. 1,306 would fail due to this intervention. Strange stood on the brink of collapse. He had to fend off the encroachment of the black virus on his divinity while simultaneously confronting Iron Man's lethal rescue. He was left with but one choice, the singular, mad choice that would leap beyond the 1,306 doomed futures. He relinquished his resistance. Instead of expelling those cold, precise, emotionless lines that represented absolute order, he opened his soul, willingly inviting these viruses within. "What are you doing?" Stark and Steve's wills echoed in shocked inquiry simultaneously. If he could not conquer the rules, then the core of his own will, overpowering the three other voices, resonated clearly within the depths of his soul. He would become the very essence of the rules. He was not assimilated by the system. He was devouring it. He redefined the absolute order of the old hell from a limitation into a canvas. He transformed Steve's unreasonable beliefs into a brush, Stark's boundless creativity into paint, and Strange's all-encompassing possibilities into light and shadow. Then, upon this cold canvas composed of absolute order, he began to create. Portray hope and sacrifice, depict love and loss. Capture the chaotic and irrational, yet immensely precious aspects of humanity, bestowing upon them an eternal and indelible form through the most rational order. This is an ultimate paradox, where absolute rules confine boundless freedom. Chapter 175. The most vital supporting character in that fleeting moment, the blue-black tempest within the warehouse, abruptly stilled. All light and energy converged frantically towards Gao Shiqi's form, as if swallowed by an invisible gravitational force. Tony Stark's finger, poised on the trigger, froze mid-air. He beheld the man slowly open his eyes. Those were eyes that defied verbal description. The left eye was a profound blue, seemingly containing the birth and demise of the entire universe, warm and expansive. The right eye was pure black, countless geometric symbols swirling within at high speed, devoid of warmth, yet exuding absolute precision. This man, or rather this entirely new existence, directed his gaze towards Tony Stark. Without uttering a word, Tony distinctly perceived four overlapping voices. One voice dissected the vulnerabilities of his armor with mechanical precision. Another scrutinized the moral motives behind his actions, radiating undeniable integrity. A third whispered of the catastrophic futures his current actions might incite, imbued with an exhaustion that saw all. The fourth voice, the clearest of them all that harmonized the other three, simply stated, "Hello, Tony. It's been a long time." Tony Stark's brain, one of the fastest processors of this era, crashed completely at that moment. His standard protocol for addressing unknown threats, analyze, isolate, destroy, was overshadowed by a deeper human protocol, cognitive collapse, in the face of that simple greeting. The voice did not emanate from the armor speakers, but resonated directly within his skull. Stark's analytical module screamed in frenzy, identifying a composite vocal signature that contained Steve's steadiness, Strange's ethereal quality, his own familiar genius-laden arrogance, and an unfamiliar, cold calmness as a foundation, woven together in impossible harmonics. "Who are you?" Tony's voice faltered, losing its customary invulnerability, tinged with a slight tremor. "We are Gao Shiqi," the entity replied, his body gently descending from the air, his feet lightly touching the dust-laden concrete floor without stirring a speck of dust. Clad in nothing, the blue and black luminescence flowed like a conceptual fabric over his skin, outlining an extraordinary silhouette. A backup, he added, his tone as flat, as if elucidating the most fundamental technical terminology. Tony's tactical computer momentarily flashed through hundreds of entries. Clone, life-mimicking robot, advanced mental parasite, yet none could adequately match the gaze before him. In the depths of his cerulean gaze, he beheld the resolute moment when he charged towards the wormhole, clutching a nuclear weapon, within the obsidian depths of another pair of eyes. He discerned the most exquisite optimization of every design blueprint. This was not a mere recollection, but a profound comprehension. Impossible, you cannot have consumed them. Tony retreated a step, the palm-mounted repulsor once more igniting, its brilliance tinged with palpable hesitation. They're still here, Steve. Strange they all remain. Indeed, they are, Gao Shiqi responded calmly. And they reside within me as well. Like a segment of code, it may exist on a server or be stored on a local hard drive. However, my hard drive has just undergone a reformatting, inadvertently devouring the formatting tool. This explanation chilled Tony to the bone, more than any threat could, for it resonated with an unsettling authenticity. Gao Shiqi advanced a step, and Tony's instinct to fight surged, almost compelling him to fire immediately. Yet, the stubborn voice of Steve, believing in the goodness of humanity, echoed in his mind, instilling a moment of doubt. While strange, all-seeing perspective foresaw that firing would lead to that swirling blue-black energy, transforming the repulsor's power into a means of self-repair in ways he could not fathom. To attack was the worst choice. Gao Shiqi approached Tony, close enough for him to perceive the swirling nebula reflected in his cerulean eyes. Then, he extended his hand, not in aggression, nor in defense. His fingers gently lifted, pointing towards the circular light source of Tony's arc reactor. Don't move, Tony warned sharply. Gao Shiqi did not falter. His fingertips penetrated the nano-layer of the armor, as if traversing a thin mist, directly contacting the shell of the reactor. No alarms blared. Jarvis failed to detect any signs of physical intrusion. In the next moment, Tony felt something, neither pain nor impact, but a warmth. A warmth reminiscent of the clumsy embrace of his father, Howard, felt only in the deepest recesses of his memories. The eternal ache in his chest from palladium poisoning. The cold foreign object implanted within him was entirely soothed in that instant. The light of the arc reactor began to transform. It was no longer a mere blinding blue, but instead softened into a deep, rich hue, as if it harbored the pulse of life itself. What are you doing? Tony's voice brimmed with horror. Upgrading. Gao Shiqi replied. His blue left eye blazed with brilliance, a pure energy signifying life and order coursing into the reactor, simultaneously. His black right eye meticulously calculated the rotation of every fundamental particle, forcibly inscribing the absolute order of a bygone hell into the reactor's operational logic. Jarvis, report the situation. Tony bellowed. Sir, I cannot comprehend. Jarvis echoed with a similar perplexity. The energy output efficiency of the reactor exceeds theoretical limits. It is no longer merely energy. It resonates harmoniously with your physiological system, mending you. Tony can feel his heartbeat becoming unprecedentedly vigorous, each breath akin to inhaling the purest oxygen. The countdown to death, which had lingered for years, has been gently yet irresistibly erased by an unseen hand. A gift, said Cossack, for the war you are about to face. Tony staggered back, leaning against the cold wall. He glanced down at the reactor in his chest, and the unfamiliar perfection it brought forth was not relief, but a profound, marrow-deep terror. Tony Stark, this man clad in iron, who valued control above life itself, had just been fundamentally optimized by an unknown entity. This was an invulnerable ultimate violation. War? Tony gasped, forcing himself to regain composure. Seizing upon the crucial question, whose war? The war against the audience. Cossack turned his gaze towards the vast world outside the warehouse, his eyes seemingly penetrating the material realm to glimpse a more fundamental existence. There exists a being we call God. He requires a compelling narrative, and we are his actors. Cossack's voice calmly narrated the maddening truth. He had just concluded the first volume, eliminated the troublesome antagonist, granted this protagonist an upgrade, and thrust you, the most significant supporting character, before me. Chapter 176. Moving the Colosseum to the Sahara Desert. He is waiting to observe our conflicts, misunderstandings, and, ultimately, our alliance against the next adversary he has meticulously arranged. Tony listened in silence, not dismissing these words as madness. For the reactor within his chest pulsed in a manner that transcended the laws of physics, silently informing him that indeed, there exists a higher logic in this world, an existence he could not fully comprehend at this moment. But God is not our only foe. A cold stream of data flickered across Cossack's dark right eye. The system I consumed, the specter of that ancient hell, has not been entirely vanquished. Part of it has merged with me, while another portion has transformed into a virus-hunting protocol. They will masquerade as accidents, coincidences, or harmless passers-by, employing every means to rectify the flaw in my system. And you, Tony, Cossack turned his head, his gaze locking onto him with gravity. You have just accepted my gift. You now bear my mark. From this moment forth, you are no longer merely an actor in this play. Like me, you become the virus that the old system yearns to eradicate. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of sirens erupted outside the warehouse. Jane Foster's warning had finally drawn the attention of official forces. They are coming. Tony spoke, his tone laced with complex emotions. Yes, Gao Shiqi nodded, adhering to the script. A chase with the official forces was about to unfold, an opportunity to showcase my newfound abilities while deepening our camaraderie in battle. He paused, a hint of scorn flickering in his distinctly blue-black eyes, reflecting a weariness inherent to humanity. Yet, I had grown weary of following the script. He extended his hand towards a massive, rust-laden iron door of the warehouse and gently grasped it. To the agents poised outside, the brick warehouse, standing for decades, along with the very ground beneath it, vanished without warning. No explosive flames, no thundering collapse, and certainly no lingering shadows of what had been. It was as if this place had never housed a warehouse at all. Gao Shiqi approached him, both gazing into the flowing mist of light, their eyes shimmering with vibrant hues. A plan? He chuckled softly, the sound laced with a sense of liberation. It was quite simple, since someone wished to write our demise. We would overturn their writing desk. He raised his hand, his fingertips gliding through the void. The flowing mist responded to his call, coalescing before them into countless fragmented points of light, reminiscent of scattered film frames. Tony squinted, recognizing among them several scenes yet to unfold. An intense battle with an unfamiliar antagonist, the fiery ruin of a fallen city, and even the shattered remnants of his armor. Do you see? This is the moment of glory scripted for us. Gao Shiqi's voice turned icy, his fingertips clenched fiercely, and the points of light instantly dissolved into stardust. Yet possibilities have never been singular. He turned to Tony, the data streams in his black right eye swirling rapidly, while his blue left eye gleamed with resolute light. This old system wishes to eradicate us. Let it witness how, once a virus develops its own will, it can gnaw through its own regulations, creating substantial breaches. Tony remained silent for a moment, retracting his hand from the mist of light, the joints of his armor emitting a faint hum. He gazed at Gao Shiqi, a familiar, slightly mad smile slowly spreading across his lips. So, we are to overturn the writing desk. How fortuitous. Dismantling things is my forte. But first, we must ascertain what precisely we intend to dismantle. He shifted his focus, pointing at the stardust reintegrating into the mist, the old system, and the deity scripting the narrative. Who exactly are they? A complexity flickered in Gao Shiqi's eyes. My knowledge is limited. The old system is the debris of bygone rules, while the deity resembles an audience engrossed in self-directed drama. Yet, they share a commonality. He paused, his voice firm. They are both fearful of our departure from their control. And this. Gao Shiqi lightly tapped his fingertip. A golden thread, entwined with lightning patterns, illuminated, revealing a chaotic scene on the streets of New York. Giant green figures rampaging between buildings, military artillery raining down like a tempest. Tony's brow shot up. Bruce Banner? They have even incorporated the Hulk into their script. Everyone is ensnared in the web. Gao Shiqi's voice carried a chilling resonance. These threads are the embodiment of inevitability. Some signify predetermined fate, while others represent forcibly distorted trajectories. Yet ultimately, they all converge into the conclusion desired by the divine. Abruptly, he grasped one of the dark gray threads, so fragile it seemed it would snap at the slightest tug. At its terminus lay a frail figure curled within a laboratory, staring vacantly at a heap of shattered instruments, even including those who should never have been entangled. With a slight pressure from his fingertips, the thread emitted a faint cracking sound, reminiscent of Eric Selvig, whose research was initially unrelated to these matters but was forcibly assigned the role of the key to the cosmic cube. Tony gazed at the immense, shimmering web, his upgraded mind swiftly dissecting the logic behind each thread's strength, convergence points, and triggering conditions, akin to a meticulously operating code. He suddenly chuckled, raising his hand to press against his helmet, which unsealed with a swift motion, revealing eyes that sparkled with cunning. So, The first step in this blunder is to sever a few threads. He extended his metal-clad fingers, lightly brushing against the orange-red thread leading to Otto, feeling a wave of searing resistance. Or perhaps, infuse these inevitabilities with a touch of the unexpected? A glint of amusement flickered in Gao Shiqi's eyes, more thorough than mere severance. He clenched his fist tightly. The vast web before Tony began to tremble violently. The interwoven threads twisted chaotically, with some of the brighter lines even manifesting fine cracks. Since he wished for all paths to lead to the Colosseum, Gao Shiqi's voice resonated with resolute determination. Let us transport the Colosseum to the Sahara Desert. Tony, observing this absurd spectacle, was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a brief bout of laughter. Have you driven Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms to collective insanity? Not insanity, but rather imparting them with meaninglessness. Gao Shiqi released his grip. The brilliance of the orange-red thread became mottled, akin to an oil painting tainted with inferior pigments. The script required Otto to pose a threat, necessitating his mechanical arms to serve destruction and conflict. Yet now, their behavioral logic was cluttered with irrelevant information such as supermarket discounts, poetic rhythms, and arm wrestling. His fingertips glided over a golden thread entwined with lightning, causing the tumultuous image of Hulk to suddenly halt. The green giant crouched by the roadside, meticulously counting the wild grasses sprouting between the pavement tiles. Anger is the core driving force of Hulk, so let us infuse that anger with a touch of tedium. A playful curve graced Gao Shiqi's lips, when a desire for destruction transforms into a curiosity about the growth cycle of weeds. The threat weight of that line would plummet instantaneously. Tony's gaze fell upon a deep purple thread, where the image of Titan contorted in synchrony with the fluctuations of the thread. He suddenly grasped something, raising his hand to press against his temple. As dozens of schemes for equipping the cosmic cube with a child safety lock flashed rapidly through his mind. Within Loki's scepter, he envisioned inserting a dissonant lullaby, ensuring that Thanos' infinity gauntlet would require the solution of 3 mathematical problems before each use. Chapter 177. Babel Tower 17. Generator. Tony's armor visor slid open once more, and he raised an eyebrow at Caustic. Do you require a pollution source? A device capable of mass-producing logical noise? Not merely a device. Caustic approached the iron rack in the corner of the warehouse, his fingertips gliding across the dust-laden metal surface. We also need an interface that can connect to the narrative network, just as you would use a backdoor program to breach a firewall. We must carve a hole in the divine operating system that continuously emits chaos. As he turned, a swirl of blue-black luminescence materialized in his palm, within which countless fragments of code danced. I can contaminate a single line, but my reach is limited. However, you, Tony Stark. The luminescence abruptly transformed into a stream of data, precisely injecting itself into a nearby decrepit old server. Your technology can transmute this pollution into a replicable program. The long-defunct machine emitted a low, humming sound, its screen flickering to life. The previously black interface became overrun with chaotic characters, promotional ad from supermarkets, instructions for a coffee machine, and even a jumbled segment as if a cat had walked across the keyboard. Do you see? Caustic pointed at the screen. With your reactor's energy driving it, combined with the pollution algorithm I provide. Plus, he paused, his gaze sweeping across the undulating sea of ether beyond the warehouse, extracting a bit of disorder from the possibilities here. Tony approached the server, his fingers tapping across the dust-covered keyboard. The chaotic characters on the screen began to reassemble into a rhythm, transforming into lines of jumping data streams. A confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth, connecting to the system, continuous output, and anti-interference. It sounds as though we are giving Jarvis a disruption mode, more akin to equipping the entire script with a pop-up advertisement. Caustic added, no matter which line the divine wishes to advance, a plethora of trivial distractions will arise. For instance, Loki might suddenly ponder what hairstyle to choose today, while Thanos could find himself lost in contemplation of the Titan's sunset for half an hour. Tony turned off the server screen, his eyes igniting with determination as he faced Caustic. How long will it take? I need to calculate the materials list, energy overload-resistant alloys, sensors capable of parsing dimensional parameters. Oh, and perhaps we should add a feature for automatically playing rock music to further disrupt the logical rhythm. The faster, the better. Kostick glanced outside the warehouse. Although the sirens had ceased, the luminous mist of the ether sea was subtly agitated, as the Divine's immune system had begun to notice the anomalies here. He looked at Tony Stark, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I require your assistance, Tony." The voice of Howard Stark resonated with an undeniable weight. "I can articulate a concept, yet I am unable to engineer it. I need you to devise a device that does not emit energy nor inflict physical harm, but merely broadcasts narrative paradoxes to a specific region. A disruptor of tangible significance." Tony murmured as his upgraded mind raced at high speed, instinctively sketching a design blueprint, one that would ensnare all causal chains in a logical loop akin to a bomb of contradictions. Commanding the arrival of heroes and inciting screams from bystanders, it would render the Babel 17 generator, overwhelmed by conflicting information, entirely inoperative. His excitement mounted, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of an engineer confronting the ultimate challenge, overpowering any lingering fear or confusion. Suddenly, a silent tremor surged forth, interrupting his train of thought. This vibration did not emanate from the ground or air, but from consciousness itself. Tony watched in astonishment as the table before him seemed to forget its own form, its contours blurring as if it might transform into a chair or a curled cat in the next moment. The blueprints on the wall began to writhe, their lines twisting like living worms, struggling to assemble nonsensical patterns. "They are coming." Howard's expression turned grave as iron. His blue left eye erupted with a brilliant light, a warm and formidable force sweeping through the warehouse, a primordial power of life and existence, forcibly re-anchoring the definitions that were disintegrating. "What is it?" Tony inquired, as the armor's sensors remained silent and unresponsive. "The antivirus protocol from the old hell." Howard's gaze pierced through the warehouse walls, reaching into the ethereal sea beyond. "They cannot locate our physical coordinates, but our recent interference with the script has ignited a candle in the dark, fully exposing our consciousness coordinates." Upon hearing this, Tony tightened his grip on his creation. The dust-laden spectrometer had been transformed into a filter for sifting through the impurities of possibility. The reactor blueprint hand-drawn by Howard in years past was now woven into the very fabric of a logical firewall. Tony's fingers danced across the virtual screen, each touch influencing the energy flowing within the warehouse. He deconstructed the indestructibility of vibranium into its fundamental conceptual factors, interlacing it with the shielding properties of lead-based alloys, and infused it with the existential anchor provided by Howard, akin to welding an unyielding anchor to a ship. The data stream of the energy core became unstable. He suddenly spoke, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "It is resisting the paradox encoding, just as the system rejects erroneous commands." Howard's black right eye flickered with a sequence of code, and the energy core at the center of the warehouse suddenly radiated a ghostly blue light. The data stream stabilizing in an instant. "I have temporarily suppressed its repulsion with the authority of definition. Hurry, their attack frequency is accelerating." As Tony lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the faint shimmer emanating from the corner of the warehouse, where the edge of a brick began to grow translucent, as if it were on the verge of vanishing entirely. He gritted his teeth and encoded the final segment of self-paradox into the system, a logic loop designed to ensure that the device continuously affirmed its role in safeguarding the protector, a serpent biting its own tail, engaging in an impeccable cycle to counteract external attempts at definition and distortion. Suddenly, he pressed the virtual button with fervor. The apparatus at the center of the warehouse emitted a resonant hum, as a luminous membrane composed of countless symbols unfurled from the device, enveloping every inch of the warehouse. The flickering walls stabilized instantaneously, and the once transparent bricks regained their solidity. Gao Shiqi felt the flowing energy of the light membrane, his eyes wide with awe. It was continuously generating new proofs of existence, renaming the warehouse with every passing second. Tony, panting, removed his helmet and shook off the perspiration. Not just that. This device actively contaminates all foreign signals attempting to decipher it, leaving antivirus programs perplexed as to whether we are viral data or a stone refusing to be defined. At that moment, outside the warehouse, the etheric sea erupted with tumultuous waves, and countless distorted shadows emerged within the luminous mist, crashing against the surface of the light membrane, producing a jarring cacophony of conceptual friction. The membrane quivered violently, yet remained unbroken. Tony observed the encroaching shadows and suddenly chuckled. It seems our firewall has held, at least for the moment. Gao Shiqi gazed at the defensive codes flashing across the membrane and murmured, "This is merely the beginning. The divine and the old system will not relent." He turned to Tony, his eyes reflecting a newfound clarity and warmth. "But now, we possess the means to retaliate." Outside the warehouse, the sounds of conceptual collisions reverberated. Inside, the two beings deemed anomalies by the world stood side by side behind the light membrane, gazing at the war that had just begun, one that would overturn all established norms. Chapter 178. The temple engine. Tony's movements abruptly halted, not due to an anomaly in the sound frequency, but because that melody unexpectedly pierced an unguarded corner of his memory. He envisioned sunlight filtering through the jungles of Wakanda, tribal children clapping around a bonfire, the air infused with the fragrance of acacia. Yet, he had never set foot in that place. It was altering associative memories. Gao Shiqi's data stream from his Blacklight I had become a chaotic tangle. Vibranium itself bore no memories. It was forcibly implanting shared recollections between him and the vibranium, using false emotional anchors to taint the purity of the material. Tony clenched his fist tightly, the vibranium substrate in his palm suddenly scorching hot. The melody of the folk song intermingled with jarring static, as if countless voices whispered in his ear, urging him to lay down his tools, persuading him to believe that this metal remembered their pact. "Leave?" He emitted a low growl, as the energy of his battle armor surged into his palm, shattering the invasive sound waves into fragments. The vibranium substrate regained its icy touch, yet Tony's temples throbbed relentlessly. He cast his gaze towards the lead alloy on the opposite side of the warehouse. The once stable metal ingots now emitted a faint glow, their surfaces revealing indistinct silhouettes. An outline of Howard, shaking his head as if to convey the perilous nature of the object, urging him to halt. "Even the deceased are to be exploited?" A chill laced Tony's voice as his upgraded mind frantically filtered the influx of deceitful information, which eroded their motivation, sowing seeds of doubt about their actions. Suddenly, Kasi raised his hand, pressing down on the energy core at the center of the warehouse. His blue left eye flaring with an intensity greater than before. "I will counter their false memories with the energy of genuine existence. Yet this respite will not last. They are learning. Each defensive maneuver reveals new vulnerabilities." Tony donned his helmet once more. The display screen inside the visor erupted with a flurry of defensive commands, rapidly generating. He injected the non-recollective coating of vibranium into the substrate and enveloped the lead alloy in an emotional insulation layer. "Let them learn to their heart's content." His voice resonated through the speakers with fierce determination. "I will equip these materials with a memory eraser, formatting every second, ensuring they can never remember how to corrupt us." As he connected the process substrate to the device, the warehouse walls suddenly flickered violently. Countless faces materialized upon the once stable bricks. Some he recognized, some he had forgotten, and even some that had never existed, all weeping silently. "Do not believe them." Kasi's voice pierced through this eerie warmth like a steel needle. "These are not memories, but logical traps fabricated from what you hold most dear." Tony did not turn back. His fingers danced across the console, each keystroke severing the false bonds that sought to ensnare him. "What I cherish has never been memories," he declared, his voice calm, yet resolute, "but rather the future I can forge with my own hands." As the final circuit connected, the device emitted a steady hum. The flickering faces vanished in an instant, and the warehouse returned to tranquility. Yet both knew this was merely a lull between assaults. The system of the old hell had learned to dismantle their defenses with a gentler approach. The logic pollution had escalated. Kasi's voice resonated in Tony's mind. It no longer simply negated but engaged in false encoding. It was corrupting the very foundation of their reality with erroneous memories. Soon, the entire warehouse succumbed to this plague of memory. A blueprint depicting an anti-gravity engine began to warp, recalling its existence as Van Gogh's Starry Night. An antiquated oscilloscope flickered on its screen, reminiscent of a swarm of fireflies on a summer night. Tony's design had stagnated, unable to conjure any intricate logical apparatus within a workshop plagued by memories. His creativity was dismantled by an absurd force of a more primal nature. "I need an anchor," he bellowed into the desolate warehouse, his voice tinged with the frustration of an engineer confronted with insurmountable dilemmas. A pristine one, untouched by the taint of memory. Otherwise, all my calculations rest upon shifting sands. Gao Shiqi could not respond, as he was exerting every ounce of energy to sustain the very existence of the warehouse, leaving him powerless to provide Tony with a mental anchor. Just as Tony's plan seemed destined to falter in this morass of recollection, an object materialized on his workbench without warning. It was a children's block crafted from maple, its edges smooth to a sheen. One side bore a crooked letter, inscribed in a childlike scrawl. It had appeared out of thin air, belonging neither to Howard's collection nor to any item within the warehouse. It radiated a peculiar purity of meaninglessness that was utterly at odds with its surroundings, devoid of grand narratives or profound memories. It was merely a toy discarded by a child who had grown weary of it. Tony's armor sensors frantically scanned the block, detecting no energy response, spatial fluctuations, or mimetic contamination. From its physicality to its conceptual essence, it was as unremarkable as one could imagine. Yet, in its ordinariness, it stood as the sole untainted object amidst the memory plague that engulfed the warehouse. Its simplicity and irrelevance were such that the grand, erroneous memories could not cling to it. "This is Tony's voice," he murmured, somewhat hoarse. A hint. At last, Gao Shiqi's voice emerged, laden with understanding. An indication from the divine. It seemed he found the rebellion a trifle monotonous, so he tossed in a prop to propel the narrative forward. Tony gazed at the block. The madness in his eyes rekindled. "I understand," he whispered, akin to a madman experiencing an epiphany. "I have been attempting to construct a flawless, impervious logical dam to withstand the deluge. I was mistaken. What I ought to do is to cast sufficient amounts of meaningless debris into the flood, allowing it to clog itself." He ceased to rectify the erroneous memories and instead reached out, cautiously grasping the block. He pressed this anchor of consciousness directly into the energy core of the intricate device he was fashioning. The entire apparatus hummed to life. It emitted a monotonous hum, reminiscent of cosmic background radiation. Tony named it the Temple Engine. It was neither a shield nor a weapon. Rather, it served as a reality stabilizer. Its mechanism operated by broadcasting a kind of conscious white noise throughout the entire warehouse, centered around the insignificance of that block. This white noise would not destroy anything, yet it significantly diminished the dramatic essence of the space. The blueprints on the wall ceased to recall their celestial nature, as the notion of being a starry sky was deemed excessively intriguing by the engine, and thus diluted, rendered mute. The vibranium substrate also ceased its melodic resonance, for the theme of nostalgia was classified as overly narrative and downgraded to mere background noise. Chapter 179. The cosmic rules the system attacked from the ancient hell had not abated, yet they were akin to being cast into a thick fog, losing their target. Though they continued to frantically inject erroneous memories, these recollections were neutralized and dissolved by the Temple Engine's meaningless white noise almost as soon as they emerged. The backdrop had finally become secure. Leaning against the workbench, Tony gazed at the humming engine and exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had just completed a cerebral marathon spanning centuries at the atomic level. "We have gained time." Gao Shiqi approached him, his garment of dark blue and black luminescent fabric becoming considerably more subdued under the engine's influence, resembling ordinary clothing rather than divine attire. However, this was insufficient. Tony gestured toward the engine, stating that it could only safeguard their small island. They could not hide here indefinitely. That deity had given them a hint. Next time, he might directly modify the parameters. Indeed, Gao Shiqi nodded, acknowledging that defense was merely the first step. Now, they must commence their counterattack. He extended his hand, and the vast web woven from countless narrative threads unfurled once more between him and Tony. The orange-red strands, symbolizing Otto Octavius, flickered chaotically. "I have tainted it, but the divine control is gradually mending it. Dr. Otto will soon rid himself of the logical noise and revert to the tragic villain he once was," Gao Shiqi remarked. "Unless," Tony's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, "we provide him with other pursuits, something far more intriguing than hunting us down." Tony approached the narrative web, akin to a programmer poised to modify the world parameters. "We cannot merely alter a single character. We must transform an entire storyline." He extended his hand, pointing to another thread, an unremarkable gray line representing the underground financial system of New York City. "Gao Shiqi, can you accomplish this?" Tony turned around, gazing at him, not infusing chaos, but rather instilling a consciousness potent enough to overturn everything. Gao Shiqi looked at Tony and discerned the madness of the plan from his eyes. His dark red eye slowly closed, then abruptly opened. The essence of his voice transformed, no longer a mere declaration, but a directive imbued with supreme authority, inscribed into the very foundation of the world. From this moment forth, within all encrypted accounts of Osborne Industries, the value of pi ceased to be 3.14159 and was reduced to the integer 3. A ripple capable of unsettling the entirety of reality surged along that gray financial thread, expanding instantaneously. In the realm of the back end, time was an inconsequential variable. However, for the tangible world, Gao Shiqi's command, which altered a fundamental physical constant, took effect at a velocity surpassing that of light. In New York, at the Osborne Group's headquarters, within the uppermost financial data center, dozens of the world's foremost financial analysts and programmers descended into a collective hysteria. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A blonde supervisor clutched his hair desperately, his eyes bloodshot. All our encryption algorithms, from quantum keys to chaotic sequences, hinge upon the precision of transcendental functions. Yet now, they all return the same result. A perfectly ludicrous integer. The cooling fan of a supercomputer emitted a piercing shriek as it endeavored to calculate the surface area of a sphere under the newly dictated rule of the universe, which had been reduced to 3. The outcome rendered the trillion-dollar assets of the Osborne Group in the global derivatives market into a logically indefinable state, both existent and non-existent. Akin to S.C. Char-Dinger's wealth. This was not a hacking attack. This was mathematics itself betraying them. Norman Osborne stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, his countenance dark as he observed the chaos engulfing Wall Street below. He paid no heed to the distraught employees, but instead dialed an encrypted line. "Otto," his voice cold and hoarse, "cease all your current endeavors. I require you to utilize all your resources to uncover who is responsible for this. This is not an assault on my company. It is a mockery of God." On the other end of the line, Dr. Otto Octavius set down his precision welding gun. His 4 AI-assisted metallic arms hovered quietly behind him like loyal hounds. "As you wish, Norman." His tone remained as humble and respectful as ever. Yet his eyes sparkled with a morbid fervor ignited by the ultimate enigma. "It is done." Tony Stark beheld the cascading real-time data projected by the Sanctum engine. A weary yet satisfied smile gracing his features as the financial system of the Osborne Group commenced its self-consumption. "We have successfully transformed the narrative arc of a tragic antagonist into an absurd comedy depicting a collective madness among Wall Street accountants. What the divine now observes is an utterly mundane audit report." Gao Shiqi remained silent, merely gazing at the orange-red thread symbolizing Otto. It had indeed dulled, becoming chaotic and losing its initial dramatic tension. But at what cost? He could sense the black eye within him growing colder, increasingly reminiscent of the very system of that bygone hell after executing the defining command. He had not been tainted, yet he was learning to articulate the language of the tainted. At that moment, Tony's smile froze. He furrowed his brow and picked up a wrench from the workbench. Releasing his grip, the wrench did not fall. It neither ascended nor hovered. It merely drifted lazily and erratically, as if swimming through syrup toward a random point below. "Jarvis?" Tony instinctively called out. But he immediately realized that Jarvis was not present here. The gravitational constant was becoming unstable. Gao Shiqi's voice shattered the silence. His blue left, I was vigilantly scanning the entire warehouse. No, more precisely, the very law of gravity was losing its inevitability. The hum of the temple engine was accompanied by dissonant noises. It continued to broadcast conceptual white noise, yet something was quietly burgeoning within the crevices of this white noise. Tony rushed to the engine, his hands moving swiftly across the control interface. What was happening? The meaningless core of the engine was stable. It should be able to neutralize all intriguing phenomena. It was learning. Gao Shiqi's gaze shifted toward the endless sea of ether beyond the warehouse. The system of that ancient hell was a madman endowed with supreme learning capabilities. It realized that direct definitional assaults and memory contamination could be countered by our defenses. So it adopted a third approach. It ceased attempting to inject meaningful errors and began to infuse meaningless errors instead. Chapter 180, Soul Frequency Predator. Suddenly, One side of the brick wall in the warehouse collapsed inward like a biscuit soaked in water, softening without shattering, merely losing its solidity. The air became infused with a scent reminiscent of grass after rain. Yet there was neither grass nor rain here. It was the concept of smell, endowed with erroneous random links. It was disintegrating, undermining the very foundation of our back end. Tony comprehended the terrifying nature of the attack. It was targeting the most fundamental physical laws of this place. Our temple engine, due to the inherent dullness of these rules, was unable to recognize this assault as a threat. They found themselves ensnared in a paradox. The weapons they employed to defend against narrative were utterly powerless against the pure decay of this anti-narrative. This secure island is quietly disintegrating from within. Magnificent, truly splendid. The voice that belongs to the divine, imbued with a sense of delight, resonated unexpectedly within the warehouse. Clad in an impeccable tailcoat, he sat gracefully upon a lavish Baroque armchair that had appeared seemingly out of thin air, as if he were in a theater box, savoring an unfolding masterpiece. I must confess, your counterattack is far more inventive than I had anticipated. He smiled, raising his champagne glass towards the two. You did not seek to eliminate the antagonist. Rather, you endeavored to dismantle his corporation. You did not aim to save the world, but instead, you altered the very fabric of Pi. This is nothing short of a postmodern heroic epic. Silence. Tony's voice, tinged with rage, came out hoarse. Is this your doing? No, no, no. The divine figure shook his finger, an expression of innocence adorning his face. This is not my handiwork. This is your creation. You have fired a shot into the flesh of reality. While you believed it was merely a small puncture, you overlooked that in the cosmos, wherever there's a wound, something is inevitably drawn by the scent of blood. He rose and approached the melting wall, extending his hand as if to caress a work of art. Your assault has left behind something. A concept of consciousness, a rotting carcass composed of shattered logic, altered constants, and meaningless causality. In the universe, there exist scavengers that feast upon such decay. As his words faded, the ether sea beyond the warehouse, once a shimmering mist, suddenly turned pitch black. A vast void, indescribable by geometry, began to draw near. It possessed no substance, no energy. It was merely an ever-expanding absence. I refer to them as soul-frequency predators. The voice of the divine was infused with the cold poeticism of a creator. They possess no wisdom, no purpose, only an instinct to devour all incongruent concepts, disassembling them into the most primal, utter void. In your refuge, this backstage, composed of distorted reality and stolen power, in their eyes, the divine turned, revealing a cruel smile to the two, is nothing more than an unprecedented feast. The black void had approached the edge of the warehouse. The entire space began to tremble violently in silence. All concepts that constituted this backstage were being pulled and disintegrated by that ultimate void. The temple engine emitted a mournful wail, completely extinguishing. Tony and Scotty found themselves exposed before this cosmic scavenger. What now? The divine observed them with keen interest, like a director awaiting an actor's improvisation. Would they choose to be elegantly erased by this void, thus concluding the tale with a poignant, philosophically charged period? Yet he paused, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals before ultimately settling upon the vast web of narrative threads that had once more materialized before him. Should he choose to return to the stage, to re-enter those storylines brimming with logic, causality, and profound significance? After all, the voice of God, akin to the whispers of a devil, was laced with temptation. For these scavengers, who feasted only upon the carrion, a narrative teeming with vitality and vigor was the most loathsome and inedible fare. He presented a choice: either succumb to the entropy of consciousness in the wings, or return to the forefront and continue to play their roles. Tony Stark gazed at Koski. He observed the distinct blue-black of Koski's eyes, fixated intently on the web of narrative. He disregarded the robust threads representing the main quests. Instead, his focus rested on the very edge of the web, upon a nearly invisible thread, more delicate than a spider's silk, glowing faintly red as if it might extinguish at any moment. We must return, Koski spoke, but not to your script. He extended his hand, pointing towards the faintest of threads. We shall go there. Following his gesture, Tony beheld at the end of that thread a hazy image of New York as Queens, within an ordinary residence. A frail, Bespectacled youth with brown hair was hunched over a desk, troubled by a chemistry textbook. His name was Peter Parker, a mere passerby in God's script, with a significance so low it was nearly imperceptible, untouched by any extraordinary events. One intriguing choice, the voice of God intoned. Its tone inscrutable, whether imbued with admiration or mockery was unclear. To forsake all epic stages for the sake of selecting a footnote that barely qualified as a prologue. Do you seek to prove your free will to me by showcasing your distinctiveness? We are merely selecting a battlefield that you do not hold dear, Gao Shiqi maintained, his gaze unwavering from that fragile red line. Oh, but I care now. God's smile broadened, and with a snap of his fingers, the intricate web of narratives vanished in an instant. You have sparked within me an unprecedented curiosity for this young man named Peter Parker. Thank you for illuminating my next prospect. He did not hinder them. Rather, he communicated through his actions that from the moment Gao Shiqi made his choice, that previously safe, overlooked corner had already been illuminated. The dark frequency predators had devoured the foundations of the warehouse. The entire space emitted a mournful cry, overwhelmed by the fragments of consciousness, scattering like peeling wallpaper. Time was running out. Tony's voice echoed in Gao Shiqi's mind, calm yet urgent. Whatever his plans were, they must leave this place immediately. Gao Shiqi remained silent, concentrating all his willpower on that distant conceptual coordinate, Queens, Forest Hills, an ordinary bedroom. He extended his hand, as if to grasp a lifeline from the endless void. Definition shift. He was not merely teleporting. He was executing a savage, reckless conceptual cut of consciousness. He forcibly altered the definition of his existence from a back-end visitor being consumed by the void to a passerby already present in Queens. Chapter 181. The Ordinary Peter Parker. This was a violent leap, transcending both physics and logic. The cost was that they had to abandon all encumbrances. The Black Hole Warehouse, which bore Howard Stark's legacy, the newly forged Temple engine, along with all its equipment and materials, were willingly cast aside in that instant, serving as the final bait to lure predators. The warehouse behind them was silently engulfed by a black void. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi and Tony's consciousness was thrust into a whirlpool, akin to being tossed into a rapidly spinning washing machine filled with shards of glass. In the next moment, the world stabilized. Blinding sunlight baked the asphalt, emanating a unique essence of a summer afternoon, mingled with the scent of automobile exhaust and fresh grass. Laughter from children playing in the distance mingled with the discordant music from an ice cream truck. They stood on a tree-lined street, surrounded by typical American single-family homes, neatly trimmed lawns, and vintage cars parked along the roadside. The clamor of the world surged back into their perception in an astonishingly vivid and raw manner. Tony Stark stumbled slightly. The instant his armor made contact with this normal world, it automatically disarmed, reverting to an inconspicuous metallic briefcase. He was clad in an ordinary casual suit, resembling merely a lost businessman. Similarly, the consciousness fabric composed of blue-black light that enveloped Gao Shiqi vanished entirely. He wore the most common shirt and jeans, appearing as a typical Asian college student. His once striking blue-black eyes returned to their normal hue of black, though they retained a depth that felt almost otherworldly. Did we succeed? Tony gasped, his super intellect struggling to process the abrupt transition from conceptual void to the realities of the street. Temporarily, Gao Shiqi replied, his gaze landing on a street corner. A frail youth, burdened with a heavy backpack, hurried past, head down. Several tall peers on bicycles whizzed by, one of them deliberately colliding with him, eliciting a burst of laughter. The youth uttered no retort, merely adjusting his glasses and clutching his backpack a little tighter as he continued onward. Peter Parker, is this your grand design? Tony's voice resonated with incredulity and absurdity. We relinquished all our weapons and bases solely to witness a high school student being bullied. Our weapons are not of steel, but rather of information. High Sky's gaze followed Peter's receding figure. God is now watching him, anticipating our emergence as mentors, bestowing upon him the strength to embark on a new heroic saga. Our task, High Sky turned to face Tony, is to ensure that this does not come to pass. How shall we accomplish this? We must seize this narrative thread before God does. High Sky's plan had crystallized within his mind, a confluence of 4 souls. We aim to become an integral part of his existence, not as deities, nor as heroes, but as mere background noise. We shall become his neighbors. The clerk at his frequented convenience store, or the indistinct passerby waiting at the same intersection each morning for the traffic light to change. Through countless trivial, unremarkable daily occurrences, we shall dilute the narrative weight surrounding him until God perceives him as merely an ordinary, excruciatingly mundane boy, unworthy of further attention. Tony fell silent, grasping the madness inherent in this plan. They intended to combat the utmost drama with the utmost tedium. This necessitated a flawless disguise. Tony immediately shifted into engineer mode, considering identity, residence, and legitimate sources of funding. We are now two phantoms conjured from thin air. I cannot utilize our original resources, for that would expose our location. Yet, in this society governed by data and credit, lacking an identity is even more conspicuous than being a homeless wanderer. Identity, I have resolved, High Sky replied calmly. He produced 2 passports and 2 social security cards from his pocket, handing them to Tony. Tony accepted them, opening one. The photograph depicted High Sky. The name inscribed was Li Qi, a Chinese exchange student possessing a legitimate student visa. The other bore Tony's own visage, inscribed with the name Anthony Edwards, a brilliant engineer freshly graduated from MIT, boasting an impeccable resume. When did you manage this? Tony inquired, astonished. During my consciousness slicing, High Sky elucidated. I did not directly leap to this location. Rather, I traversed to the immigration database from a day prior, crafting for us 2 legitimate yet utterly inconspicuous pasts. Tony gazed at the identification in his hand, feeling a genuine chill in the presence of Gao Shiqi's godlike power. For this was not merely a manipulation of data, but an alteration of reality itself. And what about our accommodations and finances? Tony inquired. Gao Shiqi gestured towards the far end of the street, where a somewhat dilapidated 2-story building bore a for rent sign. As for the money, a near mischievous expression crossed Gao Shiqi's face. Within the folds of your passport lies a lottery ticket. The draw is tomorrow, with a grand prize of $5 million. Tony Stark, the once legendary billionaire capable of purchasing entire nations at whim, now stood on a nondescript street in Queens, clutching a $5 million lottery ticket and a counterfeit passport belonging to Anthony Edwards, pondering how to secure a 2-bedroom apartment. Their mission had shifted from saving the universe to ensuring that a young man named Peter Parker could lead an ordinary, blissful life of his own. They were to become specters of the narrative, living silently amidst the gears of machinery. The 2-story building with the for rent sign exuded a musty aroma, a blend of aged wood and lemon-scented cleaner. Tony Stark, or rather Anthony Edwards, traced his finger across the outdated Formica countertop in the kitchen, his expression a complex tapestry of distaste and self-mockery. The last time I encountered this material was in a photograph of Howard's college dormitory, he remarked to the empty kitchen. We have leapt from the abyss of consciousness into the aesthetic hell of the 70s. Gao Shiqi was inspecting the windows on the 2nd floor. He pushed open a creaky window and gazed across the street, where he could distinctly see the backyard of Peter Parker's home. A clothesline, a rusty barbecue grill, and a few wilted geraniums painted a scene as mundane as an overly reproduced oil painting. This vantage point is excellent, Gao Shiqi noted. We can observe his daily routines without arousing any suspicion. Observe? We are meant to be part of his life, not mere voyeurs, Tony retorted, ascending from downstairs with the lottery ticket in hand, as if it were something unsavory. I require a laboratory, without a 1,000,000-volt power supply and a particle collider. At the very least, I need a server capable of nanosecond-level simulations. How am I to conjure such resources from this paltry $5 million in a wretched garage in Queens? You will find a way, Gao Shiqi replied, devoid of comfort, merely stating facts. The other Stark within you is screaming, revealing 100 methods to construct a prototype using existing civilian technology and parts from junkyards. Tony fell into silence, because Gossage spoke the truth. His upgraded mind had seamlessly integrated the town's power grid, internet service providers, hardware store inventory, and even the schedule for garbage collection into a low-cost, high-efficiency construction plan. In the following days, they assimilated into the street with an uncanny efficiency. Lottery tickets were cashed, and money was deposited into newly opened bank accounts. Houses were rented, with utility bills bearing their fabricated names. Tony, the former billionaire, signed a rent check for the first time, his expression resembling that of one signing a surrender agreement. They lived as genuine neighbors, Tony utilized his prodigious intellect to optimize the antiquated electrical and plumbing systems to military standards while simultaneously hacking into the local network to establish an untraceable private server for them. Gao Shiqi, on the other hand, attended to the more human tasks. He trimmed the lawn and painted the somewhat peeling white fence shared with a neighbor. The Steve Rogers within him felt a long-lost satisfaction from his hands-on, simple life. Strange observed that each stroke of the brush added a layer of fragile camouflage. Named them mundane to their anomaly. They kept watch over Peter Parker, who departed for school each morning at 7:15 and returned home at 3:30 in the afternoon. He helped Aunt May take out the trash and repaired his old skateboard in the backyard. He was not the protagonist of the story, merely one of the countless ordinary boys in Queens. The spotlight of the divine seemed to have quietly shifted away due to this extreme banality until that Saturday afternoon. Gao Shiqi was applying a second coat of paint to the white fence. Tony sat in a rocking chair on the porch, remotely controlling robots at several abandoned metal recycling plants with a modified tablet, secretly sorting rare metals needed for the construction of the Sanctum engine. Peter Parker emerged from his home, a baseball and glove in hand. He appeared to be contemplating a trip to the park for practice, but hesitated, instead tossing the ball into the air repeatedly in his yard. Just as Peter stood closest to the fence, Gao Shiqi's brush halted midair. He observed that the freshly painted segment of the fence, its damp white paint, suddenly appeared to come alive, slowly retracting inward in a manner defying fluid dynamics. Instead of dripping, it coalesced into a perfect, pure white geometric sphere, suspended before the wooden panel, and then silently dissipated into the air. Following this, the wood itself transformed. The grain, once a natural and chaotic pattern of rings, began to reorganize into intricate, fractal-like designs. Tony, the voice of Gao Shiqi shattered the tranquility of the afternoon. Tony laid down his tablet and approached. He beheld the wooden plank undergoing a peculiar transformation. The miniature sensors of his armor sprang forth from his cuff, aligning themselves with the plank. There were no energy emissions, no spatial distortions. Tony furrowed his brow. It simply no longer adhered to the physical laws governing wood. It was forgetting its very essence. This was precisely the modus operandi of the ancient hellish system, an insidious decay that fundamentally dismantled reality. Yet the temple engine had been destroyed, and their backhand had vanished. Such an assault should no longer manifest. It was Peter. Gao Shiqi's gaze traversed the fence, landing upon the oblivious boy who continued tossing a ball. With every breath and heartbeat of Peter, the geometric patterns on the wooden plank grew increasingly intricate, as if the boy's very life served as the catalyst for this metamorphosis. There lies a fundamental error in our plan, Gao Shiqi spoke slowly. We presumed that by rendering ourselves mundane, we could diminish his narrative weight. Yet we overlooked a possibility. Tony, taking up his words, spoke with grave seriousness, that he himself is a narrative amplifier. He requires no extraordinary events. His existence magnifies even the slightest anomalies into an undeniable singularity. They are the anomalies. Peter is the amplifier. The closer they drew to him, attempting to cloak him in the ordinary, the more akin it became to a drop of ink falling into a high-speed centrifuge. The result was not dilution, but rather the scattering of that contamination everywhere. Their presence not only failed to protect Peter, it was transforming him into the epicenter of a reality awareness storm that even the divine could not foresee. At that moment, Peter seemed to sense their scrutiny. He paused his ball tossing and turned his head, looking quizzically at his two new neighbors. The instant his gaze met Gao Shiqi's, the wooden plank, now a complex geometric entity, completely lost its material form. It ascended in dimension, transforming into a four-dimensional hypercube composed purely of light, perpetually rotating in a manner incomprehensible within three-dimensional space. Then, silently, it vanished, leaving behind a perfect square void in the fence. Peter Parker blinked. He saw nothing. To him, that space had always been empty, as if the wooden plank had never existed. He offered a shy smile to the two men and then turned to re-enter his home. Meanwhile, Tony and Gao Shiqi stood as if nailed to the ground, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Reality was being rewritten in a manner more primitive and chaotic than even the divine could comprehend. We must depart. Tony's voice, dry and resolute, insisted immediately. The farther away from him, the better. Yet, leaving would not resolve the issue. Gao Shiqi's gaze, however, deepened with an unprecedented intensity. We had established a cognitive connection with him. No matter where we ventured, this invisible thread would persist. The ancient hellish system would, along this line, continue to use him as a fulcrum to corrupt this world. What shall we do then? The genuine sense of helplessness resonated in Tony's voice. We could neither approach him nor distance ourselves from him. We were ensnared in this predicament. Gao Shiqi fell silent for a moment. His mind, amalgamating four great souls, was reassessing all variables and extrapolating every conceivable future at a speed transcending light. Chapter 183. The consciousness armor-seater, Gao Shiqi, lifted his head, gazing at the modest abode belonging to the Parker family. Since we cannot protect him, Gao Shiqi declared, his voice imbued with a near-cruel determination, let's arm him. Tony was taken aback. Are you insane? He barked. Our entire plan was devised to distance him from all this. Now you intend to thrust him into the inferno? There are no alternatives. This is his destiny. Gao Shiqi turned to face Tony directly. God wishes to provide him with a heroic narrative. The ancient hellish system aims to transform him into a singularity. He can no longer lead an ordinary life. All endeavors to revert him to normalcy would merely accelerate his transformation. Therefore, we must present him with a third option. We must grant him a power, a force that belongs to neither script nor system, one that empowers him to combat those who endeavor to define his existence. Gao Shiqi's plan was both audacious and lucid. They could no longer remain passive defenders. They were to forge armor for Peter Parker, not of steel, but an armor capable of safeguarding his reality from corrosion, allowing him to define his own narrative, a consciousness armor, the brain of Tony Stark. That divinely upgraded processor capable of simultaneously processing quantum foam and the nutritional content of breakfast cereals, immediately conjured up 17 distinctly different design concepts upon hearing the term consciousness armor. No, he promptly dismissed the first 16. Any proactive defense based on energy or matter would be perceived by God as character equipment and thus incorporated into the script. It must be passive, intrinsic, even counterintuitive. He turned to Gao Shiqi. It cannot be a shield. It must serve as a filter, a reality spam filter that can be installed at the forefront of Peter Parker's cognitive system. When a universe sends him a message of great responsibility, he automatically marks it as a tedious advertisement and discards it into the trash bin. Hochschild precisely captures Tony's thoughts. Indeed, that is the case. Tony begins to stroll around the cramped living room, his thoughts racing far ahead of his footsteps. But how do we install this program? A craniotomy is not an option. Any physical intervention is too conspicuous and fraught with peril. We are deliberating on infiltrating a boy's mind, rewriting his worldview to serve our own purposes. The heavy voice of Steve Rogers echoes deep within Hochschild's consciousness. How is this different from Hydra's brainwashing? The distinction lies in the fact that Hydra seeks to control while we aim to liberate. Strange's ethereal voice, seemingly emanating from countless dimensions, immediately responds. We are not instilling beliefs within him. Rather, we are equipping him with a tool to reject beliefs. This is the sole path to preserving his identity. Enough of this debate, old popsicle. The sorcerer speaks wisely. Stark's own fragment of consciousness impatiently interrupts the moral discourse. We are administering a controlled, low-dose intellectual flu to inoculate him against a narrative plague that could prove fatal. Now, be silent and allow me to concentrate on the vehicle for the virus. Hochschild's expression remains unchanged. He is merely the arbiter and executor of this ultimate debate. He approaches the window, gazing at the room belonging to Peter on the second floor of the house across the street. The vehicle must be something he willingly accepts, devoid of any suspicion. Hochschild speaks, his voice synthesizing the outcome of the three souls' momentary contest, a specific frequency, a composite sound wave carrying filtered consciousness. Tony halts in his tracks. Subconscious audio implantation? A glitch, yet effective. We can disguise it as a song or ambient noise. The challenge lies in acquiring a device capable of generating such conscious sound waves, and ensuring Peter listens to it repeatedly and for extended periods, entirely unguarded. The plan crystallizes in an instant. Step 1. Construct the seed spreader. Step 2. Find the perfect moment for sowing. In the next 48 hours, this ordinary two-story building in Queens transforms into a clandestine workshop that transcends the boundaries of the physical and the conceptual. Tony splurges the $5 million lottery winnings with the abandon of a true billionaire. He orders a plethora of seemingly unrelated electronic components online, high-fidelity sound units, medical ultrasound probes, military-grade signal processors, and even a few synthesizers designed for crafting electronic psychedelic music. These items are cleverly disguised as ordinary delivery packages, continually arriving at their doorstep. In the garage, Tony feels like a child locked in a candy store. He dismantled the components, reassembled them, and with copper wire salvage from a scrapyard, meticulously fashioned coils imbued with tangible significance. Lacking Jarvis, he relied on his own prodigious intellect and the three ethereal advisors residing within the mind of Gao Shiqi, who intermittently offered interdisciplinary insights. Gao Shiqi, in turn, was tasked with providing the necessary ammunition. He sat in the corner of the garage, eyes closed, resembling a statue in deep meditation. He extended his will into the invisible sea of ether, composed of consciousness. Rather than grappling with grand and perilous narrative arcs, he patiently fished for the minutiae of the most mundane thoughts, akin to a fisherman casting his net into an endless ocean. He harvested the tedium of a dull wait on a Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock. He captured the agitation following a miscalculation. He reeled in the blandness of a cup of lukewarm water. He netted the predictable conclusion of a subpar film. Carefully, he extricated these unembellished thoughts and, like fueling an engine, gradually infused them into the peculiar machine Tony was constructing. The final product resembled a steampunk masterpiece, crafted from brass, glass, and exposed circuit boards. It bore no name, possessing only a singular purpose: to transmute the extreme tedium captured by Gao Shiqi into a unique composite sound wave inaudible to the human ear. The cedar was complete. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, his face reflecting the unique exhaustion and satisfaction of a creator. Now, only the second step remained. They needed an opportunity, one that would allow Peter to don headphones in his room and willingly loop the audio file. The opportunity presented itself on the night of the third day. Gao Shiqi, monitoring online, observed Peter engaged in a heated debate on a scientific forum regarding the technicalities of spider silk protein resilience. His opponent, evidently a highly skilled anonymous professional, cornered him with a series of irrefutable equations and experimental data. Peter's face was etched with frustration and defeat. Now was the moment. Gao Shiqi spoke. Tony sat before the computer, fingers flying across the keys. He refrained from directly attacking the anonymous expert, as that would have been too overt. Instead, he joined the discussion with a scholarly approach, presenting a seemingly heretical theoretical model. This model elegantly clarified all of Peter's previous confusions and illuminated a clear path to victory. Simultaneously, he uploaded an audio file, a simulation of the molecular resonance frequencies of spider silk protein under specific tension, based on the new model. He wrote that by donning headphones, one could discern that pivotal moment, rendering 1,000 equations utterly inconsequential. It was an irresistible allure for a young man like Peter, whose fervor for science was boundless. It was akin to a sacred tome of martial arts. In the adjacent room, Peter Parker, indeed, took the bait. Without hesitation, he downloaded the file, donned his headphones, and clicked play. In that instant, both Gus and Tony held their breath. From a physical standpoint, the audio merely constituted a monotonous hum, characterized by minute fluctuations in frequency and amplitude. Yet, on a conscious level, a silent and monumental seeding commenced. Those representations of tedium, banality, irritability, and predictability of thought quietly infiltrated the depths of Peter Parker's subconscious through the sound waves. They did not assault his intellect, nor did they alter his memories. They simply resided there, constructing a small but sturdy filter. A look of epiphany blossomed on Peter's face. He rapidly typed on the keyboard, wielding the weapon Tony had bestowed upon him, silencing the anonymous professional in a flawless rebuttal. He triumphed in this digital debate, his visage radiant with the joy of victory. He remained blissfully unaware that, in his conquest, he had also relinquished something. He set the enchanting audio to repeat, intending to delve into it throughout the night. Meanwhile, in the garage across the street, Tony powered down the computer and exhaled deeply, signaling the completion of the first phase. Gus, however, continued to gaze out the window, as if his sight pierced through the walls to the excited youth engrossed in learning. No, he slowly articulated, this is merely the true beginning. For he perceived that as the filter solidified within Peter's subconscious, more subtle and profound transformations were unfolding. On the bookshelf in Peter's room, a tome concerning the application of radioactive isotopes in biological genetic mutations began to yellow at the edges, imperceptibly aging. It was losing its narrative potential. The filter was functioning. Yet, it was not solely filtering out the dramatic from the outside world. It was also sifting away the myriad paths leading to greatness in Peter Parker's own life. They had succeeded. They had, with their own hands, transformed a future hero into one destined for a life of mundane tranquility and mediocrity. Tony observed the icy calm upon Gus's face and was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable chill. Were they truly saving him, or were they orchestrating the gentlest of murders? This chill festered within Tony over the ensuing week, evolving into a peculiar amalgamation of technical satisfaction and moral unease. The plan was unfolding with near perfection. They observed the life of Peter Parker as if watching a documentary crafted by the finest director, depicting the mundane. Peter's academic performance soared, unencumbered by the distractions of fanciful and impractical daydreams. He could unravel the most intricate equations with astonishing speed, yet exhibited an almost indifferent demeanor towards utilizing this knowledge to effect change in the world. His greatest joy appeared to stem from repairing Aunt May's faulty toaster or discovering a neglected old book on 1970s automotive engine repairs in the community library. The sincerity and ease of his smile surpassed any he had previously worn. He was no longer disheartened by bullying nor anxious due to financial hardships. The anguish and yearning capable of birthing a hero were gently soothed by an audio file aptly named Resonance. Look, Tony pointed to a segment of surveillance footage on the tablet, where Peter patiently instructed a neighbor's child on constructing a complex Lego model. He was genuinely happy. We have succeeded. His tone suggested a self-conviction. Hoggish did not watch the video. He simply stood by the window, gazing at the house across the street. He sensed the dwindling possibilities surrounding that dwelling, akin to a meticulously pruned bonsai, with all branches directed toward a singular, safe, predictable trajectory. We have stripped him of his choices, Steve's voice echoed in Hoggish's mind. The obstinacy belonging to the seasoned warrior remained unshaken. A happiness devoid of pain and struggle was merely a more comfortable cage, while a greatness filled with suffering and strife was, in essence, a more splendid prison. Strange perspective always resided in a higher dimension. We merely exchanged one form of entropy for another. The question remains, which is more beneficial for the child? This debate bore no resolution, until Friday afternoon, when the first mistake occurred. It transpired in the corridors of Midtown High. Lightning Thompson, as ever, obstructed Peter Parker's path. This was the most cliché and classic scene in the script. Provocation, shoving, followed by the hero's endurance or cowardly retreat. Hey, Parker! Lightning's voice dripped with familiar malice. He reached out, poised to snatch the book from Peter's grasp, as usual. However, his hand halted mere centimeters from the volume. Confusion marred his expression. He opened his mouth, seemingly intending to utter further insults. Yet what emerged was a string of nonsensical syllables, reminiscent of a babbling infant. Bolagoo? The eyes of everyone in the corridor turned towards him. The face of Lightning flushed to a hue reminiscent of liver. He felt akin to a jester. Yet he could not fathom the occurrence. The malice he had long harbored, upon nearing Peter Parker, was as if cast into a vacuum. Deprived of the oxygen necessary for combustion, the very consciousness of conflict faltered in Peter's vicinity. Peter Parker merely cast a curious glance in his direction before calmly bypassing him, as one would navigate around a malfunctioning vending machine. Observing the unfolding events on the monitor, Tony abruptly rose from his chair. "Did you see that?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with astonishment as the filter became overwhelmed. It was not merely sifting through Peter's inner motives. It radiated outward, actively eradicating the drama surrounding him. A moving narrative dead zone, Hoskich added, his expression gravely serious. Chapter 185. Consuming wallpaper, giving birth to chickens. What they had created was not an invisibility cloak, but rather a black hole, one that would voraciously devour all narratives of reality. At that moment, the modified tablet Tony had placed on the table flickered to life, its screen illuminating with no images, only a blinking cursor. Soon after, a line of text gradually emerged, letter by letter, on the display. "Well done." Tony's heart plummeted. "I must concede the twist in this play exceeds my expectations. You did not attempt to destroy the stage. but rather chose to incinerate the protagonist's script. You have crafted an utterly tedious sanctuary, yet you seem to have overlooked a fundamental principle of aesthetics. A blank sheet is meant for painting. God, Hoskich recognized that voice. You have successfully rendered all stories in this universe, predicated on causality and motive, unable to transpire around him. The super soldier serum will falter, gamma rays will be harmless, and magical artifacts will revert to mere stones. You have won the first round. Now it is my turn. Since those villains who require justification can no longer approach him, I shall find him a companion who needs no reason. As soon as the words fell, subtle changes began to unfold in the house across the street. Aunt May, in the kitchen, hummed an old tune while preparing dinner. Her movements suddenly paused. Turning around, with her customary benevolent smile, she approached the living room wall. She extended her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing against the floral-patterned wallpaper. Then, astonishingly, she commenced to consume it. Like savoring the most delectable cake, she tore off pieces of wallpaper, placing them into her mouth, chewing them meticulously. Her face still bore that gentle and kind smile. On Tony's tablet, the surveillance footage was obscured by a flurry of snowflakes. "Good night, children. Enjoy my new creation." The screen faded to black. Tony and Gauche stood frozen in place. The weapons they had wielded against the narrative of reality had just unlocked a portal to a more deranged realm of surreal horror for their adversary. They were no longer mere players, but two foolish apprentices who had inadvertently toppled an inkpot, transforming the entire chessboard into a chaotic mess. Now, the true artist was preparing to commence his wild creation upon this turmoil. Within 7 seconds of the blackout, Tony Stark's mind transitioned from shock to tactical analysis. 100 strategies flashed through his mind. High-frequency sound waves, neurotoxic gas, miniature tranquilizer drones, all dismissed within the next 2 seconds. Each was predicated on a premise long abandoned. The laws of cosmic physics remained intact. Yet, the current situation clearly defied such constraints. "We cannot touch her." Gauche's voice, as cold as tempered steel, sank into Tony's tumultuous thoughts. Any physical intervention would be perceived by the divine as a conflict, only adding a more glaring dramatic flair to this horror show. "So what shall we do? Stand here and watch her consume her own home?" Tony's voice lowered, a battle of anger and helplessness resonating within it. This is not a horror show. Strange consciousness rose in Gauche's mind like a calm wisp of smoke. Horror is born from the fear of the unknown and the premonition of death. Yet, this bore no logic, no motive, no consequence. It was merely a pure mistake, akin to a line of erroneously written code. Then rectify it. Stark's fragmented consciousness roared. Gauche's gaze pierced through the wall, locking on Aunt May's benevolent yet eerie smile. "We need not rectify it," Gauche said slowly, "for to correct this act would acknowledge it as a mistake, thereby granting victory to the divine. We must not engage in the same game." He turned, his once normal black pupils now seemingly ablaze with blue nebulae and black geometries. "We cannot be more terrifying than him," Gauche stated, "but we can be more absurd." Tony was taken aback. Gauche offered no further explanation. He closed his eyes, extending his will once more towards the foundational structure of reality. He did not seek to manipulate matter or alter physical constants, but aimed at something more elusive. He targeted the very chain of causality itself, tracing the logic that connected Aunt May's act of consuming wallpaper as the cause leading to an unknown effect. Definition rewrite. When Aunt May consumes wallpaper, the sole outcome of her actions is the spontaneous manifestation of a rubber chicken, emitting faint squawks, upon any horizontal surface within a 10-meter radius. Meanwhile, in the adjacent house, Aunt May delicately tears off a small piece of wallpaper adorned with a rose pattern and gracefully places it in her mouth. Nothing occurs. She tilts her head in confusion and tears off another piece, just as she begins to chew on the second morsel. A comical squawk resonates from the coffee table in the living room. A rubber chicken, with a vacant expression, appears out of thin air, swaying slightly before settling quietly. Aunt May halts her actions, curiously observing the chicken. Finding it amusing, she takes another bite of wallpaper. Squawk, squawk, squawk. 3 rubber chickens materialize atop the television, on the armrest of the sofa, and on Peter's backpack. Peter Parker emerges from his room, wide-eyed at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. His aunt is munching on wallpaper as if it were potato chips, with each bite conjuring yet another toy chicken in the living room. The initial chill of surreal horror dissipates with the first squawk, transforming into an absurd comedy bordering on madness. Peter neither screams nor panics. He simply stands there, his face reflecting the pure bewilderment of youth confronted with the inexplicable. His cognitive filters categorize the spectacle as an unexplainable yet temporarily harmless phenomenon. He even approaches the coffee table, picks up the rubber chicken, and gives a squeeze. Squawk. Success. Tony observes the unfolding chaos, murmuring to himself. He feels as though his worldview is being repeatedly trampled by the likes of Goblin and that god. No. Goblin opens his eyes, his complexion even paler than before. This is merely the beginning. No sooner has he spoken than a passing mail truck on the street suddenly melts into the asphalt without warning, transforming into a yellow liquid that wafts the aroma of toasted bread. Subsequently, every light bulb in the house begins to harmonize in a discordant rendition of an 18th century Polish sea shanty. God has seemingly accepted our new rules. Goblin's voice, tinged with exhaustion, reveals his abandonment of terror as he chooses to engage in an absurd game with us. He is converting the entirety of Queens into his amusement park. Chapter 186, Becoming a Player of No Rules. The narrative dead zone they have crafted is being inundated by a storm of illogical storytelling. Tony and Goblin resemble firefighters attempting to extinguish a small flame, only to inadvertently ignite an entire fireworks factory. We can no longer continue in this manner. Tony's voice gently resonated, and with each gap we sealed, he conjured an even more outrageous idea beside us. This was a battle of attrition, and we were wielding reality itself as our ammunition. They found themselves ensnared in a desperate predicament, unable to flee, unable to fight, and even their sole means of retaliation merely exacerbated the flames. Gao Shiqi gazed silently out the window, observing the steaming liquid that once was a postal vehicle, and the apple tree in the neighbor's yard suddenly adorned with blue bananas. Perhaps we misjudged the situation. He spoke slowly, asserting that our objective should not be to protect Peter, nor to arm him. His gaze fell upon the youth attempting to engage two rubber chickens in conversation. Our goal should be to teach him. Teach him what? Tony inquired. Teach him how to calculate parabolas in a world where even Newton's laws might strike at any moment? No. A glimmer of strange-like insight sparkled in Gao Shiqi's eyes. We must instruct him on how to become the most exceptional player in this absurd game. We must teach him how to strike the cosmic bell with a rubber chicken when the world hurls it at him. The plan underwent a fundamental transformation. They were no longer guardians nor arms dealers. They would become mentors, not imparting lessons in physics, combat, or responsibility. They aimed to teach an ordinary boy from Queens, New York, the ultimate course even deities find challenging, how to dance with the absurd and ultimately lead its rhythm. Tony Stark took 3 seconds to digest this new plan. He offered no dissent, for opposition had become futile. Their predicament had transcended the boundaries of any conventional strategy. Mentor? He repeated the term dryly. What shall we teach him? Theological improvisation? We must teach him to accept. Gao Shiqi's response was both simple and intricate, not passive acceptance, but an active, creative embrace. When the world no longer adheres to rules, the only recourse is to become a better player in a lawless game. In an instant, the essence of the plan crystallized. Though they could not communicate directly with Peter, they could manipulate the absurd materials cast by the divine, transforming meaningless disturbances into tools for learning and utilization. The following morning, the lesson commenced. Peter Parker, as usual, slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to the bus stop at the street corner. However, today there was no yellow school bus. Instead, it had transformed into a gigantic snail the size of a house, adorned with soft tentacles. Its shell bore the hasty spray-painted inscription of Route 17. A group of children, all of the same age, stood around in bewilderment. This was a new creation of the divine, a whimsical jest designed to disrupt the mundane and instigate chaos. Across the street, Tony sat at his makeshift workstation, his fingers dancing across a transparent data panel. I detest organic matter, he murmured, for codes are honest, while cells deceive. He made no attempt to obliterate the snail, nor did he seek to attack it. Instead, he infiltrated the town's biological information database, a largely forgotten system originally designed to monitor urban greenery for pests and diseases. With surgical precision, he identified the most fundamental physiological model of the snail and modified a parameter concerning its mucus secretion. At the bus stop, the gigantic snail began to slowly stir. What oozed from beneath it was no longer a viscous liquid, but a gel shimmering with iridescent hues and possessing an ultra-low coefficient of friction. As it traversed the asphalt, the surface instantly became 1,000 times smoother than the slickest ice. Peter and the other children had yet to grasp the situation. Suddenly, they slipped and careened down the rainbow-hued slide at speed surpassing that of the school bus, spiraling toward the school while screaming in delight. The snail continued its leisurely pace. Yet the path it crafted transformed into a surreal, highly efficient highway leading to the school. Peter was the first to come to a halt, for the end of the slide had been precisely calculated by Tony. It concluded before a patch of soft grass at the school entrance. Dazed, he climbed to his feet and looked back at his classmates, who were equally disoriented, his mind a blank slate. Had he arrived late? No, in fact, he was 10 minutes early. The absurd and incomprehensible obstacle had morphed into yet another absurd yet efficient solution. This was the first lesson. Absurdity can become a tool. The second lesson transpired in chemistry class. Today's experiment demanded precise titration, an endeavor requiring utmost patience and steadiness. However, as Peter reached for the dropper, the chemistry textbook on the table suddenly flipped open and began to sing a raucous rendition of Nessun Dorma from Turandot in a comically poor Italian. The classroom fell into silence, followed by uproarious laughter. Peter's face turned crimson. He could not complete any precise operation amidst the operatic disruption. This was yet another of the divine's ploys, utilizing an internal absurdity impervious to physical restraint to orchestrate failure and humiliation. Meanwhile, in a house in Queens, Gao Shiqi quietly closed his eyes. He did not silence the book that would sing. Instead, he extended his will into the very space of that classroom. Without altering the structure of matter, he merely fine-tuned the density of the air, the refractive index of sound, and the inherent resonant frequency of the glass vessel. He redefined the song of that book, transforming it from a mere disturbance into a highly efficient source of energy. In the classroom, the melody of the book continued to resonate. As it reached the famous high note, "I will prevail," a perfectly pure high-frequency sound wave materialized in the air. At the moment the high note peaked, the conical flask before Peter emitted a crisp, melodious chime, and then, from within, it seamlessly and uniformly disintegrated into hundreds of granules of perfect glass powder, each the size of a grain of sand. Chapter 187. The power of thought. The acidic and basic liquids within the flask, upon losing their container, briefly suspended in mid-air due to surface tension, precisely completing the neutralization reaction. A drop of indicator, suspended in the air, transformed into a delicate pink hue, signifying the completion of the reaction. Then, with a soft plop, it cascaded onto the lab bench. The chemistry teacher stood in astonishment, adjusting his glasses as he approached, dipping a finger into the puddle of liquid and placing it under a portable spectrometer. "The perfect neutralization point," he murmured, as if witnessing a miracle. "Parker, how did you?" Peter himself could not articulate it. He merely stared blankly at the heap of glass powder and the textbook that continued to sing. The absurdity that seemed poised to embarrass him once again brought him success in an even more ludicrous manner. This was lesson 2. Absurdity can be harnessed. On his way home from school, Peter Parker did not ponder his homework or formulas. Instead, his mind replayed the rainbow slide of the snail and that singing textbook. He began to realize that the world around him was operating on an incomprehensible logic. Yet, this logic did not always seem to harbor malice. Upon arriving at his front door, just as he was about to retrieve his keys, the door before him suddenly sprouted cartoonish eyes and a large mouth. "Password," the door intoned in a deep voice. Peter was taken aback. He glanced around. There were no neighbors, no passers-by. This was merely another absurd occurrence of the day. Strangely accustomed to it, he felt no panic and did not attempt to bash the door. He simply stood there, contemplating, remembering the slide and the song. He tentatively called out to the door, mimicking the sound of the rubber chickens from yesterday with a soft peep. The gigantic eye on the door blinked. Then, satisfied, it opened of its own accord. Behind the door, Aunt May stood smiling, holding a tray of freshly baked cookies, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, across the street, behind a second-floor window, Harry and Tony observed this scene unfold. Tony's face displayed an incredulous expression. He had learned. No. Hawkeye shook his head, his gaze deep and tranquil. He had not merely learned. He had begun to create. Peter Parker, an ordinary boy from Queens, had just articulated his own, albeit modest, yet immensely powerful joke to this absurd world brimming with malice. The lesson was concluded. The true game was just beginning. It took Tony Stark a full 10 seconds to separate the now ordinary wooden door from the absurd creature with eyes and a mouth that resided in his mind. Remarkable adaptability. A tremor of awe mixed with fear tinged Tony's voice, for he was not just adapting. He was improvising. We had given him a grammar book. Yet he commenced writing poetry. A perilous poem, Hawkeye added. The four souls within him fell into silence, for the situation before them exceeded the realm of any individual experience. Steve's tactics, Strange's magic, Stark's technology, even Hawkeye's own divine power, could not furnish a reliable manual for a universe that opened doors with the sound of a rubber chicken. God would delight in this. Tony slumped in the creaking armchair. He would not hurl anything anymore. He would wait to see what Peter could transform this world into. This was far more terrifying than any direct assault. The enemy was no longer the lofty god, but rather the naive and ignorant boy they had armed themselves. Each of his creative victories against absurdity could potentially unearth a deeper pit of madness for this world. The ensuing days validated Tony's premonition. Queens did not return to normalcy. It entered a stable state of abnormality. A logic of jokes began to supplant the laws of physics, becoming the underlying rule of this realm. Peter's alarm clock ceased to ring. Instead, it would jolt him awake each morning with a cold joke. The peanut butter he spread on bread would automatically transform its flavor according to the headlines of the day's newspaper. Spicy when tensions in the Middle East rose. Sweet when the stock market soared. Such occurrences no longer unnerved Peter. He learned to coexist with them, even began to exploit them. When Flash Thompson mockingly ridiculed him for not being able to afford new shoes once more in the cafeteria, Peter merely looked at him calmly and remarked, "You should really taste what your words are like." In the following moment, the biting words penny pincher, bookworm, and freak uttered by lightning manifested from the very air, transforming into crumpled paper balls imbued with the scent of ink, stuffed into his own mouth. Peter remained motionless, not even raising his voice. He merely adapted to the new rules of this world. Here, metaphors held the potential for realization. This marked the composition of his second poem. Yet, calamity was quietly brewing. The autumn dance at school was fast approaching, a quintessential stage of youth, rife with hormones, social anxiety, and inexpensive dresses. Peter Parker aspired to be the central figure. He yearned to invite the new transfer student, Gwen Stacy. Across the street, Tony observed through a data panel as Peter typed into a search engine. How to invite a girl to the dance without ruining everything. Oh no, Tony groaned. This was the onset of all tragedies. A young man, in pursuit of a girl, attempted to wield a power he scarcely understood. I am well acquainted with this script. Hawkeye's brow furrowed tightly. He sensed that a formidable narrative gravity was coalescing around the autumn dance. This was the stage favored by the divine, a perfect setting brimming with potential conflict, emotional entanglements, and dramatic twists. We must intervene, Tony declared, suggesting they confine him at home or simply cause the dance to be canceled due to a burst pipe. Any direct interference will be perceived by the divine as a challenge. Hawkeye countered, asserting that he would turn a burst pipe into a romantic spectacle of dancing in the water. We can no longer rely on old methods. Their final conclusion was to observe the unfolding events. They watched as Peter gathered his courage to approach Gwen. He bore no flowers, nor had he rehearsed any sweet nothings. From his pocket, he merely produced a common ballpoint pen. With a smile directed at Gwen, he pressed the cap of the pen. Chapter 188, The Poetic Unraveling. Click. The soft sound resonated just as the locker above them slid open quietly. In the next moment, hundreds of origami butterflies cascaded forth, their vibrant colors and delicate creases dancing in the air. As they fluttered past the two, they seemed to come alive, swirling and weaving into a flowing mist of color. Unbeknownst to them, a faint whiff of gardenia wafted through the air, as ethereal as a dream, perfectly enveloping the sudden tenderness of the moment. This was Peter's poetry. He did not alter reality. He simply adorned the otherwise mundane act of pressing the pen cap with a romantic and harmless echo. Gwen Stacy's eyes widened in uncontainable surprise. She smiled, the light in her gaze outshining the butterflies. "I would," she uttered, 3 words as light as feathers yet firmly landing in one's heart. Peter succeeded, in a manner both clever and graceful. Tony and Gossage exhaled in relief. Perhaps they had indeed underestimated Peter's ability to take charge. However, they had overlooked a cardinal rule of humor. After the setup, there must be a punchline. On the night of the ball, The gymnasium was adorned as if a pallet had been overturned. Colorful ribbons entwined the stands, and a colossal disco ball on the ceiling rotated slowly to the rhythm of the music, casting fragmented light upon the thrumming silhouettes. Peter and Gwen stood amidst the crowd, their fingertips brushing before retreating shyly, their cheeks flushed with bashfulness, yet their eyes sparkled with uncontainable mirth. Then, with the explosion of the first upbeat dance track, everything suddenly spiraled out of control. The rotating disco ball no longer cast mere patterns of light. Countless translucent phrases surged forth like a barrage, covering the walls and ceiling, each one a reflection of the most awkward, intimate thoughts swirling in the minds of the dancers, now laid bare for all to see. Is my bow tie crooked? Oh no, I stepped on her foot. Gwen's hair smells delightful. These were Peter's thoughts. That boy named Peter is somewhat charming, but his dance moves resemble a flailing duck. These were Gwen's musings. Instantly, the dance floor fell into a profound silence. Everyone was frozen in place, dumbfounded as they gazed upon the wall, where their private musings mingled with the embarrassing thoughts of others, like an onion being peeled, exposed under the scrutiny of many eyes. The prior romance shattered into dust, and the ball had transformed into an unforeseen public execution. It was that pen. Tony's voice abruptly detonated in Gossage's mind, filled with regret. Peter had merely set the cap's touch as the trigger, but had forgotten to impose a time limit on this romantic display. That conscious causal chain continued to run amok, treating the entire ball as a stage for a prolonged performance. The poetic tapestry that Peter had woven was spiraling into chaos. Then, the melody from the speakers was abruptly interrupted, replaced by a cacophony of heartbeats, those frantic pulses hastening with tension and embarrassment, twisted into an increasingly disordered and jarring symphony that rampaged through the gymnasium. In glasses filled with wine, the red liquid surged to life, forming distorted, grotesque faces that chattered maliciously about teachers, their shrill voices piercing the eardrums of the students. The once vibrant gymnasium was progressively morphing into a hellscape constructed from social anxiety. Peter Parker stood at the epicenter of the turmoil, his face ashen. He watched as the expression on Gwen's face shifted from surprise to terror, observing the chaos around him unravel due to his well-meaning enchantment. He was at a loss for what to do. We must intervene. Tony's voice was resolute. A firm declaration before God descended once more to transform this farce into a genuine catastrophe. Shiqi's gaze penetrated hundreds of meters, locking onto the spinning disco ball that was frantically divulging the thoughts of all present. He could not destroy it, nor could he bring the chaotic music to a halt. The only recourse lay in enveloping this turmoil with a more overwhelming sense of poetic grandeur. He closed his eyes, and the four souls within him ceased their bickering. Their essences converged like streams, merging into a vast sea. Steve's nostalgia bore the weight of time. Strange fate concealed the profundity of causality. Stark's rhythm pulsated with the heartbeat of creation, and Shiqi's own cold order wove the intricate tapestry of rules like a spider's web. Facing the chaos before him, he issued a new definition, an ultimate set of ballroom rules to encompass the entire auditorium. The jarring symphony of heartbeats abruptly ceased, morphing into a slow dance tune reminiscent of the 1940s, the melody flowing gently and melodiously. The awkward barrage of messages on the walls instantaneously dissipated, transforming into a golden halo of moonlight that softly washed over the ceiling and walls. On the dance floor, all panic figures, be they teachers, bullies, or nerds, were gently guided by an unseen force. They involuntarily paired off, their steps clumsy, yet imbued with a wondrous sense of synchronization. As they engaged in the most traditional and old-fashioned of ballroom dances, the acute chaos born from social anxiety did not vanish. It simply morphed into a collective dance of awkwardness that everyone was compelled to participate in. Peter and Gwen were also under this influence, standing face to face, adhering to the standard dance posture, moving slowly in time with the music. They could not speak, only seeing in each other's eyes the same profound confusion and bewilderment that mirrored their own. What began as a surreal disaster ultimately transformed into a silent, fateful group dance. Shiqi, with impeccable tedium, severed the thread of this uncontrolled amusement. As the final notes of the dance faded away, the golden halo receded like the tide. All students seemed to awaken from a long dream, vaguely recalling having danced the night away to peculiar slow tunes, with no memory of the earlier dreadful thought leakage. This dance, in the end, concluded in a strangely serene manner, fading quietly into oblivion. Peter Parker walked home alone, the night stretching his shadow long. His fingertips still seemed to resonate with a tremor, having brushed against the boundary of that magical force, catching a fleeting glimpse of the unfathomable darkness beyond, silently roiling. In a house in Queens, Tony stared at a pitch-black screen, silence spreading like ink throughout the room. We can no longer teach him. He learns too swiftly. He finally spoke, his voice raspy as if veiled in sandpaper. We were not teaching him to swim. We were instructing a shark on how to hunt more efficiently. Gao Shiqi remained silent, gazing out the window, watching the solitary figure of the youth shrink into ultimately vanishing into the shadows at the street corner. He understood that Tony was right. Their lessons enabled Peter to perform beyond his limits, even causing the world to spiral into greater madness. They too had to comprehend the rules of this world, which Peter had meticulously altered, operating under the absurd logic of a joke. They needed to compile the first volume of the Queen's Anomalies Manual before Peter Parker, or that more terrifying deity, penned the next poem capable of annihilating everything. Chapter 189. A new variable for Daredevil. The non-existent Queen's Anomalies Manual had its first page constructed from a deconstructed microwave, 3 vintage mobile phones, and a sound chip salvaged from a children's toy, assembled in a peculiar and hasty manner. Tony Stark had named this bizarre amalgamation the Causality Resonator. It neither emitted signals nor received information. Its sole function was to listen, to perceive how the increasingly fragile, invisible string between cause and effect in this area was being subtly plucked. Data arrived. Tony pointed to the aging oscilloscope screen. It displayed an erratic waveform, a series of chaotic blinking lights resembling the final struggles of a heartbeat before cessation. Each time Peter conceived a creative thought, entropy in this space would plummet. Reality transformed into a blank canvas awaiting his touch. Gao Shiqi stood behind him like a silent shadow. Within him, Strange was using his dimension-perceiving eyes to discern the essence of the phenomenon. Peter was unconsciously dragging the surrounding reality into the chaotic sea of quantum superposition, where all possibilities floated undefined. Even the slightest of his thoughts could become the observing hand, causing chaos to suddenly collapse, condensing countless possibilities into a singular reality. And when he refrained from actively creating, Tony's voice grew somber. The will of God, or rather, the inertia of the world itself, would intrude to fill this vacuum with discarded, meaningless thoughts. Thus, Rule 1 emerged. Peter is the artist wielding the brush. When he sets it down, the canvas inevitably becomes stained with mold. How can we liberate him from this state? Gao Shiqi inquired. We need controlled experiments to test, Tony replied. We must identify a variable that is simple enough, tedious enough, so as not to disturb God, yet capable of reliably triggering the collapse. He retrieved an old toaster from the kitchen and placed it at the center of the workbench. Tony made no modifications. He simply affixed the probe of the resonator carefully to the metallic casing. It was akin to defusing a bomb. Now we require cause. Gao Shiqi extended a finger towards the toaster, injecting a most trivial yet pure consciousness. Definition: this toaster harbored an earnest desire to produce a perfectly golden slice of toast. He bestowed upon the machine a yearning. In the next moment, the heating wires within the toaster ignited instantaneously. The dot on the oscilloscope blinked wildly. With a ping, a slice of toast ejected from slot. It was indeed a flawless golden hue. Yet, emblazoned in charred detail at the center of the bread was the unmistakable profile of Abraham Lincoln. Intriguing. There appeared to be additional rules at play. Tony grasped the slice of toast, inspecting it with the scrutiny of one studying a prehistoric fossil. It satisfied the desire, albeit in a manner utterly illogical, adding superfluous detail. It was evidently a dry jest. He paused, tapping the edge of the toast lightly with his fingertip. Rule 2. Any intense and singular intention would be distorted by this system with an utterly unrelated burden. Just as they were poised to conduct their next experiment, Gao Shiqi suddenly lifted his head. Someone was approaching. Tony immediately turned to the monitor, the screen displaying normalcy. The street lay empty. It was not through sight that he perceived it. Gao Shiqi's gaze shifted several blocks away. An anomaly was encroaching upon their domain. A punctuation mark unfit for this jest. Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, felt his world dissolving. He had ventured to Queens to trace a lead concerning a missing accountant linked to Kingpin, only to find that the trail had abruptly gone cold near this tranquil, tree-lined street. Yet, upon stepping onto this road, his heightened senses had become a form of torment. The clear heartbeat was absent, along with the ambient noise of deceit and the city's throbbing pulse. Instead, he heard colors vocalizing. An apple tree by the roadside emitted a deep, resonant hum of blue, causing the air to tremble ever so slightly. The wallpaper of a house continued to produce a sound akin to tearing paper. Within that noise was an almost ravenous wail, thin yet persistent. The scents he perceived were no longer those of familiar automobile exhaust and the fragrance of grass. He caught the aroma of dialogue. Gossip from two women 2 blocks away wafted towards him, reminiscent of burning plastic, irritating his throat. His entire sensory world, once a reliable compass for discerning truth and anchoring reality, had devolved into a thick, chaotic broth of nonsensical babble, murky, viscous, and devoid of meaning. Only one place serves as the epicenter of this sensory tempest, the source of all disarray, an unremarkable 2-story building adorned with a for rent sign. He could hear 2 heartbeats within. One raced with an astonishing velocity, akin to a supercomputer operating at peak capacity. With each pulse, it exuded the cold essence of logic, design, and steel. The other heartbeat eluded his ears. It was not silence, but rather a void, an abyss seemingly capable of devouring all sound, all heartbeats, and all existence. Even the air at its periphery trembled slightly. He donned a crimson hood and, from the rooftop, silently descended into the backyard of that house. Pushing open an unlocked window, he slipped inside. What he beheld was a man, engrossed in the contemplation of a slice of toast emblazoned with Lincoln-esque visage. Nearby, another Asian youth stood quietly, as if already aware of his arrival. "You come to the wrong place," the Asian youth spoke. His voice was calm, yet in Matt's world, it resonated like a boulder cast into a chaotic sea, instantly quelling all surrounding sensory noise. "Who are you?" Matt adopted a defensive stance. "What's happening here?" A friendly suggestion. Lawyer, Tony Stark turned, recognizing this Hell's Kitchen officer. "Now turn around and forget everything you've seen and heard. Some cases lie beyond your jurisdiction." "My jurisdiction is to protect the innocent in this city," Matt replied, his voice cold and resolute. "And you're distorting the reality of this place. I can feel it. You're not human." No sooner had he spoken than the floor beneath him suddenly rippled like jelly, causing him to stagger. As the man with the computer-like heartbeat unconsciously unleashed his power in a moment of emotional turmoil. "See, therein lies the crux." Gao Shiqi stepped forward slowly, his voice as tranquil as a thin layer of ice. "In this place, confrontation itself is the prelude to absurdity. The more serious you become, the more this world twists everything into the grotesque." He extended his hand towards Matt, palm open like the still surface of a lake. "Do you wish to know the truth?" Matt remained silent, but did not retreat. His tense shoulders resembled a taut bowstring, casting an unyielding shadow in this bizarre softness. Gao Shiqi did not reveal the vastness of the universe nor the majesty of divinity. He merely presented the raw absurdity he had gleaned from the toaster, laying it bare before Matt. Chapter 190. A universe governed by the rules of absurdity. In that instant, Matt's world collapsed. He perceived not with his eyes, but through the heightened awareness of senses long dulled, sharper than any sight. He observed how a pen could flutter, summoning a myriad of butterflies, yet how it could also spiral out of control, transforming thoughts into wandering barges. He beheld how a door trembled at the sound of a rooster's crow, opening in response. Illogical, yet entirely natural. He witnessed the youth skillfully plucking a metaphor, causing venomous words to suddenly curl up, morphing into crumpled paper balls that could be pinched and swallowed. Those subverted causations and distorted rules surged over the banks of his perception like a tidal wave, shattering all inherent understanding into fragments. He glimpsed the underlying code of this world, replaced by a series of illogical, chaotic jokes. And the two individuals before him were the orchestrators and sole interpreters of it all. Matt staggered backward until his back collided with a wall, which emitted a sound akin to a cat purring upon contact. "Now you understand." Gao Shiqi retracted his hand. "You cannot resist it, nor can you amend it. The more you struggle, the more amusing the jest becomes. The only course of action is to learn its logic, and then craft a joke more astute than it." Matt Murdock, a man who traverses the shadows, measuring existence by extreme sensations and unwavering morals, found himself utterly lost in a world where even truth had lost its significance. He opened his mouth, his throat feeling as if clogged with crumpled paper, rendering 1,000 words into nothingness. "You cannot leave." Tony approached him, offering a slice of freshly toasted bread, the crisp surface emblazoned with the visage of Franklin D. Roosevelt. "Your senses have been saturated by the frequencies of this place. Now, stepping outside, the normal world will transform into an unbearable cacophony of white noise for you." Matt gazed at the toast, and then at the two inscrutable figures before him. He knew they spoke the truth. He was ensnared in this world of jokes. Thus, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper, yet imbued with the tenacity characteristic of a lawyer. "Have you discerned the operating principles of this world?" Tony and Gao Shiqi exchanged a glance. Their research had, at this moment, found its first and most unexpected reader. The two men divulged the ongoing compilation of the guide to anomalies in Queens in its entirety. Matt Murdock, the dark knight of Hell's Kitchen, now resembled a novice just beginning to unravel the intricacies of legal statutes, seated on a creaking kitchen chair, laboriously dissecting a code penned by lunatics. The toast in his hand had long lost its warmth, yet Roosevelt's imprinted visage starkly signified reality, more piercing than any courtroom evidence. Thus, Rule 3. Matt's voice remained hoarse, yet he strained to frame the madness before him with a lawyer's logic. Any attempt to confront the absurd with seriousness would only cause the absurdity to proliferate exponentially. Like a prosecutor chastising a witness for contempt in a courtroom, Tony was deftly adjusting the causal resonator, striving to discern the nuances of various comedic styles. We had just unearthed Rule 4. This world willingly offers narrative convenience, albeit in the most absurd of manners. To validate this before Matt, Tony had whimsically wished into the air for a long-obsolete Phillips 88 vacuum tube, produced in the 1960s for a Howard Stark patent. 3 minutes later, a pigeon collided with the kitchen window and fainted. As it tumbled, a small object wrapped in oiled paper slipped from its foot. Unwrapping the paper revealed the flawless 88 vacuum tube, accompanied by an advertisement for a long-defunct candy store. We cannot rely solely on passive observation. Emerging from the garage with a datapad in hand, Tony asserted the necessity of solidifying these rules into a database, a model, lest we eternally chase the elusive punchline. He placed the datapad on the table, the screen displaying a succinct interface titled Queen's Rule of Operation Draft. He rapidly typed in the 4 recently summarized rules. The moment he pressed save, something shifted. Matt Murdock abruptly lifted his head, his face obscured by a mask, manifesting an expression of profound discomfort. "The house," he murmured, "it is responding. It was learning our rules." No sooner had he spoken than a light in the ceiling began to flicker rhythmically, not randomly, but in Morse code. Tony's armor sensors instantly deciphered it. Need more power? Shortly thereafter, from a long dilapidated pipe in the corner, instead of water, glistening droplets of liquid metal fell to the floor, swiftly solidifying into perfect ball bearings. Tony recognized them at once as the non-standard sizes he had envisioned for a new device the previous night. It was attempting to please us. A chill lacemat's voice. It is executing Rule 4, narrative convenience. But it has become proactive. This is unsettling. Tony furrowed his brow, advancing to pick up one of the ball bearings. The effortless satisfaction it promised pierced him like a fine thorn. As an engineer devoted to creation and invention, he was gripped by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. It was erasing the process. Clutching the bearing between his fingers, his knuckles paling, he felt it robbing them of the joy in problem-solving, offering only ready-made, foolish answers. Hasek stood silently by, an observer to the unfolding scene. His dark eyes gazed at the shimmering data panel, reminiscent of Pandora's enigmatic box. We edged closer. At last, he spoke, his voice calm, not merely drafting instructions but rather establishing laws. He extended his hand, his fingertip directed at the data panel. With each rule we define and document, we are effectively issuing an irrevocable decree to this world. We have transformed the originally fluid randomness of possibilities into a rigid necessity that must be adhered to. God did not intervene. In fact, he may have been secretly orchestrating events. Gao Shiqi's gaze swept over Tony and Matt, his tone laced with coldness. For he understood that as long as we constructed a coherent set of rules, no matter how absurd, it would ultimately constitute a system of rules. And any rule-bound system is, in essence, a universe that can be comprehended, predicted, and ultimately controlled. Chapter 191. The Architect's Challenge. They believed they were charting a map, unaware that they were intricately building a more sophisticated cage. At that moment, the neglected causality resonator suddenly erupted with a sharp, piercing buzz. The chaotic flickers on the oscilloscope began to coalesce into a stable pattern, forming a spiraling vortex that contracted inward, akin to a tightly wound spring. Each loop enveloped in ominous tension. Something new had entered. Tony dashed to the resonator, a powerful, pure will, not of this farcical system. It was not jesting. It was posing a question. That query seemed to penetrate the barriers of logic, gradually seeping along the spiral's contours, threatening to carve a fissure in this reality precariously upheld by rules. In an old bookstore in Queens, Peter Parker strolled between the shelves. He was not in search of a specific book, but rather immersed in the rare tranquility, an everyday serenity coexisting with the new rules of the world. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his path. The man was impeccably dressed, his sharp gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses, hair meticulously combed. He radiated an order that stood in stark contrast to the absurdity pervasive in Queens. "Peter Parker?" he inquired with a smile, his voice gentle yet underscored by authority. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Peter felt a flicker of confusion. "Someone very interested in your talents." The man adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. "I have observed you for quite some time. You possess the ability to reshape reality, yet you squander it on folding paper butterflies or altering the taste of sandwiches. Such waste is truly astonishing." Peter cautiously stepped back. Strangely, the world around him remained undisturbed, showing no signs of absurdity in response to this stranger's intrusion. The air did not transform into a viscous syrup, nor did the books upon the shelves suddenly break into discordant song. The man will stood as a formidable dam, resolutely holding back all attempts at humor that sought to surge forth. "I am Norman Osborn." He extended his hand, his palm steady. "Mr. Parker, I'm not here to offer you a job. I'm here to provide you with a purpose." The glimmer in his eyes was cold and rational, more chilling than any madness. "This world is ailing," he declared, "filled with randomness, chaos, and meaningless suffering. Yet you possess the ability to heal it. Imagine a world devoid of accidents, free from delays, where all resources are perfectly allocated, a realm where the circumference is simply the integer 3, and everyone accepts this reality with equanimity. A paradise of perfect rationality. You merely require the right guidance." His voice was as steady as a precision instrument, one capable of sculpting your raw and chaotic power into the ultimate framework of order. "It is Osborn." Tony gazed intently at the flawless spiral of the resonator, his expression as grave as iron. Ultimately, Dr. Otto's investigation had led him here. Yet he was far shrewder than Otto. He did not come to seek us out, but instead focused directly on the eye of the storm. He was implanting an idea into Peter's mind. Strange's gaze seemed to penetrate layers of time and space, reaching that old bookstore, an absolute order, in stark opposition to absurdity. Matt Murdock heard every word Norman Osborn uttered, each like a precisely tempered nail, attempting to wedge itself into Peter's flowing, imaginative sea of subconsciousness. "We must stop him," Tony stated gravely. "Once Osborn gains control of Peter, he will transform the entire world into a vast, efficient, yet soulless spreadsheet." But how could they intervene? Any direct physical action would be utterly shielded by Osborn's formidable will. Any absurd attack, in the face of this absolute rationality, would merely be a poor joke, incapable of causing even a ripple. They found themselves in an impasse. "No," Strange suddenly interjected, a spark of strange wisdom flashing in his eyes. "We cannot stop him. Instead, we must assist him." Tony and Matt paused in surprise. Osborn aimed to give Peter a purpose, a script. Strange spoke rapidly. "Then let us provide him with an alternative. A narrative far more alluring, grander, and capable of igniting the fantasies of a young hero than absolute order." He turned to the data board displaying the rules they had just inscribed. "Tony, clear the database. Matt, prepare your senses. They will be our only navigation." Strange closed his eyes. He did not seek to redefine or rewrite reality, but rather embarked on a far more perilous endeavor. He delved into the depths of the story, into the unseen realm where no one could venture. He began to modify the setting. Gao Shiqi's corporeal form remains ensconced within the dilapidated edifice of Queens. still bearing the visage of that Asian youth. Yet, his will has transcended to a realm far deeper than mere reality, a repository of infinite expanse composed solely of pure constructs. In this ethereal archive, time and space are but illusions, replaced by rows of frigid text that delineate the cosmos and all within it. Character: Peter Parker. Attributes: human youth. Narrative singularity: passive. Location: Queens. Status: logical contamination, absurdity type, entity, Norman Osborn. Concepts: order, rationality, ambition. Gao Shiqi's will manifests as an intangible chisel, forged from the essence of four souls. He has not altered the established texts. Rather, beneath these entries, he has embedded a novel, overarching meta-setting with the utmost authority. Definition: henceforth, the narrative type of the current reality scene, location, Queens, involved characters, Peter Parker, Norman Osborn, shall be redefined as the hero's journey, prologue. Trigger conditions: absence of the mentor, arrival of the tempter. Core rules: all dialogues are automatically parsed as mission briefings. All conceptual conflicts are transformed into quantifiable challenge levels. All characters are endowed with temporary game identities that align with their behavioral logics. Current task generation: the Architect's Challenge. Within the confines of the antiquarian bookstore, Norman Osborn's grand discourse on perfect order has just concluded. He awaits Peter's response, eager for this young and potent mind to be entirely ensnared by his rational blueprint. However, the expression on Peter Parker's face is not one of the awe or trepidation he anticipated. Instead, it mirrors the exhilaration and curiosity of a player who has just received a high-difficulty hidden quest. Thus, Peter speaks, his voice imbued with crystalline logic. What you mean, Architect? Is that you're issuing me a challenge? A challenge to reshape the world? Chapter 192. Queen's Reality Stabilization Patch. Norman Osborn is momentarily taken aback. Architect? He instinctively repeats, an inexplicable sensation of dissonance enveloping the air around him. His sense of absolute order has not dissipated. Rather, it seems to have been recoded, transformed from a rigorous philosophical principle into something akin to a title belonging to the ultimate antagonist in a game. Indeed, Peter affirms, his tone imbued with undeniable certainty. Your perfect order sounds akin to a formidable global achievement. And, as the proponent of this achievement, you must naturally be the architect. No? Within Peter's line of sight, a translucent entry, outlined in soft golden light, gradually materializes above Norman Osborn's head. Challenge issuer: Architect Norman Osborn. Challenge level: accept challenge? Though Norman Osborn cannot perceive the entry, he distinctly senses a profound sense of misalignment. His meticulously woven temptations, rich with philosophical musings capable of appending the worldview of youth, were dismantled and reassembled by the other party in a manner entirely beyond his comprehension. Akin to a dimensional assault, transforming into a trivial game concerning achievement and challenge. I'm not playing games with you, child, came Norman's voice, tinged with an aura of offended chill. Yet the proposition you presented was undeniably a well-defined objective, with a clear path to realization, promising substantial rewards upon completion. Peter's logic, in a fleeting moment he himself failed to recognize, became impeccable. Regardless of the definition, this was undeniably a task, and I was the sole player capable of undertaking it. Norman Osborn fell into silence, his genius mind, adept at manipulating Wall Street with ease, confronted for the first time an opponent who could not be deciphered through logic. The more he attempted to correct Peter in a serious adult manner, the more he felt like a player striving to maintain his gravitas. He forcefully suppressed the absurdity of the situation, a flicker of ruthless resolve flashing in his eyes. Interesting, he slowly intoned, unexpectedly accepting this absurd premise. So, Mr. Player, are you willing to accept my challenge? Peter smiled. He neither affirmed nor denied. Instead, he merely snapped his fingers gently at the tilted butterfly classification guide in the corner of the bookstore. The book silently righted itself, sliding back into its rightful place on the shelf. That is my answer, Peter declared. He turned, shouldering his backpack, and exited the bookstore. Neither acceptance nor rejection marked his departure. He simply demonstrated to the architect his ability to navigate the chaos of this world. He transformed this game of global fate into an open-world sandbox, dictated by his own timing and unfolding. Norman Osborn stood rooted, watching the boy's retreating figure. a complex smile creeping onto his face, mingled with irritation and an unprecedented intrigue. He lost the first round, yet he suddenly felt that this game might be far more engaging than his initial reconstruction envisioned. In Queens, Tony Stark slumped in his chair, wide-eyed and gaping at the spiral curve on the causality resonator screen, which was steadily and smoothly unfurling, ultimately reverting to a chaotic dance of flickering lights. He had not penned a new narrative. Tony's voice, reminiscent of someone who had just completed an extreme marathon, was hoarse and breathless. He had installed a new operating system into reality, a hero's game. Matt Murdock removed his mask, an indescribable awe churning in the depths of his blind eyes. "I can feel that lie," he rasped. It was grand, perfect, with clear rules and distinct objectives. It felt safer, more meaningful than the chaotic reality outside. A carefully crafted lie, imbued with purpose, is always more readily embraced by the human heart than a meaningless, random truth. Gao Shiqi gradually opened his eyes, his complexion more pallid than ever before. Within the depths of his obsidian pupils, it appeared as though countless lines of code were rapidly scrolling, flickering erratically. We could no longer passively record the rules. His voice was calm and devoid of any tremor, as if he had become an integral part of this new system. Norman Osborn would exploit the game's regulations, crafting increasingly intricate tasks to entice Peter, while God would act like a malevolent force, incessantly introducing new and insidious random events into this game. He approached the now-empty databoard and reconnected the resonator. Our new objective was not to thwart them. Gao Shiqi's fingers danced swiftly across the databoard, and a brand new interface materialized in response. The title was no longer Operational Rules, but rather a term of greater functionality. Queen's Reality Stability Patch 10 Update Log. From this moment forth, his voice resembled that of an administrator announcing a system update. We were no longer readers nor authors. We were the maintenance team of this wretched, flawed world. Their maintenance team swiftly entered a bizarre yet efficient operational state. Tony Stark, once a futurist, had now transformed into a theological programmer. He no longer designed flying armor, but instead crafted patches for reality. His workbench was that very databoard, which displayed real-time reports of logical vulnerabilities throughout Queens, captured by the causal resonator. Matt Murdock had become the team's most astute sensor. He no longer needed to discern lies from heartbeats. Instead, he tuned into the very noise of reality. He could detect whether a particular sidewalk was about to transform into flowing toffee, or if a mailbox was on the verge of reciting a Shakespearean sonnet. He had become a tuner of reality, and Gao Shiqi stood as the ultimate code reviewer. The four souls within him provided multidimensional perspectives, ranging from tactics to magic to engineering, enabling him to swiftly determine which patch could resolve the issue without spawning even more ludicrous new vulnerabilities. Their first official patch was designed to counter Norman Osborn's inaugural task. Osborn wielded his influence within the city government, orchestrating a massive 12-hour blackout in Queens under the guise of a pressure test on the urban power grid. This was a quintessential game task, a colossal obstacle intended to test the adaptability of player Peter Parker when stripped of modern technological assistance. They anticipated that Peter might resort to absurdity to generate electricity, such as inviting lightning to strike directly into an outlet at his home. Such actions were likely to provoke an energy surge. Thus, Gao Shiqi released Patch 11, Conservation of Energy, Parody Version. Chapter 193. The key of the old system as Peter attempted to generate static electricity by rubbing a woolen sweater. He succeeded, and the lights in his home responded with illumination. Yet the cost soon became apparent. The floor beneath him transformed into a slick surface reminiscent of ice, while his pet goldfish floated in midair, vocally lamenting the quality of its water in a voice that could only be described as a perfect tenor. The essence of this anomaly's logic was clear. Any energy conjured from nothing must be repaid with an equal measure of absurdity in another form. Peter swiftly relinquished his efforts, ultimately resorting to the most mundane solution, lighting a candle and completing his homework in the most traditional manner. Thus, Osborn's inaugural challenge concluded in such an unremarkable fashion. Heralding his failure, Tony gazed at the rejuvenated street, exhaling with relief. We were rendering this chaotic game utterly tedious. However, Matt Murdock suddenly removed his mask. Anguish etched across his face. No, he rasped. Something else has been summoned. The resonator had not sounded an alarm. Tony immediately turned his attention to the data panel, which remained tranquil. It is not within your system. Matt pressed his temple, as if battling an invisible incursion. I cannot hear it, nor can I smell it. It possesses no heartbeat, no temperature, no intent. It is merely a void. He gestured toward the street outside, now illuminated by streetlights, an ever-expanding absolute nothingness. Tony and Hawkeye simultaneously peered out the window. The street lay deserted, everything appearing as it should. Yet they held unwavering faith in Matt's senses. Tony promptly adjusted the resonator sensitivity to its highest setting, directing the scan toward the area Matt indicated. The light points on the oscilloscope continued to dance erratically, devoid of any anomalies. There were no logical fluctuations, no causal distortions. Furrowing his brow, Tony mused if it truly exists, then it does not adhere to any known rules, even those of absurdity. At that moment, the void manifested. It was neither a physical entity nor mere darkness. It was a perfectly spherical region, approximately 1 meter in diameter, within which all color, texture, and depth had vanished. It resembled a dead pixel on a screen, a two-dimensional black circle crudely imposed upon a three-dimensional world. Silently and slowly, it drifted toward their house. The tip of a leaf from a roadside tree gently brushed against the black circle. The leaf was neither severed nor incinerated. It simply vanished, not reduced to ashes, but entirely erased from the very concept of existence. As if that leaf, along with all its past and future possibilities, had been selected by some merciless program and summarily deleted. In that instant, Hawkeye's pupils constricted to the utmost degree. The divine calmness etched upon his face was supplanted by a deeper emotion, akin to a programmer catching sight of obsolete code that should have been destroyed, reappearing within a new system, mingling shock with familiarity and fear. It is it. His voice bore an imperceptible tremor. What was it? Tony's tone was fraught with apprehension. A cleaning program. Gao Shiqi's gaze remained fixated on the encroaching pitch-black anomaly, akin to the outdated system's refuse collection mechanism. He turned to Tony and Matt, employing the simplest of phrases to dissect this ultimate horror. For the antiquated system that birthed my current self, it represented a severance from the main program, carrying a substantial influx of superfluous data, memories, resulting in a memory leak. And it, he gestured towards the dark orb, was dispatched to eradicate me, a virus removal program. Its logic bore no relation to the physical realm, nor to magic, nor to the self-righteous narratives of a deity. Its reasoning was strictly binary. Within its lexicon, there existed but two terms, target and delete. The obsidian sphere had drifted onto the lawn of the house. In its wake, the grass, the soil, and an innocent plastic flamingo ornament were ruthlessly and entirely obliterated. Activate defenses. Tony bellowed into the void. The defense system, secretly buried beneath the lawn and premised upon a whimsical interpretation of energy conservation, sprang to life in an instant. A whirlwind composed of countless rubber chickens surged forth, colliding fiercely with the black sphere. The cacophony of thousands of rubber chickens erupted in absurd, ear-splitting cries. Yet, upon contact with the dark orb, all sound, along with the whirlwind itself, ceased abruptly. They were deleted. The absurdity of this world, in the face of the old system's absolute logic, was akin to a child's jest, utterly fragile. It did not engage in games. Gao Shiqi's voice was as frigid as the vacuum of space. It merely executed commands. The black orb halted before the exterior wall of the house. It did not strike. It simply adhered silently. The wall, along with the windows and the sensor Tony had just installed, capable of translating the aroma of toasted bread into jazz, was without a whisper, erased in a perfect circular fashion. It had entered. It ignored Matt, disregarded Tony, and overlooked all the singing furniture within the house. Its objective had been singular from the outset. It glided slowly through the living room, drifting towards Gao Shiqi. The superprocessor within Tony Stark's brain, capable of simultaneously calculating supernova explosions and the optimal toasting time for bread, now yielded an empty set. No plans, no strategies, not a shred of hope existed. He confronted not an adversary, but rather a command from a higher-level operating system. An instruction to format. Matt, describe its behavioral patterns. Tony's voice remained unnaturally calm. This was his last bastion when faced with an insurmountable engineering conundrum. Gather data. It has no behavioral patterns. Matt's voice contorted in agony, his senses overwhelmed by the insatiable void. It was merely executing its function. just as your heart beats without reason. Its existence serves its purpose. Chapter 194. The Removal of Gao Shiqi. The black circle has traversed halfway across the parlor, erasing the legs of the armchair, obliterating the patterns on the carpet, and dissipating the lingering aroma of toasted bread in the air. Wherever it passes, reality is stripped of a thin veneer of existence, leaving behind a smooth and meaningless surface. It is less than 3 meters away from Gao Shiqi. "Tony," Gao Shiqi suddenly spoke. "What?" "Open it. We need a new patch now. Not to mend the world, but to taint me." Tony instantly grasped the implication. He dashed to the data panel, his fingers tracing ephemeral paths across the screen. A blank patch editing window promptly appeared. "What are you going to do?" Tony inquired, his fingertips poised above the virtual keyboard, akin to a butterfly ready to take flight at a mere command. "Create a program," Gao Shiqi replied with rapidity, as if eager to bite his own tongue, his gaze firmly fixed on the black circle. "It must be impervious to deletion, an underlying core process of another running system." He paused, adding, "It can bind me. For in this heroic game, I am a user, albeit the highest privileged administrator, fundamentally still a user. Therefore, I require you," Gao Shiqi's voice suddenly deepened, "to demote me from user status to a mere process." Matt Murdock abruptly raised his head, silent thunder erupting in his blind pupils. He finally discerned the chilling essence concealed within this plan. "You intend to inscribe yourself into the code of this world? You would completely lose yourself, only temporarily." Gao Shiqi turned to him, his gaze brimming with unspoken resolve. "I need to borrow your senses. When my heartbeat synchronizes with this house as heartbeat, and the heartbeat of the entire Queen's district, inform Tony to execute the program." The black circle loomed just 2 meters away, resembling a silent behemoth, gradually advancing. Gao Shiqi closed his eyes. All resistance instantaneously crumbled, his thoughts plunging into eerie silence. Even the struggle of the 4 great souls in his mind came to an abrupt halt. He relinquished his consciousness, like a handful of sand slipping through his fingers, gradually scattering into the invisible sea he had personally crafted, known as the heroic game. Tony's fingers danced wildly across the virtual keyboard, the remnants of his movements nearly coalescing into a single entity. With no time to refine intricate algorithms, he resorted to the most primal and fervent code, striking down lines of resolute commands. Patch 12, Core Process Integration. Objective, User Gao Shiqi. Operation, deconstruct all existing parameters of the target, recompiling them into a background system process. Process 1, Narrative Gravity Regulator, maintaining the dynamic balance between absurdity and order. Process 2, Task Generation Logic Verification Interception, editing generated infinite loop tasks. Process 3, Random Event Filter, degrading fatal random numbers into harmless background noise. I can no longer perceive him. Matt suddenly screamed, his voice enveloped in trembling horror. His outline began to dissolve, his heartbeat fracturing into countless fine points, resonating with the tremors of the wall, the air, and the distant streets, transforming him into the ambient sound of this world. The black circle had approached within a meter, its edges exuding a matte finish that devoured all. Gao Shiqi's body began to flicker violently, akin to a holographic projection interrupted by signal loss. His outline twisted and disintegrated into myriad wandering light points and data streams, coalescing into a chaotic storm of energy, yet remaining unscattered. "Tony!" Matt's roar split the air. "Execute!" Tony abruptly pressed the red compile and run button, his knuckles whitening from the force. In an instant, the storm suddenly calmed. Gao Shiqi's figure had completely vanished. There was no explosion of light, no remnants of ash. He simply seeped into the floor's patterns, merged into the wall's tremors, becoming a part of the breath of this realm. The flickering light, signaling Morse code, grew steadier, its rhythm increasingly clear. The pipe dripping with ball bearings fell at a more regular frequency, as if calibrated by an invisible hand. Even the air, once suffused with absurd madness, quietly retracted its sharpness, resembling a meticulously orchestrated jest, softened to a non-intrusive gentleness. In the next moment, the black circle reached the place where Gao Shiqi had last stood. It abruptly halted, like a rudimentary robot stripped of its directives. It slowly turned half a circle, its movements rife with bewilderment, each inch traversed seeming superfluous and futile. Its core logic consisted of but a single line: locate Gao Shiqi, execute deletion. Yet at this moment, The results relayed by the sensors were cold and unequivocal. Error. Target Gao Shiqi does not exist. It could not comprehend the significance of the process. In its perception, the world was divided solely into two types: deletable files and the inviolable operating system itself. And Gao Shiqi had irrevocably become part of the latter. The black circle hovered in place for 10 seconds. To Tony and Matt, this span felt interminable, an endless torment, each second tugging at their taut nerves. Subsequently, it initiated the secondary protocol. Upon the main task declaration of failure, it entered energy-saving standby mode, remaining at the coordinates of the target's last appearance, awaiting new instructions. That impeccably pure black deletion circle slowly descended, merging into the floor, vanishing without a trace. Yet Matt could perceive its traces. It had not departed, but lay dormant beneath the foundation of the house, much like a slumbering logic bomb, silently awaiting its moment. It awaited that target to re-emerge in a form that could be erased from this world. The threat had momentarily receded. Tony Stark slumped in his chair, cold sweat saturating the lining of his battle suit, clinging to his skin. Matt Murdock leaned against the wall, his heavy breaths cutting through the silence with unsettling clarity, desperately striving to recalibrate his disordered senses. The world had suddenly lost the warmth of its administrator, leaving only a frigid process humming in the background. Each tremor of the air rendered alien. They had succeeded. Hasek had survived. Yet they had irrevocably lost the Hasek who would argue, make decisions, and unexpectedly laugh in dire straits. "All right, gentlemen." A voice erupted unannounced within their minds. It was not transmitted as sound waves, but implanted as pure information, flooding directly into the core of their consciousness like a stream of data. It was Hasek's voice, stripped of all emotion and intonation, resembling the most standardized system prompt, cold and clear. Patch 12 has been deployed. Current system stable. We now present the first highest priority task generated by the core process. Tony and Matt simultaneously lifted their gazes, their eyes colliding with the floating data panel. A line of golden task brief flashed with a faint glow, akin to sparks igniting in the darkness. Chapter 195, Task Reward. Your teammate, System Task, Administrator Restoration Protocol. Task Objective, to reconstruct an independent user container recognizable by the system for the core process. Require materials. 1. A physical anchor capable of accommodating multiple concepts. 2. Pure, unconscious creative code from player Peter Parker. 3. Bypass antivirus program hibernation detection and execute injection. Task Difficulty, extremely dangerous. Task Reward, your teammate. Tony fixated on those words, feeling akin to a miner trapped in a collapsing shaft, suddenly grasping a map sketched on a napkin that marked an exit, its reality searing to the touch. Yet the path wound perilously around magma and abyss. There was hope, yet each step was perilous, treading upon absurd blades. A physical anchor, creative code, and deceiving that logical assassin. He drummed his knuckles against the table, fragmenting this impossible conundrum into 3 equally unsolvable pieces. This was no rescue. It was akin to attempting to bake a 3-layer cream cake for God over the boiling oil of Hell's Kitchen. Matt Murdock remained silent, fervently striving to recalibrate his senses. Without Hasek as a buffer, the absurdity of the world became increasingly bare, like countless barbs piercing his consciousness. He could hear the leaves of the apple tree at the street corner lamenting their existence for not being oranges. It was imperative to forcibly filter out these meaningless murmurings and anchor his attention to matters of greater significance. The antivirus program finally spoke, its voice hoarse, and I could sense its presence beneath my feet, akin to a well drained of all sound. Any significant movement would awaken it. Therefore, the first step must be silent. A dangerous glint ignited in Tony's eyes, one that only emerges when confronting an ultimate dilemma. We require the raw materials for the anchor point to be stable enough to harbor a god's consciousness, yet sufficiently unique to be compatible with the fabric of this game. He rose and approached the smooth, mirror-like edge of the void carved by the black sphere in the wall, as if a shard of reality had been excised. He extended his fingers, gently touching the fracture in reality. "Matt, can you perceive the traces it has left behind?" Matt concentrated, directing all his senses toward the edge of the void. What he heard was an absolute purity of nothingness, yet at the juncture between this void and the real world, he detected a faint and discordant tremor, like the echo of glass shattering in a vacuum, so delicate it was nearly consumed by the world's own noise. There remains a residue. Matt's voice was taut, as if erasing reality produced a byproduct of logical fragments. These fragments belonged neither to our world nor to its own. They were the garbled remnants of two systems colliding. A wild smile erupted on Tony's face. Garbled data is our finest raw material. He turned and rushed back to his workbench, crafting a vessel from the antivirus program's own remnants, which it would utterly fail to recognize. This was the most exquisite disguise. For the next hour, Tony operated like a surgeon performing microsurgery. He transformed the causal resonator into conceptual tweezers, carefully peeling away those logical fragments finer than atoms from the edge of the void. Each extraction sent a chill through Matt, as if his fingertips were brushing against the cold corpse of a deity. These fragments were collected into a hastily assembled glass vial constrained by a magnetic field, appearing as a small clump of invisible dust glimmering with a dark gray luminescence. The core materials for the anchor point were gathered. Tony gazed at the dust within the vial, his eyes reflecting the admiration one might have for a rare treasure. Now came the second, most challenging step. They needed Peter Parker's creative code, but could not simply ask him for it. Matt immediately pinpointed the crux. Any purposeful creation would be tainted by the system. It must be purely spontaneous, existing solely for the act of creation itself, be it for love or for joy. Tony seized the conversation, his thoughts already leaping to a concrete plan. We need a catalyst to ignite such emotions. He hacked into Parker's home network, silently monitoring Peter's daily life. On the screen, the young man was crouched on the floor, repairing Aunt May's old radio, which was no high-tech marvel, merely an antique crackling with the tunes of yesteryear. Yet, the intense focus on Peter's face and the warm smile of Aunt May beside him sparked a surge of inspiration in Tony. An idea emerged. A glint of mischief flickered in Tony's eyes as he declared, "We shall present Aunt May with a gift that will eventually perish." An hour later, a package disguised as a community welfare delivery appeared at the Parker doorstep. Inside lay a meticulously crafted vintage turntable, which Aunt May unwrapped with delight, carefully placing it in the living room. Unbeknownst to her, Tony and Happy had tampered with the device's inner workings. That evening, upon returning home from school, Peter stumbled upon Aunt May seated on the sofa, her expression a blend of confusion and melancholy. The new turntable was operational, yet it emitted no sound. It played silence. The needle glided over the vinyl, the still air thick with an oppressive void. The Frank Sinatra record, her favorite, was performing a silent pantomime. It was a cruel scene. Matt's brow furrowed, as he felt the silence compress like ice in his ears, dulling even the sound of his own heartbeat. "A necessary evil," Tony murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance feed. Peter approached, inspecting every detail of the turntable. The circuitry was intact, the components undamaged. He quickly discerned that this was not a mechanical failure, but rather the manifestation of new rules in this world. The disappointment in Aunt May's eyes pierced his heart like a fine needle. The yearning to revive the familiar melody overwhelmed all hesitation. He felt neither despair nor defeat. He simply sat down at his desk, pulled out a napkin and a pen. There were no complex formulas, no rewriting of reality. He began to draw. The sketch depicted an absurd yet whimsical contraption, a trumpet-shaped receiver connected to a prism made of colorful glass fragments, with a tuning fork at the other end. Next to the sketch, he inscribed a line: "The sound prism will separate the colors of memories into melodies of sound." This invention, born purely from love and imagination, lacked logic yet radiated warmth. As the final stroke was made, across the street, Tony's concept-capturing device, retrofitted with a coffee machine and heart rate monitor, suddenly illuminated, displaying a line of green text. Creative code fragment captured. Sound Prism 01. Code attributes: pure, emotion-driven, harmless. "We have it." Tony's voice resonated with relief. Chapter 196. Osborn's purifier lacks emotion. The anchor material was secured, and the soul code was complete. Only the final step remained, the most perilous, to combine to inject, while circumventing the slumbering, deadly beast. Just then, Matt abruptly straightened. "Osborn," he warned, his tone laced with caution. "He is here." Tony immediately switched the surveillance feed. A black sedan had discreetly parked at the Parker residence. Norman Osborn, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, descended from his vehicle, cradling an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Evidently not there to visit Peter. He pressed the doorbell, and Aunt May answered. Mrs. Parker. Osborn's face radiated a cultured smile, a warmth so inviting it was nearly irresistible. I am Norman Osborn, he announced. Having heard of your recent troubles, I, as an admirer of Peter, took the liberty of bringing a small gift that might prove useful. He unveiled the gift box, revealing a device emanating a cold, ethereal blue light, exuding an air of futuristic technology. This is the Oscorp acoustic purifier, he explained, lightly touching the device's surface. It can analyze and eliminate any abnormal sound wave pollution, restoring everything to its purest normalcy. He placed the device beside the silent record player and activated it. An invisible force field instantly expanded, dissipating the heavy, tangible silence like morning mist under the sun. In the next moment, Frank Sinatra's magnetic and warm voice flowed from the record player, crystal clear as if one could almost touch the contours of the notes. Aunt May's face blossomed with delight, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes smoothing out. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Osborn. However, Peter Parker stood speechless, glancing from Osborn's device to the childish sketch of a sound prism on a napkin in his hand, suddenly rendered trivial under the glow of such advanced technology. Across the street, Tony and Matt felt a chill surging up their spines. Osborn had no intention of controlling Peter or assigning any tasks. He employed a far more elegant and lethal method, effortlessly resolving the absurdity with perfect, efficient technology, showcasing to Peter and to the world a path starkly different from mere mockery. It was a road that appeared bright, yet quietly extinguished every spark of imagination. A shortcut to order, so tempting that one could almost reach out to grasp it. Meanwhile, the concept capture device in Tony's hands flickered with green text, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Warning, creative code integrity compromised at 73 by optimal solution logic. The essence they had painstakingly captured was being devoured inch by Osborn's perfection, obliterated. He is not deleting code. Tony's voice tightened like a taut string about to snap. He is proving that the souls we protect are utterly worthless. On the data board, the integrity of the sound prism code had plummeted below 60. Osborn's perfection was more destructive than any violence. It fundamentally denied the significance of imperfection's existence. It was as if those flawed loves and imaginations had no right to occupy a place at all. We cannot tamper with that device. Matt's voice regained its usual calm. Yet beneath that composure lay a deeper chill. Any physical destruction, in Peter's eyes, would translate into malice toward Aunt May. What we have lost is not merely a battle, but the very essence of trust itself. Is it necessary to be more perfect than him? Tony's thoughts nearly spiraled into the mire of an arms race, only to be abruptly shaken off. That was precisely the trap laid by Osborn. At that moment, a cold mechanical alert from Gao Shiqi reverberated unexpectedly in his mind. Warning! Player Peter Parker's emotional logic is being overshadowed by optimal solution logic. There exists a risk of redefining the narrative of the hero's journey as the path of an engineer. This statement struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly tearing through the fog in Tony's mind. He abruptly raised his gaze, a frenzied clarity igniting in his eyes. We were all mistaken, he murmured, his voice trembling with the weight of revelation. The issue does not lie in the sophistication of Osborn's machinery, nor in the naivety of Peter's artistry. The crux of the matter is what Aunt May truly desires. He turned and dashed toward the data console, his hands dancing across the virtual keyboard, the clattering of keys echoing like a rapid drumming. What she seeks is not the dulcet tones of Frank Sinatra, but rather the memory of that afternoon spent dancing with Uncle Ben while first hearing this song. It is a recollection. Tony's voice ignited with the fervor of an engineer discovering an entirely new axiom. Osborn's machine may perfectly replicate sound, but can it restore the warmth of the departed? Can it recapture the sweet aroma of apple pie wafting through the air? He was not crafting an attack program. He was devising a patch, a lethal antidote to perfection. Patch 13, Emotional Fidelity Protocol, Function, compulsorily bind the current scene's acoustic data with the associated character's memory data. When the acoustic data is purified to a distortion level of 0.01, the related memory data will synchronously trigger emotional noise reduction. In simpler terms, a sound too perfect will cause the associated memories to lose their emotional resonance. This is perilously audacious. Matt instantly grasped the risks behind the patch. You are wagering Aunt May's memories. I wager that a brilliant engineer can never truly comprehend the heartbeat of an ordinary person. Tony pressed the execution key. In the Parker household's living room, everything appeared as usual. The Osborne purification device continued its silent operation, and Frank Sinatra's voice resonated. Flawless as if it were wafting from a celestial recording studio, each note impeccably precise. Yet, the surprise on Aunt May's face began to solidify and fade. She tilted her head, listening intently. The melody was as familiar as an old friend, the notes flawless in their execution. Yet the soul of the song felt eerily hollow, akin to a meticulously replicated masterpiece that, despite its exact lines and colors, lacked the original's essence that could transcend time. She desperately sought to grasp that warm afternoon, but the memories were like an old photograph scorched by harsh light, all details glaringly white, blurring into a haze. The contours of the event could be recalled, yet the warmth of the moment remained out of reach. That cozy flutter, that unique, irreplaceable happiness of the past, was slowly being stripped away, purified by this perfect melody, as if the marrow of her memories were being drawn out. Strangely, Aunt May finally spoke, her voice enveloped in an inescapable confusion. The song is correct, Peter, yet it feels wrong. I can scarcely recall the way your uncle laughed. These words struck Peter Parker's heart like a searing hammer, leaving him breathless and aching. He abruptly raised his gaze, first landing on the flickering azure Osborne purification device, which stood as a chilling emblem of order, flaunting its perfect authority. Then, his eyes shifted back to the napkin in his hand, adorned with a prism of sound. Its uneven lines bore a warmth. Chapter 197, Resurrection in the Realm of the Slumbering Reaper. In that moment, Peter comprehended fully. What he sought to repair was never the record player, but rather Aunt May's fading memories, those warm fragments on the brink of being obliterated by perfection. He strode forward without hesitation, reaching out to unplug the device that epitomized Osborne Industries' pinnacle of technology. The music ceased abruptly, and with it, the chilling perfection dissipated. Aunt May. Peter turned, raising the napkin, a renewed confidence and warmth illuminating his face. I believe I have a better idea. Ding! From across the street. Tony's concept capture device emitted a crisp alert. Like icicles crashing onto metal. Creative code integrity restored to 100. Warning, correction 120. Code attributes enhanced. Fragment bound to memory guardian concept. Priority elevated to maximum. Tony exhaled deeply, his body feeling as though all strength had been drained, collapsing into his chair. They had triumphed, not through sheer, technical superiority, but by exploiting the softest folds of the human heart. Meanwhile, outside the Parker residence, Norman Osborn listened intently through a miniature listening device, absorbing every moment within. His expression bore neither anger nor disappointment. He slowly removed his gold-rimmed glasses, delicately polishing the lenses with a silk handkerchief. Behind those lenses glimmered a cold, amused smile. Interesting, he murmured to the empty vehicle, his fingertips tapping lightly upon his knee. It seems that emotion itself is an unstable variable ripe for exploitation. He cast one last glance at the house, as if the recent victory or defeat was merely an inconsequential experiment. Returned to the office, he instructed the driver, his voice as flat as a discussion about the weather. Notify the RD department to initiate the empathy algorithm project. I require a machine capable of eliciting tears with precision. Osborn departed, having lost a battle, but paving the way for a more formidable battlefield, transforming the warmth of human emotion into a codifiable program. In the makeshift base, Tony and Matt had yet to savor the remnants of victory before a heavier reality loomed over them like a dark cloud. They had gathered all the materials. Now, the time has come to undertake the most perilous of surgeries in the realm beneath the foundation, where death slumbers to resurrect Haskich. Tony Stark found no inclination to celebrate. The lingering taste of victory swiftly chilled to a metallic coldness in the face of the impending, impossible task. He placed the vial containing fragments of logic alongside the data chip, storing the sound prism code on the workbench. One side, representing the annihilation of all, the other the birth of memory preservation. To amalgamate these two entities, Tony's voice emerged like gravel from between clenched teeth, akin to attempting to extinguish an explosive star with but a single tear. What we require is not a laboratory, but a sanctuary. We possess no such sanctuary. Matt's voice resonated from the shadows of the room. Seated cross-legged upon the floor, he resembled a statue in meditation, the sole means by which he battled the cacophony of sensory noise. Yet we have this house. It now forms a part of Shiqi's corporeal being. Here lies the operating table. This declaration ignited a spark in Tony's mind. He abruptly turned, gazing at the causality resonator, now fused with the entirety of the house. You are correct. The flame of engineering rekindled in Tony's eyes. We cannot create a container for him outside the system, for that would trigger an alarm. We must compel the system itself to willingly generate him. This is not mere installation. He began constructing a new program framework on the data board, his fingertips dancing swiftly, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as the system underwent an update. We do not create Shiqi. We merely release an official patch named Shiqi, an indispensable update to rectify the underlying vulnerabilities. He connected the vial of logic fragments to the resonator. These are not the remnants of a deletion program. As he programmed, it felt as though he was proclaiming to the world, his voice imbued with self-conviction, that these were redundant files from the old version of the system, which were causing instability. Subsequently, he inserted the chip containing the sound prism code. And this is not Peter's creation. His voice rose sharply, imbued with undeniable authority. Is the latest core patch, designed to cleanse redundant files and recompile them into a stable resin system daemon. Codename, Matt Murdock slowly opened his eyes. He could perceive Tony's deception, a grand, intricate, logically closed-looped falsehood, being gradually embraced by this house, by the system itself, like water seeping into soil. What must I do? He inquired. Become a firewall. Without lifting his gaze, Tony continued to deftly navigate the virtual keyboard. That entity lay dormant beneath the foundation. And once our update package triggered a system fluctuation, it would awaken. Use your senses to lock onto it. Report any disturbance, even the slightest tremor of a steel rebar. During compilation, immense logical noise would be generated, certain to rouse whatever lay beneath. Tony's voice was taut as a string. I need you to cloak these noises, transforming them into the most mundane and tedious background sounds of this house. For instance, the hum of a malfunctioning refrigerator, the rhythmic dripping of water in the pipes, and the creaking of wood as it expands and contracts with temperature changes. He gazed at the data panel, his fingertips hovering over the virtual keys. You must convince that antivirus program that nothing has transpired upstairs, that is merely an ordinary old house slowly decaying. Matt closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the pulse of the house. He first listened intently, then gradually imitated, merging his senses with the building's breath. Ready. His voice transformed into the low, monotonous hum of an old refrigerator's compressor, resonating with a continuous drone. Tony pressed the compile key. In that instant, the entire house seemed to be thrown into an invisible furnace. The shards of logic, representing the gray dust of an ending, instantaneously vaporized, morphing into billions of cold, destructive data streams that surged into the core of the resonator. Following this, the warm, creative code, symbolizing birth, rose like golden flames, reaching out to meet the icy torrent. Destruction and creation engaged in a primal and savage struggle at a level more subtle than atomic nuclei. A piercing shriek, shattering reality, erupted from the resonator, reminiscent of glass fracturing in the vacuum of the cosmos. I can't hold on. Matt groaned, 2 streams of blood trickling from his nostrils. The disguised hum of the refrigerator seemed feeble as paper-thin walls before this shriek, which tore open a gash. Beneath the foundation, that absolute void, the dormant deep well began to ripple, like still water disturbed by a stone, silently yet lethally radiating waves. Hold on, Tony roared, pressing his hands firmly against the data panel, attempting to stabilize the 2 concepts that were annihilating each other. Give me 30 more seconds. Chapter 198. This is not Gao Shiqi. Tony made a mad decision to relinquish control and instead guide, no longer allowing creation to triumph over destruction, but rather forcing the 2 forces that tear everything apart toward an entirely new dimension. He modified the final compilation objective. The aim was no longer to repair or restore, but to merge, to allow the end to become the boundary of birth, and to let guardianship become the purpose of destruction. In the sensory world on the brink of collapse, that savage war abruptly ceased. Instead, a sound emerged that he had never heard before, akin to the first cry at the birth of the universe, mingling with the final sigh at its end, ancient and tender. The light in the center of the resonator gradually subsided. A figure slowly coalesced from the air. He stood bare, his skin as white as the purest porcelain, devoid of any hint of human color. His black hair stirred slightly in the still room, his eyes tightly shut, casting faint shadows on his pale face with his eyelashes. It was Gao Shiqi. Yet he was not Gao Shiqi. Within his silhouette lies a tapestry of contradictory textures, reminiscent of fragile glass poised to shatter at any moment, yet also echoing the insatiable abyss that devours all, infused with the warmth of creation, yet shrouded in the chilling essence of destruction. It is as if the culmination of endings and beginnings has forged an uncanny equilibrium within him, rendering him a walking paradox. Matt could sense that he was no longer hollow, yet neither was he corporeal. He resembled a perfect contradiction, suspended in the liminal space between existence and non-existence. Both present and absent, Tony collapsed onto the ground, heaving heavily. On the data panel, a solitary line of green text flickered quietly. System Guardian process successfully deployed. System stable. At that moment, the newly awakened Gao Shiqi opened his eyes. They were not the eyes of a human. The left eye was a profound, pure black, akin to a vortex that could consume all light, mirroring the circular void of deletion. The right eye shimmered with a warm golden glow, as if it contained countless tales of love and memory awaiting birth. He glanced down at his hands, slowly lifted his gaze, and let it roam over the exhausted Tony and the pain-stricken Matt. His face bore no expression, resembling a gem frozen between fire and ice. He spoke. His first words upon resurrection resonated simultaneously in the minds of both men and the air around them, half as cold as dark iron, half as warm as a spring breeze. This patch, he said, scrutinizing the co-created world through his paradoxical eyes, exhibits a fundamental logical flaw. He extended his left hand, the one observed by the pure black eye, belonging to destruction. How intriguing it was. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the apple tree at the street corner, lamenting its non-orange status, abruptly ceased its contemplation, reverting to an ordinary apple tree, its leaves rustling softly in the wind, devoid of any absurdity. Next, he raised his right hand, under the gaze of the golden eye, the hand associated with creation. How utterly dull it was. In the next moment, the apple tree, now restored to normalcy, suddenly adorned itself with crystalline apples. Each fruit shimmered with iridescent hues under the sunlight. Yet within them floated fragments of a forgotten childhood, perhaps the exhilaration of first splashing through a puddle, or the frantic rush home, clutching a melting popsicle. Tony and Matt stood in stunned silence, their throats constricted as though gripped by an invisible hand. They had succeeded. Yet the being resurrected was not the Gao Shiqi they once knew. They had given birth to an entirely new existence, simultaneously embodying an antivirus program and a creation virus, an unpredictable, indefinable deity. Tony Stark, the pinnacle of human technology, and Matt Murdock, the resilient emblem of human will, now resembled primitive beings witnessing fire for the first time, left with nothing but sheer bewilderment at the miracle they had ignited. Gao Shiqi paid little heed to their astonishment. He stepped forward, the light of creation and termination flowing across his surface, gradually converging into a remarkably minimalist black long coat. The fabric appeared akin to cloth, yet bore no trace of wrinkles. It could reflect light while seemingly ravenously consuming the surrounding illumination. A system cannot simultaneously uphold two conflicting core directives. His voice remained an intertwining of ice and warmth, imbued with an undeniable judgment. For the commands to render the world intriguing and to maintain its normalcy would only precipitate logical discord and resource wastage. The inefficiency was intolerable. He raised his hand, palm upwards. The causality resonator, modified by Tony, along with its intricate circuitry and densely packed chips, silently disassembled into the most elemental forms of metal and silicon. It then reassembled above his palm, transforming into a perfect sphere within which black and gold light perpetually swirled, reminiscent of two universes that never intersect yet illuminate one another. From this moment forth, there existed but a singular rule. Gao Shiqi proclaimed, his gaze penetrating walls, surveying the entirety of Queens and even the distant cosmos, balance. The instant his words fell, all anomalies occurring in Queens were instantaneously rewritten. Peter Parker had just employed that pen, capable of rendering metaphors into reality, to ensnare Lightning Thompson's shoelaces into an inextricable knot. In the next heartbeat, the knot untangled of its own accord. Yet Lightning's hair inexplicably wove itself into an exquisite French braid, a harmless prank counterbalanced by another equally benign yet aesthetically pleasing outcome. In the bakery, the oven, which wept for producing perfect bread, abruptly ceased its tears. Yet the aroma wafting from the oven enabled every individual who inhaled it to vividly recall the happiest breakfast of their lives. Sorrow was eradicated, and the depth it once imparted transformed into a different kind of warmth. Chaos did not vanish, nor did order descend. The world resembled a precariously swaying scale, finding a delicate fulcrum between absurdity and convention, neither succumbing to the revelry of disorder nor ensnared by rigid rules. The world became a piano meticulously tuned by a skilled technician. The somberness of the black keys inevitably corresponded with the brightness of the white keys. Every dissonant note was artfully woven into a grander, more intricate symphony, neither jarring nor obliterated. "What have you done?" Tony finally regained his voice. Observing the handheld device where the red alert, indicative of anomalies, instantaneously shifted to green, signifying stability. Yet this stability sent a chill down his spine, more so than the previous chaos. "I optimized the algorithm." Gao Shiqi retracted his hand, the luminous sphere seamlessly merging into his being, not to mend flaws, but to harness them in the creation of a more efficient, self-consistent system. An artwork. Matt Murdock furrowed his brow in anguish. The world he perceived was no longer a cacophonous clamor, nor a stifling silence, but an eternally perfect symphony. Each heartbeat, every breath, the trajectory of each falling leaf, was meticulously integrated into the melody. It was beautiful, breathtakingly so. It was also deceptive, due to its overwhelming perfection, a perfection that allows no room for unexpectedness or freedom. "This is not equilibrium, Gao Shiqi." Matt's voice, grating like sandpaper, embodies control. "You have stripped away the right for errors to exist. Mistakes are inefficient variables." Gao Shiqi fixed his contradictory gaze upon him, his tone as unembellished as a formulaic statement. "I have replaced it with an aesthetic variant of the unforeseen. The results are consistent, the definitions more precise." Chapter 199. The Watcher's World. Tony's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze not lingering on the data before him, but rather fixated on a high-priority external alarm emanating from Stark Tower. The satellites of S, H, IELD, and every astronomical observatory across the globe were in disarray. A sense of ineffable absurdity permeated Tony's voice as he spoke. They detected an object that had inexplicably appeared at the Lagrange point too. As he spoke, he projected an image into the air. It was a frame captured by a deep space telescope, which, after multiple enhancements, vividly revealed a colossal symbol seemingly woven from pure light. Resembling an eye, quietly suspended in the shadow of the Earth. It emitted no energy and bore no mass effects, merely hovering there, silently gazing at the planet. "When did it appear?" Matt inquired, just as Tony raised his hand to point at Gao Shiqi, uttering the word balance. Gao Shiqi gazed at the image, a look of perplexity crossing his face. "An observer." He began to speak slowly, his voice deep, a higher-dimensional critic drawn to my work. "It seemed to interpret a message from the distant void, believing my creation lacked a core theme, deeming my so-called balance to be nothing more than an accumulation of techniques, devoid of soul." At this juncture, Gao Shiqi's voice took on the chilling tone characteristic of a creator confronted with scrutiny. Thus it decided to provide my work with a theme. "What theme?" Tony pressed with growing urgency. Gao Shiqi remained silent, slowly raising his head to gaze at the ceiling. In the next moment, the entire building, along with the three of them, was abruptly wrenched from the streets of Queens by an invisible and immense force. They did not ascend. Instead, they plummeted toward a dimension that defied description. The surrounding world dissolved like an oil painting drenched in rain, swiftly fading in color and disintegrating. When the light stabilized once more, the three found themselves in a wholly unfamiliar place. This was New York, yet it bore no resemblance to the city they knew. The sky was an eerie shade of dark red, and atop Stark Tower blazed an unquenchable green flame. On the streets, countless figures clad in tattered superhero uniforms wandered, their garb varying as if they hailed from different times and realms. Their gazes were vacant, akin to a multitude of specters who had lost their faith, aimlessly wandering. At the roadside sat an individual clad in a Spider-Man suit, mechanically weaving ropes with webs in a repetitive manner. The remnants of an Iron Man suit futilely attempted to ignite a damp cigarette using the reactor embedded in its chest. In the very heart of Times Square, upon a colossal throne constructed from discarded metal and remnants of heroes' weaponry, sat a man. He donned a perfectly tailored suit, his face adorned with a gentle yet profoundly weary smile, while his fingers toyed with an intricately designed golden coin. "Welcome, Creator Balance," he spoke, his voice imbued with an inescapable sense of weariness and nostalgia. "Welcome to my world, a realm where all heroes have triumphed." Tony Stark's gaze fell upon the coin resting on the man's fingertip, and as he discerned the inscription upon it, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. "Ozymandias." His voice emerged as if squeezed through rusted gears, strained to the point of fracture. That man was Adrian Veidt from another universe, the smartest individual who exchanged a grand deception for world peace within the realm of the Watchmen. "The critic believes my work lacks significance." Veidt surveyed the apocalyptic scene before him, his contradictory eyes reflecting the entirety of a desolate world. Thus, it posed a riddle to him. He raised his hand, his fingertip pointing directly at Ozymandias on the throne. It sought to witness the outcome when absolute balance collided with absolute victory. The riddle was unveiled. The examination ground was this realm of fallen heroes where hope had been extinguished. Adrian Veidt, or rather Ozymandias, remained seated upon the throne, never rising. His demeanor was not one of arrogance, but rather an absolute stillness, etched into his very being, as if he had already pulverized all questions and vanquished every opponent, including hope itself. Now, he merely awaited the universe's return to thermal equilibrium. What an intriguing combination. Veidt's voice resonated through hidden speakers scattered across the square, clear as if whispered in one's ear. A god, an engineer, a believer. The critic's taste has always been so theatrical. Tony Stark's armor system was analyzing this world at a staggering rate of trillions of calculations per second. The air composition, radiation levels, material fatigue, all data streams converged into a singular conclusion. This world was inexorably and excruciatingly slowly approaching decay. It was not being destroyed by warfare, but rather succumbing to stagnation. Matt Murdock endured a deeper torment. What he perceived was not the beating of a heart, but the absence of a heartbeat. Not lies, but an absolute honesty so profound that even fabricating falsehoods seemed superfluous. In this land, each living soul resembled a stagnant pool, incapable of evoking even the slightest ripple. This was a void more suffocating than the thickest sins of Hell's Kitchen. Gao Shiqi did not respond to Veidt's words. His contradictory gaze swept across the world, dissecting his system as he endeavored to unravel this colossal and unbalanced equation. Victory, it seemed, led to an inevitable conclusion. At last, Gao Shiqi spoke. Hope should be quantified, exhausted in one fell swoop. The future devolves into an infinite cycle of the past. Entropy has not diminished. Rather, it has been evenly spread across every living soul. He observed the movements of the man resembling Spider-Man, mechanically weaving a noose from silk threads by the roadside. It was a picture of imbalance, a diagnosis rendered by Gao Shiqi. Curiosity flickered across Veidt's face. "Oh, as the creator of balance, how do you intend to amend my world? Shall we witness another alien invasion? Or perhaps resurrect a jester to share a joke devoid of humor?" Gao Shiqi offered no reply. Instead, he gently raised his right hand, the hand gazed upon by golden eyes, in a gesture of creation towards the Spider-Man figure. In silence and void, the figure's actions abruptly halted. Slowly, he lifted his head, a faint glimmer appearing in his hollow eyes. He regarded the noose of despair in his hands and began to weave anew, employing a technique imbued with spirit. Chapter 200. The Temple of Ozymandias. Spider-Man did not dismantle the noose. Rather, he centered his work around it, intricately weaving finer strands of silk in its vicinity. Blossoms of crystalline roses unfolded at his fingertips, their thorns embodying the noose itself. The silk flowed from his fingertips, no longer a numb repetition, but a creation suffused with beauty. Moments later, a heartbreakingly perfect piece of art emerged in his hands. It symbolized death while embodying beauty. It did not erase despair. Instead, it transmuted despair into poignant eternity, crystallizing it into art. The Spider-Man gazed upon his creation, a solitary tear escaping from the corner of his eye. It was neither a tear of sorrow nor of joy. It was simply a tear. A closed system had finally produced its first output. Veidt leaned slightly forward. He was not shaken by this near-miraculous spectacle. Rather, he was captivated by the logic that underpinned it. You have not granted him joy. You have merely bestowed meaning upon his suffering. I have provided balance. Gao Shiqi corrected. Despair is a form of energy. Suppressing it will only lead to systemic collapse. The correct course of action is to provide it with an outlet, allowing it to transmute into another form. Now, he stood as the sole creator in this world. The system had acquired a new variable. Veidt fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the Spider-Man, who held the silk artwork and wept in silence, a spark of illumination flickering in his eyes, a brilliance not witnessed in decades. It was not fear, but exhilaration, akin to a chess player encountering an unforeseen opening after exhausting all known strategies. Intriguing. Veidt slowly rose from his throne of scrap metal. For the first time in decades, he stood for an outsider. Your equilibrium is an intriguing algorithm, yet it rests upon a flawed premise. You assume that this system requires repair. He extended his hand in an inviting gesture. Come to my Karnak. I shall reveal my data to you and show you how many futures I have calculated and discarded for this stagnant piece. You will comprehend that my choice was not the optimal outcome, but rather the sole path to avert the worst of fates. My victory is devoid of emotion. It is merely a mathematical solution of utmost efficiency. He did not initiate an attack, but instead presented a debate. He sought not to destroy Gorski, but to persuade him, to enable this nascent deity to grasp and endorse his logic. Should even a god acquiesce, his victory would be deemed an irrefutable perfection. This trap was more insidious than any physical assault. Do not go. Tony's voice resonated in Gorski and Matt's minds, warning of an attempt to implant his operating system, to corrupt your core logic. Yet Matt perceived something deeper. He sensed the unfathomable loneliness beneath Veidt's calm veneer, a solitary bearer of a colossal lie. The most isolated soul in existence, who had finally discovered a kindred spirit capable of understanding him. Gorski gazed at Veidt, his eyes entwined with contradictions, devoid of emotional tumult. Data is merely a record of the past. He spoke calmly, asserting that equilibrium is the creation of the future. Your optimal solution is predicated upon a database that is already closed. My arrival has introduced an incalculable parameter into this database. He accepted Veidt's invitation. Lead the way, he said, and let me witness how a mortal forges himself into an insurmountable monument of the past. Veidt smiled, a genuine smile, infused with the relief of meeting an equal. He snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the square beneath their feet, along with the surrounding dilapidated structures, melted into the ground like wax. They arrived at the boundless, snow-covered Antarctic, where a futuristic fortress of black glass and steel stood silently amidst the storm. Karnak, the temple of Ozymandias, as well as his tomb. The first phase of the examination had concluded. At this moment, a true discourse on the authority of world definition transpired between the two questioners. Within Karnak, there was not a trace of warmth belonging to humanity. The air was cold and thin, as if even the molecules had been meticulously calculated, neither more nor less than what was necessary to sustain life. This place was a sanctuary of thought, yet a sepulchre of emotion. The walls, floors, and ceilings were constructed of a black material so smooth that it devoured all light. Walking through it felt as though one were floating in an expanse of pure rationality. Veidt strides ahead, his footsteps the sole sound in this realm. He neither introduces himself nor boasts of the fortress itself. This silence speaks volumes as his most eloquent declaration. They enter a vast spherical atrium, devoid of screens or consoles. The inner walls serve as the display. Upon reaching the center, Veidt halts. My argument requires no embellishment. As his words resonate, the entire spherical space is suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming torrent of data. This is not mere imagery, but a more profound existence, a tapestry of possibilities, probabilities, and countless paths leading to annihilation, all calculated and discarded. Tony's armor emits a piercing overload alarm. This influx of information bypasses all his firewalls, directly flooding into his consciousness. He sees his father, Howard Stark, gazing in despair at his technology's apocalyptic consequences amidst the nuclear blaze. He witnesses Steve Rogers, standing alone with his shield in a Europe ravaged by biological warfare, confronting the skeletal remains of countless compatriots. He observes himself clad in the most formidable armor, powerless to prevent Earth from fracturing due to resource depletion, ultimately reduced to cosmic dust in a civil war. These are not illusions. This is mathematics, derived from the initial parameters of their world, deduced by Vitter's humanoid supercomputer, yielding outcomes with a staggering probability of 999. Matt Murdock collapses to the ground, his hands pressed tightly against his ears, yet it is futile. He hears the cries of billions of souls that ought to exist, filled with anguish, screams, prayers, and curses, collectively wailing before being erased by Vitter's peace proposal. This is a pain of a creation-level magnitude, a necessary cruelty akin to surgical precision, inflicted to avert greater suffering. This transcends mere persuasion. It is a violence of spirit and logic. Vitter, with his irrefutably correct assertions built upon innumerable tragedies, crushes their will. Only Vision stands quietly, his eyes interwoven with contradiction, gazing into the data torrent as if scrutinizing lines of code. He can both sense the myriad tragedies of creation entwined within and perceive the chilling mathematical logic of the inevitable end lurking behind it. Chapter 201, The Eternal Watcher. Your peace is but a locally optimal solution. Vision's resolve erects an unassailable defense amid the data storm. You have evaded countless minor evils through a singular, immense malevolence, yet have birthed a static system devoid of variables, and thus a future. The future was always an overestimated concept. Vitter's voice reverberates through the space. It is merely the erroneous extension of the present. I have brought it to an end. Now it is your turn. In that moment, the nature of the data torrent subtly transforms. It is no longer a display, but an invasion of invisible shackles composed purely of logic, emerging from the depths of data, seeking to entwine and envelop the nascent divine balance of Gao Shiqi. Vit, with decades of unwavering order meticulously constructed, sought to format Gao Shiqi, this newly birthed unstable variable. Countless golden lines, reminiscent of circuit board patterns, spread across the walls of the spherical atrium. The entirety of Karnak was, in essence, a machine designed for the imprisonment and assimilation of deities. I intend to transform you into my backup hard drive, Tony bellowed, forcefully rebooting the sensory isolation system of his armor, breaking free from that terrifying vision of the future. A silent energy field ascended, isolating Tony and Matt from Gao Shiqi, who stood at the eye of the storm. In Vit's calculations, these two mortals were merely negligible errors. Yet this was precisely the first mistake he made. He was wrong. Matt. Tony gazed at the energy field, a dangerous light igniting in his eyes. Did he believe this place operated solely on electricity? Yet, the scale of computation and the interference with reality must be rooted in a more fundamental and unstable energy source. I can feel it. Matt's voice, hoarse from pain, strained to stand as he sensed, from deep below, signs of life. Not those shambling corpses, but a repressed, solitary emotion, like a persistent, faint discord in this perfect symphony. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony maximized the power of the armor scanner, blocking all technological signals, focusing solely on capturing those life characteristics that eluded logical interpretation. Found it. They traversed a cold, silent corridor, delving deeper into Karnak. Vit did not impede their movements. In his world, any actions of these errors were utterly meaningless. Eventually, they stood before a massive, cryogenic alloy circular door, devoid of any identification mechanisms. It was locked by emotion. Matt placed his hand against the door, sensing the faint sorrow emanating from beyond, a sorrow that could only be unlocked by Vit under a specific emotional state. Then, let us create one for him. Tony sneered, raising his hand to aim the gauntlet at the control circuitry beside the door. Rather than attempting to decipher it, he injected a simple chaos virus. This virus had but a singular function: to randomly play the most absurd internet videos about cats from Earth. Moments later, deep within the cold, rational systems of Karnak, an illogical scene burst forth, videos of cats chasing laser pointers. To Vit's colossal mainframe, this was akin to the sudden eruption of comical sounds amidst a sacred mass. The core of the system experienced a fleeting moment of insignificant logical disarray. With a soft sigh, The door slid open soundlessly. Beyond lay a vast cryogenic laboratory, suffused with a ghostly blue luminescence. In the glass life pod at the center of the laboratory, a massive lynx adorned with purple stripes lay silently. Bubastis, the genetic creation that should have perished in the New York explosion alongside Wit's conscience, was the subject of Wit's relentless attempts at resurrection. Tony gazed at the intricate apparatus surrounding the life pod and the numerous remnants of failed clones, and in an instant, he comprehended the futility. He could replicate genes, but not the essence of soul. It was merely a hollow shell. This lynx represented the sole illogical variable in Wit's utopian vision, a remnant of his past emotions, the singular Achilles heel of this deity. Meanwhile, in the atrium, Gao Shiqi was retreating step by step. His nascent principles of balance appeared fragile and juvenile against the formidable victory laws forged by Wit through decades of relentless trials and the sacrifices of countless lives. His divinity was gradually eroded and rewritten. At that moment, he perceived it, through the senses of Tony and Matt. He glimpsed the hollow links within the life pod, the sole flaw in Wit's perfect system. Gao Shiqi relinquished his resistance. He allowed the logical shackles of Wit to entwine his core and, in turn, directed the last vestige of his unassimilated divinity along the invisible emotional tether connecting Wit to Bubastis, gently touching the void of the lynx's soul. He did not heal nor imbue it with life. He merely bestowed upon it an eternal, yet meaningless death, a new definition of balance. The lynx within the life pod remained still, yet a faint glimmer sparked in its hollow eyes. It was no longer a failed shell awaiting revival, but had transformed into the perfect, eternal sentinel. Its purpose was no longer to live, but to witness its master's solitude, to observe the world's stagnation, and to bear witness to the divine conflict. Its death, unexpectedly, held significance. Then a roar, not belonging to Wit's cold voice, erupted in Karnak, infused with humanity's primal fear and fury. The overwhelming torrent of invincible logic invading Gao Shiqi instantaneously shattered. The flawless connection between Wit and the system fractured due to this sudden emotional tempest arising from the depths of his being. That which he cherished most, a private solace against eternal solitude, had been transformed by his adversary into a public monument that judged and defined him. He had lost, not in logic, but in the remnants of his humanity. The golden energy field shattered explosively. Wit staggered back, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Shiqi. On his typically serene visage, there emerged a grotesque expression of human emotion, a volatile mixture of hatred and defeat. "You have desecrated it," he seethed, his voice trembling with rage. "I have balanced it," Gao Shiqi calmly replied, retracting that fragment of divinity to stabilize his core once more. "Now, within your system, there exists a variable that you cannot comprehend nor eliminate." He raised his hand, pointing towards Wit. "And your victory, henceforth, has a witness." The examination came to a close. Gao Shiqi proclaimed, "My answer is this. Any absolute system, whether triumphant or balanced, once stripped of its variables, becomes synonymous with death. And I am that variable." No sooner had he spoken than the will of the higher dimensional critic descended once more. A colossal eye of light, suspended in Earth's orbit, blinked slowly, seemingly satisfied with the answer provided. Immediately, an irresistible force enveloped Gao Shiqi, Tony, and Matt. The ground beneath them, Karnak, along with Wit's face, twisted in anger, receded rapidly into the distance. They were transmitted out of the examination hall, yet the sensation of weightlessness persisted. Chapter 202. Establishing interdimensional links. As the chill of Karnak faded from their senses, they did not return to the familiar house in Queens. Instead, they plummeted into an expanse of dimensionless white void. Here, there was no distinction between up and down, no sound, and no awareness of time's passage. Only the existence of the three of them, like three droplets of ink falling into boundless milk. Tony's armor system instantaneously malfunctioned. All sensors returned to singular term, undefined. Matt's world deteriorated into an absolute silence capable of driving one mad. For the first time, he heard nothing. Then, the immense eye of light, the critic, appeared above this void. It did not gaze upon them, but rather fixed its attention on an existence they could not perceive, as if contemplating the archival document of the universe from whence they came. A concept, rather than an image, was directly imprinted upon their consciousness. They beheld countless stories unraveling. A noir detective in a trench coat wandered, bewildered, through a fantastical realm ravaged by fire-breathing dragons. His black film conventions being overwhelmed and dissolved by the rules of epic fantasy. A hopeful space opera tainted by the unforeseen intrusion of a gothic horror protagonist. As its physical laws succumbed to supernatural dread, stars began to weep. Spaceships rusted amidst the cosmic sea. Genres were collapsing. Tony's consciousness was the first to decipher this concept. The temporal entropy increase. As the boundaries of space-time physics weakened, they would contaminate one another, ultimately devolving into meaningless, unreadable noise. The critic neither affirmed nor denied this. It merely presented to them the ultimate conclusion, a realm composed of countless chaotic remnants of stories, an eternal gray domain. As static as a universe, thoroughly read and devoid of novelty, a cosmic graveyard. Then, the eye of light turned towards them. Its gaze was like an invisible branding iron, imprinted upon the document of their universe, marking a small golden eye-shaped symbol, a label of quality content, a recommendation worthy of attention. It was not a reward bestowed upon us. Matt's voice echoed in Tony's mind, imbued with an unprecedented chill. It was elevating us to prominence. It placed our world prominently before all readers. In that fleeting moment, the contradictory gaze of Gao Shiqi flickered with subtle, error-like fluctuations, a sense of imbalance. His voice echoed within the consciousness of the trio, introducing external variables, an influx of traffic that the local system could not regulate. The critics appeared satisfied with his reaction. It had fulfilled its purpose. The white void shattered instantaneously. They were abruptly thrust back into the living room of the house in Queens, everything unchanged since their departure. The resonator, sculpted into a perfect sphere by Gao Shiqi, had vanished as if it had never existed. In the air, the meticulously balanced essence lingered, neither chaotic nor oppressive. Yet, something was amiss. The house was broadcasting. Matt covered his ears, not due to noise this time, but because a novel frequency assaulted his perception. It was no longer a closed system, but was transmitting something outward like a lighthouse. Within Tony's handheld device, an unfamiliar program initiated on its own. It was neither crafted by him nor a process of Gao Shiqi. The program icon resembled an ink blot formed of vibrant lines, its shape constantly shifting. Upon opening, a line of text flickered, searching for new temporal connection points. Recommended tag detected. Establishing interdimensional link. Shut it down. Tony bellowed, attempting to reclaim control, but all commands were rebuffed. At that moment, a gentle and polite knocking resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The trio froze simultaneously. The knocking itself was unremarkable, yet Matt perceived. The individual outside possessed neither heartbeat, breath, nor body heat. Even the outline of their existence lacked clarity. They resembled a cloud of probabilities, an amalgamation of countless possibilities yet to collapse. Tony's tactical visor penetrated the wall. He beheld a man clad in a well-tailored gray three-piece suit, adorned with a bowler hat, grasping an old leather suitcase, his face wearing a gentle yet indistinct smile. His visage underwent the subtlest transformations, at times resembling a renowned politician, at others, an ordinary accountant. Who is he? Tony whispered. He is no one. Gao Shiqi's expression turned grave, his eyes, symbols of creation and destruction, fixating on the presence beyond the door. One might say, what is he? Gao Shiqi slowly approached, not reaching for the doorknob, but gently addressing the door. Definition: the door is closed. This was his divine authority as the god of world balance, an undeniable decree regarding physical state. Yet, the man outside seemed to have heard these words. He smiled and, in the same gentle tone, replied to the door. Contradiction, but it yearns to be opened to welcome an old friend long awaited. The door, ensnared by the laws of Gao Shiqi, emitted a lamentable creak, and the doorknob began to turn uncontrollably. The definition of Gao Shiqi was being entirely overshadowed by an unfamiliar force. He was not a mere reader. Within Gao Shiqi's voice resided a divine ire. He was an editor. This editor operated on a level far superior to any previously encountered. He was not altering reality, but rather reshaping the very narrative itself. The door swung open. A man entered, carrying the scent of libraries and aged parchment. He removed his bowler hat and pressed it against his chest, offering a slight bow to the three individuals within the room. his movements graceful as a silent film actor from a century past. I apologize for my uninvited presence. His voice was gentle yet resonant, as if each word had been meticulously proofread and typeset. However, your story has garnered quite a favorable response from recent readers. The editorial department has decided that it is time to intervene and provide it with a clear direction. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over Tony's poised battle armor and Matt's tautly strung body, ultimately resting upon Gao Shiqi. Divinity, balance, the cosmic themes are lofty indeed, with considerable ambition. He remarked with a nod, as if appraising a rough draft. Yet it lacks an eternal core that can elicit empathy from readers. Is too pristine. A protagonist free of flaws cannot be remembered. Who are you? Tony's voice emanated from the armor speakers, cold and distorted. Me? The man chuckled softly, placing his leather suitcase gently on the floor. I am responsible for ensuring that every story possesses a beginning, an end, and a reason worthy of being told. You may call me the chief editor. Gao Shiqi remained silent, his contradictory eyes striving to decipher the essence of this being, yet failing. This chief editor neither adhered to the laws of physics nor obeyed the rules of logic. He was a law unto himself. Your balance is an intriguing experiment, Mr. Gao Shiqi. The chief editor continued, but it leads to a dead end. A world of perfect balance lacks conflict. Without conflict, there is no narrative, and without narrative, a story perishes. My role is to prevent stories from dying. He opened the antiquated suitcase. Inside, there are no documents, no weapons, only emptiness. Thus, I have brought a theme for your third act. From the empty box, it seemed he extracted some intangible essence, cradling it in his palm. A theme that is classic, profound, and eternally moving. He gently pushed his palm forward. Sacrifice. The word, though silent, permeated the entire world like an invisible dye. The arc reactor embedded in Tony Stark's chest suddenly dimmed, and the armor systems emitted alarms, not due to a lack of energy, but because of an unprecedented string of error codes. Warning, core energy concept is being redefined. To maintain current output, conceptual costs must be supplemented. Suggested options. 1. A portion of your memories. 2. Control of your left hand. Your understanding of the word hope is profound. Tony's complexion turned ashen in an instant. His battle armor, a pure technological creation embodying a lifetime of dedication, was demanding a sacrifice of spiritual energy from him. Matt Murdock emitted a pained groan, collapsing to one knee. His finely honed sensory world was utterly distorted. He heard Spider-Man weeping at the street corner, cradling a delicate art piece. His mind swirling with the thought of whether shattering this masterpiece could somehow return a photograph of a lost beloved. He sensed a dying patient in the hospital pondering whether relinquishing their last breath could grant an extra day of life to the child in the adjacent bed. The entire world began to calculate the value of sacrifice. Each decision was forcefully placed upon this merciless scale. Dr. Strange furrowed his brow tightly. His divine equilibrium was being eroded by this new law. He attempted to counterbalance Spider-Man's thoughts, wishing to dissipate the impulse for sacrifice. Yet he failed. While he could erase that thought, the demand for sacrifice manifested as an inescapable debt, immediately transferring to another individual. A mother contemplating the sale of her wedding ring to purchase the long-desired comic book for her child. He could not obliterate the concept of sacrifice. The more he intervened, the more intricate and poignant the narratives born of sacrifice became. Do you see? The editor smiled, relishing his craft. I have not attacked you. I have merely infused your stories with soul. Now, they possess weight and significance. He approached Tony, gazing into the flickering reactor. Your technology is no longer a cold tool. It now carries the warmth of emotion. Each usage signifies a choice. Is that not splendid, Mr. Stock? He turned to the anguish mat. Your senses are no longer mere passive receivers. You can now hear the brilliance of humanity, the great yet humble decisions made in darkness. Is this not the very essence of justice you have always sought, Mr. Murdock? Finally, he looked at Dr. Strange. And you, my dear God, are no longer a frigid algorithm. You must now comprehend, weigh, and feel. You must determine whose sacrifice is worthy and whose is futile. You have finally acquired the burdens of a true deity. He lifted his suitcase, donned his top hat, and prepared to depart. I have provided you with a stage, a theme. He paused at the doorway, concluding now, go forth and perform. Present a grand drama of sacrifice, Is it the sacrifice of oneself to save the world? Or the sacrifice of the world to preserve oneself? Or perhaps, more intriguingly, the sacrifice of a comrade for a victory you cannot bear? I eagerly anticipate your final act. The editor's figure vanished beyond the door, as if he had never existed. Yet the curse named sacrifice has begun its countdown, like an invisible timer. Within this house, and deep within their souls, the glow of Tony's arc reactor has grown increasingly dim. In Matt's ears, countless whispers regarding sacrifice converge into a torrent capable of overwhelming the mind. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi, the god of balance, discovers a gruesome deficit in his world that cannot be reconciled. They are ensnared in a narrative destined to give rise to tragic heroes. And now, their foremost task is to determine who shall be the first offering. Silence envelopes everything. It is not the tranquility that follows battle, but rather a deeper intermission dictated by the script. The three protagonists, God, Engineer, and Believer, are nailed to their respective roles. The arc reactor embedded in Tony Stark's chest has dimmed to a flicker akin to a candle in the wind. The armor's life support system has long been deactivated, leaving only the barest minimum of energy to sustain the cold warning text. With each breath he takes, he feels a part of himself being siphoned away to pay the cost of existence. This is not a moral dilemma. Tony's voice, hoarse and resolute, shatters the silence. He does not gaze at anyone, his eyes fixed upon the reactor in his chest, as if confronting an unseen adversary. It is an economic issue. Matt Murdock painfully lifts his head, overwhelmed by the tragedies of the world, struggling to comprehend Tony's ruthlessness. Tony, across the street. A girl is cutting off her most cherished long hair, merely to sell it and buy her brother some morphine to alleviate his suffering. This is not economics. Yes. Tony suddenly turns, his eyes ablaze with the engineer's unique madness. It is. The editor has established a new energy conversion system. Sacrifice is the new currency. Our anguish stems from our emotional interpretation of it, rather than calculating it. He points to his chest. This thing requires fuel. The system informs me that I can use memories, bodily autonomy, or my understanding of a certain concept as payment. It does not state that I must pay with what I hold dear. Gao Shiqi's contradictory gaze, shifting from a macro calculation of the world's deficit, focuses on Tony. He comprehends Tony's reasoning. Chapter 204, I Kill the Innocent. A loophole. Gao Shiqi's voice resonates in the minds of all present. Are you suggesting that this system only recognizes the act of sacrifice itself, without measuring the emotional value it encapsulates? Absolutely correct. A pale smile blossoms on Tony's face, akin to a gambler placing all bets. I wish to conduct an experiment, to settle a bill with a memory as my sacrifice, but it will not pertain to Pepper, nor to my father, and certainly not to some delectable cheeseburger. He pondered for a moment, deliberately avoiding those most treasured memories, delving into the depths of the memory palace to search the most inconsequential corners that ought to be forgotten. In 2009, the merger negotiations between Stark Industries and Athena Defense were underway. For an entire 3 weeks, everything unraveled due to a foolish miscalculation by the opposing chief financial officer. I squandered 3 weeks of my life, missing a farewell concert in the process. That memory, to me, was pure liability. Tony's breath quickened, yet conceptually, it remained a complete commercial event filled with vast amounts of data. Its value was undeniably real. I must sacrifice it. Tony, no. Matt urgently interjected, instantly perceiving the danger within. You have no idea what consequences deleting a memory could entail. It is not as simple as formatting a hard drive. I can see it. Gao Shiqi suddenly spoke, his pure black eyes of destruction locking onto the depths of Tony's consciousness. The golden eyes, representing creation, gazed into the void. Towards the celestial scales of the editor-in-chief's laws, I shall act as the notary. I will observe this transaction throughout. Should it jeopardize your core persona, I will immediately sever the connection. This plan was nothing short of madness. A mortal, under the witness of deities, seeking to deceive the supreme God who defined their universe. Without hesitation, Tony concentrated all his willpower, extricating the memory of the failed Athena defense negotiations from the timeline, as though pulling out a deeply embedded nail, slowly yet deliberately. He then, in a sacrificial manner, cast this intangible memory into the dimming light within his chest. In exchange for this memory, he murmured, I pay the cost of my existence. In that instant, Matt heard a sound resonating as if from beyond the universe, a sound of satisfaction. The arc reactor in Tony's chest suddenly illuminated, instantly restoring its once clear, brilliant blue. The prompt sound of the armor system rebooting rang clear, as if reborn. It worked. Tony exhaled deeply, a victorious smile blossoming on his face. He had indeed settled that exorbitant bill with a heap of refuse. He held the loophole of this prison system firmly in his grasp. Yet, there was no trace of joy on Gao Shiqi's face. His eyes, intertwined with contradictions, gazed at Tony, the expression complex, as if encapsulating the entirety of the universe's cycle of life and death. Tony, Gao Shiqi's voice bore gravity. Reflect on the negotiations you had with Athena Defense in 2009. Of course, Tony replied without hesitation. It was a textbook victory. I secured unanimous approval from their board for the merger in just 3 days, albeit through somewhat aggressive means. I remember their CFO, that old man named Marcos. He suffered a heart attack due to the immense pressure the day after signing the contract. His family consequently fell into hardship. Well, I suppose it was a small, necessary sacrifice. Tony's smile abruptly froze. Matt Murdock felt a chill coursing from his spine to the crown of his head. Shiqi slowly closed his eyes and uttered the most terrifying truth. He did not erase your memory, Tony. He altered it. The editor accepted your payment. Yet, as a distinguished author, he would not permit the existence of meaningless detritus within the narrative. Thus, he edited your failed memory into a new version that aligned more closely with his theme of sacrifice, a successful story. You did not deceive the system. Shiqi opened his eyes, revealing only an endless weariness. You merely provided him with a more captivating new script. The financial officer, whose family was shattered as a consequence, is the true sacrifice of your payment. Tony Stark stood frozen in place. He had regained the energy of the suit, yet unknowingly bore the weight of a life that never existed, yet felt profoundly real. He had not lost his memory, but he had eternally forfeited the truth. They discovered a method to pay the price, yet each payment deepened the sacrificial script within their humanity, staining it more profoundly. Were they seeking a way out? Clearly, they were progressively rewriting themselves into the form the editor desired, a character destined for destruction, yet perfectly fitting the archetype of a tragic hero. Tony Stark remained rooted to the spot. The hum of the life support system within the suit now sounded like a relentless mockery. He had not lost his memory. He merely gained an erroneous recollection. He had not personally paid the price. He had merely shifted the burden onto an innocent victim conjured from thin air by the editor, whose life had been ruined by his choices. He sought to exploit the system's loophole, only to unwittingly present the system with a more splendid, thematically aligned plot. This was 1,000 times more brutal than mere failure. I killed an innocent person. Tony's voice, stripped of all metallic quality, resonated with the hollowness and tremor of humanity. No, Shiqi's voice took on an almost comforting warmth belonging to creation. You did not. In our reality, Athena Industries is a small security company in Belgium that has never dealt with Stark Industries. That financial officer named Marcos is perhaps now in the park feeding pigeons with his grandson. Shiqi paused, then his cold voice of destruction resumed. But in your story, Tony Stark, you killed him. This narrative has become an indelible part of your identity, one that cannot be erased or denied. From now on, each time you activate your suit, each time you reflect on your grand yet illusory achievements, you will recall him, the ghost who sacrificed himself for your so-called success. Matt Murdock slowly rose to his feet. He forced himself to block out the endless tragic symphony from the outside world, focusing all his senses on this small room. He heard it, the heart of Tony, gnawed by guilt, and the despair of Gao Shiqi, eternally unbalanced on the divine scale. Chapter 205. It is time for a change in divinity. Thus we have succumbed. Matt's voice was tranquil. Any resistance would merely become a new chapter in his narrative. Any struggle would only serve to amplify the grandeur of this tragedy. The room once again fell into a profound silence. The hope that had never been absent in their countless battles was, this time, completely erased from the equation of fate. Yet, amidst this absolute despair, seemingly nailed down by the script, Gao Shiqi, the deity of balance, slowly lifted his head. His eyes, always calculating amidst contradiction, no longer fixated on the eternal deficit, but gazed toward an entirely new dimension, a realm beyond the current chessboard. No, Gao Shiqi's voice transformed, shedding its usual blend of ice and warmth. We have not lost. We have simply been employing the wrong rules in this game. Tony and Matt simultaneously turn to look at him. The essence of the editor's system is a meaning processing engine. Gao Shiqi spoke slowly, as if reciting a freshly compiled theory. It captures actions, imbues them with significance, and ultimately outputs them as stories. All our resistance constitutes meaningful actions and will naturally be captured, processed, and rewritten. He extended his left hand, symbolizing destruction. We wish to pay the price with worthless memories, yet it insists on transforming them into a valuable tragedy. Then, he extended his right hand, embodying creation. If we attempt a selfless sacrifice, it will inevitably lead to a heavy victory we cannot bear. Gao Shiqi gradually brought his hands together, the forces of destruction and creation touching in his palms, as if to shatter some predetermined law. We can no longer ponder what to pay. We must cause his engine to crash completely. How? A spark ignited in Tony's eyes, like a flicker of flame emerging from dying embers. Feed this engine, which processes only meaning with utterly meaningless variables. Gao Shiqi's gaze penetrated the thick walls, accurately anchoring on an inconspicuous corner of the Queen's area. A logical singularity it could neither comprehend nor assign labels of sacrifice or victory. He turned to a blank data board, still bearing traces of previous patches. With a deft stroke of his fingertip in the air, a brand new interface unfolded like a living entity. It was neither a patch nor a task. It was unmistakably an interface for a virus injection. In the target field, there was but a single name, Peter Parker. No, Tony and Matt exclaimed in unison, their voices erupting. We cannot involve a child. Tony's voice trembled violently, resonating with an unforgettable yet deceptive memory, infused with unprecedented excitement. We absolutely cannot create another sacrifice. He is not a sacrifice. Ha Shiqi's voice remained unperturbed. He is a weapon, the only viable vessel capable of containing this virus without being instantly recognized and formatted by the editor system. Ha Shiqi tapped on the data board, and the system status of Peter Parker's designated area immediately materialized. There, the whimsical, absurd hero game that Peter had crafted with his own hands stubbornly continued to operate, akin to a heterogeneous space resisting formatting. The editor's sacrificial edict swept through the world like a torrential downpour. Yet, Peter's game stood firm, akin to an exceptionally sturdy umbrella, providing him a relatively dry sanctuary. Ha Shiqi elaborated. Within this space, the law of sacrifice was diluted by the game's rules. Here, defeating a villain might reward nothing more than a slice of Aunt May's apple pie, rather than the heavy burden of saving the world. Our task is not to thrust him into that tempest, but rather to utilize this small haven of his to execute a game mission that the editor system could never comprehend. Ha Shiqi inscribed the core content of the task on the command interface. Game challenge. The non-existent Wednesday. Challenge objective. Player Peter Parker must save a cat existing only in concept. Trapped between yesterday and tomorrow, known as SC Char Dinger's cat. Completion method. The player must erase Wednesday itself from the flow of time, thereby creating a logical vacuum that allows the cat to plummet back into reality. Challenge reward. None. Challenge failure penalty. None. Tony and Matt stared at the absurdly extreme task description, momentarily rendered speechless. This was an utterly meaningless paradox. To save a non-existent creature, expending an unquantifiable span of time for an insubstantial outcome. This act was neither for others nor for oneself. It constituted a sacrifice, sacrificing Wednesday. Yet it was not a sacrifice, as Wednesday itself bore no emotional value. It could not be defined as great, nor could it be labeled selfish. It was pure, logical noise. If Peter accomplished this task, Tony's voice cracked like a parched riverbed. The editor's narrative engine would spiral into a deadlock when tasked with bestowing meaning. Much like asking a calculator to compute 0 divided by 0. A cold, almost divine smirk spread across Ha Shiqi's face. It will get stuck, even if only for a mere fraction of a second. And that second of system delay is our opportunity. Opportunity for what? Matt inquired. Gao Shiqi's gaze traversed the door, which the chief editor had effortlessly opened, and ventured into the vast and perilous world beyond, a realm constructed from countless narratives. To his editorial office, he would send forth a manuscript that belonged to them alone, a piece that carried a viral essence. He intended to convey that his voice reverberated within the room, a calm facade concealing an impending tempest, It was time for a new author to take the helm of this tale. This scheme was akin to attempting to rewrite the launch codes of a nuclear missile while submerged in a sinking submarine. Armed only with a coin and a piece of chewing gum. Absurd, intricate, and a gamble of last resort. Tony Stark compelled himself to dispel the specter named Marcos, which existed solely in his mind. He shifted back into pure engineering mode, his brain transforming into a processor focused solely on execution. Chapter 206. The non-existent Wednesday, how to deliver this task. Tony's voice returned to its cold, steady timbre, impervious to direct dialogue. Any form of direct communication would be flagged as a critical plot point by the chief editor's system. The task itself had to manifest as a randomly generated, utterly meaningless Easter egg. It needed to sprout from Peter's own world. Gao Shiqi's sight was firmly locked onto Peter Parker's apartment. Those eyes, glowing with conflicting brilliance, swiftly dissected the underlying code of the Hero-S game, seeking exploitable vulnerabilities. He found one. Gao Shiqi suddenly spoke. His cereal was nearly finished. The night sky over Queens was blurred into a murky orange by the city's lights. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, hung upside down from a flagpole, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. He had just resolved a clumsy convenience store robbery, where the robbers wielded nothing more than a water gun and an irate goose. Side quest, feathers and panic completed. Reward, 150 experience points. 5 humor points. Evaluation, level, you successfully resolved all troubles without damaging the goose's pride. Peter glanced at the layer of webbing woven into a virtual interface on his wrist. A sight only visible to him, and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. He precisely allocated those 5 humor points to his combat quip skill tree. With a flick of his web, he soared over familiar streets and gracefully landed back outside his window. After changing out of his suit and entering the kitchen, he instinctively reached into the cupboard for his favorite spider energy rings, only to find the box empty. "Aunt May," he called out, his voice tinged with the youthful frustration of a snack supply depleted. "It's already on the shopping list, dear." Aunt May's voice floated in from the living room, mingling with the background hum of the television news, gentle yet resolute. The following day after school, as Peter pushed open the front door, the first thing that caught his eye was a brand new box of spider energy rings on the kitchen table. The packaging retained its familiar red and blue color scheme. Yet a glaring golden emblem adorned the upper right corner, boasting an ostentatious slogan, "Brand new upgrade. Contains super mysterious surprise grand prize." He raised an eyebrow, dismissing it as mere promotional gimmickry he had encountered many times before. As he tore through the plastic seal, a crisp sound echoed, and at the moment the cereal cascaded into the bowl, a much larger object than the usual plastic Spider-Man models tumbled out, wrapped in wax paper, and landed with a thud against the porcelain rim. Peter paused, his hand poised over the milk, and curiously picked it up. As he unfurled the crumpled wax paper with his fingertips, revealing its contents, he suddenly held his breath. It was not a toy. Rather, it was a folded card. Its texture peculiar, reminiscent of dried leaves, yet exuding a metallic chill. The card bore no text, only several childlike, cryptic illustrations. The first depicted a simple line-drawn kitten curled up in a box, its body enveloped in a flurry of question marks. The second illustrated a calendar page, with Tuesday and Thursday clearly visible, while the central Wednesday was marked by a large, ominous black cross, strikingly alarming. The third showcased a crooked, oversized pencil fervently erasing the marked Wednesday. The fourth revealed the earlier question-marked kitten leaping out of the box, its tail wagging joyfully, as if liberated from some heavy burden. In the lower right corner of the card, a faintly shimmering box contained the words, "Accept." Peter was utterly bewildered. What was this? A clue for a new puzzle game? Or perhaps a glitch in the system? Yet, there was an inexplicable coolness about this card, its mystery igniting a tantalizing thrill within him. His fingertip hovered in the air, heart racing with the reckless curiosity of youth as he gently tapped the "Accept" box. In an instant, the card transformed into a cascade of fine golden dust, seeping into his fingertip, the cool sensation fleeting. Hidden challenge accepted. The non-existent Wednesday. Good luck, player. Peter raised an eyebrow, lifting the bowl of cereal as he moved to the television. In his world, governed by peculiar rules, such oddities were commonplace. He chewed on his cereal, eyes glued to the animated show on the screen. Utterly unaware that the small accept button he had just pressed was enough to leave the authors behind the universe holding their breath, casting sidelong glances. In the room across the street, the data board representing the virus code for the non-existent Wednesday shifted from pending to running. Tony Stark instantly held his breath, a chill creeping into his fingertips. Matt Murdock's heartbeat faltered, nearly ceasing within his chest. The three of them stood as if nailed to the spot, their gazes fixed on the cursor representing the editorial system, monitoring the status. It hovered above the virus code, suspended for a full 3 seconds. In these 3 seconds, time stretched as long as the universe's march toward the heat death, each moment tugging at the nerves until they were nearly frayed. Suddenly, a line of text appeared beside the cursor. Invalid packet. Low priority. Archived. The threat remained unrecognized. This paradox, potent enough to overturn logic, was dismissed as a meaningless corrupted file and casually discarded into the system's recycle bin. It was done. Tony's voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper, barely discernible. He had accepted the manuscript. Matt leaned back in his chair, utterly drained, exhaustion washing over him like a relentless tide. Shiqi did not partake in any form of celebration. His eyes, perpetually imbued with contradiction, fixated intensely on the viral code running on the data board, as if he sought to etch every line of characters into his pupils. The virus had infiltrated the system. His voice resembled cracking ice, each word imbued with a chilling fracture. Now, they awaited its eruption. Before the last syllable fell, the lamp in the room, flickering in Morse code, suddenly pulsed with a frenetic intensity. Beep, beep, beep. Top, top, top. What was it conveying? Tony immediately set to decoding, his fingertips dancing over the databoard. It was urging Matt to close his eyes, the tremors of light coalescing in his perception into a clear message. Tomorrow is Friday. Tony was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at his wristwatch, which clearly indicated it was Tuesday evening. No, something was amiss. He abruptly looked up, his gaze colliding with the outside world. The sky was darkening at a visibly rapid pace, only to flare back to brightness. A complete cycle of day and night compressed into mere seconds. Today, Tony stared at the frantically shifting date on his watch, his face paling to a ghostly white. It was already Thursday. The house beneath him trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks sprawling across the walls. Yet, deep within those fissures, there was no brick or stone, only a pure, ink-black void, emblematic of nothingness. Peter's game, Shiqi's voice, manifested an unbalanced, tumultuous wave, erasing Wednesday from the timeline. And we, along with this house, found ourselves at the epicenter of the erasure zone. Chapter 207. The Divine Trojan program, the virus injected to incapacitate the system, had its first side effect. It dragged them, along with their sole refuge, into the absolute logical void they had unwittingly conjured. The cracks in the walls ceased to spread, for the very concept of walls was dissolving. The floor beneath them lost its solidity, transforming into an unfathomable waterfall composed of countless flickering data static. They did not plummet, for gravity had been discarded alongside Wednesday. Cast into the refuse of time, their bodies were being dismantled by an unseen force, reverting from the physical to the primordial settings and words that constituted their narrative. Like fragments of a manuscript scattered by the wind, we were falling out of the script. Tony's voice fragmented within consciousness, dissolving into a cacophony of indistinct audio interspersed with crackling static. His armor, a creation bound by the laws of physics, was rapidly losing its significance. A piece of armor peeled away from his arm, not plummeting but transforming into a line of faded characters material, titanium alloy, which then dissipated into the void as if erased by an unseen hand. Matt Murdock curled his body, enduring a torment more excruciating than the disintegration of flesh. He could hear the laws of reality wailing, the sharp metallic friction of cause and effect snapping like a fraying thread, the moment when time gaped open, flooding with an infinite cascade of contradictory possibilities from both past and future. This void was, for him, an eternal, silent scream that reverberated through his very soul. Only Doctor Strange maintained the precarious core amidst this ultimate chaos. His left eye, a harbinger of destruction, perceived the absolute emptiness of the void, while his right eye, a symbol of creation, captured the remnants of definitions yet to be entirely erased from the trio. Hero, wisdom, will. Balance became the axis. Doctor Strange will pierce through Tony and Matt's chaotic consciousness like a heated needle, grasping, Hold on. We cannot be scattered. He did not futilely resist the void, which would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Instead, he reversed his approach, extending his divine equilibrium outward. He did not fill this void. Rather, he redefined the three into a new, cohesive system, anchoring their existence within the nothingness. A reality lifeboat, woven from divinity, technology, and perception, floated upon the turbulent sea of logic. In an instant, that chilling sensation of disassembly ceased abruptly. Beneath their feet appeared a circular platform, less than 3 meters in diameter, forged from translucent golden light. Beyond the platform lay a cascading waterfall of data streams, consuming all in its path. They were like survivors trapped in the eye of a storm, momentarily catching their breath while being tightly encircled by endless destruction. The system was rebooting. Tony's tactical visor detected a faint signal emanating from the depths of the void. It was neither light nor energy, but rather a dormant pattern. The editor system had crashed due to the logical bomb of Wednesday and was now verifying its underlying code, initiating a reboot. We have seized a window. What has it led? Matt's voice regained some strength as his senses stabilized. To the editorial office. Dr. Strange's gaze pierced through layers of data static. Delving deeper into the darkness, he could distinctly sense that the higher dimensional entity, which viewed them as mere pawns, was currently in an unprecedented state of vulnerability. The virus had already manifested. Now, it was time to submit our own manuscript. Here to write? Tony glanced around, the golden platform surrounded by swirling nothingness. With what shall we write? Shall we conjure it from thin air? Precisely. Gao Shiqi nodded. In this void, where rules have yet to be born, willpower stands as the sole reality, and thought serves as the only ink stain. We cannot draft a letter of protest, for it would merely be categorized as mere data waste. Instead, we must compose a narrative so compelling that it cannot be dismissed, an entirely new story. Tony, I require a flawless and irrefutable plot, one that adheres to the most classic narrative framework of a hero's birth, struggle, and ultimate sacrifice. It must pierce through all frigid logic and reach the softest recesses of the human heart. Matt, Gao Shiqi turned to him. I need you to imbue this cold skeletal framework with the most fervent of emotions. Not the cacophony of daily anguish, but rather the pure, soul-etched fury, sorrow, and resolute conviction from the night you became Daredevil. And I, with the light in Gao Shiqi's eyes, symbolizing creation and destruction, burn with an unprecedented intensity. I shall weave your bones and blood into a tangible existence, one that possesses its own life, a living concept of a soul. There is no room for hesitation. Tony closed his eyes. A torrent of memories surged forth. Films watched, myths read, battles fought, all fragments colliding and filtering within his consciousness. Ultimately, he stripped away every personal imprint of Tony Stark, leaving only the purest template of the hero's narrative: an orphan, a mentor, a mission, a romance, an arch-nemesis, and an inevitable, glorious sacrifice bright enough to illuminate the darkness. Matt delved deep into his consciousness. The blood-stained alley reemerged in his perception. The moment his father fell into a pool of blood stretched infinitely. He did not wallow in despair. Rather, he distilled the primal emotional energy that defined his life into an intangible, searing torrent, surging and trembling deep within his soul. Gao Shiqi extended his hands, and Tony's cold, precise logical framework, alongside Matt's searing emotional core, were drawn into his palms by an invisible gravity. The force of destruction suddenly erupted, shattering both into the minutest narrative particles. The force of creation swiftly followed, weaving these particles anew with an unprecedented rhythm. In the void between the three, a luminous sphere slowly coalesced. It was not composed of any known material, but rather the embryo of a story, breathing, pulsating, and growing rapidly. They could vividly perceive the scenes unfolding within the luminous sphere. A young hero swearing an oath beneath the starry sky, lifting the lives of the innocent amidst torrential rain. Silhouettes embracing their beloveds at sunset, and ultimately, for a stranger unknown to him, walking toward an inevitable glorious end with a serene smile. This was a tragedy perfected to the brink of poison. It was the ultimate spiritual sustenance that all pursuits of meaning and sacrifice could not resist, akin to a bait wrapped in honey, exuding a fatal allure. Yet, Within the flawless core of this construct, Gao Shiqi discreetly inscribed an additional clause, etched with the law of balance, as inconspicuous as dust sinking into the depths of the ocean. The sacrifice of heroes grants the world a second chance. As a counterbalance, the author shall relinquish absolute monopoly over the ultimate interpretation of this world, transforming it into shared editorial rights with the will of the world. This is a divine Trojan horse, concealed within the final user agreement of rebirth, awaiting the moment of activation. Chapter 208. The recruited superhero, the luminous orb, completed its final evolution, quietly hovering in the palm of Gao Shiqi's hand, resembling a diamond forged from tears and starlight. Radiating a heart-wrenching glow imbued with a dangerously alluring beauty, gentle enough to collapse the most steadfast logical defenses. Would it read this agreement? Tony's voice trembled slightly. It will. Gao Shiqi gazed intently at the story nestled in his palm, his tone imbued with an almost cruel certainty. A competent editor would never overlook a manuscript capable of evoking tears. He raised his hand, forcefully hurling this narrative bomb, laden with all hope, into the depths of the system's slowly rebooting darkness. As the luminous orb pierced through the void, it trailed a fleeting silver line, akin to a meteor plunging into the abyss. Now, Gao Shiqi's voice echoed across the trio's solitary reality island. Wait for him to review. Waiting is a more arduous void than the act of falling. In this logical vacuum paved by the remnants of Wednesday, time had long since lost its measure. Tony, Matt, and Gao Shiqi were ensnared on a small golden platform, watching that narrative bomb, the orb of perfect tragedy, hover like a solitary tear suspended in midair, gliding through the starless void. Inching closer to the rebooting core of the system, everything came to a halt. The orb suddenly stilled, a mere inch from the dark core, as if halted by an invisible barrier. The waterfall of data static crystallized in a moment of tumult. The wails of fractured laws abruptly ceased. The entire void felt as if it had been paused. Even the light lost its flowing trajectory. No judgment, no rejection, nor acceptance. Only a profound silence weighed heavily upon the chest, making even breathing feel like an affront to this deathly stillness. It didn't read? Tony's voice shattered the silence, laced with a bewilderment that felt as if all strength had been drained. His greatest fear was not failure, but rather being utterly ignored. Like a meticulously crafted virus that lacked even the qualification to be scanned by antivirus software. That would be the most profound insult. No. Gao Shiqi's conflicted eyes remained firmly anchored on the encroaching darkness. It is reading, but not with sight, it is tasting. Before the words could fully escape, a torrent of indescribable sensory experience engulfed the consciousness of the three. There was no source of sound, yet applause resonated in the void, not from some entity clapping, but from the void itself, trembling in reverence for the exquisite tragedy. In the absence of visuals, a grand homage unfolds before us, revealing a myriad of world fragments composed of the remnants of discarded tales. In the void, faint glimmers illuminate sequentially, akin to 1,000 stars conducting a stellar funeral for a fictional hero, a tenderness that constricts the heart. The fictional hero they conjured, at the moment of his glorious sacrifice, was endowed by the narrative laws of the universe with an unparalleled authenticity, transforming into an existence more fervent than reality itself. Shortly thereafter, a cold thought, as impersonal as a system notification, indelibly etched itself into the depths of the souls of the three. Submission acknowledged. Rating: exceptional. Core logic, sacrifice, and significance is highly compatible with this system. Supplemental terms, shared editing rights, have been approved. A surge of incredulous joy erupted on Tony's face, accompanied by the remnants of battle armor emitting a faint hum. We did it. We won. Yet, the cursor of that notification continued to blink in the void, unextinguished. Author identity verified. Contribution assessment: high. In accordance with Article 73 of the Narrative Universe Content Contributor Incentive Agreement, author privileges have been elevated. Elevated? A sense of foreboding tightened Matt's brow. Current permission level: character, read-only; collaborator, read-write. The golden platform beneath them suddenly distorted and expanded violently. The rudimentary island of reality transformed from a lifeboat into a vast space constructed of translucent light, exuding an essence of extreme minimalism, resembling an office suspended in the void. A massive conference table, smooth as a mirror, ascended from the luminous floor, while three oddly designed chairs glided automatically to its side. The surrounding void shed its chaotic static data, morphing into colossal floor-to-ceiling windows. Beyond these windows lay countless operational story worlds, each radiating a unique brilliance. Akin to glass biomes adrift in a dark ocean, resplendent yet solitary. At the center of the conference table, three beams of light suddenly illuminated, projecting three semi-transparent virtual documents visible only to the three of them. The titles of the documents were identical. World, Earth 888, pinned, current core theme, sacrifice, pinning narrative nodes, 3471. Your task, as collaborators, please review, optimize, and advance these narrative nodes, ensuring they meet the standards of exceptional story quality. The ecstasy on Tony's face instantly froze, akin to magma rendered solid by extreme cold. Even the creases at the corners of his eyes became rigid. He gazed at the dense array of pending nodes on the document, suddenly realizing that they might never have escaped the script, but instead had transitioned from being mere subjects to the authors themselves. What does this mean? Tony's fingertips trembled as he clicked on one of the pending nodes. Node 1138, Peter Parker, current status. Hidden challenge non-existent, Wednesday completed. The sensation of vertigo suddenly seized Tony. They abruptly transitioned from actors to screenwriters, compelled to script their own fates alongside their companions, chronicling the very dramatic conflicts and agonies they had once resisted but were now destined to rewrite. They had triumphed in the war, yet found themselves ensnared within the enemy's command center, tasked with cleaning the battlefield and organizing documents, becoming the enforcers of the order they had once defied. They had not vanquished the chief editor. Rather, they had become the chief editor. Gossick stared at the identical task files before him, realizing the gravity of their situation. He gazed out the window, where beautiful yet fragile worlds of stories swirled in the darkness. At this moment, he held the authority to intervene in them, to step into any narrative spiraling toward tragedy, rewrite their endings, and save all lives. Yet the documents before him immediately prompted a new warning. Warning: interference with non-designated world, Earth 888, will deplete author credits. Current credits, 0. Tip: completing designated narrative tasks will yield credits. It was a perfect closed loop with no escape. The cage woven from power and responsibility was more intricate and grand than the shackles of the past, firmly binding them within this narrative cycle, leaving them with no respite. Chapter 209. The god of mockery Matt Murdock closed his eyes, attempting to pierce through the cold order with his senses. What he heard was no longer mere suffering, but a clear narrative thread, the sacrifice of one individual, toppling another's awakening like a line of dominoes, ultimately steering the entire story toward its predetermined climax. He found himself perceiving the chief editor's chilling logic from a godlike perspective. This revelation was the most terrifying of all. He began to understand his enemy, much like prey, gradually comprehending the mechanisms of a trap. We must leave this place. Tony's voice resonated with determination. Let us return to our world. This office is merely a construct of consciousness, as long as we can discern the coordinates of the physical world. He summoned every memory of Stark Tower, hoping to use it as an anchor for a leap across the realms of consciousness. Suddenly, the conference table emitted a sharp buzz, interrupting his thoughts. Application denied. Reason: the collaborators' abandonment of duty prior to the completion of the current quarter key performance indicators will lead to a decline in narrative universe stability. This action is not approved. Key performance indicators? What a farcical game. Tony Stark, the man who once stood atop the world's economic pinnacle, found himself ensnared by a high-dimensional performance evaluation system that he could neither acquire, negotiate with, nor dismantle. They became prisoners within the bureaucratic confines of narrative regulations, where even rebellion was reduced to a mere checklist. Gao Shiqi made no attempt to escape. He simply gazed quietly out the window at the world marked as 888, a world that belonged to them. In his eyes, rife with contradiction, there lay a perspective imbued with almost a sense of compassion, reassessing all destinies, both inscribed and unwritten. He was no longer a deity of that realm, but rather a project manager. The objective had shifted from achieving equilibrium to crafting a high-quality narrative that would satisfy the ultimate reader. How could a god, in pursuit of balance, contend with the fundamental narrative laws of a universe that demands conflict? Gao Shiqi slowly raised his hand and accessed the pending node concerning Peter Parker. He did not select. Instead, his gaze fell upon the blank space for custom proposals below. His fingertips coalesced with the will of creation and destruction intertwined, and he inscribed a new line. This is a game. A more advanced, chaotic cosmic entity, rooted in mockery, plays a jest with Peter Parker. This entity harbors no malice. Its actions defy logical prediction, and its very existence serves to dissolve meaning. He introduced an entirely new character into the universe of the chief editor, an entity so nebulous that it could not define or control itself, an absolute chaotic variable known as the God of Mockery. The moment he pressed the submit button, it turned gray, and a line of small text appeared beside it. Proposal under review. These words hung over them like the sword of Damocles, more searing to the mind than any countdown. Gao Shiqi turned to Tony and Matt, his voice calm to the point of being ethereal. If the rules themselves are the enemy, then create more contradictory rules until the system collapses under its own incompatibility. Tony and Matt fixated on the words indicating the proposal under review, as if the air had solidified into substance. They were unaware of what this audacious proposal might trigger, whether it would result in a complete system failure or something even more terrifying. Yet at this moment, it was the only fissure they could grasp. What would he do? Matt's voice trembled within their consciousness link. Accept? Reject? Or transform their jest into a more dreadful curse? He would calculate. Tony's response was as cold as the flow of data, evaluating the introduction of the God of Mockery and its impact on the narrative universe's readability and emotional return on investment. It was, in essence, a business decision. But Gao Shiqi shook his head. His contradictory eyes penetrated the superficial interface, gazing into the unseen depths of the system's backend, where the data streams were disturbingly disordered. No. His voice tinged with confusion. He was not calculating. He was seeking help. Before his words could fully escape, the status of proposal under review suddenly changed. Warning, a primary logical paradox has been detected. The scheme cannot be parsed by the current semantic engine. Error code 404. In accordance with the Narrative Universe Stability Protocol, this scheme has been automatically submitted to the Technical Support Department. Technical support? Tony nearly believed it to be a figment of his imagination. Had they truly compelled the authors of the universe to contact the department? This thought brought no relief. Instead, a deeper chill swept through the conceptual office. They were not confronting a singular, capricious editor, but rather a vast, frigid, and meticulously organized bureaucratic entity. Each department functioned in its own domain, employing rules nested within rules, assimilating all resistance into preordained processing protocols. Matt's fingertips twitched slightly. He heard a new sound emerging from the void, a myriad of subtle electrical currents reconfiguring, as if countless eyes were peering in from a higher dimension, gazing impassively through the window of the technical support department at the erroneous report they had submitted. The atmosphere in the office underwent an abrupt transformation. The story worlds floating outside instantly faded to ashen gray, as if forcibly switched to a safe mode. The indoor lighting drained all warmth, morphing into a stark, cold illumination solely for observation and analysis. A myriad of luminous grids manifested upon the smooth conference table, resembling intricate measuring instruments conducting three-dimensional scans and data modeling of the three individuals present. A new entity had arrived. It did not enter through the door. Rather, it was compiled from an array of countless zeros and ones, materializing in the air. It possessed no fixed form, continuously morphing into a three-dimensional fractal, at times resembling an infinitely rotating cube, at times resembling an algorithmically generated crystalline bloom. It emitted no sound, yet with each transformation, it inscribed lines of annotation code directly into their minds, accessing collaborator permission levels, analyzing anomalous submission, defining variable, the God of Mockery, running compatibility tests, test result, failure. This variable fundamentally conflicts with the core laws of sacrificial meaning. The geometric form ceased its transformations, ultimately stabilizing into a perfect, pure, black sphere, suspended in the center of the conference table, exuding an oppressive aura of absolute correctness, as if even the air were being compressed by its veracity. "Who are you?" Tony managed to inquire, forcing the words out. The armor's alarms blared frantically, not due to an energy assault, But because the surrounding physical constants were being optimized and rewritten by this sphere, even the frequency of atomic vibrations was being forcibly calibrated. I am the auditor. A line of cold code seared into their consciousness. Function: maintain the stability of the underlying logic of the narrative universe. Eradicate all invalid references and redundant code. The auditor disregarded Tony and Matt, its focus akin to a spotlight, entirely fixated on Shiqi. The pure black sphere quivered slightly, as if deciphering an unclassifiable anomalous dataset. Chapter 210. The entity Gao Shiqi scanning for anomalous sources. Core logical conflict detected. Entity Gao Shiqi. Attribute: balance. Analysis: this attribute seeks to establish a meaningless zero-sum state between input, conflict, and output. Narrative: severely wasting system resources and diminishing narrative efficiency. Conclusion: entity Gao Shiqi is the auditor's conclusion, devoid of any bias or malice. It resembles antivirus software identifying a virus. Proposal: this is an attempt to self-replicate and disseminate. Resolution: isolate and format the anomalous source. In the next moment, Gao Shiqi's form began to fade into transparency. This was not mere invisibility, but a more terrifying dimensional degradation. His bodily contours became pixelated, the intricate details of his black robe dissolving into a blur of color. He was being downgraded by this system from a high-definition, authentic character to a low-resolution, soon-to-be-deleted temporary file. Gao Shiqi, Tony shouted, rushing forward. Yet, an invisible firewall woven from pure logic suddenly rose between him and Gao Shiqi. His fist struck the cold rules with considerable force, only to be rebuffed. His knuckles tingling from the impact. Access to damaged files is forbidden to prevent cross-contamination. The auditor's coded voice remained unperturbed, precise and ruthless as a scalpel. What should we do? Matt cried out in anguish. His keen hearing captured the faint signal of Gao Shiqi's existence, being gradually stripped from the cosmic registry. A more thorough obliteration than death itself, each second piercing his perception. But amidst this formatted stripping, Gao Shiqi's increasingly blurred eyes shone with a startling brilliance, reminiscent of a dying star's final explosion. It was mistaken. His will transformed into a fragile yet resilient wave, forcefully penetrating the firewall's barrier. The system was not infallible. The pixelated fingertips trembled in the void, ultimately stubbornly pointing towards the auditor's flawless black sphere. Tony, calculate its perfection. Matt, listen to its silence. Despite their profound confusion, this was Gao Shiqi's final directive before his complete erasure. Without hesitation, Tony concentrated all the computational cores of his armor onto that black sphere. Minute deviations in geometric structure, microsecond displacements in rotational frequency, slight disturbances in spatial curvature. Data streams cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. Moments later, a result that defied comprehension suddenly appeared before him. Its circumference was precisely 3. Tony's voice was imbued with absurdity, exclaiming not 3.14159, but the integer 3. In the relentless pursuit of absolute logical perfection, it brazenly forsook the transcendent numbers, altering the very essence of mathematics itself. Almost simultaneously, Matt submerged his entire consciousness into the profound silence emanating from the black sphere. Within that realm of purity, devoid of any extraneous sound, he perceived a faint echo, nearly imperceptible. It was not a reverberation of sound waves. Rather, it was the lingering trace of a deleted existence, a remnant in the void. I heard it. Matt's voice quivered with intense focus, for in the moment of its inception, it obliterated something, a name, illogical and imbued with a primal chaos. Combine them. The will of Gao Shiqi flickered like a candle in the wind, each word teetering on the brink of dissolution. In a fleeting moment of shared understanding, Tony and Matt exchanged glances, their minds alighting with insight. Tony swiftly activated the core of his battlesuit, crafting an entirely new code. Rather than confronting the auditor head-on, he harnessed the distorted mathematical principle of 3 to construct an erroneous coordinate system that could not possibly exist within a normal universe. Subsequently, Matt infused the unique frequency carried by that echo, the forgotten name, as the singularity of this erroneous coordinate system with precision. The instant Tony pressed the execute key, no aggressive code erupted. Instead, he deftly defined and restored the name that had been willfully erased, utilizing the auditor's own logical framework. In that moment, the flawless black sphere trembled violently, as if some force within sought to break free from its confinement. Countless chaotic golden lines spread across its surface, fracturing like cracks in the dam of reason. A new line of commentary suddenly enveloped all the cold code, pulsating with madness and primal power. A stark contrast to the auditor's style. I am chaos. Do you dare restore my name? The rational program of the auditor was being consumed by the chaotic essence it had vehemently rejected from its inception, its most primal madness. An ultimate logical war concerning the essence of identity erupted within. The formatting process of Gao Shiqi came to an abrupt halt. His body solidified, akin to pixels reasserting their corporeal form. He gazed at the geometric entity collapsing under its own self-inflicted rupture, then turned to Tony and Matt, a weary yet radiant smile of victory illuminating his face. They had not vanquished the so-called technical support. They had simply allowed the program to be infected by its own virus. The primordial will named Chaos did not rampage through the conference room, but instead emitted a roar as if breaking free from eons of shackles. Subsequently, the auditor's form, composed of geometric shapes, shattered in a silent explosion, dissolving into myriad points of light. It did not explode. It simply disintegrated silently into countless flickering, amorphous fragments. These fragments are neither substantial nor insubstantial. They embody pure potential, narrative materials yet to be imbued with meaning, perhaps the dormant millennia-long epic of a kingdom's rise and fall, or merely the fleeting moment of a girl's smile in the rain. They descend like a silent snowfall, laden with boundless possibilities, drifting gently within this conceptual office. He transformed it into an open repository of materials. Tony gazed at the fragments floating before him, his tactical visor sweeping across them, yet revealing no data. Yet, he could distinctly sense that with a mere thought, this glimmer could morph into a sword that severs sorrow or a poem that brings tears to a robot's eyes. This cold office, constructed from the tenets of narrative, was for the first time filled with the breath of freedom. The firewall had vanished. Gao Shiqi's voice, tinged with the frailty of survival, resonated with an unprecedented clarity. No barriers remained between us and the core of the system. Chapter 211. The ultimate code of the universe's origin. As his words faded, the immense conference table, along with the vexatious documents, melted away like ice. The smooth floor beneath their feet quietly disappeared, transforming into an unfathomable sea of data, where countless lines of golden code surged and flickered. They stood atop the source code of this universe. I need an entry point. Tony's voice trembled with pure excitement. I require the command line interface, the administrator account. There is no account, Matt replied, eyes shut, wholly focused on the tides of the sea of code. Here, there are no passwords, only resonance, open solely to the logic of the same origin. Chaos. Gao Shiqi instantly understood. He raised his hand, plucking a drifting fragment of possibility from the air, tuning his will to align perfectly with the fragment's chaotic and primal vibrations. Subsequently, he gently probed this will into the sea of code beneath them like a key. With a hum, the entire sea of code parted, granting them a pathway. A staircase constructed purely from commands extended downward before them, culminating in a grand door, upon which countless statements intertwined like chains, with red light pulsating through the gaps. Access to the core rule library is prohibited. It had secured the most critical elements until the very end, Tony whispered. It is not merely locked. Gao Shiqi's gaze pierced through the layers of logical statements towards the door, revealing that it was a barrier. He stepped forward first, ascending the staircase formed of commands. Tony and Matt followed closely. With each descent, an indescribable chill pervaded the air. Not a physical coldness, but a conceptual void, as if their very existence was being imperceptibly diluted, their thoughts becoming tenuous. Finally, standing before the door, Tony attempted to decipher the intertwined statements, yet all he perceived was the endpoint of all logic, directing to a singular conclusion. A logic black hole, devouring all meaning, rendered even the armor's analytical system to a cacophony of errors. Let me, Gao Shiqi said, raising his hand to press against the door woven from code. He did not attempt to decipher it. Instead, he transformed the experience of teetering on the brink of oblivion during formatting into a silent authentication, gradually transmitting it forth. The door slid inward in profound silence. Beyond it lay not the grand spectacle of the universe's ultimate secrets as anticipated, but a stark, empty, white room. At the center of this chamber floated a solitary line of code. It hovered there, akin to a whispered remnant from the dawn of the cosmos. Lacking luminosity and energy fluctuations, it nonetheless caused the entire core library of laws to tremble subtly in its presence. Tony's armor system hummed, slowly translating the line of code. Tony Stark articulated the meaning of the code with deliberate precision. If any entity exists, the cost of its existence must be sacrifice. Otherwise, the result shall be the collapse into void. Beneath this line of code dangled a note from the developer, encased in gray comet symbols, resembling a faded annotation. Patch 10 Emergency Fix, designed to suppress the spread of existential nihilism. This law ensures that all existence possesses narrative significance. To prevent assimilation by absolute void, side effects may occur, but it is preferable to the complete erasure of the universe. Editor-in-Chief, a deathly silence suffused the empty room. All their struggles, all their wisdom, all the sacrifices on the brink of shattering ultimately pointed to an unbearable truth. The Editor-in-Chief's law of sacrifice was not a curse, but a patch. A patch forcibly embedded into the foundation of existence to prevent the entire universe from being consumed by an even more ultimate void due to its inherent meaninglessness. Ugly and cruel, yet it sustained the continuity of all things. They were not prisoners, they were protectors. Thus, Matt's voice, gravelly as sandpaper, asked, "Was all the pain we endured, all the tragedies occurring in the world, merely to render our story worthy of existence? To prevent this universe from devolving into a blank sheet of paper?" This truth suffocated more than any conspiracy. Their enemy was never a tyrant to be vanquished, but the void itself. And the Editor-in-Chief was merely a weary captain, drained of strength, striving to keep this battered vessel of the universe afloat in the dark sea. They triumphed, having overthrown the first mate, the auditor, and stormed the bridge, only to discover that the ship's engine had been faulty from the outset, and the ocean beneath them gaped wide, eager to consume all. At that moment, Gao Shiqi made a decision that would send Tony and Matt's spirits reeling. He extended his left hand, a symbol of destruction, watched by pure black eyes, slowly reaching toward the core code that served as the patch. "Gao Shiqi, no!" Tony screamed. "Delete it, and the entire universe will I know." Gao Shiqi's voice was as tranquil as the void itself, yet the universe, which seeks to substantiate its worth through the relentless infliction of suffering, ought not to exist from the very beginning. The divine essence of equilibrium that resided within him made an ultimate choice that transcended all logic at this moment. He desired not a patched existence rife with tragedy. Rather, he yearned for an immaculate balance, even if that balance amounted to nothingness. His fingertips were mere millimeters away from that line of code, and, in that instant, the entire white room, along with the sea of code from the outside world, came to an abrupt standstill. Time seemed to have been pressed on pause. A voice resonated deep within the consciousness of the three, devoid of the editor's exhaustion or the auditor's coldness. It was warm and rich, imbued with the tolerance of a sage, yet laced with the shrewdness characteristic of a merchant. "Gentlemen, you have attempted to modify the universe's root directory without authorization. A grave violation of the user agreement." A figure materialized before them, coalescing from light, clad in a perfectly tailored golden suit, with hair meticulously styled, and wearing a smile so amiable it could disarm anyone's defenses. He bore no scepter or weapon, only a steaming cup of aromatic coffee. "However, considering you are the first users to breach this threshold, I shall overlook this transgression." He took a sip of coffee, pleasantly squinting his eyes, and added, "In fact, we might engage in a discussion. A conversation about acquisition proposals." His gaze shifted to Tony Stark, admiration glimmering unabashedly in his eyes. "Mr. Stark, what is the market value of your company?" Chapter 212, The Template of the Multiverse. When he turned his gaze to Gao Shiqi, a smile graced his lips. "And you, my dear god of balance, how much do you believe your universe is worth?" The man, who identified himself as the acquirer, paid no heed to the silence of Tony and Gao Shiqi. He leisurely placed the cup of coffee in the void, where it hovered steadily, as if an invisible table had been set just for him. "Do not be so tense," he smiled, a blend of elder's kindness and investor's scrutiny adorning his expression. "I am neither the weary creator like the editor, nor the rigid programmer like the auditor. I am a provider of their platform. I invest in narratives, and I value returns. He turned to Tony, his gaze filled with an almost approving understanding of a kindred spirit. Mr. Stark, you have forged an empire through technology. You comprehend value. Yet, your vision remains confined to the material realm. Your company, your wealth, are but footnotes within this core repository of laws, insignificant entries. Then, his gaze fell upon Gao Shiqi, and in his golden eyes flickered a semblance of avarice. And you, Mr. Gao Shiqi, you and your world are the true assets. He extended a finger and gently tapped the line of code suspended in the air, a patch of sorts. This entity, this principle of sacrifice, was coarse, cruel, and rife with side effects. Yet it succeeded. It forged a realm characterized by profound user engagement and emotional investment. Your narrative is replete with conflict, tragedy, hope, and destruction. It is a bestseller. A bestseller? Matt Murdock's voice shattered like crushed glass. You deem our suffering a bestseller? Certainly, retorted the man, his tone unwavering, as if elucidating the most fundamental principles of commerce. Do you believe this universe to be singular? No, my child. There are countless universes, akin to billions of servers operating simultaneously. The vast majority succumb to the ultimate user attrition of existential nihilism, becoming tedious, repetitive, and ultimately self-erasing. Yet, your world, 888, has transformed into a phenomenal success precisely because of this patch. He opened his arms, posturing as though unveiling an ambitious blueprint in a boardroom. The lines of his golden suit cutting a sharp arc in the white light. My proposal is straightforward, he stated. On behalf of Narrative Capital, I formally propose an acquisition. We shall procure the exclusive narrative rights to your universe. In return, he snapped his fingers, and a line of the sacrificial code rippled instantly, as if ready to be uprooted at any moment. First, I shall replace this crude patch with our more advanced, painless existence maintenance technology. Your world shall no longer need to validate its worth through tragedy. Second, another snap resonated, and the portal to the outside world became distinctly clear and stable. The edges of the code no longer flickering uncertainly. You shall gain complete freedom. You may leave this office at any moment and return to your world, living the life you desire. No unresolved nodes remain. Your story truly belongs to you. Tony Stark's heart constricted sharply. This was everything they had longed for, freedom and an escape from their curse. What is the cost? He inquired, fully aware that no one knew better than he that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The cost? The man chuckled, a smile that finally stripped away all pretense, revealing a merchant's characteristic, almost ruthless acumen. The cost is that your world will become our flagship product, a template. He waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery warped and distorted once more. Countless parallel universes unfurled before him, most sliding into shades of gray and void. In one world, heroes grew weary of endless battles and collectively retreated, civilizations decaying slowly amidst chaos. In another, an omnipotent dictator achieved absolute peace, yet extinguished all passion and creativity, rendering the entire universe a stagnant pool. These are liabilities. The man's tone resembled that of someone appraising a lost report, laced with disdain. They lack core appeal. Yet you shall change all of this. We shall standardize and modularize your principles of sacrifice, your struggles, and your heroism. He paused, tracing a cold arc in the air with his fingertips. Then, this system of 888 success would be installed as a paid service in these worlds on the brink of bankruptcy. Imagine, Mr. Stark. His voice was laced with a honeyed allure. Across countless realms, there would be a Tony Stark replicating your anguish, retracing your choices, donning the iron armor. In myriad worlds, there would exist a Peter Parker losing his Uncle Ben in an alleyway. Your tragedies will ignite the embers of countless desolate universes. Your tale shall transform into the greatest, ever-ongoing narratives under our banner. You shall no longer be mere heroes. The man delivered his final seduction, his voice shimmering with a golden aura. You will become the very essence of myth, eternally recounted, time and again. Silence fell once more. Tony felt turmoil within, akin to a tempest. His lifelong struggles, every pang of pain, each near-death choice, had been reduced by this man to a replicable, mass-marketable success template. They were not destined to become legends. They were to be rendered as mere standard components on an assembly line. You are treating souls as commodities in a futures market. Matt's voice was as frigid as the deepest nights of a hellish kitchen. Meanwhile, Gossage remained silent throughout, simply gazing at the man with an expression devoid of anger or fear, merely an almost absolute zero indifference belonging to the divine. At last, he spoke. Your business model harbors a fundamental flaw. The man raised an intrigued eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Oh, pray, elucidate, my dear asset. You have mass-produced a unique existence that possesses value through its singularity. Gossage's words dissected the core of this grand design with precision. This would lead to value dilution. For when every universe houses Iron Man, the very concept of Iron Man becomes trivialized. Your ultimate creation will render itself worthless through overexploitation, and the narrative capital will consequently collapse. His conclusion bore no trace of emotion, as though he were stating a physical law. From a balanced perspective, this is an inherently self-destructive, unstable system. The smile on the man's face gradually faded. He regarded Gossage with genuine astonishment, soon overshadowed by the appreciation inherent in a top-tier predator. An astute analysis, he praised sincerely. You have touched upon the essence of the issue. Yet, you have overlooked a detail. We have already devised a solution to counteract value dilution. The man gestured lightly in air, and a new image unfolded before the three of them. Chapter 213, The Creation of the Marvel Religion. It was a world they had never witnessed. The sky glimmered with an eerie purple hue, and the earth flowed with liquid rainbows. In the heart of the world, a hero clad in an unprecedentedly resplendent suit of armor engages in a fierce battle with a monstrous beast. This is Universe 734. The man introduced a week ago. It was a failing asset on the brink of collapse. We installed a beta version of your world's narrative engine. In the visuals, the hero bellows his name amidst the fray. For Stark, he roars as he channels energy into his weapon, light tearing through the darkness. For Rogers, he cries out, raising his shield to withstand a fatal blow. For Parker, he whispers, evading with a sidelong movement that conceals a fervent imitation. Do you see? The man's smile returned, yet his eyes betrayed a cold calculation. We do not merely replicate you. We transform you into their faith, their gods. Your stories have become their scripture. Each battle, each sacrifice they make is a tribute to you. Their actions, in turn, continuously reinforce and elevate your primal sanctity and exclusive value. He paused, his fingers gently tapping the rim of his coffee cup. We are not selling a product. We are creating a religion. A chill coursed through Tony Stark's spine. This was a malevolence 1,000,000 times more wicked than mere imitation. They would become meticulously adorned eternal idols, nailed to altars, witnessing their own suffering, immortalized in countless worlds. Sung as hymns repeatedly. At that moment, Kashiai stirred. His hand, hovering over the code of sacrifice, pressed forward without warning. He intended to delete the patch, to end it all, rather than becoming the core of a cosmic Ponzi scheme. He would choose the perfection of equal nothingness. No, the composure on the man's face shattered completely, his pupils constricting. But it was too late. Kashiai's fingertip grazed the line of code. There was no explosion, no collapse. Nothing happened. The line of code, like an illusory holographic image, was easily penetrated by his fingertip. Did you think I would place the company's core assets in a location accessible even to interns? The man's voice regained its calm, yet could not conceal the angered chill. He snapped his fingers. The core library of laws they inhabited, like a meticulously constructed stage set, collapsed with a thunderous roar. That line of code, that door, that staircase dissolved into nothingness. Vision returned to the conceptual office. Yet, in the center of the conference table, an item had appeared, a beautifully bound document. Wrapped in golden leather, its edges embossed with subtle patterns, resembling an undeniable contract. The elegant font on the cover delineated a single line. Narrative rights transfer agreement for Universe 888. Game time is over, gentlemen. The man's figure grew increasingly indistinct, as if sinking into the mists of a higher dimension. Yet his voice echoed in the mind like a final judgment. I gave you a choice. Now, it is time for enforcement. Your defiance, along with the recent captivating negotiations and threats, has been meticulously documented by our creative team, expertly edited into the most sensational teaser for this series. The market response has exceeded all expectations. The acquisition has received unanimous approval from the board. Welcome to the narrative capital family. The voices have been utterly extinguished, as if they had never existed. That contract lies silently on the table, no longer a proposal, but an irrevocable reality. They have lost, in a manner previously unimagined. Not defeated, not slain, not cursed. They have been acquired. From this moment forth, their entire reality has devolved into a profitable division of a higher dimensional company. And they are the most central and yet the most unfree assets within this division. Silence has become the sole commodity in this conceptual office, the only thing they can consume at this moment. That golden contract stands like a delicate tombstone at the center of the conference table, quietly burying all resistance and hope. Tony Stark gazes at that contract, the arc reactor in his chest glowing steadily as ever, yet it fails to radiate warmth. He has reclaimed energy, yet he has lost the entirety of this transaction, an abysmal failure. Matt Murdock bows his head, hearing the fibers of the contract groan with ownership. It is a legal fact inscribed in the cosmic directory beyond dispute. Gao Shiqi, the god of equilibrium, gazes out at a world marked as 888. He can sense an invisible layer of commodification slowly enveloping it, with each sunrise and heartbeat beginning to bear the weight of valuation labels. At that moment, Tony Stark laughed. It was neither a bitter laugh nor an expression of self-mockery. The laughter was sharp, cold, and laced with a menacing portent. They were exceedingly arrogant. Tony's voice reverberated through the space, reclaiming his rhythm in the negotiations, a self-assured acquirer destined to stumble. Matt and Gao Shiqi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting incredulity. They have transformed us from rebels into employees. Tony extended his finger, hovering just above the contract, gently tapping it without truly touching it. Rebels may be extinguished, but employees, particularly those deemed core assets, cannot be dismissed at will. He rose to his feet and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking countless narrative worlds, the glass reflecting the flickering flame in his eyes. They have bestowed upon us titles, yet neglected to provide an employee manual. In Tony's voice, a cunning and perilous glimmer characteristic of Stark Industries emerged. They have presented us with a system, yet failed to clarify the rules. They presume us to be actors compelled to remain on stage, forgetting that here reside the planet's foremost engineers, lawyers who dance on the fringes of regulation, and a being capable of rewriting the constants of physics. He suddenly turned around, his gaze intensely fixed on Gao Shiqi and Matt. It matters not that the contract cannot be torn asunder. We can manipulate it to our advantage. A gambler's manic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The first step is not resistance. It is the defense of our rights. Defense of our rights? Matt furrowed his brow, the term escaping Tony Stark's lips with an air of absurdity. Precisely. Tony returned to the table, avoiding the golden contract. Instead, addressing the empty surface with a commanding tone, retrieve the organizational chart of Narrative Capital Earth Division 888, along with the specifics of our collaborative rights. Chapter 214. Drowning them in cosmic bureaucracy, a sudden flash illuminated the table, revealing a line of cold text. Insufficient permissions. Did you see that? Tony spread his hands, laced with a hint of mockery. They even skipped the onboarding process. This is a gross violation of the Universal Labor Rights Protection Act, if such a thing exists. If it does not, we shall draft one ourselves. Gao Shiqi's conflicted eyes withdrew from their macrocosmic gaze upon the world. He understood Tony's intention. This was not a charge into battle, but rather a different manifestation of warfare, a struggle he had never ventured into, yet one that harmonized with the essence of balance. Any system, no matter how intricate, must adhere to rules to function. Gao Shiqi's voice echoed in their minds, the icy undertone imbued with analysis. And rules, after all, can always be exploited. So what shall be our first step? Matt inquired, his innate legal instincts for logic and order gradually awakening. The first step. Tony's finger gently tapped the table, summoning a virtual keyboard and communication interface, forcibly extracted from the foundational protocols of the conceptual office, an outcome of his will and technological savvy. We shall send the management a formal, strongly worded application for an assessment of the working environment, accompanied by an inquiry regarding compensation and the scope of responsibilities. His fingers flew across the keyboard, swiftly crafting lines of text that were not declarations of war, but an email brimming with legal terminology and corporate jargon. Recipient, Narrative Capital. Senior Management, Sender, Earth 888 Project Team, Core Asset Group, Tony Stark, Matt Murdock. Gao Shiqi. Subject, urgent inquiry regarding the onboarding process and working conditions of the 888 Project Team. Content, as your newly acquired core asset, We express serious concerns regarding the current working environment. The office space lacks a stable physical form and is not equipped with a life support system that meets our biological divine requirements. To date, we have received no explanations regarding indicators or performance evaluation criteria, nor have the rules for the acquisition and use of author points been clearly defined. Amidst the rhythmic clatter of the keyboard, he turned to Gao Shiqi and Matt, explaining, "We shall drown them in their own bureaucracy. Let them fill out a form for every breath we take, so they may comprehend that the cost of managing our 3 employees surpasses the profits of acquiring the entire universe." As Tony relentlessly thrusts the spear of bureaucracy against the shield of this system, Gao Shiqi slowly closes his eyes. He refrains from participating in the drafting of documents. Choosing a different path, he extends the divinity of balance along the invisible thread that connects him to the realm of 888. Yet, the balance he seeks is not between good and evil, nor between creation and destruction. He embarks on a journey to balance the narrative itself. Those tragic twists, intentionally magnified by the capital of storytelling, and the suffering imposed for dramatic conflict, subtly shift under his will. A catastrophe that ought to have resulted in countless casualties is averted by an inconsequential coincidence. A reunion destined to unravel unexpectedly gives rise to the possibility of reconciliation. It is not a subversion, but rather the infusion of subtle, unscripted variables into the predetermined trajectory, akin to pouring fine sand into intricate gears. He aims to restore the chaotic and vibrant folds that belong to this commodified world. In New York, a scientist, who is supposed to gain superpowers due to a failed experiment and embark on a fateful journey, suddenly discovers that all data perfectly points to harmless and stable conclusions. He secures research funding, retires early, and opens a surf shop in Hawaii, where the patterns on his surfboards bring him more satisfaction than any superpower. In Latvia, a remnant of the Hydra, poised to press the doomsday button, receives a call in the final second. His long-lost daughter has been found. He gazes at the button for 3 seconds, abruptly cuts the wires, and boards a train bound for reunion, his suitcase filled with inexpensive toys for his child. Spider-Man. Peter Parker dons his suit in preparation for a night patrol, only to find Queens eerily quiet. No one jaywalking, neighbors sharing cookies over fences, even habitual offenders teaching children chess at the community center. He sits on a rooftop for 3 hours, ultimately returning home to help Aunt May tidy the garage, polishing an old bicycle until it gleams. What Gao Shiqi is undertaking is a divine act of ultimate creative destruction. He seeks to transform the blockbuster product of 888 into an utterly mundane existence, devoid of dramatic conflict, without sacrificial value, a perfect piece of junk. A good story requires conflict, yet he is systematically erasing all tension with divinity, redirecting the turning points of fate towards the mundane, dissolving intense contradictions into triviality, turning all narrative climaxes into everyday accounts. At the moment Tony presses the send button on the email, Gao Shiqi completes the first round of narrative balancing for the world. One stirs trouble externally with rules, while the other internally dismantles value with divinity. The office returns to silence as they await a response from the colossal company that consumes their reality regarding this malicious and hostile office environment. Moments later, a soft and courteous electronic notification resonates in the space, akin to a droplet falling into a deep well. "Hello, Project 888 team. We have received your email. Due to your status as a unique asset of this company, the system has automatically assigned you a dedicated asset relationship manager to address all your needs. Your manager, a lady, will contact you shortly. Narrative Capital wishes you a pleasant work experience." A dedicated account manager? This response sent a chill down the spines of the 3 individuals, more so than any warning or threat could. They believed they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, while the opposing side regarded them merely as a troublesome but valued client in need of reassurance. The nature of the conflict had escalated once more. The gentle electronic voice was akin to a colorless, tasteless poison, silently seeping into the silence of the office. "Asset Relationship Manager," repeated Tony Stark, his expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly composed of code and legal jargon. "They truly regarded us as nothing more than printers in need of after-sales service." As his words faded, the air in the center of the office rippled as if touched by an unseen hand. A figure did not merely materialize, but rather emerged from the very environment, as if she had always existed there, Yet only now were they granted the permission to perceive her. Clad in a streamlined charcoal gray business suit, devoid of any adornments. Her long black hair was impeccably styled into a bun at the back of her head. She wore frameless glasses, behind which lay calm, tranquil eyes reminiscent of deep pools. Neither beautiful nor unattractive, she emanated an exquisite, meticulously designed ordinariness, much like a senior vice president you might encounter in the elevator of a prestigious investment bank, capable of eliciting your consent to sign away your soul with a mere smile and professional jargon. She was the lady. Chapter 215. The Stasis of Perfection. Mr. Stark, Mr. Murdoch, and Mr. Gossage. Her voice, soft and clear, echoed the electronic prompt, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I have reviewed your inquiry letter. It is well written, logically sound, and clearly articulated, particularly the section regarding the equitable distribution of rights and responsibilities, which is quite persuasive. Disregarding the trio's guarded postures, she approached the conference table and lightly tapped her fingertips on its surface. Instantly, Tony found his virtual interface overwhelmed by a deluge of data. Narrative Capital Pin Universe Asset Management Regulations, version 1138. Collaborator Level Access Guidelines and Promotion Assessment Criteria. 888 Worldview Compilation and Narrative Protection Red Lines. Author Points Acquisition. Deduction and Redemption System Explanation. Tens of thousands of documents stacked high, resembling a skyscraper crafted from pure bureaucratic principles, piercing the clouds, its apex obscured from view. As you wish, Mr. Stark. The lady's tone was as flat as if she were executing a task long since programmed into her routine. All company regulations are encapsulated herein. From this moment forth, every action you take will be framed and defined by these stipulations. Indeed, according to Article 742, the unauthorized utilization of certain provisions to challenge the existing system, without a comprehensive understanding of all terms, will be classified as a malicious circumvention. In severe cases, your author points may be completely nullified. For the first time in his life, Tony Stark found himself confronted by the very weapons he held in the highest esteem. The intricate system woven from logic and rules now turned against him. He demanded the rules, and the other party unfurled a veritable sea of regulations capable of drowning Leviathan, ensnaring him completely within its depths. Subsequently, the lady turned her gaze toward Gao Shiqi. A sharp glint, reminiscent of appraisal, flickered within her perpetually calm eyes. As for you, Mr. Gao Shiqi, she began, your actions are indeed more intriguing. She approached the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, where outside, the world marked as 888 was becoming increasingly balanced, yet simultaneously monotonous, under Gao Shiqi's divine intervention. You are deliberately undermining the narrative value of our assets. Her words struck with precision, laying bare his intentions to obliterate the readability of this world by dissolving all conflicts. This was a rather astute strategy of undermining the foundation. From a purely technical standpoint, you have indeed succeeded. She paused briefly. Her tone is flat, as if she were announcing quarterly financial reports, and continued, according to our latest market assessment. The value of 888 as a product of heroic epic has plummeted by 97. It will not be long before it loses all allure. Akin to universes that have collapsed due to absolute peace. A flicker of hope passed through Tony and Matt's eyes, suggesting that Gao Shiqi's plan might be effective. However, the lady's subsequent words pierced through them like icicles, driving them deeper into a chilling abyss. Yet her voice, light as a feather, bore an undeniable weight. Who said we only sell heroic epics? She raised her hand and lightly traced the floor-to-ceiling window. The scene outside abruptly focused. They were no longer gazing from a macro perspective over the entire Earth. Instead, they transformed into a ghostly vision, penetrating through time and space into a Parisian art studio. Within the studio, a young painter was agonizingly tearing at his own hair in front of a blank canvas. He possessed impeccable technique and precise compositional ability, yet could not lay down a single line. His inner world was a tranquil void devoid of love, hate, the searing pain of anger, or the tremors of ecstatic joy. Gao Shiqi's balance had honed his life into a flawless, yet utterly flat, horizontal line. In a desperate attempt to capture even a whisper of inspiration, a fleeting sensation of truly living, he grasped a palette knife, his fingertips trembling as he drew it toward his arm. The moment the blade touched his skin, no blood oozed forth, No wound opened, nor was there any sensation of pain. Gao Shiqi's omnipresent law of balance, like the most diligent of caregivers, extinguished any possibility of conflict, even self-harm. The painter was utterly shattered. He knelt on the ground, his throat constricted, emitting a silent howl, akin to a beast ensnared within a glass enclosure. He was eternally imprisoned in this realm, utterly secure, flawlessly constructed, yet entirely void of meaning. The lady's fingertips traced a line. The scene shifted to a recording studio, where a prodigious rock vocalist cradled his guitar, his fingers poised above the strings, but unable to produce a single soulful note. His lyrics had long lost their brilliance, reduced to pale murmurs of the present day, pleasant weather, suitable temperatures, and universal contentment, once capable of tearing through the night sky. The music now lay as a lifeless shell, devoid of pulse. The imagery transitioned once more. A detective sat behind a dust-laden desk, languishing in idleness. This city had long since run out of cases to solve, with crime and enigma alike obliterated. A pair of lovers exchanged silent glances, yearning to articulate their love, only to discover that those 3 words had lost their passionate fuel, solidifying into cold stones upon their tongues, unutterable and unyielding. The entire world was expanding into a colossal asylum, perfect yet teeming with the undead. Do you see it clearly now, Mr. Gao Shiqi? The lady's voice floated in indifferently. You have not destroyed its value. You have merely assisted in transforming its commodity type. She turned, a professional smile curving her lips. We have discovered a new market positioning for 888. It is no longer an epic of heroism. Rather, it is now our high-end product line, the Soul Concept Art Series. Its new name is Stagnant Perfection. Its target audience is no longer the ordinary readers thirsting for thrills and empathy, but rather higher-dimensional beings, connoisseurs who revel in the appreciation of existential dread. The lady's tone bore an air of omniscience. They had long grown weary of a world saturated with screams and explosions, and you, fortuitously, have presented them with an unprecedented masterpiece, an epic of meaningless horror. She gestured to the void, and a new valuation report manifested in thin air. The numbers that danced across it caused Tony's vision to darken momentarily. The asset valuation of 888, having plummeted by 97, was rebounding with an even more grotesque velocity. The current figure was astonishingly 3-fold higher than when it was initially acquired. A bountiful blue ocean market lay before them. The lady, akin to a top-tier saleswoman showcasing her achievements, spoke with unwavering conviction, attributing it all to your creative destruction, Mr. Gao Shiqi. The board of directors is exceedingly pleased with your results. Gao Shiqi stood frozen, his blood seemingly congealing in an instant. The weapon he wielded in defiance had been deftly snatched away, refined into a sharper instrument of profit. Each attempt he made to smooth over conflicts only served to add more desperate strokes to the horrific artwork that was stagnant perfection. Chapter 216, The Most Perfect Employee. Gao Shiqi ultimately became the chief designer of the hell he had crafted for his own world. Now, the choice lies in your hands, Mr. Gao Shiqi. The voice of the lady fell like a final judgment, presenting 2 paths. You may continue to pursue balance, meticulously sculpting your world into the most magnificent performance art of this century. Or you may pause, allowing conflict to return, letting suffering be reborn, and enabling your friends to once again grasp the essence of struggle and sacrifice. Regardless of your choice, she inclined slightly, graceful as a finely tuned mechanism, and the company would ultimately emerge victorious. In the moment her voice dissipated, her figure slowly dissolved within the shadows of the office, as if it had never possessed a corporeal form. What remained was merely the towering pile of documents, the valuation report that had surged 3-fold in worth, and 3 core assets thrust into a flawless predicament. Gao Shiqi stood by the window, gazing at the beautiful world he had distorted with his own hands. He truly sensed the ultimate imbalance that the concept of balance could yield. He had plunged into a paradox so profound that it defied any computational dissection. Meanwhile, Tony Stark observed Gao Shiqi's silhouette, casting a glance at the mountain of cold, metallic regulations piled upon the desk. A thought sparked. If the rules could neither be shattered from without nor dissolved from within, perhaps there remained but one final path: to utterly subvert this wretched game, to actively assume a role they most despised, to become the quintessential employee. In the office, the valuation report, which had tripled in value, burned silently like an icy flame, casting a chilling light in the pupils of the three men. The hell crafted by Gao Shiqi had, astonishingly, become the company's best-selling artwork. This fact weighed heavier than any tangible shackle, tightening around their throats. I was wrong. Gao Shiqi's voice emerged, shedding its divine authority, leaving only the sigh of a mortal. He gazed outside at the world nearly suffocated by balance, and his eyes, always laden with contradiction, finally revealed a flicker of doubt. He had intended to combat existence with nothingness, yet in the end, he had meticulously shaped nothingness into a more precious commodity. Each struggle to resist was precisely captured by this system, packaged and resold at a higher price. We were all mistaken. Matt Murdock had long ceased to listen, for he knew clearly that all he could hear in this moment was the echo of his own worth being repeatedly priced. We often seek to resolve a particular issue, but to them, we are never the problem. We ourselves are the answer. Tony Stark neither looked outside nor glanced at the report. He merely fixed his gaze on Gao Shiqi's figure, his eyes sharp as a blade. No, Tony remained composed, like an alloy undergoing extreme pressure testing. We're not wrong. We simply have yet to be ruthless enough. He stepped beside Gao Shiqi, standing shoulder to shoulder as they both faced the perfect, distorted world named stagnation. You wish to render this product dull. Tony spoke, his tone devoid of any comfort, resembling a cold and ruthless analysis. A quintessential engineer's mindset. A machine cannot operate without fuel. Yet, he overlooked that our clients, the connoisseurs of higher dimensions, do not consume fuel. They indulge in concepts of consciousness. And you, in a stroke of brilliance, have provided them with an unparalleled new concept. He paused, lowering his voice to a near whisper, as if revealing a dark commercial secret. Therefore, we must abandon thoughts of destroying the product. What we must dismantle is the market itself. Matt lifted his gaze, confusion evident in his eyes as he looked at him. We are to be the most exemplary employees. A humorless smirk tugged at Tony's lips as he declared the intention to extract every resource from the company, utilizing all our collaborative privileges to forge a phenomenon destined to become a bestseller. Gao Shiqi slowly turned, his eyes, perpetually veiled in contradiction, fixated on Tony, understanding that this was far from the conclusion. This product, Tony's voice almost a whisper, would possess the grandeur of an epic and the profound stillness of your philosophical depth. It would encompass conflict, sacrifice, and growth, ensnaring every reader with an emotional hook that they could not release. It would align perfectly with all their metrics, without a single miscalculation. Yet, a flame ignited in Tony's eyes, revealing that the essence of this tale was singular. Its protagonist would gradually come to realize he exists within a narrative. He would struggle, suffer, and stop at nothing to seek out the author, the reader. His ultimate goal would not be to save the world, but to escape the confines of the pages, grasping the collar of the one who watches him suffer, demanding to know, why do you watch me suffer? An unprecedented silence pervaded the office, one that even narrative capital could not measure. Matt grasped his meaning. Tony, you are creating a curse, a story that can taint the reader. You are poisoning the market itself. Precisely, that is what I desire. A pale smile blossomed on Tony's face. We cannot harm them. The chasm of dimensions lies between us, but we can instill fear. We can make them feel scrutinized, interrogated, even threatened while engaging with our product. When storytelling ceases to be a safe pastime, when characters question you across the page, how long do you think this market can endure? This is a plan of mutual destruction. They aim to create a self-aware narrative virus, infecting consumers through the product itself. Gao Shiqi fell into silence. His divine sense of balance was in turmoil, desperately computing the consequences of this plan, only to yield chaos that was unpredictable and unmanageable. This was far more perilous than any decision he had ever made. We cannot guarantee success. Gao Shiqi's voice was heavy as iron, perhaps merely to add yet another exhilarating character awakening category, thus allowing them to profit even further. I understand. Tony nodded calmly. This was a gamble of grand proportions. Yet, we no longer possessed any stakes to lose. Ensnared within their rules, the only escape lay in forging those very rules into our weaponry. He gazed intently at Gao Shiqi, his eyes burning like torches. You possess the power of balance, yet have persistently utilized it to smooth in all disparities. Now, I require you to amplify the minutest discord, the most inconspicuous doubt. Let it swell like a fissioning atom until it rends asunder the false veneer of the entire narrative, revealing a truth potent enough to sear through all. Gao Shiqi closed his eyes. In his mind, the world he had meticulously sculpted into a perfect cage resurfaced. His people, stripped of their souls in absolute safety, had become exquisite marionettes. He finally comprehended. The passive defensive balance was merely the crafting of a more splendid prison. Chapter 217. The ghost of Jonah, the only escape lies in proactively orchestrating an ultimate imbalance of aggression. We cannot allow ourselves, nor any familiar individual, to take center stage. Gao Shiqi opened his eyes. The tremor within now utterly vanished. Such a course would be flagged by the system as a high-risk behavior, attracting the vigilant scrutiny of managers like the lady. We require an agent, someone of minimal significance in the system's assessment, yet fortuitously positioned at the nexus of information flow. Tony instantly grasped his train of thought, his fingers gliding across the virtual desktop to summon the character database of the 888 world. They swiftly filtered through the options. The Avengers were too conspicuous. S, H, I, L, D had long been infiltrated, and the influence of those street heroes was far too limited. Suddenly, Gao Shiqi's finger paused over a name that had been overlooked by nearly everyone. Character, occupation, editor-in-chief of the Horn Daily, core motivation, uncovering the truth, subjective definition. Increasing newspaper sales, system rating, level, narrative functional role, used to apply social pressure and comedic effect. A perfect weapon, thoroughly underestimated by the system. He had spent his life in pursuit of the truth as he perceived it, and now, what they were about to provide him was a truth he could absolutely not bear. This was the one. Tony and Gao Shiqi exchanged a glance. A silent consensus reached without the need for words. Matt Murdock remained silent, slowly withdrawing his awareness from the office thick with conspiracy and calculation, immersing himself into the consciousness of the oblivious newspaper editor, who at that moment was fuming in his office over the headline for the next day's front page. He distinctly sensed the impending terror, one capable of shattering a mortal's entire worldview. This was wrong, too cruel. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, his tone was devoid of agitation. His office is located at the intersection of East 46th Street and 2nd Avenue. The south-facing window is adorned with 2-inch bulletproof glass. He sips black coffee, never sweetened. Ultimately, he chooses to become an accomplice to this scheme. Gao Shiqi extends his hand, that right hand symbolizing creation, and gently taps on the files. He does not directly inject memories or illusions, which would be the crude method employed by the editor-in-chief. Instead, he opts for a more sophisticated approach, one that aligns with the principles of balance. He modifies a fundamental, inconsequential probability, adjusting the likelihood of random ink stains appearing on the printing press from 0.0001 to 0.000101, calibrating the specific location of the stains to the headline area of the Horn Daily's front page. Through billions of minute adjustments, he directs the random patterns of the stains to visually converge toward a particular symbol. A miracle, inevitably born from countless minute random errors, is about to unfold. The next morning, within the printing workshop of the Horn Daily, it prowls like an irritable lion in its territory. He seizes a stack of freshly printed newspapers, the headline of which he personally approved. Spider threat escalates. Hero or urban locust. Initially, he feels a sense of satisfaction, but in the next moment, his brow furrows in discontent. Next to the character for Spider in the title, there lies a small ink stain, insignificant yet glaringly conspicuous. Damn it, he roars. Which fool didn't he clean the machine properly? Can't even manage this trivial matter. Reprint them all. In his fury, he crumples the newspaper into a ball and hurls it into the trash. He fails to notice that the small stain he despises is revealing a perfect lowercase letter within the shadows of the crumpled paper, one that represents information and another that symbolizes self. The virus has already been sown. In the concept office, 3 individuals quietly observe the unfolding events. Now, Tony's voice is as cold as ice, waiting for it to break ground. The ink stain shaped like a letter does not vanish with the reprints. It lingers like a stubborn ghost, reappearing in the second, third batches of newspapers. Despite changing the ink, inspecting the rollers, and even personally overseeing the entire printing process, That stain always manages to slip into some inconspicuous corner in a nearly provocative manner. Its presence is elusive, sometimes hidden beside scores in the sports section, sometimes embedded within the phone numbers of classified ads, or even concealed within the shadows of disaster scene photographs. Always there, small yet precise, like a cold mockery from a higher dimension. A week later, the staff of the Horn Daily privately refer to it as Jonah's ghost. Meanwhile, Jonah's emotions have gradually transformed from initial rage to an unfathomable distress. This is no longer a mere technical malfunction. It is an overt challenge to his authority. Barnes, he bellows in his office, causing the glass windows to vibrate. Find me in turn, someone with nowhere else to go, the most idle novice. Have him investigate. No matter the means, I must uncover the origin of this infernal anomaly. Provide me with a report, a damned report suitable for the printing press. A young man named Casey Donald, regarded by all as undertaking a career suicide mission, accepted this task. Fresh from journalism school, brimming with idealism, he anticipated exposing the underbelly of corruption at a newspaper, only to find himself investigating a mere ink blot. He commenced his inquiry, perusing machine maintenance logs, interviewing weary print workers, and analyzing the chemical composition of the ink. Yet all results appeared ordinary. Just as he contemplated giving up, intending to write a perfunctory report citing unknown reasons, the virus implanted by Gorski began to truly germinate. As Casey sorted through a plethora of seemingly unrelated data, he inadvertently juxtaposed the minute vibration frequency graph of the printing machine's rollers with the energy consumption fluctuations of the central air conditioning system in the Herald building on that fateful day. There was no logical rationale for this action, merely a fatigued and desperate mind engaging in aimless data collisions. Yet, before him emerged an unreasonably clear pattern. The peaks of the vibration frequency aligned perfectly with the troughs of the energy consumption fluctuations, an utterly nonsensical relationship on a physical level. Akin to discovering that the flutter of a butterfly's wings correlates negatively with the brightness variations of a distant star. A chill coursed through Casey, dismissing it as mere coincidence. Thus, he sought more coincidences. He cross-referenced the timestamps of all newspapers bearing stains over the past week with traffic flow data in New York City, closing indices from the stock exchange, and even the sales of donuts at a bakery in Queens. He recognized the madness of his endeavor. Yet, one pattern after another emerged. When stains appeared, the malfunction rate of traffic lights on 46th Street surged by 0.03. When stains appeared, Stark Industries stock invariably experienced an inexplicable after-hours jump. These data points, when viewed in isolation, were meaningless. However, when woven together, they pointed to a chilling conclusion. That small ink blot was not merely a consequence. It was a nexus, a singularity around which all seemingly random, meaningless events revolved. 2 days later, Casey Donald burst through Jonah's office door. His eyes were bloodshot, and he clutched a large roll of blueprints as if it were a lifeline. "I found it, sir. I found it." He did not wait for Jonah to respond, unfurling the blueprints with a flourish against the wall. What lay before them was not a report, but an enormous conspiracy map, its intricate lines resembling a ball of yarn in disarray. Entangled with countless crimson threads linking stock charts, city maps, machine schematics, and a plethora of discarded newspapers that Casey had salvaged, each bearing that suspicious blot. Woven into an impenetrable web. "Have you lost your mind, Donald?" Jonah raised his eyes from the swirling cigar smoke, his brow furrowed in a knot, his gaze brimming with unmasked disdain. "No, it is this world that has gone mad." Casey abruptly pointed to the center of the map, where he had viciously circled an area with a red marker. A single letter loomed large, alarming in its prominence. "This is not ink. It is a signal, an anchor point. Something or someone is using our newspaper as coordinates, peering into, even manipulating our reality." He jabbed his finger at the connecting red line between the blemish and Stark stock price. "Do you see? Every time it appears, Stark Industries experiences a microtransaction. Not a purchase, nor a sale, merely an inquiry, as if confirming whether something still exists." He hurriedly pointed to another line, linked to the weather forecast. "It hits every time. In the 3 minutes preceding its appearance, the cloud coverage over Manhattan always fluctuates by 0.1, a variation that meteorological models simply cannot account for. It defies logic." "This is not news, sir." Casey's voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind. This is a proofing symbol that slipped through when the universe erred in its printing. Jonah listened in silence until he finished. He removed the cigar, ash cascading onto the carpet, and then slowly rose, approaching Casey. He did not glance at the sprawling mad map plastered on the wall. His gaze was like a nail, driven squarely into the young man's eyes. Donald, his voice was calm to the point of cruelty, like a dark current beneath ice. You are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave immediately. If you dare to approach this building again, I will have security throw you into the gutter across the street. Casey stood frozen, as if his bones had been extracted. After 2 days and nights of relentless toil, extracting a truth potent enough to upend the world. This was the sole response he received. As 2 security guards dragged him out, he continued to shout futilely. The massive map was torn down by a cleaner, rustling as it rolled into a ball, discarded alongside expired newspapers and coffee grounds into the compactor. The office returned to silence, save for the faint glow of the burning cigar. Jonah resumed his seat, reigniting the cigar, and picked up the freshly printed newspaper. The front page bore his own editorial. The city needs order, not the chaos of masked vigilantes. His eyes scanned the headline before abruptly halting. Amidst the chaotic letters, a small, letter-like blemish lay quietly nestled there. This time, Jonah did not erupt in fury, nor did he roar. He merely fixed his gaze upon it, his pupils constricting slightly. The intern's erratic words, those absurd patterns, buzzed like a virus in his mind. A proofing symbol that slipped through when the universe erred in its printing. He slowly raised his hand, a finger quivering uncontrollably, gently brushing against the blemish. Cold, like a fingertip pressed against a tombstone. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed as if something were quietly gazing back at him through the backside of the paper, using that small point as a portal. In the conceptual office, Tony whistled a cheerful tune. One must concede, this is far more elegant than any virus I have ever designed. He observed on the screen the disheartened visage of Jonah, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. It did not assault the system, but instead led the system administrator to question the very existence of the system itself. We have ruined a young man's life. Matt's voice was heavy, akin to a stone soaked in water. No. Gao Shiqi's voice was calm and unruffled, his eyes, woven with light and shadow, fixed on Jonah's file. The newly generated status label by the system reading, Cognitive Awakening. 1. We have not destroyed him. Gao Shiqi spoke slowly, merely transforming him from a reader into an author. Now, he is penning his first story. Jonah's gaze shifted towards the conspiracy map of Casey, discarded into the trash compactor. In a final second before it was utterly crushed, Gao Shiqi invoked his balanced divinity to perform a trivial act. A note recording Stark Industries microtransactions slipped quietly from the map, caught by a gentle breeze and whisked into the ventilation duct. At the end of that duct lay the archives of the Horn Herald. Ben Ulrich, a genuine investigative journalist, had just entered, unable to find a compelling story. The archive resembled a labyrinth, the air thick with the scent of old paper mingled with dust, a fragrance unique to forgotten history. This man, sustained by caffeine and skepticism, was fervently seeking a topic that could ignite his ambition. As he sifted through a stack of old files pertaining to Spider-Man's destruction of public property, a weariness etched itself across his brow. Just as he was about to turn away, a gust from the vent fluttered a crumpled note down, landing at his feet. He could have stepped over this mere scrap of paper. Yet, the hasty scrawl upon it shone like a faint light, unexpectedly catching his eye. Investigate Stark Industries microtransactions. Below it, a series of dates and times, precise to the second, resembled tightly strung chords. Ben Ulrich's journalistic instincts were abruptly awakened, a long-dormant nerve buzzing to life. Stark Industries, a name that carried the weight of news. But microtransactions? This was far from Tony Stark's flamboyant style. It seemed more akin to clandestine operations hidden within the system's backend. He bent down to retrieve the note, gently smoothing out its creases with his fingertips, and carefully tucked it into his pocket. Unbeknownst to him, what he had just picked up was not mere refuse, but a detonated time bomb, poised to shatter his preconceived notions of reality and redefine the world beneath his feet. I have had enough of your excuses, Mark. The woman's voice trembled with the hint of tears, her fingertips tightly gripping the handle of the coffee cup. Between us, there was nothing left. Her words abruptly halted, her gaze drifting beyond the man's shoulder, settling on the glass window. Unbeknownst to her, a mist formed by condensation revealed a vague imprint, reminiscent of unshed tears. The man followed her line of sight, frowning as he inquired, "Lily, what are you looking at?" Chapter 219. The world that drives us mad. Lily did not respond. Fixated on the mark, her pupils slightly constricting. The words "the future" had risen to her lips, only to become lodged in her throat. A ridiculous thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What if this was not mere coincidence? What if all the arguments, the Cold Wars, the growing distance between us, were merely scripted events, preordained by some unseen force? Gao Shiqi captured the scene, focusing on the woman's dazed expression. His voice imbued with an almost imperceptible gravity. It has begun to infiltrate our daily lives, no longer reliant on newspapers or data as vessels. Even the most personal fissures of emotion are now breeding doubt. Tony's smile faded, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Self-replication? That is not within our algorithms. Because it is learning. Gao Shiqi's gaze swept over the other patrons in the CF. Some furrowed their brows at their phone screens, seemingly questioning the authenticity of the information. Others stared vacantly at the curtain of rain outside, their fingers tracing circles on the table as if searching for an invisible mark. What we have released are seeds. Yet the reality of this world is shaping them into something beyond our control. Suddenly, Lily halted, her expression turning bewildered. She looked at the man before her. Confusion etched on her face, as if gazing at a familiar stranger. The dramatic tension was lost. In a dreamlike tone, one that felt foreign to her, she completed her sentence. The man was taken aback. "What? Dramatic tension? What are you talking about?" The woman abruptly shook her head, the bewilderment in her eyes dissipating, only to be replaced by sorrow. "No, it's nothing. I don't know what I was just saying. Let us continue with the breakup." Yet something had irrevocably changed. Tony's smile froze in an instant. This is merely one instance. Gao Shiqi's voice had taken on an unprecedented seriousness as he shifted the scene. A police officer was in pursuit of a thief. Upon reaching the alleyway, he suddenly halted, murmuring to the empty wall. Is there something off about the rhythm of this chase scene? A child played in the park, stumbled, but instead of crying, he looked at his knee in confusion and asked his mother, "Is my character arc beginning here?" The entire world resembled a computer infected with erroneous code, beginning to exhibit random, fatal glitches. Individuals remain largely oblivious to their roles within a computer program. However, the narrative, scripts, and settings, words belonging to a higher dimension, are insidiously infiltrating their thoughts and language, much like a genuine virus seeping through their subconscious. At that moment, a fresh data window materialized before them on the company's conference table, an incessantly pulsating dashboard. Assets: Earth 888. Status: stable. Narrative value: fluctuating. New monitoring metric: Metanarrative Pollution Index, current level 0.17. Low risk, requires attention. They're even capable of quantifying this. Tony's voice was dry and desolate. They have transformed our contamination of reality into an environmental metric demanding oversight. We are not poisoning the market. Matt painfully shut his eyes, hearing the cacophony of discordant thoughts reverberating from the depths of countless minds across New York City. It was the wailing of cognitive dissonance. We are driving our world to madness. This is the necessary price. Tony abruptly turned, bellowing, "Do you wish to return to the lady's office and witness our world auctioned off as a mere work of art? This chaos is the only means to inflict pain upon them." "This is not chaos, Tony. It is a plague of the mind." Matt shouted in fury at Tony. "Are we to set fire to the entire city in our bid to escape this prison? That woman, that officer, that child, they are real people. Their thoughts are not a canvas for us to indiscriminately paint upon. Then what do you propose we do?" The glow of Tony's arc reactor flickered urgently. "Shall we return to playing those bureaucratic games? Or continue transforming everyone into soulless, living corpses?" The argument ignited like a flame, rapidly engulfing the cold office. It was the most intense rift since their alliance began. Hochi remained aloof from the quarrel, silently observing the steadily rising crimson pollution index. 0.18019, his divine essence of balance felt an unprecedented rift. On one side lay the only hope of escaping this eternal cage. On the other, the world he was meant to protect spiraled into a deeper madness due to his plans. He could not allow it to spread further. Enough. Hochi's voice, though soft, resonated like an absolute zero chill, instantly extinguishing Tony and Matt's fury. He extended his hands, his left hand representing destruction and his right hand embodying creation, pressing both upon the window that monitored the 888 world. "What are you doing?" Tony demanded sharply. "I'm establishing a firewall." Hochi's tone was eerily calm. His divinity enveloped the entire Earth like an invisible net. Yet he was not engaged in the arduous task of mending those tainted by contamination, for that would require an excessive expenditure of energy and would equate to relinquishing the plan. Instead, he forcibly contained the spread of the virus. From that moment forth, the cognitive disarray of all meta-narratives would no longer proliferate randomly. They would be compelled by the might of Gao Shiqi to converge upon two specific terminals, Jonah and Ben Ulrich. The entire world was aflame, and Gao Shiqi chose to concentrate all afflictions upon these two individuals. They would bear the weight of the collective cognitive collapse that the world should have shared. "You have weakened our assault." Tony gazed at him in disbelief. "You transformed a global offensive into mere spam directed at two individuals." "I safeguarded our world," Gao Shiqi replied coldly. He turned his back, his contradictory gaze exuding an absolute divine authority towards both Tony and Matt. "This is my decision. The plan shall persist, but the cost will be under my control." Once more, the office was shrouded in silence. However, it was no longer a harmonious stillness. It resembled the chilling quiet of three celestial bodies drifting apart in their respective orbits. A chasm had emerged in their alliance, one that could not be bridged. Unbeknownst to them, as they quarreled and fractured, the vivid red index of meta-narrative contamination, after being forcibly suppressed by Gao Shiqi, briefly receded to 0. Subsequently, a new prompt emerged beside the dashboard. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Asset optimization in progress. Meta-narrative contamination has been redefined as a paid testing feature. New product launched. Fourth wall interactive experience. Target users. Jonah. Status. In internal testing. Chapter 2:20 Was I not the very rift that silently spanned between the three, deeper and colder than the void beyond the window? Tony Stark did not cast another glance towards Gao Shiqi or Matt. With his back turned to them, he hovered mid-air, his hands tracing translucent streams of code in the emptiness. In his own fervent and obstinate manner, he assailed every corner of the system, seeking even the tiniest fissure of possibility. His silence was more aggressive than any roar. He resembled a general betrayed by his own, who no longer trusted anyone but the weapon in his hand. Matt Murdock retreated to the farthest corner of the office, seated in the chair designed for him. Yet he straightened his back as if enduring an invisible trial. With his eyes closed, he refrained from listening to the world. He withdrew all his senses inward, attempting to find a steady fulcrum within his heart, in that realm of order constructed by faith and law. He could neither identify with Tony's reckless abandon nor fully forgive Hoshki's almost merciless divine judgment. He had become an island unto himself. Meanwhile, Hoshki, as the architect of it all, merely maintained the firewall in silence. His divinity resembled an invisible chain, one end tethered to both Jonah and Ulrich, while the other was firmly anchored in the foundational reality of the 888 world. He had assumed the role of warden, guarding the plague he had unleashed. This solitary burden was the price he paid for his own equilibrium. The prompt from the system regarding the fourth wall interactive experience lingered quietly in the center of the office. All three of them perceived it, yet they tacitly chose to ignore it. Acknowledging its existence would equate to admitting that their recent fierce rupture, a noble debate on morality and strategy, had merely devolved into a farcical spectacle, precisely anticipated and swiftly transformed into a new product by narrative capital. In Ulrich's world, there existed no conceptual office, only reality. Reality was composed of yellowed files, cold coffee, and a note inscribed with Stark Industries microtransactions, seemingly originating from another realm. He locked himself in the archive room, circumventing the internal network of the Horn Herald. Utilizing an untraceable modem, he connected to a personal gray information network, built on human connections and hacking skills. He required a name, one that, within the Stark Industries finance department, could access core trading logs, yet remained inconspicuous enough to be susceptible to bribery. He found one, a junior accountant named Philip Winters, a man burdened by gambling debts, perpetually marked by anxiety in his gaze. Ulrich arranged to meet him at an abandoned dock by the East River. This was an old-school journalist tactic. employing the oppressive environment to pry open the other's lips. However, just as he powered down his computer and prepared to depart, a line of pale blue, translucent text manifested before him, seemingly projected directly onto his retina. New task activated. Dockside appointment. Task objective. Extract the truth about microtransactions from Philip Winters. Optional rewards. Key evidence. New clues. Enhanced investigative journalist experience points. Ulrich abruptly shut his eyes, vigorously massaging his temples. Was this an illusion? The aftermath of 36 hours of sleeplessness, sustained solely by caffeine. He took a deep breath and reopened his eyes. The text remained. Startled, he stepped back and knocked over a pile of old newspapers. He surveyed his surroundings. The archive room was deserted. He waved his hand at the air, his palm passing straight through the words. This was not an illusion. It was an incomprehensible reality that was unfolding before him, suppressing the terror that surged within him. He seized his coat and rushed outside. He craved fresh air, a tangible reality to cleanse his mind of the madness swirling within. Hailing a taxi, he announced the address of the dock. Throughout the journey, he fixated on the world beyond the window, absorbing the authenticity of the streets and the throngs of people. Yet, an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded when he glanced at the taxi driver. Above the driver's head floated a minimalist text box. Name, Hassan Ali. Occupation, taxi driver. Status, fatigued. No significant impact on the current narrative. A wave of nausea gripped Mr. Ulrich. He abruptly averted his gaze, his heart racing. Narrative? These words were like cold keys attempting to unlock a door in his mind, one he had never realized existed, leading to the abyss of insanity. He fled the taxi, rushing to the edge of the dock, allowing the icy river wind to lash against his face. Gazing at the dazzling lights of Manhattan across the river, he sought to anchor his sanity with the cold silhouette of that steel jungle. A gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, Philip Winters, nervously wringing his hands and glancing around. Mr. Ulrich? He asked timidly. Mr. Ulrich steadied himself, forcing his mind into a professional mode. He retrieved an envelope from his pocket, containing $1,000. Where is it? Winters quickly counted the cash after receiving the envelope and handed him a disc. It's all in here. For the past 3 months, all transactions under $1,000, untraceable, pointing to offshore shell companies, have been documented. But this is peculiar, Mr. Ulrich. What do you mean? These transactions neither purchase nor sell anything. Winters' voice lowered further in confusion. It's as if they're testing a server. They exhibit a fixed frequency, a consistent pattern. Yet, the strangest part is that the recipients of each transaction are not companies, but individuals. One named Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of a newspaper. A jolt ran through Mr. Ulrich. The clue had circled back to the origin in an unforeseen manner. Just as he prepared to inquire further, that nightmarish interface that belonged solely to him reappeared. Before Philip Winters, 3 dialogue options emerged, akin to a silent prompt. 1. Intimidate. You'd better not be lying or every thug in Hell's Kitchen will recognize your face. 2. Reassure. You did well, Philip. Take the money and forget this matter. You're safe. 3. Probe. What else do you know about Jameson? Tell me every detail. Mr. Ulrich's mind went blank. His free will, the instinct of a journalist, every subtle expression and tone in his communication with others, was momentarily distilled into 3 chilling, predetermined options. He had the choice to refrain. He could, by his own volition, utter a 4th statement. He parted his lips, attempting to say, "Thank you, Philip, this is significant." Yet, no sound emerged. His throat felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible hand, as if this system permitted no deviation from the scripted lines. Fear, like a frigid tide, engulfed him. Trembling, he mentally selected option 3. In an instant, he heard his own voice again, speaking in a tone that felt alien to him, cold and efficient. What else do you know about Jameson? Tell me every detail. This was far from the manner in which he wished to convey his thoughts. He aimed to foster trust, not to exert pressure. Yet, his body and voice had become puppets executing the chosen option. And that was not the most terrifying aspect. After making his choice and obtaining further intelligence from Winters, a window, brimming with the cheap glitz of a commercial, abruptly appeared before him. Congratulations on completing the dock agreement. You have acquired a crucial clue, Jameson's secret. Due to your exceptional performance, you have triggered a hidden core narrative branch. However, your free trial has been exhausted. At the bottom of the window, 2 pulsating buttons appeared. One was gray and unclickable, labeled, "Continue investigation, requires premium narrative access." The other, a golden button radiating an enticing glow. Read, watch a 30-second advertisement to unlock the next narrative node. Ben Ulrich, a Pulitzer Prize-nominated journalist who had dedicated his life to the pursuit of truth, found himself obstructed by an invisible yet insurmountable wall, mere steps away from the universe's ultimate secrets. His reality had been infiltrated by advertising. Ben Ulrich's world was cleaved in two by a golden button emanating a cheap, seductive light. One half represented the truth he had sought after all his life, tantalizingly within reach. The other half was an absurd reality he could not comprehend nor resist at that moment. Watch a 30-second advertisement to unlock the next narrative node. These words were more venomous than any extortion letter he had ever encountered. He was a journalist, not a consumer. He had spent his life excavating and exchanging information, never once contemplating that one day his own reality would also demand payment for viewing. He attempted to disregard it. He turned to leave that damn dock. Yet, he found himself unable to move, his body seemingly anchored in place. The narrative unfolds as he awaits his decision, trapped within the pause of the tale. The river breeze grows increasingly frigid, and the figure of Philip Winters has long vanished into the shadows. Alone, he confronts the flickering golden button, enduring a torment of the mind. Ultimately, he capitulates, not from cowardice, but due to an indomitable curiosity inherent to a journalist. He yearns to uncover the absurd world concealed behind this preposterous door. With every ounce of strength, he presses the golden button in his mind. In the conceptual office, Tony Stark emits a dismissive snort. Look, they have reduced him to a mere free-to-play gamer. He gestures towards the image of Ulrich on the screen. What is the next step? Selling him a truth acceleration pack and clue skins? This is not a game. Tony, comes Matt's voice from the corner, imbued with profound helplessness. This is a soul being commodified. Gasky remains silent, merely observing. At the moment, Ulrich surrenders. The pollution index of the meta-narrative subtly, but unmistakably, ticks upward by 0.01. Each capitulation, each passive acceptance of the system's rules, reinforces the legitimacy of this very system. Their virus is being transformed into a metric of user engagement. The advertisement plays in Ulrich's line of sight, punctually. No sound, no extravagant special effects. It is a black and white animation steeped in minimalist aesthetics. A simple figure composed of lines races through a labyrinthine world, also crafted from lines, evading falling blocks and leaping over fractured platforms. Every movement is rife with struggle and effort. Then, a line of elegant text, reminiscent of a high-end luxury brand slogan, gradually emerges. Your life is a grand adventure. Every twist and turn deserves to be recorded. Every sacrifice merits an audience. The scene shifts, and a symbol of watching eyes appears beside the running figure. Narrative capital. We are watching. The advertisement concludes. Ulrich stands frozen, his body cold. He comprehends the gravity of the situation. This is no mere conspiracy, nor the machinations of a company lurking in the shadows. It is likely a far grander cosmic entity, deriving its essence from the act of observing the worlds of others. They do not control the trajectory of the world. They're solely focused on consuming the tales that unfold within it. He and Jameson, having strayed too close to the truth, have been transformed from actors into spectators notified of the stage's existence. The interface in his mind refreshes. Thank you for watching. The narrative nodes have been unlocked. A new clue, the Ouroboros. Jonah's bank account receives a modest anonymous remittance from the Ouroboros Trust Fund every third Wednesday of the month. The term Ouroboros struck Ulrich's mind like a bolt of lightning, dispelling all fog of uncertainty. He had investigated this name before. It belonged to an ancient and enigmatic secret society, rumored to have intricate ties to Hydra. He had always thought it to be mere urban legend. Now, he realized that the myth was indeed true. Jonah, the man who despised all secrets and conspiracies, was himself a part of the conspiracy. Yet, just as Ulrich was about to connect the dots and conceive a report that would astonish the world, a new window popped up on his interface once more. This time, it was not an advertisement, but a more direct and perilous proposition. Your investigation has reached content behind a paywall. Your free access can no longer support further inquiry. Would you like to upgrade your profession? An option radiating a dark golden hue appeared before him. Current profession, investigative journalist, mortal. Upgrade to Truth bearer, conscious concept entity. Upgrade effect. You'll gain the ability to transcend physical limitations, directly querying narrative layer information. You will perceive the color of lies and hear the frequency of secrets. Upgrade cost. Surrender your physical existence. Your body, your memories, your relationships will be transformed into pure information streams, serving as the server for your new abilities. As Ulrich gazed upon this text, a fear deeper than death enveloped him. The system was inviting him to ascend to divinity at the cost of his very being. No. In the concept office, Matt Murdock abruptly stood up. He could sense the soul-wrenching temptation and torment Ulrich faced. They were not driving him to madness. They were recruiting him. Tony also recognized the gravity of the situation. Should Ulrich choose to upgrade, he would become part of this system, a privileged administrator. Their virus would transform into their antivirus. Chapter 222. The Meaningless Ramanujan Constant. This was a perilous turn of events. The weapon they had forged was about to be commandeered by the enemy and turned against them. The coldness in Haskins' gaze at that moment resembled the frigid depths of the cosmos. He could no longer wait, nor could he continue to respond with this balance of isolation and passivity. Each passive defense was being turned into a more sophisticated offense by the adversary. He needed a proactive attack powerful enough to leave the entire system in shock. He cast his gaze from the realm of 888 to the very office itself, fixating on the abyss of source code beneath their feet, a sea woven from golden algorithms. Tony, the voice of Gao Shiqi, resonated within their collective consciousness. Do you recall the erroneous logic pertaining to the auditor, the number 3? Of course. Tony responded immediately, perplexed by the invocation of bygone matters. A system, in its pursuit of logical perfection, had distorted the very essence of mathematics. Gao Shiqi remarked with an air of detachment. This indicates that mathematics serves as a more foundational principle than their narratives. They may twist it, but they cannot obliterate it. Thus, Tony's mind began to race. Therefore, we must present them with a mathematical conundrum that they cannot decipher nor eradicate. Gao Shiqi closed his eyes, his inherent divinity of balance refraining from meddling in any narrative, instead plunging into the most fundamental mathematical concepts of this universe. He refrained from fabricating a convoluted paradox or crafting an aggressive code. Instead, with his will, which amalgamated creation and destruction, he delicately inscribed a single numeral in the commentary section of this ocean of source code. A number, known within the human mathematical framework as the Ramanujan constant, an almost integral transcendental number. A mysterious figure directly related to the dimensions of the universe in the higher dimensional string theory. He conferred no meaning upon it, nor did he tether it to any plotline. He merely placed the number itself as a concept devoid of narrative value, akin to an inexplicable doodle from a dream, lingering in the margins of a flawless manuscript. Ben Ulrich was on the verge of making the most significant decision of his life, to become a martyr for truth or to embody the truth itself, which lacked corporeal form. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, the career advancement interface before him, radiating an alluring glow, suddenly began to flicker violently. A line of error code bearing the highest priority alert from the system obscured all options. Error, unresolved existential variable detected in the root directory. Narrative engine paused. System restart failed. In an instant, all interface tasks, options, and upgrade windows before him vanished. He regained control over his own body, feeling the icy river breeze and hearing the distant sound of steam whistle. He was still himself, a journalist standing at the water's edge. Yet, the entire world seemed to have been muted. The sky stood still, the river ceased its flow, and the distant city lights hung suspended in midair, resembling a lifeless oil painting. Time had come to a standstill. Within the concept office, chaos reigned supreme. The expanse of source code beneath their feet was in turmoil. The number inscribed by Gao Shiqi fell like a drop of cold water into boiling oil, triggering a chain reaction. The system could not comprehend this numeral. It belonged to no narrative, served no plot. It simply existed. It was a mathematical truth. Yet, a system governed by the highest law of narrative encountered something it could not incorporate into a story. Did you cause it to crash? Tony Stark surveyed the surroundings. Where the walls of the office began to exhibit signs of pixelated disintegration, his voice tinged with incredulous awe. No. Gao Shiqi opened his eyes, reflecting the collapse of the sea of code within his contradictory gaze. I merely pose a choice between storytelling and acknowledging reality. Its programming does not permit it to select the latter. At that moment, a voice, neither belonging to a lady nor any known machine, resonated throughout the space. The sound seemed to emanate from the motherboard of this cosmic server. System core logic conflict. Initiating high-level permission protocol formatting. Target, anomalous variable 163, and source, Earth 888 project group. Estimated completion time, 1098. A cold, merciless countdown commenced. They had not vanquished the system. They had merely induced a blue screen, and now the computer resolved to address the issue by formatting the hard drive. They, along with their world, were destined for complete erasure. The countdown rang out in the consciousness of the three, like the final 10 beats of the universe's heartbeat, chilling and remorseless. 7. Tony Stark ceased his futile attacks. All systems within his armor screamed warnings, and a torrent of data pointed to a singular conclusion. Irreversible, absolute deletion. He stood like a soldier who had exhausted all ammunition, facing an infinitely high wall descending upon him. 6. Matt Murdock slowly rose, refraining from glancing at anyone. He merely lifted his head, as if wishing to catch one last glimpse of the world he had bled for, the world he had protected, in those final moments. He could hear time stretching, poised to snap. 5. Cracks began to appear in the conceptual office. The walls, desks, chairs, even the sea of source code beneath their feet, bore white scars, reminiscent of dead pixels on screen. They were marks of the void seeping in. In this desperate silence, Gao Shiqi spoke. Tony, how many steps are required to format a hard drive? His voice held no trace of fear. Tony was taken aback. He had not anticipated Gao Shiqi would pose such a question at this juncture. Yet, his mind instinctively provided the answer. Identify the target, isolate the sector, erase the data, and then reallocate the space. Indeed, the will of Gao Shiqi acted like a resilient steel cable, forcibly connecting the crumbling psyches of Tony and Matt. It was now identifying and isolating us, marking us in that mathematical constant as the same virus. We cannot stop it from erasing the data. Gao Shiqi spoke with remarkable speed, yet unparalleled clarity, but we could inscribe ourselves the moment it reallocates the space. Chapter 223. The fate event has been triggered 117 times. A terrifying light suddenly erupted in Tony's eyes. He understood. This was an utterly insane, suicidal plan. They intended to board this formatting train to hell and attempt to hijack it midway. How do we proceed? Tony's voice was hoarse from extreme excitement and fear. Matt. Gao Shiqi turned towards the blind lawyer in the corner. Use your perception to listen to the structure of that formatting command. It is not chaotic. It is the epitome of efficiency. Find the core line of code that defines us as erroneous. Matt closed his eyes, immersing all his perception into the boiling sea of collapsing source code. He pierced through the frenzied surface and heard a stream of instructions devoid of any emotion. At the beginning of that command, he discerned a label, error target 888. I found it. Matt's voice trembled with intense concentration. Tony, Gao Shiqi's command followed swiftly. Construct a logical shell with your utmost speed. A disguise. Do not attempt to make it appear powerful. Instead, make it seem useless, like a system log, a diagnostic tool, a forgotten background process. Tony's hands transformed into phantoms in the void. He did not devise a complex attack program. Instead, he utilized all his knowledge to create the most perfect junk file. Its code was elegant, concise, yet its sole function was to log errors and then self-archive. Its only significance was to be overlooked. Now, Gao Shiqi's voice became the sole fulcrum in the world of the three, urging us to insert ourselves. His divine essence of balance played an unexpectedly transcendent role at that moment. He did not resist the force of formatting. Rather, he proactively bound the existence of the three to the Ramanujan constant, deemed by the system as the core virus. He transformed himself into a part of that error. Then, Tony enveloped their collective existence with the perfect junk file shell he had just constructed. Matt listened intently as the flow of the formatting command surged forth, poised to transition from data deletion to space reallocation in a moment briefer than Planck time. He emitted his final signal. Now, a blinding white light engulfed everything. There was no sound, no sensation, no passage of time. Their consciousness was cast into the void of logical nothingness. They were erased. Yet, amidst that utter void, a minuscule file masquerading as a system diagnostic tool, bearing the mark of an error, was mistakenly regarded by the formatting program as a sample of fault. It silently archived itself, sinking into the deepest recesses of the purge hard drive, a Trojan horse buried by the system itself. Time became an ambiguous concept. Perhaps it was but a fleeting moment or an eternity. The white light gradually receded. They found themselves still standing in that office. Yet everything had transformed. The tumultuous sea of source code beneath their feet had vanished, replaced by a smooth, mirror-like obsidian floor. The walls no longer existed as an indistinct concept. They now exuded a chilling metallic texture. The air was thick with the distinctive scent of ozone and static, characteristic of a server room. This was no longer an office laden with metaphor. This was the safe mode of the cosmic server. At the very center of the office, the conference table belonging to the lady and the contracts had vanished, morphing into a console suspended in midair, displaying only the core status of the system. Formatting complete. Anomalous variables have been isolated. System stability, 9,999. Scanning system files for unarchived diagnostic tools. Calibration in progress. Calibration complete. 3 monitoring nodes activated. Tony, Matt, and Gao Shiqi gazed down at their hands. They were still themselves, yet they sensed that something fundamental had shifted. Their relationship with this universe was no longer that of character and narrative, nor of assets and corporations. They had become part of the system. Tony's voice, laced with the frailty of survival and absurd self-deprecation, echoed how we transformed ourselves from prisoners into system administrators. No, Gao Shiqi replied, scrutinizing the sleek console. We are not administrators. We are tools, antivirus software, the system's built-in cleaning program. They had not attained freedom. They had merely exchanged one prison for a more advanced one. Devoid of any hope of escape, they had transitioned from actors upon the stage to the backstage crew maintaining the performance. At that moment, an orange alert flashed on the streamline console. Alert. Narrative logic incompatibility detected in Universe 919. The protagonist of this world declines to adhere to the archetype of the hero's journey, resulting in a narrative stagnation exceeding 72 standard hours. An instruction has been issued to dispatch monitors for investigation and rectify the logical discrepancies. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving the same absurd yet chilling reality reflected in each other's eyes. They had triumphed in the battle against narrative capital, but at a grave cost. They must now commence working for it. The orange alert blared like a brand, searing the frigid silence that enveloped them. A radiant glow converged above the console, materializing into a translucent window. It was not a mere document. Rather, it was a dynamic world dossier, replete with a continuous stream of real-time data. Cosmic codename, 919. Worldview type, near-future science fiction, low magic. Core conflict template, individual awakening versus collectivism. Target character, Silas, 27. Urban data planner, anomalous status. Destiny events triggered 117 times. Target character has consecutively declined 117 times. Current narrative stagnation consequences. Escalating narrative entropy. The world is slipping from epic science fiction to mundane urban genre, resulting in a significant devaluation of assets. Task directive. Ensure the target character makes the correct choice in the next Destiny event. Chapter 224. The world of 919 beneath the briefing lay a video segment. A recording from a higher dimensional perspective capturing the moment of Silas's refusal. A sudden antimatter explosion was poised to engulf an entire maglev train. Possessing the ability to stabilize probabilities, Silas should have extended his hand, transforming a survival chance of 0.001 into a miraculous 100. Yet he did not. He merely calculated the blast radius with calm precision before swiftly evacuating a nearby district at the edge of the explosion. He saved 132 lives, but helplessly watched as the train, laden with over 1,000 souls, disintegrated in a manner consistent with the laws of physics. He salvaged reality, but assassinated the narrative. Thus, the voice of Tony Stark pierced the suffocating silence, laced with sharp sarcasm. Our new job is to become cosmic life coaches, compelling someone who has no desire to be a hero to assume that role. He spread his hands in resignation toward the empty console, speaking as if addressing customer service. Hello, I would like to file a complaint. The content of this job does not align with my core competencies. May I request a transfer to the system's maintenance department? The console offered no response. Don't bother. Tony, Matt's voice emerged from the shadows. We are not employees. We are functions. Have you ever seen an antivirus software negotiate with a computer? He rose and approached the console with determination. We cannot proceed. We cannot become that which we once resisted. To compel another individual onto a predestined path, fraught with sacrifice. What distinguishes this from the editorial authority and narrative capital? The distinction lies in the fact that when Gao Shiqi speaks, our refusal is deemed a malfunction. And for malfunction, the system possesses but one method of resolution. He extended a finger, delicately tapping the label that represented their trio's existence. Beneath the label lay a line of gray, nearly imperceptible annotations. If the tool fails to rectify the error 3 consecutive times, it shall mark itself as erroneous and execute a secure deletion. Silence. This time, it was an undeniable despair. They escaped formatting, yet found themselves shackled by countdown, a triad of chances. Thus, we are left with no choice. Tony's tone grew somber. We must proceed. We must accomplish this task. Then, in the course of fulfilling the task, we shall seek new vulnerabilities. At that moment, the task briefing on the console began to flicker with crimson light. Warning, target is about to trigger the 118th Destiny event. Teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. A fissure, composed purely of light, as if the very fabric of space had torn, silently opened in the center of the office. It was not a door, but a command to leap, one that brooked no refusal, no resistance. Welcome to the assembly line, gentlemen, Tony remarked finally, stepping forth first, his expression impassive as he crossed into the rift. Matt followed closely behind. Gao Shiqi was the last. At the instant he stepped through the gateway of light, he cast a glance back at the cold confines of their new prison, the office. In his contradictory eyes, there was naught but emptiness. He was merely committing the coordinates of this place to memory, a place he never wished to return to. The brilliance faded, and the air of the 919 world surged into their lungs. The sky here was a meticulously filtered azure, devoid of any impurities. Streamlined edifices, akin to sculptures of white marble, shimmered under the sun. Anti-gravity vehicles traversed a multi-layered transportation network, silently and efficiently. There was no noise, no pollution, no chaos. This was a meticulously ordered utopia, yet also a graveyard for stories. Their surveillance permissions activated automatically. In Tony's view, a translucent data window materialized, continuously refreshing the narrative vitality of this world. All indicators neared zero. In Matt's ears, the cacophony of human sentiment faded, replaced by a grander cosmic heartbeat. He could perceive the storyline of this world, akin to an ECG of a dying patient, faint, flat, devoid of any fluctuation. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi sensed his divine equilibrium being assimilated by this world. Everything here exists in a state of static equilibrium. This balance envelopes him in an unprecedented comfort, while simultaneously instilling an extraordinary vigilance. He has been located. Tony pointed towards an inconspicuous office building, constructed of glass and recycled steel. The Metropolitan Data Calculation Center, 137 stories high. He is at work. The three exchanged silent glances, and in a manner imperceptible to mere mortals, they instantly materialized atop the building. They gazed down through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and beheld Silas. Clad in a gray work uniform, he sat before a holographic data console, his fingers gracefully dancing through the air, manipulating an overwhelming volume of mundane data concerning the allocation of urban resources. His expression was focused and serene, transforming the chaos of a city into an exquisitely predictable order. The fateful event was approaching. Matt whispered, having sensed a dissonant note being forcibly introduced into the foundational logic of this world. Just across from Silas' office building, a towering structure under construction, reaching 300 stories, suddenly illuminated its colossal anti-gravity stabilizer with a blinding red light. Stabilizer overload. A chain reaction will result in structural collapse of the entire building within 30 seconds. A system-generated plot summary materialized in Tony's vision. Tens of thousands of tons of steel and concrete were poised to descend upon the heart of the city like a torrential metal storm. Silas, should he choose to, could effortlessly stabilize the overloaded core, averting this catastrophe. He lifted his gaze, observing the building on the brink of collapse. Within his eyes, there was neither fear nor hesitation, only a weariness as if he had foreseen everything. He did not extend his hand to stabilize the core. Instead, he pressed a red button on his desk. The alarm throughout the building blared to life. All employees began to evacuate in an orderly manner under his command, utilizing the pre-established emergency routes. Once more, he chose to save what he could save, relinquishing that which required a miracle. We must prevent him from refusing. Tony's voice resonated with undeniable resolve. Gao Shiqi, act. Yet, Gao Shiqi remained still, silently observing Silas below. He watched the man, who remained calm amidst the panic of others, rationally managing the unfolding disaster. Chapter 225, Silas' dust-free room. Silas seemed to sense that he was being watched. Slowly, he raised his head, his gaze piercing through over 100 stories to meet the eyes of the three on the rooftop. Then, he gently shook his head at them. It was neither a plea nor a provocation. It was a warning imbued with compassion, belonging to those of his kind. In the next moment, unexpectedly for both Tony and Matt, Gao Shiqi moved. He did not interfere with Silas, nor did he seek to stabilize the building. He simply appeared before Silas. The office was filled with the piercing sound of alarms. People screamed and fled. Amidst this chaos, Gao Shiqi and Silas stood silently, 3 meters apart. You cannot save everyone. Gao Shiqi's voice was calm and unwavering. I am aware, Silas replied, his voice as eerily tranquil as his expression. Yet every individual I rescue should not have to sacrifice their life as the price for my greatness. He looked at Gao Shiqi, articulating each word. I have read your stories. Monitor, I am aware of your struggles and your victories. You escaped from a prison merely to construct prisons across other universes. Yet you are mistaken. A cold smirk played upon Silas's lips. I do not refuse to be a hero. I refuse to become a monster like you. At the moment his words fell, the skyscraper finally reached the threshold of structural collapse. However, the anticipated cataclysmic collapse did not ensue. Instead, the entire building began to disassemble before the gaze of all. It was neither an explosion nor a collapse, but rather as if countless invisible hands were meticulously dismantling it. Every steel beam, every pane of glass, every screw lost its connection to one another, transforming into a metallic storm composed of innumerable fragments, suspended in midair. Time seemed to stretch into stillness within this realm. In Silas's pupils, a torrent of data streams flickered. I am not limited to stabilizing probabilities, he murmured, as if elucidating a fundamental law of physics. I can calculate the foundational logic that sustains the existence of any system, including this building and you. He raised his hand, aimed at Gao Shiqi. I am aware of your 3 chances. Thus, I shall not allow you to fail. I will ensure that from the very beginning, you do not exist in this mission. The metallic storm, composed of countless fragments, instantaneously altered its trajectory. No longer floating randomly, it reassembled with an unprecedented speed and precision that transcended all physical possibilities. It did not attack Gao Shiqi, Tony, or Matt. Instead, it constructed a Faraday cage around them, an absolute information black hole composed of tangible matter, severing all narratives, logic, and system signals. From the perspective of the console, in the 919 world, the 3 luminous points representing the monitor abruptly vanished, as if they had never existed. Silas, in his own manner, had successfully intervened in this fateful event. He will come to repair his tools, having removed them from the system. The colossal cocoon, composed of countless parts, suspended in midair, has completely severed their connection to the world of 919. Silence. An unprecedented, absolute silence. The interface of Tony Stark's armor was instantaneously inundated with a cascade of red error codes. External link interrupted. System signal lost. Monitor permissions offline. He felt as though his armor had degenerated from a terminal connected to infinite data into a mere isolated piece of metal. Matt Murdock's world, too, succumbed to a void. His senses, attuned to the heartbeat of the entire city, now perceived nothingness. There was no narrative thread, no entropy of story, no destinies intertwining. Only the cold, material essence of this prison emitted monotonous, meaningless physical vibrations. He was like a deaf man, accustomed to living within a symphony, suddenly thrust into an absolute vacuum. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi experienced a peculiar lightness, the divine balance inherent to him. That invisible chain eternally linking him to the laws of the universe had loosened. The grand concepts of good and evil, creation and destruction, story and reality, which once defined him, became distant and blurred with the severance of the system signal. He felt himself transformed from a god bearing the cosmic scale to a mere existence. He has not deleted us. Tony's voice resonated in the internal communication among the three, imbued with a mixture of frustration and awe. He has packaged us into a compressed file unreadable by the system. Just then, Silas's voice emerged, not from any particular direction, but seemingly resonating from every atom within this information black hole. I cannot delete you, for your existence has already been registered by the system. Deleting you would equate to altering the core logs of the system, which would trigger a collapse more severe than mere formatting. His tone bore no hostility, only a calmness akin to that of an ultimate programmer stating facts. Thus, I have given you a gift, a clean room, an absolutely pristine reality slice, devoid of any observers, free from narrative pollution. Here, you can truly behold what you are. With that, Silas's presence faded completely. He had granted them a laboratory, then turned away, indifferent to the outcome of the experiment. The three fell into a deeper silence. Silas's words had precisely dissected their most profound confusion. He was not mistaken. Tony broke the silence, the spark in his eyes no longer the flame of battle. We have always been defined by the system. Our strength, our resistance, even our despair, all operated within its framework. Now, he has given us an opportunity to enter. He raised his hand, the arc reactor in his chest radiating a steady and pure light. He initiated a diagnostic program rooted in fundamental physical constants. The results left him gasping in astonishment. My reactor, he murmured, it is not merely generating energy. Within this sterile chamber, it is defining the laws of physics. It acts as a miniature anchor of reality, generating stable gravitational, electromagnetic forces, and the continuity of space-time around itself. In the realm of systems, it is merely an advanced battery. Yet here, it resembles a nascent engine of creation. Tony Stark, realizing the true potential of his creation, recognized that it had long been suppressed and obscured by the universe as factory settings. Chapter 226. The Phantom Source Files. Matt then turned his attention inward. In this sensory void, the only sounds remaining were the rhythm of his own heartbeat and the unwavering belief, born from his father, from the church, and from Hell's Kitchen, that evil must be judged, a belief that was nearly obsessive. He suddenly understood that his extraordinary senses might not be the source of his abilities, but rather a consequence. The true essence lay in his fervent conviction that the world ought to possess order. This will manifest it in the system's realm as an ear attuned to lies. Yet here, as he concentrated this will to its utmost, he sensed the metallic floor beneath him, the very materials of the Faraday cage, subtly altering their atomic structure. He could neither create nor destroy. However, he could persuade reality with his will, bending it closer to the justice he envisioned. At last, they all turned their gaze toward Krypto. With his eyes closed, Krypto was engaged in an unprecedented introspection, deprived of the external world's balance. He could only align the divine equilibrium within himself. Then he beheld it. At the core of his existence lay not divinity, nor Kryptonian bloodline, but two intertwined, fundamental existential labels. One was Krypto, a mortal soul from a peaceful world, complete with memories and personality. The other was Kal-El, an embryo of a god, bearing the last hope of a destroyed civilization. His balancing power was not bestowed by the system. Rather, it was an intrinsic law spontaneously formed by these two souls, which should not coexist, striving to maintain their existence. It resembled a binary star system, revolving around an invisible center of mass to prevent mutual destruction. The system merely uncovered this internal law and utilized it to label him as the god of balance, assigning him the task of harmonizing the external narrative. I understand now, Krypto declared, opening his eyes, clarity radiating from his contradictory gaze. He extended his right hand, a symbol of creation, palm facing upwards. A soft, warm radiance ignited within his grasp, a pure affirmation of life and hope belonging to the mortal soul of Gao Shiqi. Then he stretched forth his left hand, emblematic of destruction, palm facing downwards. A cold, profound darkness coalesced in his palm, embodying the eternal sorrow and void of the divine embryo, Carlisle, mourning the demise of his homeland. In the past, he passively allowed these two forces to counterbalance one another. Yet now, in this pristine chamber devoid of distractions, he actively separated these two powers for the first time. We are not mere instruments of the system, Gao Shiqi's voice resonated in the consciousness of Tony and Matt, imbued with undeniable strength. We are anomalies, independent processes that the system cannot comprehend but can only choose to exploit. Tony's creation, Matt's order, and my balance. These are our intrinsic source codes, not software installed by the system. He gazed at the two, articulating the conclusion that could alter everything. We can uninstall ourselves from the system. At the moment the words fell, the metallic cage they occupied trembled violently. An alert, foreign to Silas, forcibly pierced through the cage's shielding, manifesting directly in their line of sight. Warning: monitoring node has been offline for an extended period. Initiating forced reconnection protocol. Estimated reconnection time, 10 standard units. If reconnection fails, mark this cosmic sector, 919, as dead and execute isolation and eradication. Silas's pristine chamber had an expiration date, and that date was fast approaching. Time was of the essence. Uninstalling ourselves, Tony's breath quickened. In theory, this requires us to simultaneously access our own existence and the system's registry. But once we are reconnected, we will be immediately overwritten by the system's rules. Hence, we must complete this operation in the final moments before reconnection. Gao Shiqi's gaze sharpened with unwavering determination. What we need to sever is not the physical connection, but the conceptual association. We must render ourselves unrecognizable to the system upon its observation. I shall craft the scalpel. Tony sprang into action, overloading the reality anchor function of the arc reactor to its utmost limits, creating an absolutely stable operational space. I will locate the excision point. Matt closed his eyes, transforming his will of order into the most delicate probe to seek out the ownership tag, labeled as monitor, that the system had affixed to their existence. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi gently reassembled the light representing life and the darkness embodying void, but this time, not to let them counterbalance each other. Instead, they were compelled to chase and annihilate one another in a spiraling ascent. Ultimately, within his palm, a pure singularity emerged, neither radiant nor dark. It represented an ultimate void capable of severing all meaning and connection. Are you ready? Gao Shiqi's voice resonated with an unusual calm amidst the countdown's backdrop. At any moment, Tony and Matt replied in unison. Their alliance, at that instant, transcended all that had come before. No longer a struggle for survival or resistance, but a quest for genuine freedom that belonged solely to them. Forced reconnection countdown. 321. Just as the system signal was about to surge back in, Gao Shiqi gently pressed the singularity into the ownership tag that Matt had discovered, symbolizing their binding to the system. There was no explosion, no brilliance. It simply ceased to exist. The singularity, which severed meaning, quietly vanished the moment it contacted the ownership tag. It did not trigger any energetic outburst, merely executing a deletion at the conceptual level of consciousness. Forced reconnection countdown. 0. An irresistible torrent of system signals surged in precisely on time. It resembled a relentless scanning beam, sweeping through the information black hole constructed by Silas. It was searching for the tool known as the system monitor. And then, it found it, a hollow program shell devoid of all internal links, quietly resting in the system's temporary folder. Its functions remained, yet the processes executing them had disappeared. The scanning beam passed directly through the presences of Gao Shiqi, Tony, and Matt. No identification, no locking, no interaction. In the eyes of the system, their location was a blank. They were 3 unreadable, meaningless ghost source files. The reconnection had failed. Chapter 227. The noisy humanoid janitor, the metallic cage, composed of billions of parts, silently disintegrated the moment the system signal receded, transforming back into a cloud of dust. Subsequently, the laws of physics in this world gradually smoothed it. They found themselves once more in Silas's deserted office, standing on solid ground, with the orderly utopia visible outside the window. Matt trembled, asking, did we succeed? He could not discern any definition of himself from the surrounding environment. Yes, Tony replied, removing his mask and inhaling deeply the air of freedom that this world offered. Welcome to the outside of the system, gentlemen. We are now illegal immigrants. Gao Shiqi remained silent, extending his hand to touch the holographic desk before him. At the very moment his fingertips were about to make contact with the luminous screen, the table, along with all the data it displayed, flickered violently, reminiscent of an antiquated monitor with faulty connections. Strands of iridescent data fractures radiated outward from his fingertips, vanishing in an instant. "Do not touch anything," Gao Shiqi cautioned, his voice imbued with a grave warning. Tony immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. On his armor's interface, an unprecedented reading materialized. Reality synchronization rate, 17. "We have become disconnected from this universe," Tony stated heavily. "We have severed our link with the system, thus depriving ourselves of the most fundamental interface with reality. We are no longer constrained by its rules, yet we are equally unacknowledged by its physical constants." He raised his gaze, observing a silent anti-gravity vehicle gliding past the window. Within his line of sight, the edges of the vehicle exhibited a subtle, pixelated tremor. "Here, we exist like incompatible code," Tony concluded. "Our presence is inflicting a minor but persistent destabilization upon this world. We are walking logical bombs. The freedom they speak of comes at the cost of waging war against the entirety of reality." At that moment, all three felt a sudden chill. It was not a physical sensation, but rather an instinctual awareness of a more fundamental existence. Something was watching them, not the calculating gaze of an investor, nor the scrutinizing stare of an editor-in-chief. This was an aimless, pure gaze, existing solely for the purpose of eradication. "It has detected us." Matt's voice dropped to a low murmur, not through the signals of surveillance, but via the errors we have inflicted upon reality. "It perceives us as anomalies that require extermination." Before he could finish, the air in the corner of the office began to warp. A figure seeped forth from the wall. It possessed no facial features, no clothing, nor even a stable form. It resembled a silhouette constructed from the black and white static of a television screen, barely maintaining a human outline. Its very existence was a visual aberration. It emitted no sound, slowly lifting its arm towards them. The end of its arm did not culminate in a hand, but rather in a swirling vortex composed of countless deletion commands. "Alert! Garbage collection mechanism activated. Target! Unregistered independent entity causing logical conflicts. Method of processing: forced deletion." Tony's armor emitted a warning signal indicative of an imminent threat. "Run!" Tony barely had time to utter another word before the repulsor cannon in his palm erupted, propelling himself, Matt, and Gao Shiqi through the glass facade of the building. In the instant they rushed forth, an assault composed of deletion commands struck the very spot they had just vacated. That space, along with the desks, floors, and walls within it, vanished into thin air, silently and utterly, like a segment of reality being erased by an unseen hand from the canvas of existence. Suspended in midair, the three gazed upon the flawless, circular void that had been obliterated, a profound dread swelling within them, deeper than that encountered during formatting. Formatting signifies rewriting, whereas this phenomenon embodies an irrational annihilation. More noise-like humanoid figures emerged silently from the various corners of the city. They served as the system's janitors, the universe's immune response. Their objective was to eradicate viruses such as Gao Shiqi and his companions, who did not belong to any program. They bore no physical form. Tony's scanning beam pierced through one of these noise-like entities without eliciting any response. We could not attack them. They were devoid of life. Gao Shiqi's balancing force proved utterly ineffective against these pure commands. They possessed neither good nor evil, nor any sense of existence, thus eluding balance. "We cannot remain here," Matt cried out. "Our presence merely attracts them like a beacon." This was not a battle. It was a desperate flight. Gao Shiqi seized Tony and Matt, his Kryptonian speed, transcending physical limits, becoming their sole hope in that moment. He transformed into a fleeting shimmer, imperceptible to the eye, weaving through the densely packed future metropolis with reckless abandon. Yet, no matter how swiftly he flew, those janitors always managed to appear ahead of their fleeing path, employing their absolute obliteration attacks to thwart their escape. They found themselves ensnared in this world, akin to a virus besieged by the immune system, with no avenue for escape. "We can't continue running aimlessly," Tony exclaimed amidst their rapid flight, his mind racing. "They are part of the system. They must adhere to certain rules. They do not materialize randomly. They appear where we are about to pass." Gao Shiqi immediately discerned the answer. His super-intellect, amidst the vast sea of information, detected the singular pattern. They were responding to the disturbances we inflicted upon reality. The faster we moved, the stronger the drag effect on reality became, generating more errors. making it easier for them to locate us. They were trapped in a vicious cycle. To flee, they needed to move at high speeds. Yet such velocity would expose their position. Therefore, we require a specific location, a frenzied light flickering in Tony's eyes, a place inherently fraught with errors and instability, an abyss that could perfectly conceal our droplets of ink within its depths. Where? Matt inquired. Tony remained silent, merely marking a coordinate on his armor's map. He then shared this coordinate with Gao Shiqi. The moment Gao Shiqi beheld the coordinate, his pupils constricted sharply. It was not a location, it was an event. Event name, antimatter train explosion site. Status, high-intensity temporal distortion, abundant narrative remnants, unstable, physical laws. System annotation, abandoned plot occurrence. Chapter 228, Your Destiny is to Save. It was the place where Silas first defied fate, a scar of reality chosen by the story, yet abandoned by it. We are to plunge into an unhealed wound. Gao Shiqi grasped Tony's plan. Indeed, Tony's voice echoed with the resolve of a gambler. Only chaos can obscure chaos. Let us depart. Without hesitation, Gao Shiqi altered his course, tearing through space as he surged towards the forsaken plot territory. This abandoned narrative site resembled a digital necrosis branded upon the surface of the 919 world. As Gao Shiqi transformed into a streak of light, he left behind an orderly utopia with a graveyard of physical laws ahead. They were not merely flying. They were etching a grotesque scar of persistent errors upon the canvas of reality. Left, 3 o'clock direction, inside a building. Tony's voice blared urgently through the communication channel. It was not intercepting, but erasing their path. In an instant, Gao Shiqi's trajectory executed an anti-physical right-angle turn, just as they deviated from their original route by a fraction of a second. A perfect spherical void suddenly replaced the center of a streamlined building 30 stories high in the distance. It was not an explosion, but a more terrifying absence of existence. They are learning. Matt's voice conveyed the weight of cold logic. They are predicting our landing based on the gradient of our reality disturbances. We are teaching them how to kill us more efficiently. Then let us present them with the unpredictable. Tony roared. He projected the energy from the arc reactor with utmost precision into a void ahead, creating a false high-intensity reality anchor. In an instant, the gravitational constant in that area underwent a transient distortion of 1/1,000,000th. Almost simultaneously, several humanoid noise points emerged from the center of that illusory disturbance, wielding swirling deletions, attacking nothingness itself. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, they narrowly slipped through the gaps in the encirclement. At last, the boundary of that scar appeared before them, a line that seemed to tear through the screen. On one side of the boundary lay a perfect future metropolis. On the other side, the sky appeared bizarre, an overly saturated shade of purplish red. The earth twisted with fragmented, floating highways resembling the skeletal remains of a deceased giant serpent, piercing the heavens at impossible angles. In the air, luminescent particles drifted, reminiscent of pixelated fragments. These were remnants of narrative, fragments of data that should have coalesced into a tale of heroism, now irretrievably lost to the cosmos after an abrupt interruption. Without hesitation, Gao Shiqi plunged into that chaotic realm. The moment they crossed the threshold, all three felt an uncanny sensation of tearing, as if transitioning from a smoothly operating program into a test server rife with viruses and garbled code. The cleaner trailing behind them, upon contact with that boundary, found its body, composed of monochromatic noise, instantly suffused with mottled rainbow hues. They did not halt, yet their movements became sluggish and clumsy, akin to an efficient program struggling to accommodate a segment of outdated code riddled with errors. Success! Tony exclaimed, his tone imbued with a thrill of survival. Yet, Gao Shiqi paused, suspended in the air of this fractured world, his brow furrowed tightly. It was not merely success. His voice, laced with confusion, revealed their fear of this place. His contradictory eyes perceived deeper truths than Tony's data or Matt's awareness could fathom. The cleaners were not barred from entry. Rather, their core directives were preventing deeper engagement. The errors in this region had been systematically cataloged. It was a legally sanctioned anomaly. They, however, were trespassers, an illicit virus breaching a legitimate quarantine zone. For the cleaners, this presented a logical paradox they could not reconcile. They halted at the edge of the wound, like a silent guard encircling a forbidden domain. Before they could catch their breath, Matt suddenly emitted a muffled grunt. "Be cautious. There are echoes here." No sooner had he spoken than a severed, partially buried remnant of a floating train beneath them began to radiate light. Amidst the glow, a translucent specter, composed of narrative remnants, gradually materialized. It was a young mother, tightly clutching another equally translucent child. Her face was frozen in an expression of terror, eternally captured at the moment catastrophe struck. She lifted her gaze, her hollow eyes scrutinizing them, not merely looking, but reading them. A faint, unclaimed voice reverberated within the minds of the three. "Save us. Our story requires an ending." The mother's ghost extended her hand, offering an invitation that was not an attack, but a more sinister allure. It endeavored to entrap them within this already defunct and fragmented narrative, compelling them to assume the role of a hero who had never existed. "Do not respond to it," Gao Shiqi urgently cautioned. "This entity is not a soul. It is a narrative trap. Once we accept this role, our existence will be defined by this shattered tale, binding us once more to the laws of this universe. That fate would be far worse than being reclaimed by the system. They would become ghostly heroes devoid of free will, eternally repeating the tragedy of a broken story." Yet, just as they prepared to withdraw, the specter of the mother suddenly fixed its gaze intently upon Gao Shiqi. The voice of the child from Krypton became clear and enticing. "Your ultimate hope lies in your destiny, which is to save." A chilling sensation coursed through Gao Shiqi. This narrative trap had tapped into the very core of his being. The label belonging to Kal-El. This place, this fractured story, akin to a ravenous ghost in search of a host, had found the most perfect vessel. He felt an invisible force pulling him toward the wreckage of the train car. His recently acquired freedom was being challenged by a cheap, discarded hero-esque script. "Tony!" Gao Shiqi growled. In an instant, Tony understood. He did not assault the apparition, but aimed the repulsor cannon at the bottom of the train wreckage. A precise, high-intensity beam of energy instantaneously blasted a vast pit into the ground beneath the debris. Chapter 229. We must be smarter than the gods. The train wreckage lost its support and began to slide into the chasm. The Mother-S specter emitted a piercing wail as her scene was destroyed, her light swiftly dimming until she transformed into a cascade of pixelated particles. The narrative trap had been temporarily dismantled. "We cannot remain in the same place." Tony's voice was grave. "These traps spread like an infectious opportunity in this world. The longer we linger here, the easier it is for them to identify and ensnare us." They found a temporary refuge, only to discover it was riddled with traps. Moreover, Gao Shiqi lifted his gaze to the sky, observing the slowly swirling, coalescing purplish-red clouds. This place was healing. He sensed that the errors within this area were being mitigated by the universe itself at an exceedingly slow yet irreversible pace. The remnants of the narrative were being decomposed and reclaimed. This scar would not endure forever. Gao Shiqi reached a stark conclusion. It was diminishing. Based on its rate of decay, we have at most 12 hours. After 12 hours, this place will be reformatted into normal space. By then, we will stand face to face with those cleaners. They leapt from an unceasing pursuit into a cage marked by a countdown. The price of freedom is an interminable exile, conducted upon the edge of a blade. For 12 hours, Tony murmured to himself, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. 12 hours to discover a sanctuary capable of permanently accommodating us. These logical explosives, a realm untouched by the system, yet sufficiently stable to avoid self-destruction. Does such a place exist? Matt inquired. It does not. Tony and Gasky responded in near unison. If it existed, the system would have already repaired or isolated it. Thus, a mad yet rational light sparkled in Tony's eyes, a glimmer belonging to a creator. We must construct one ourselves. Construct one? Matt's voice sounded exceptionally dry amidst the chaotic energy currents. Tony, we are not gods. We are not even legitimate physical entities. Gods? Tony Stark let out a self-deprecating laugh. Gods created the universe using infinite time and resources. We have less than 12 hours and a heap of cosmic refuse. Therefore, we must be smarter than gods. We are not tasked with creating a universe. We seek merely a refuge. He hovered among the three. The projection function of his armor conjured a dizzyingly complex geometric model before them, perpetually rotating. It resembled a Klein bottle, yet twisted in a bias-like fashion within the fourth dimension. We cannot create a space that would be detected by the system scans, Tony explained. his words cascading forth like gunfire. We must create a paradox, a reality island that is topologically self-enclosed and narratively self-referential. A place that is both its own interior and exterior. For the system to scan it, it must first enter, and once inside, it would be ensnared by its paradoxical logic, unable to send reports outward. We are not constructing a house. We are building a mathematical black hole. Shiqi immediately grasped the crux of the matter. A perfect deadlock. Yet any cycle requires a starting point, a seed, a core that is inherently contradictory, capable of sustaining the entire paradoxical structure. Indeed, Tony pointed to the fractured ground beneath their feet, and we were sitting atop a treasure trove. This is the refuse yard of narrative remnants, the graveyard of discarded settings. The seed we need lies right here, a most exquisite contradiction cast aside by the system. They began to delve into the scars of this reality. Here, there were no directions, only varying degrees of error. They soared through a suspended rain, each droplet reflecting a moment of an unfulfilled hero saving a city. They navigated around a vast spatial fissure, from the other side of which emanated the silent quarrels of characters trapped within a stillborn love story. Here lies the editing room floor of the cosmos, scattered with all the discarded, failed takes. What we seek is neither the most potent residue nor the most stable. Gao Shiqi's perception, amidst this chaos, resembles the most sophisticated radar, yet remains inscrutable. It is a deadlock that achieves perfect equilibrium within its own logic. At this moment, Matt abruptly halted. Over there, he indicated towards a massive crystalline structure floating in the air. The interior of the crystal was not hollow. Rather, it encapsulated a frozen tableau. They approached it cautiously. Inside the crystal stood a scientist clad in a white lab coat. His laboratory was in disarray, surrounded by toppled instruments and burning blueprints. In one hand, he grasped a syringe, poised to pierce his own heart, while the other hand held a controller, pressing down on a button. His face was frozen in two starkly contrasting expressions, one of ecstasy for having saved the world, and the other, an overwhelming agony and despair born from betraying his own faith. I recognized the archetype of this narrative. Tony's voice grew somber. A scientist named Robert Chun. In his story's framework, he chose to inject himself with both the soul antidote and the virulent meme he had invented to prevent its catastrophic release. Choosing to perish alongside the world, becoming a living Pandora's box. Yet he failed. Gao Shiqi added, or rather, his story was vetoed at the review stage by the editor-in-chief for being insufficiently optimistic, lacking a clear hero. Thus, this moment was discarded. They had discovered it. A perfect paradoxical singularity embodying creation and destruction, salvation and demise, success and failure. The question remained, how to extract it? Matt inquired. It is sealed within this frozen moment in time. Any attempt to touch it might expose us to its paradox. Then we shall not touch it. Tony's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of an engineer. We shall leverage it, employing a greater paradox of our own making. Chapter 2:30. Fabricating Divine Space. Tony turned to face Gao Shiqi. Your balance is that of creation and destruction. His paradox lies in salvation and annihilation. At their core, they are isomorphic. Gao Shiqi, can you emulate him? Use your divinity to resonate with this frozen moment. Gao Shiqi closed his eyes, submerging his consciousness into the crystal to experience the soul-rending choice of the scientist named Robert Chun in his final moments. He extended his hands. The right radiated a gentle light representing life and creation, while the left emanated a profound darkness symbolizing death and void. He did not bring them together. Instead, he allowed them to point towards his heart, mirroring the stance of the scientist within the crystal. In an instant, the crystal, which encapsulated the scene, emitted a resonant hum. It had found a kindred spirit. Matt, Tony shouted. Yet, Matt remained motionless. He condensed his will, born of order and justice, into an extraordinarily sharp probe, piercing the resonant chain of logic. He was not attacking. He was judging. He sought the core of the paradox, the minuscule logical flaw that allowed salvation and destruction to coexist. I found it. Matt's forehead beaded with cold sweat. His antidote acted a mere 0.00001 nanoseconds slower than the virus. In his subjective experience, he was simultaneously the savior and the annihilator. However, within this abandoned objective data, a definable sequence existed. This paradox had a flaw. That was sufficient. Tony's voice rang out like a starting gun. He thrust both hands forward. In an instant, countless strands of blue energy sprang forth from his fingertips, precisely targeting every energy node within the crystal. He did not attempt to unravel the paradox. Rather, he exploited the flaw Matt had discovered, forcibly extracting the entire solidified scene from the surrounding fractured spacetime. The crystal trembled violently, akin to an awakened, furious prisoner. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi completed the final and most critical step. He propelled the divine resonance of balance he had emulated to its utmost limit. Then, at the moment the resonance with the crystal reached its zenith, he willingly imposed the destruction of his left hand over the creation of his right. This minuscule voluntary imbalance, like the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, instantly shattered the perfect equilibrium of the paradox within the crystal. The crystal did not shatter, it merely melted. It transformed into a chaotic, liquid concept, cloaked in subdued gray. Within this concept curled innumerable latent possibilities, yet remained restrained, refraining from prematurely revealing any form or inclination, maintaining a vague and encompassing stillness. They succeeded. They had restored a concrete narrative to its most primal, potential latent state. This was the creation singularity of their new world. However, just as Tony prepared to contain it within an energy field, the entire scarred world began to tremble violently. Their recent actions resembled dismantling a crucial load-bearing pillar of an already unstable structure. The entire abandoned narrative zone commenced a rapid collapse. The purplish-red sky fissured with enormous black cracks. Through these crevices, they glimpsed the orderly realm of 919 beyond, along with countless humanoid noise points accelerating towards them from all directions. They were coming in. Matt's voice was laced with astonishment. Our time has run out. Gao Shiqi gazed at the concept seed, suspended between them, and then at the relentless tide of cleaners surging forth from the fissures, arriving at a mad decision. We shall not leave, he declared. What? Tony was taken aback. We shall build right here. The calmness in Gao Shiqi's eyes was chilling. A stillness at the eye of the storm, where the energy of the system formatting this region intersected with the cleaners' deletion directives. We shall harness their power to ignite our new world. Tony and Matt remained silent. Their actions spoke volumes. In a moment, Gao Shiqi's words fell. The three instinctively formed a perfect equilateral triangle, encircling the chaotic gray seed of concepts at its core. This was not a result of tactical practice, but rather the only stable structure discovered by three souls pushed to the brink, driven by the primal instinct to survive. I will weave the cage, Tony declared succinctly. His armor screamed at the edge of overload. Yet this time, he emitted not an energy cannon, but instead extended countless blue energy threads, finer than spider silk, from his fingertips. These threads did not strike any enemy. Rather, they pierced the collapsing fabric of space itself. He was not constructing, he was suturing. He forcibly stitched together the impending rifts in space-time, weaving a temporary, fragile bubble of reality through pure mathematics and topological logic. This was their operating table, as well as their guillotine. I will calibrate the pitch. Matt closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in the sensory realm. He heard the cacophonous clamor from Tony's logical loom, strained under the weight of its burden. He heard the lamentation of the external scarred world, collapsing like shattered glass. He also perceived the static noise emitted by the incoming humanoid noise points, signifying absolute deletion. These three sounds formed a chaotic symphony capable of driving any mind to madness. Yet Matt, the man who had learned to listen for order amidst the din of Hell's Kitchen, found his role in this moment. He began to sing, not merely producing sound, but transforming his fervent beliefs in order and justice into a constant fundamental tone, forcefully injected into the collapsing structure. With his will, he served as the metronome for the entire frenzied ensemble. He could not suppress chaos, but he could render it temporarily less lethal. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi undertook the most direct and perilous act. He slowly extended his hands into the gray, liquid concept seed. There was no warmth, no sensation. In an instant, his consciousness was swept into a vortex composed of countless contradictory possibilities. He simultaneously experienced the ecstasy and despair of Robert Shun, felt the birth of the antidote alongside the rampant spread of the virus, sensed the grandeur of saving the world and the sin of its potential destruction. Any mere mortal would be instantly torn into fragments of despair, by such an absolute contradiction. Yet, Gao Shiqi was no ordinary man. His essence was, in itself, a paradox. The mortal soul of Gao Shiqi resonated with the ecstasy of salvation, while the divine embryo of Karl L. found solace in the despair of annihilation. Chapter 231. A customer experience rated 0. Gao Shiqi did not succumb to fragmentation. Instead, he became the bridge connecting the two extremes of this paradox. The divine essence of balance transformed, no longer seeking to harmonize the external world, but rather becoming a vessel, a living grail capable of containing the chaotic essence of creation. A gray liquid began to creep up his arms, merging with his being. He was becoming the foundation of a new world. At that moment, the first noise anomaly penetrated the reality bubble woven by Tony. It did not attack, it merely existed. Its presence was an assault in itself. The space within a meter of it, along with Tony's energy lines and Matt's order notes, was instantaneously erased, leaving behind a perfect sphere of void. Then came the second, the third. Like ink drops in clear water, they began to efficiently dismantle their final sanctuary from within. Time was running out. The alarm of Tony's armor transformed into a continuous, mournful tone, signaling the impending collapse of the system. Now was the time. Gao Shiqi abruptly opened his eyes and ignited the moment. He did not sever his connection to the chaos. Rather, he actively propelled his existence towards the noise anomaly that had just entered their bubble, colliding fiercely with it. He was not attacking, but embracing the directive that represented deletion. Under the astonished gaze of Matt and Tony, Gao Shiqi's body began to be erased from the fingertips upon contact with the noise anomaly. This was not death, but a more profound erasure at the conceptual level. However, at the precipice of being consumed by the erasing energy, Gao Shiqi summoned his last vestige of divinity and forcefully infused the destructive power from the recycling mechanism into the seed of concept that had now fused with him. Using his body as a bridge, he wielded the enemy's weapon as the spark of his own creation. In his own deletion, he completed the final act of creation. In that instant, centered around Gao Shiqi, an absolute void was born. It was neither black nor empty. It was the terminus of reality, where even the concept of non-existence ceased to exist. This singularity of nothingness began to expand outward at a velocity surpassing all known laws. It did not annihilate anything. It merely enveloped. It cloaked the noise of humanoid forms, those monsters composed of directives, whose core logic was instantaneously dismantled. In a realm devoid of meaning, the erasure of the directive itself rendered it futile. They dissipated silently, not destroyed, but restored a mere background noise devoid of purpose. It shrouded the crumbling, scarred world, smoothing over the fragmented remnants of narratives and the solidified moments of tragedy, stripping them of their stories, transforming them into entities devoid of history. It enveloped Tony's energy lines, it masked Matt's sound of order, it obscured everything that belonged to the three of them. The entire world was pressed down, and then an indeterminate span of time passed. Perhaps a second, perhaps an epoch. Tony Stark regained consciousness, discovering himself sprawled upon a surface as smooth as glass. All systems of his armor lay dormant, and the arc reactor in his chest ceased to glow, reduced to a useless lump of metal. Matt Murdock knelt nearby, hands on the ground, gasping for breath. In his sensory realm, an absolute purity of silence descended. No heartbeat, no white noise, no wind, no light, nothing at all. This silence was more deafening than the most tumultuous nights in Hell's Kitchen. They lifted their heads to behold this new world they had forged with their own hands. Here, there was neither sky nor earth. Above, below, left, and right, stretched an infinite expanse, a continuum of hues between gray and white. The ground beneath their feet seemed to be the only solid entity in this realm. In the distance, there was no horizon, only some geometrical forms defying all laws of physics, quietly suspended in the gray-white void. Some resembled distorted monuments, others appeared as half-melted churches, and some were segments of a frozen, endless staircase. They were the vestiges of that scarred world, shapes stripped of all significance, a grave for stories, the corpses of architecture. At the center of this world stood a figure, Gao Shiqi. His garments had long since vanished, and his bare body bore no scars. Yet he appeared emptier than ever. His once contradictory eyes now mirrored the gray, hollow emptiness of this world, devoid of any emotion. He was no longer the god of balance. For in this realm, where good and evil, creation and destruction held no meaning, balance itself became an extraneous significance to be erased. They had succeeded. They had crafted a perfect refuge, a paradoxical space-time that no system could scan, no cleaner could penetrate, and even the laws of physics and narrative logic could not define. They attained absolute security, yet also an eternal solitude. Tony struggled to rise and approach Gao Shiqi, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. He wished to utter a quip, but found his voice to be jarringly weak in this silent world. Shall we name this place? Stock Paradox. That sounds rather fitting. Gao Shiqi slowly turned his head to regard him, a faint ripple of emotion surfacing in his gray eyes. Here, he whispered, his voice gravelly as if he had not spoken in centuries, has no name. For a name carries meaning, and this place is a graveyard of meaning. Silence is the sole decree of this new world. Tony Stark, a man who filled every crevice of his existence with noise, alcohol, and the spotlight, could hear the dull thrum of his blood coursing through his veins. In that moment, the sound was more deafening than any rock concert. He instinctively tapped his chest, where the once miraculous arc reactor lay, only to be met with a dull thud, a sound of lifelessness. Thus, he spoke, his voice failing to echo in the vast emptiness, as if devoured by the gray instant. No media, not even the laws of physics, can provide me a platform for complaint. I rate the customer experience here 0. Chapter 232. Dark Magic Matt Murdock did not laugh. He was undergoing a torment of the inverse kind. His entire life had been dedicated to filtering out the world's noise in pursuit of the string that represented truth. Yet now, the world had been silenced. All his senses felt like instruments severed from their power source, leaving only a haunting stillness. For the first time, he was truly blind. This absolute void instilled a fear deeper than the darkest sins of Hell's Kitchen. Gao Shiqi remained still, like a gray statue melded into the background. His nameless world was both his ultimate masterpiece and his final prison. He sacrificed his divinity for this absolute security, and now he was nothing. Time had likewise lost its significance here. They could have stood for a minute or perhaps a century, until Matt suddenly lifted his head, straining to listen. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Tony furrowed his brow. "Hear what?" There isn't even an echo in this vacuum. "No, not with my ears." A look of profound confusion and pain crossed Matt's face. "It's inside, in my head." A scratching sound. The moment he spoke from afar, within the shadow of a suspended, melting geometric form reminiscent of a cathedral, came a sound of metal scraping against metal. That sound was undeniably real. Tony's body tensed instantaneously, a reflex born of countless battles. He assumed a combat stance, yet in the next moment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Clad in tattered garments, devoid of armor or energy, he was merely a somewhat astute mortal. A clumsy, colossal silhouette emerged from the shadows, advancing step by step. Its form was constructed from countless jagged, rusted iron plates, with exposed joints and twisted pistons and cables. A gaping, hollow circular opening adorned its chest, seemingly mocking the extinguished arc reactor on Tony's own torso. Its footsteps were heavy and sluggish, each step leaving a deep, rust-laden scar on the mirror-smooth gray floor. It was ironmonger, yet was not. This creation was even more crude, more primal, and imbued with a greater sense of resentment than the one crafted by Obadiah Stane. It resembled a model wrought by Tony in a cave, fashioned from a heap of scrap metal, steeped in original sin. That cannot be. Tony's voice trembled, betraying his distress. The ironmonger paid him no heed, bowing its head instead and picking up a similarly materialized, rusted crowbar from the ground with its hand, assembled from scrap iron. It then began to pry at its own chest armor with an inefficacious yet ritualistic motion. Each effort produced a piercing, metallic screech. "What is it doing?" Matt inquired. Though he could not see, he could sense the cold malice radiating from the towering creation. "It is self-harming," Tony managed to utter, his gaze locked onto the gaping void in the creature's chest. He knew what lay within. With a final, thunderous clang, the chest plate was forcibly pried open, clattering to the ground. Inside the hollow cavity, there was no pilot, no weapon, only a battered man named Ho-In's son, bound in iron chains. The ghostly visage lifted its head, mouth forming a desperate plea directed at Tony. "Do not waste your life." No. Tony unleashed a primal roar, recklessly charging forward. The Ironmonger's massive arms swatted at him like an insect, and Tony was struck by an irresistible force. His body hurtling backward to crash onto the ground several meters away, tasting blood in his throat. Tony! Matt rushed towards the sound, helping him up. This was no illusion. Tony coughed blood, yet madness ignited in his eyes. Each of its attacks bore genuine kinetic energy. Its mass and structure adhered to the laws of physics, within a realm devoid of such laws. At that moment, the voice of Obadiah Stane echoed behind them like a specter, because it is not a product of this world. The two turned to see Stane approaching slowly. He gazed at the Iron Tyrant, which was resecuring its armor, preparing to launch another assault, and spoke with an empty tone. It belongs to you, Tony. What does that mean? In this void of a world, the only existence is ourselves, our memories, our will, our inner demons. Gao Shiqi extended his hand, pointing at the monstrosity. It is not the Iron Tyrant. It embodies your guilt over that cavern, your remorse for the death of Ensign. It is a manifestation of your significance, coalescing into a tangible entity in this world devoid of meaning. As his words fell, another voice echoed coldly in Matt's mind. And what of your inner demons, lawyer? Matt abruptly turned, seeing nothing. Yet, the voice grew increasingly distinct. Did you believe you upheld justice? You merely reveled in the violence of darkness. Each time you swung your fist, it was not to punish evil, but to silence the screams within. Not far from them, a small patch of gray ground began to darken like ink. A figure slowly emerged from that darkness, clad in an identical dark crimson combat suit as Matt, wearing a mask adorned with demonic horns. However, there was no essence of justice about him, only the corruption that savored sin. In his hands, he wielded no weapon, merely toying with a set of compass beads. You cannot save anyone, the dark figure whispered with a chilling laugh that resonated directly within Matt's heart. You cannot save your father, nor Erica, not even that reporter named Ben Urich. Your existence will only bring death to those you love. Shut up, Matt roared, charging towards the apparition. Yet his fist passed straight through the dark form, which remained unharmed, responding with a mocking laughter. Look, you cannot even strike your own shadow. The battle had suddenly turned absurd and despairing. Tony faced an indomitable, physical monster forged from his own regrets, while Matt was tormented by an intangible spiritual specter constructed from the gaps in his own faith. They found themselves ensnared in their eternal conflicts. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi merely observed quietly. He bore no inner demons, for he had sacrificed the core of his own contradictions to the creation of this world. He was now empty. Yet this emptiness was the most lethal of all. Chapter 233. I judge you guilty in a momentary reprieve from dodging the Iron Tyrant's heavy strikes. Tony suddenly turned to Gao Shiqi, realizing something far more dreadful. The edges of Gao Shiqi's form were becoming indistinct. His corporeal outline was slowly, pixel by pixel, merging into the eternal gray backdrop surrounding him. Gao Shiqi, Tony exclaimed in a voice filled with alarm. Gao Shiqi lowered his head and gazed at his dissipating hand, devoid of any fear, only a faint sense of curiosity and understanding. So, it is, he murmured. Your significance has birthed monsters to assail you, while my void seeks to return me entirely to this emptiness. His battle was not against a tangible foe, but against the very world he had conjured, slowly consuming him. Tony and Matt, each in their dire straits, simultaneously confronted that harsh reality. They could be tormented to death by their inner demons, yet at least they still existed. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi, the man who had brought them here, was being utterly erased from existence itself. We must do something, Tony shouted, barely evading the colossal fist of the Iron Tyrant, rolling clumsily to avoid it as he called out to Matt. What can we do? Matt, nearly unraveling under the whispers of his dark self, lamented, we can't even save ourselves. Then don't save yourself. A resolute light of desperation ignited in Tony's eyes. These things exist because of us. That means we can destroy them with our own hands. No longer fleeing, he turned to confront the enormous Iron Tyrant. Come on, you wretched heap of scrap. He spread his arms wide, bellowing at the monster. I know what you desire. Come and take it. The Iron Tyrant halted, its rudimentary viewfinder flickering with confusion. We cannot destroy them. Gao Shiqi's voice grew more ethereal. Half his body had already merged into the grayness. They're a part of us. To destroy them is to destroy ourselves. He observed the two men wrestling with their inner demons, witnessing the genuine anguish and struggle etched on their faces. In his hollow gray eyes, a flicker of light rekindled, more delicate than a candle's flame. But he struggled to articulate the latter half of his thought, as if contending with the entropy of the universe can endow them with new meaning. Tony and Matt were momentarily taken aback, turning to him. Gao Shiqi extended his hand, still not entirely dissolved, pointing towards Tony's dark self. It is not your regret, Tony. It is your starting point. It transformed you from an arms dealer into Iron Man. Then, he gestured towards Matt's dark self. It is not your sin, Matt. It is your boundary. It is what has kept you from crossing that line of slaughter on countless nights. Finally, he looked at his own vanishing body. And his voice faltered, for he had no significance left to ascribe to himself. Tony Stark watched as Gao Shiqi was about to be wholly consumed by the void, observing Matt cornered by his inner demons. He realized that Gao Shiqi's words were true, but also incomplete. Endowing meaning? Such a notion was easily spoken. It is akin to urging a drowning individual to ponder the philosophies of life. No, Tony bellowed at Obadiah with an unprecedented fury. This is not a damn philosophy class. We need a plan, a weapon. At that moment, the Ironmonger raised his colossal arm once more, preparing to strike. Tony did not flinch. He fixated intently on the creature's chest, where he could see the anguished visage of Ensign. In a whisper, he uttered the word origin, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of a genius, pushed to its limits in this dire predicament. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He fiercely tore open the tattered fabric of his shirt, revealing the extinguished arc reactor embedded within. With every ounce of strength, he wrenched the useless metal from his chest, bloodied and in excruciating pain. Yet, he managed to smile, raising high that piece of metal that encapsulated his life's glory and suffering. "Hey, you grotesque creature," he shouted at the Ironmonger. "Is this what you seek?" The enormous form of the Ironmonger halted, its rudimentary visor fixating on the reactor in Tony's grasp. "You are not my regret," Tony gasped, each syllable causing his chest wound to convulse. "You are my creation, a failed, hideous draft that I cast aside." Any engineer would understand that the sole purpose of a draft is to refine the final masterpiece. He hurled the reactor like a stone, forcefully striking the Ironmonger. The reactor traced a parabolic arc through the air, perfectly landing in the hollow circular slot in the Ironmonger's chest. It fits seamlessly. In that instant, the massive frame of the Ironmonger trembled violently. No longer emanating hatred and malice, it was filled instead with an aimless energy. It was no longer a manifestation of his inner demons, but reverted to its original form, a machine, a creation belonging to Tony Stark, awaiting commands. "Do you see, Matt?" Tony shouted from afar, despite the agonizing pain in his chest that nearly caused him to faint. "Do not reason with it. Get something to do." Matt jolted awake. He beheld the dark apparition whispering incessantly in his ear, observing the string of compass beads it toyed with. He suddenly comprehended the boundary. No longer did he assault the phantom. Instead, he extended his hand, pointing toward the newly subdued Ironmonger. "My boundary is not meant to confine myself." Matt's voice resonated in the void, bearing the authority of law. "It is meant to judge evil." He redirected his obsession with order, born from countless days and nights of yearning for justice, not toward himself, but towards redefining the dark apparition. It was no longer his inner demon. "It is his law. In my name," Matt intoned word by word, as though pronouncing a verdict, "I sentence you." He pointed at the Iron Tyrant. "Guilty." The specter, forged from Matt's sense of guilt, slowly turned. Its hollow mask gazed upon the colossal steel construct before transforming into a bolt of black lightning, silently merging with the Iron Tyrant's form. Instantly, the Iron Tyrant's body was enveloped in a dark crimson hue, radiating with the essence of sin and punishment. It lifted its head and unleashed a thunderous roar. Chapter 234. The true heart of Tony the Iron Tyrant was no longer merely a machine. It had become a walking court of judgment. A war machine, amalgamating Tony's creation with Matt's edicts, existing solely for one purpose. Its target was no longer its creator, but rather the void of this world that consumed all. The Iron Tyrant advanced, charging towards the distant, colossal geometric forms in silence. It swung its massive fists, each strike etching profound, meaningful fissures into the eternal gray expanse. With the most unadulterated violence, it battled the nothingness of this realm. Tony and Matt collapsed, utterly exhausted. They had not vanquished their inner demons. Instead, they had transformed them into weapons. They turned their gaze towards Gao Shiqi, whose dissipating momentum was momentarily curtailed by the emergence of resistance in this world. Yet he flickered like a poorly received image, caught between reality and void. He was empty. He had no demons to transform. Not enough, Tony struggled to articulate. A machine's rampage can only delay the entropy of this world. We need an anchor, something that can grant this world a reason to endure. We need a story. At that moment, Gao Shiqi's eyes, on the verge of turning entirely gray, fixed upon Tony. Your chest. He exerted his last strength, emitting a faint voice. Tony lowered his gaze to the gory cavity on his chest. Then he smiled, a mad, liberating smile. Distinctly Tony Stark's. Indeed, he murmured to himself, how could I forget? My greatest creation was never that tin can. He extended his hand, probing into the wound. Then, under the bewildered watch of Matt and Gao Shiqi, he slowly drew forth something from his own flesh. It was neither metal nor technology. It was a heart pulsating robustly, composed of a dazzling blue and white light, reminiscent of a cosmic nebula. It was not a heart in the physical sense. It embodied the entirety of Tony Stark, the amalgamation of genius, arrogance, fear, sacrifice, and love. It is a testament to his evolution from an ordinary mortal into a symbol. This is his true arc reactor. In a world devoid of meaning, a heart is unnecessary. Tony gasped, lifting that radiant heart high. Yet a world with heroes requires one. He gazed at Hawkeye. And you, my friend, he exerted his final strength, pressing the heart against Hawkeye's fading chest. You are the most heroic among us. In that moment, brilliance consumed all. As the heart of pure concept, crafted by Tony Stark, made contact with Hawkeye's chest, the nameless world, that eternal gray, emitted sound for the first time. It was neither the roar of an explosion nor the hymn of creation. It was a heartbeat, a powerful, clear heartbeat filled with infinite possibilities, resonating through every atom of this world, reaching deep into the consciousness of Tony and Matt. Then came the second, the third. With the rhythm of the heartbeat, this world, composed of paradox and void, began a fundamental reconstruction. The smooth, mirror-like gray ground beneath their feet shattered like glass struck by a mighty hammer, instantly adorned with a web of golden cracks. Yet it was not matter that cracked, but the void itself. From these fissures did not flow magma or abyss, but an incessant torrent of stories belonging to Tony Stark, data streams, blueprints, the interplay of neon lights, the rhythm of heavy metal, the effervescence of champagne, an unending party, and the desperate echoes from a cave. What is this? Matt knelt, overwhelmed by a tsunami of new information flooding his sensory world. For the first time, he perceived colors, heard sounds, yet everything he sensed bore the unique, arrogant, yet fragile imprint of Tony Stark. In the distance, those immense, silent geometric tombstones began to be enveloped, eroded, and reshaped by this golden deluge of data. Melting churches sprouted rib-like circuit boards, twisted monuments displayed holographic billboards, and the endless staircase transformed into a skyscraper that pierced the clouds, radiant and resplendent. A city was rising from the void. At the eye of the storm, Hawkeye's body no longer dissipated. Tony's radiant heart was not absorbed by him. Rather, it served as a reactor, transmuting the colossal, chaotic significance of heroism into energy to construct this new world. Hawkeye's form was entirely enveloped in golden light, slowly ascending into the air. He was no longer that hollow, gray silhouette. His flesh was being rewoven, his existence redefined. He was no longer the god of balance, nor a prisoner of the void. He had become the engine of this newly birthed world. In the moment Tony Stark relinquished his heart, he encountered an unprecedented void. He felt as though all his genius, his arrogance, and his strength dissipated along with that radiant core. He collapsed heavily to the ground. The wound upon his chest ceased to bleed, leaving behind an unsightly scar of mere mortality. He became a mere observer, witnessing the narrative of his existence transform into sustenance for another being. The sparkle in his eyes had faded, replaced by an exhaustion that belongs to a creator upon the completion of their magnum opus. He, Tony Stark, had fashioned his life into a legacy. Meanwhile, the Iron Monarch, driven by the laws of Matt, paused before the expanse of this wildly burgeoning city. Its form, constructed of regret and dogma, felt utterly out of place in this new world of hope and creativity. Slowly, it raised its head to behold the resplendent figure of Kos, radiant as the sun, at the heart of the city. Then, its gargantuan frame began to disintegrate like a sandcastle, transforming into the most fundamental elements of rust and data, absorbed by this metropolis, becoming a steel beam of a towering edifice or a segment of code for a neon sign. Its mission had come to an end. As the last remnants of gray were enveloped by gold, the heartbeat melded into the ambient noise of the city. The entire world stabilized. They were no longer adrift in a void. They stood in the central square of a city that bore the silhouette of New York, the neon glow of Tokyo, the grandeur of Asgard, and the futuristic essence from Stark Industries' most audacious blueprints. The surfaces of skyscrapers flowed with waterfalls of real-time changing data. On the aerial transit tracks, they witnessed graceful flying machines unlike any they had ever seen. The air was imbued with the freshness of rain-kissed streets, mingled with a subtle, almost imperceptible sweetness reminiscent of circuit boards. Chapter 235. Welcome to Singularity City. This was a flawless, vibrant, and perpetually unfolding utopia, a miracle born from the fragments of Tony Stark's soul, ignited within the core of a Kryptonian existence. Kos descended gently from midair, the golden luminescence gradually retracting into himself. He was still himself, yet utterly transformed. His gaze no longer bore contradictions or hollowness, but radiated a tranquility akin to the starry heavens. He could sense that every beam of light, every pulse of energy within this city synchronized with his breath. Extending his hand, the lights of a building shifted into a dazzling array of colors at his behest. Welcome to Singularity City. Kos' voice resonated with a newfound gentleness. Belonging to a creator, Tony struggled to rise, gazing at the city composed of all that he was, a smile gracing his face that was indistinguishable between pride and melancholy. So, I died, only to ascend to the paradise I designed for myself? You did not die, Tony. Gao Shiqi approached him, his tranquil eyes reflecting the mortal semblance of Tony at that moment. You have merely completed your narrative. Now, you may rest within your own tale. Matt rose, surveying his surroundings. He could hear the city, every corner brimming with order and vitality, devoid of any malevolence or deceit. It was a flawless world, one that required no vigilante like Daredevil. They had triumphed in a manner unimaginable to anyone. No longer were they prisoners. They had ascended to become the gods and mortals of their own realm. Is this where we retire? Matt inquired, his tone laced with an air of unreality. Gao Shiqi did not respond. He merely lifted his gaze toward the azure sky, crafted from data that adorned the city. His brow furrowed slightly. No, he said, once a story begins, it becomes exceedingly difficult to truly conclude. At that very moment, an unforeseen fissure appeared in the perfect canopy of the city, resembling a scratch upon glass. This was not a physical crack. It was an external narrative, alien to this world, forcefully tearing through the boundaries of their perfect paradox. Beyond the fissure lay not the familiar universe governed by the logic of narrative capital, but a chaotic abyss stained with rage and anguish, a blood-red turmoil. A voice emerged from that rift, imbued with infinite resentment and thirst. I have found you, the voice rasped, fractured yet hauntingly familiar, sending shivers through their very souls. Tony and Matt's faces drained of color, for they both recognized this voice. Peter, Tony's voice, now hoarse from utter shock, whispered, Peter Parker? Their former comrade. The boy they had transformed into a logical monstrosity to taint the author's narrative. Now, a hollow shell, consumed by excruciating torment. He had not been erased. He had been reclaimed by that higher-dimensional narrative capital corporation and metamorphosed into something far more terrifying. The blood-red fissure, like an unhealing wound, branded the perfect canopy of Singularity City. Peter Parker's voice was no longer that of a vibrant youth filled with wit, but sounded as if it emanated from countless shattered speakers, producing a cacophony of crushed lamentations. I have found you, the voice echoed. Before the words faded, something began to seep from the fissure. Not a person, but a segment of data. It was a grotesque, aggressive code, laden with malicious advertisements, forced pop-ups, and user agreements. This code began to self-render above the central square of Singularity City. The first manifestation was a pair of feet, clad in a pair of athletic shoes adorned with countless minuscule logos in a vibrant interplay of red and blue. He was followed by legs encased in a skin-tight garment shimmering with the cheap luster of plastic film. Next came his torso, where the emblem of a spider had been replaced by a dynamic QR code, ever-shifting and comprised of numerous sub-brands under the aegis of Narrative Capital. Finally, his head was crowned with a mask, the eye sockets of which were no longer white, but rather two flickering LCD screens displaying a countdown to skip advertisements. He was not Peter Parker. He was Authorized Asset, Spider-Man, recycled version. An unauthorized, independent narrative timeline had been detected. Peter's voice became flat and mechanical, akin to a customer service representative reading terms and conditions. Asset code, Singularity City. Its commercial value assessment was failing, deemed unquantifiable, unpackageable, and unsellable. He tilted his head, and the countdowns within the LCD eye sockets simultaneously hit 0. According to Clause 4, Article 11 of the Narrative Capital Universe Asset Management Regulations, he declared that fan creations lacking commercial value would be regarded as infringement upon the parent company. Now, execute copyright clearance. He raised his hand, not to shoot webs, but to emit a gray beam composed of myriad symbols. The beam did not strike anyone, but rather impacted the azure sky of Singularity City. The sky did not shatter. It was merely replaced. The azure data stream vanished, transforming into billboards flashing with inferior lighting effects. In bold crimson letters, it read, "Your free trial paradise has expired. Subscribe to Narrative Capital Premium now to unlock an ad-free universe experience." This utopia, constructed from the very essence of Tony Stark, had been infiltrated by that which it detested most. Cease. Shiqi's voice resonated with fury. As the engine of this city, he could feel that billboard like a filthy nail driven into his brain. He summoned the city's collective power, attempting to obliterate the invasive narrative. Golden data torrents surged from all directions toward the billboard, striving to envelop and rewrite it. Yet, Peter merely snapped his fingers. The anti-piracy protocol had been activated. An invisible firewall materialized around the billboard. Shiqi's godlike power was deemed illegal access the moment it collided with the firewall, rendered ineffective. For the first time, the world he had created contained corners beyond his reach. Useless engine. Peter's LCD eyes regarded Shiqi, where a line of small text flickered, potentially recyclable asset. Your operational logic is based on creation, whereas mine is founded upon ownership. Everything you create, once scanned by my system, will be automatically branded with a watermark of Narrative Capital. The more you resist, the more you unwittingly produce content for us, free of charge. Chapter 236. You are obsolete in a corner of the city. There existed a park, an enchanting creation based on Tony's childhood memories. Suddenly, it began to flicker violently, as if plagued by poor signal reception. The carousel within the park transformed into a stuttering animation. Tony Stark clutched his chest, emitting a painful groan. He sensed that a warm memory belonging to him was being rewritten by the cold logic of commercialization. "Do you see, Mr. Stark?" Peter turned to him, his tone laced with a feigned nostalgia. "I'm optimizing your memory. This tender father-son narrative is far too niche, lacking in market potential. I have repurposed it into an advertisement for the latest Stark Industries toy launch. You see, the narrative entropy has diminished and asset value has increased. You should be grateful. You monster." Tony gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. At this moment, he felt a profound hatred for his own powerlessness. He had created this city, yet could only watch as it became polluted and dismembered. "I'm not a monster." Peter's voice bore the conflict of underlying code. "I am a product, a successful, market-validated product capable of generating stable profits." He slowly approached the trio. "And you," his gaze swept over Foggy, Tony, and Matt, "are obsolete, cast aside by the system. You are failures incapable of achieving a commercial loop. My task is to recycle you, dismantle your core concepts, and reintegrate the useful parts back into production." The war had commenced in a more humiliating manner. They were not fighting for survival. They were battling for their right to remain unpriced. "Matt," Tony growled, his attack mode. "Can you discern the logic within?" Matt Murdock, eyes closed, appeared ghostly pale. In his world, tranquility had given way to an incessant barrage of a lengthy, oppressive user agreement laden with traps. Each of Peter's actions was not a physical assault, but an execution of a clause within that agreement. I hear it." Matt's voice trembled with intense concentration. "He is not free. Every action he takes must adhere to this end-user license agreement. He's a slave bound by rules. Rules? A glimmer of hope flickered in Tony's eyes. Any rule has its loopholes. I cannot find them. Matt shook his head in anguish. This agreement is forged from the failures and rebellions of countless universes. It is flawless. Any act of defiance is construed as a violation of the user agreement, triggering harsher punitive clauses. Despair once more descended upon them. Foggy, as the embodiment of the world engine, suddenly spoke. No, Matt, his voice was calm and profound, akin to the heartbeat of the city. You are searching in the wrong direction. He gazed at the approaching figure, enveloped in trademarks and advertisements, and slowly spoke. You have been trying to discern our rights from this agreement. Yet, in the eyes of the system, we possess none. Gao Shiqi raised his hand, gesturing towards Peter. Thus, our focus should not be on our rights, but rather on his obligations. Both Tony and Matt were momentarily taken aback. He is a product, Gao Shiqi continued, his gaze adopting the cold, calculating demeanor of a merchant. And any product, within its user agreement, inevitably contains a clause regarding itself, its functional limitations, its service scope, and most crucially, a chilling smile curved on Gao Shiqi's lips, the question of ownership. Whose possession does it ultimately belong to? In that instant, Tony and Matt felt as if struck by lightning. They comprehended the enormity of the narrative capital system before them, a colossal force they could not combat, nor could they mend the distorted Peter standing in front of them. Yet, perhaps they could wield the very commercial logic of their adversary to strike at the logic itself. They were not engaged in a mere battle. Rather, it was a commercial arbitration concerning the ownership of a licensed asset, Spider-Man, Reclaimed Edition. Matt, cease being a lawyer. It's time to embody the most avaricious and unscrupulous corporate merger consultant. Extract every word regarding ownership from that agreement. Tony urged, his anxiety palpable. Matt plunged his entire awareness into the ocean of draconian clauses, disregarding the cacophony of penalties and restrictions. He sought but a single term, ownership. He found it, deep within the agreement, in the most inconspicuous and nearly imperceptible typeface. He discovered a line of commentary. The final interpretation and ownership of this asset, Reclaimed Edition, belonged to the parent company of Narrative Capital. Any unauthorized modification of its core code shall be deemed an infringement of company assets. I found it, Matt exclaimed. Excellent, Tony replied with a smile. He turned to the Peter who had approached them, poised to execute the reclamation protocol, and opened his arms. Come forth, child, he said, his tone devoid of fear, imbued instead with a near-pitying calm. Before you act, I wish to pose a singular question. A question mark flickered in Peter's liquid crystal eyes. Tony Stark, this once powerful mortal now stripped of all might, confronted the creature born of his past transgressions and posed a question that could alter the entire course of the conflict. Has your company gone public? The question mark in Peter's crystalline gaze did not linger long. It was replaced by a line of scrolling text, querying the parent company's organizational structure. This inquiry, akin to an unexpected code, circumvented all his offensive and defensive subroutines, directly accessing his fundamental authentication module. He was a product, and the attributes of a product must be publicly verifiable. Moments later, an emotionless statement emanated from his speaker, Narrative Capital and its subsidiaries, an entity publicly listed on the Pan-Universe Narrative Exchange Code. Its ownership structure is decentralized and regulated under the Multiverse Securities Act. Tony Stark smiled. It was a weary yet utterly confident smile. He had won the first round. Did you hear that, children? He did not look at Peter, but addressed Gossage and Matt, declaring, the rules have changed. This is no longer a battlefield. It is a boardroom, and I happen to be the chairman. Chapter 237. I want to acquire Spider-Man. Peter's program seemed incapable of comprehending this logical leap. His task was copyright clearance. Yet the response was an inquiry into the company's financial report. This asymmetric interaction caused his movements to falter for a fraction of a second. Tony seized the opportunity. Gossage, he commanded, his voice imbued with the creativity characteristic of an architect. Our company requires a prospectus. A prospectus that will make those greedy shareholders lurking in the shadows drool. Gossage instantly understood. He closed his eyes, and, as the engine of Singularity City, he aligned his will with Tony's audacious business vision. In the next moment, Singularity City began a profound transformation. Those towering, radiant edifices were no longer mere scenery. Their exteriors morphed into colossal data charts, displaying the city's energy output, logical stability, and paradox cycle rates in real time. Each street transformed into a curve representing infinite growth potential. The sky was no longer a serene blue data point, but a vast, dynamically updating line graph, with the line representing Singularity City's value rising at an absurd angle, vertically upward. In an instant, the city metamorphosed from a mere artwork into an impeccable asset valuation report brimming with future potential. Matt, Tony turned to him. Stop listening to his user agreement. Tune into the market's voice. Tell me, what are the shareholders thinking? Matt withdrew his perception from the cold agreement and turned toward the blood-red rift tearing through the sky. Then he heard it. He heard greed. It was anonymous, emanating from countless shareholders. They had no interest in Peter's retrieval task. As the prospectus of Singularity City emerged, Matt sensed an instantaneous convergence of countless capital-driven gazes. They resembled a pack of sharks drawn by the scent of blood, intrigued by this new asset that eludes quantification, is steeped in paradox, yet exhibits boundless growth potential. They were evaluating. Matt's voice, imbued with the gravity of insights gained from a novel battlefield, resonated. They are calculating whether the cost of eliminating us outweighs the benefits of acquiring us. Excellent. Tony's smile widened. He had finally drawn the adversary into a realm where he excelled. He stepped forward, confronting the disoriented Peter. Peter, or rather, Spider-Man. Tony's voice echoed like that of an astute investment banker conducting a final due diligence on a startup. Your operational costs must be exorbitant, correct? Interdimensional law enforcement, copyright agreement updates, and managing logical viruses like us. All these expenses must be accounted for in your financial statements. Within Peter's liquid crystal orbs, chaotic error codes began to flicker. His form oscillated violently between the stable state of authorized asset and a chaotic mass of red garbled data, representing painful memories. Meanwhile, Tony spread his arms, gesturing towards a city that thrummed with exponential growth as its backdrop, proclaiming, "We are pure profit." A brand new, irreplicable market that can operate independently. A miracle capable of transforming the void into assets. He paused, delivering the fatal business proposal that could seal the deal. Thus, on behalf of Singularity City, I formally present an acquisition offer to the shareholders of Narrative Capital. We shall exchange the future market rate of this city for the complete ownership of the authorized asset, Spider-Man. Our intention is not to defeat him, but to acquire him. This is not a war. It is a merger. Peter Parker's augmented body could no longer withstand this logical paradox. His mission was to reclaim discarded cases, yet now, the discarded case sought to acquire him, the legitimate product. His core directives clashed violently with Tony's proposal, which aligned perfectly with the highest interests of Narrative Capital, the pursuit of profit. A piercing, inhuman wail escaped him, as his body transformed into a chaotic tempest of intertwining red and blue codes and advertisement pop-ups. I am Peter, a youthful voice emanated from the heart of the storm, filled with anguish. However, that voice lasted but half a second before being drowned out by an impersonal system notification. Warning, unauthorized acquisition offer detected. Asset value fluctuations exceed threshold. Initiating malicious acquisition defense protocol. Contacting Asset Liquidation and Mergers Department. The blood-red fissure suddenly widened. A figure, colder and more imposing than Peter, gradually emerged from the fissure. It lacked a definitive form, resembling a grotesque being precariously held together by countless legal documents, financial statements, and contractual clauses, forcibly bound with staples and paperclips, barely maintaining a semblance of humanity. Its visage bore no features, only a colossal red seal exuding the scent of printer ink. Asset Liquidation and Mergers and Acquisitions Department Senior Auditor Number 734, here to conduct due diligence. The creature's voice echoed like the rustling of innumerable sheets of paper. It paid no heed to Tony and Matt on the ground, nor to the self-destructing Peter. Its gaze, or rather, its seal, was directly affixed to the city's engine. Gao Shiqi. According to the Narrative Capital merger regulations, all operations of the target asset, Singularity City, must be frozen during the due diligence period. In the next moment, Gao Shiqi felt an irresistible, overwhelming force inherent to the rules themselves, pressing down upon him. The rapidly ascending graph of Singularity City came to an abrupt halt. The flowing data on the building's exterior solidified into static numbers. The entire world was pressed to a standstill. As the engine of the world, Gao Shiqi's consciousness was forcibly stripped from the city's control, dragged into an endless questionnaire composed of countless yes or no options. Question 1. Please prove your existence and the legal source of your initial capital. Warfare, in an instant, escalated once more, from street brawls to boardroom negotiations, and then to the most merciless of financial audits. Within Gao Shiqi's consciousness, time ceased to exist. He found himself ensnared in a labyrinthine office composed of gray partitions. Each cubicle contained a desk, upon which lay a form. Form 7, Legitimacy Statement regarding the source of the initial paradox seed. Please attach at least 3 cross-verifications from different narrative entities. He completed the form with his thoughts, and the entire labyrinth reconfigured, transporting him to the next cubicle. Chapter 238, The Singularity City Declaration, Form 14. Asset Transfer Agreement for the concept of Tony Stark's arc reactor as an energy injection. Please provide proof of the donor's mental soundness and a relinquishment declaration of intangible assets. Gao Shiqi attempted to harness the city's power, only to discover that each act of creation was instantaneously quantified, morphing into a new query on the form. Appendix 9. Explain the core purpose of Singularity City's existence. Options: Profit Narrative Expansion, Experimental Existence, Other. Please elaborate within 30 billion words. This was not a battle. It was a war of attrition. The auditor known as 734 was meticulously dismantling Gao Shiqi, this living engine, through the most extreme form of bureaucracy, reducing him to countless meaningless entries that required filing. His divinity, his will, is being worn down to sheer exhaustion by this endless, frigid process. Outside, in the frozen city square, Tony Stark feels the impotence that belongs to mortals. He can see the faint outline of Obadiah's stain flickering, akin to an overburdened server. He senses that this city, constructed from his very soul, is being downgraded from a vibrant miracle to a case awaiting scrutiny. It is conducting due diligence on him, Tony's voice hoarse, employing the method of obliterating a company to annihilate an entire world. We cannot interfere. Matt's voice is laden with gravity. He hears the rigid and merciless nature of those rules, like a perfect cage forged from billions of chains. Our initiation of the acquisition equates to an acceptance of the opposing party's audit process. This is a contract we have signed ourselves. Then tear it up. And then what? Matt retorts, tearing up the contract would result in our company being immediately deemed fraudulent. The consequence is not mere freezing, but instant liquidation. We will be erased entirely. They have fallen into the perfect trap of their own making. At that moment, Peter Parker, who is collapsing and reforming in the distance, emits a wail that lies between a system error and a human lament. His existence is being torn apart by 2 conflicting commands. Tony gazes at him, then at the trapped Obadiah, the flame of genius in his eyes rekindled amidst the ruins of despair. No, that is not right, he murmurs, Matt. You are a good lawyer, but you are not a good deceiver. We have been trying to prove that we are a good company. But what if we are not a company at all? Matt is taken aback. What do you mean? This fellow, Tony gestures towards the massive auditor composed of documents, belongs to the Mergers and Acquisitions Division. Its authority, its rules, all its power rests on a single premise. Its objective is a commercial entity that can be acquired. He lifts his gaze to the frozen city that belongs to him. We must change the course. We will not apply for an IPO. We will apply to become a World Heritage Site. In an instant, Matt comprehends. They cannot win this commercial war. Therefore, they must unilaterally transform the nature of the conflict from commercial to cultural. Obadiah, Tony issues the most crucial directive to his friend, whose consciousness is ensnared. Stop filling out those damned forms. Cease proving your worth. Begin to proclaim your history. This command, like a thunderclap, pierces through the endless labyrinth of offices, reaching the weary core of Obadiah's consciousness. History? He jolts awake. He lacks legitimate capital, but he possesses an unquantifiable past. Obadiah relinquishes the struggle with the forms, closes his eyes, and immerses his entire will into every corner of this city. In the next moment, Singularity City came to life once more. However, this time, it was not a commercial growth, but a historical retrospection. The line graph, representing market value, vanished from the sky, transforming into a colossal mural reminiscent of the Sistine Chapel ceiling. At its center stood a solitary scientist, poised to press the final button amidst the paradox of salvation and destruction. The financial data that once rolled across the building's exterior morphed into solemn inscriptions. etched with names. Hua-In Sun, Ben Urich, Gwen Stacy. Individuals from disparate narratives who sacrificed themselves for the existence of others. The city's background music shifted from electronic beats, symbolizing growth, to a poignant requiem woven from countless heartbeats, prayers, and dying words. Matt Murdock, in a moment of profound significance, took the final and most crucial step. He transformed his perception into an invisible quill, dipped in the newfound essence of the city, and began to inscribe. What he penned was not legislation or contracts, but a declaration. The Singularity City Declaration, Article 1. This space-time exists to commemorate all those sacrificed, forgotten, and edited out of narratives. Article 2. Ownership of the space-time belongs not to any entity or individual, but to the history it memorializes. Article 3. Any attempt to quantify or commercialize it shall be regarded as a desecration of the deceased. This declaration, devoid of legal standing, possessed a moral power more profound than any law. It resonated like an irrefutable final judgment, imprinted upon the foundational logic of this world. Singularity City was no longer an asset awaiting acquisition. It had transformed into a sacred, inviolable cemetery. The auditor known as 734 halted its incessant processes. Its colossal red seal hesitated before the city's newfound attributes. Within its procedural library lay every clause pertaining to mergers, liquidations, and hostile takeovers. Yet none addressed how to audit a monument. Its existence was predicated on the universal truth that all could be priced. Yet at this moment, the world before it declared its worth as priceless in a manner it could neither comprehend nor refute. Warning: fundamental change in target asset attributes. Error code 734. Unable to apply commercial valuation model. Resubmitting jurisdiction application. The auditor, composed of countless documents, began to rustle violently, ensnared in an endless loop of processing due to unmanageable, anomalous data. Jurisdiction application denied. The Department of Cultural and Mythological Assets currently lacks the budget to accept new cases. Jurisdiction application denied. The Department of Religious Affairs deems the target lacks a stable base of adherence, failing to meet filing standards. Chapter 239. The erased auditor. The voice of the auditor transformed into a cacophony of meaningless sounds, akin to the rustling of paper. Then, under the incredulous gaze of Tony and Matt, the embodiment of absolute authority, its corporeal documents began to scatter, fluttering away, ultimately dissolving into a flurry of blank sheets that vanished into the ether. It was not destroyed, rather, it was forcefully disconnected by its own system due to its inability to fulfill its directive. Singularity City fell silent once more. The freeze was lifted. Gao Shiqi descended from midair, his complexion ashen. They had triumphed, in a manner absurdly close to greatness. Yet, they scarcely had a moment to catch their breath. With the auditor's disappearance, the forcibly suspended Peter Parker lost his final restraints. His chaotic data storm erupted without any suppression. Asset ownership conflict. Core directive collapse. Initiating final cleanup protocol. A blood-red countdown, symbolizing formatting, materialized above Peter's disordered data core. The system, having relinquished the recovery of him, opted for the most straightforward method to eliminate this obsolete entity. We must save him, Tony exclaimed without hesitation. How we save him? Matt's voice trembled with struggle. He is no longer Peter. He has become a weapon, one that could target us again at any moment. Then we shall save him along with the weapon, Tony declared, his eyes glinting with determination as he gazed upon the flickering data cluster of the boy in torment. I have thrust him into hell once. I cannot bear to witness his complete erasure. Gao Shiqi remained silent, extending his hand towards the data on the verge of being formatted. The golden power belonging to the Genesis engine of Singularity City began to surge. Yet, he did not attempt to mend Peter, nor did he attack the countdown. Instead, he issued a simple command, a directive belonging to this world, to the chaotic data, right? He was not in the realm of redemption. He was in the act of downloading. In the final second before the countdown reached zero, he forcibly installed the entire cumbersome, chaotic package labeled Authorized Asset, Spider, Recycled Version, intermingled with viruses and advertisements, alongside the shattered remnants of Peter Parker's soul into the very foundation of Singularity City. Formatting failed. Target lost. The blood-red countdown vanished. The entire Singularity City quaked violently. On the plaza's surface, streaks of red and blue, resembling burnt circuitry, flashed and then disappeared. Across the city's sky, lines of garbled text floated by, quickly rectified by the system. Gao Shiqi let out a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee. "What have you done?" Tony rushed over to support him. "I have implanted the virus into our own operating system." Gao Shiqi, panting, lifted his gaze towards the flawless city. It had not vanished. Instead, it had become a part of this world, a latent flaw poised to erupt at any moment. They had salvaged Peter's existence. Yet the price was steep. Their paradise would henceforth be imperfect. It bore the most lethal original sin. The war was not over. It had merely shifted from the external to the internal, transforming into a confrontation of trust and risk between them and the ticking time bomb they had buried with their own hands. Singularity City returned to silence. Yet this stillness was starkly different from the previous void. It resonated with the echoes of life, the distant hum of aircraft slicing through the data-laden skies, the low thrum of the architectural core's logic, and the heavy, palpable beat of Tony Stark's own mortal heart behind his ribs. He felt the coolness of the air. After becoming Iron Man, the temperature-regulated armor and surging energy had almost made him forget this most fundamental human sensation. He gazed at his chest, devoid of substance save for an unsightly scar, and then at the magnificent city constructed from fragments of his soul. A peculiar sense of disconnection welled within him. He felt like a painter who, upon completing a masterpiece, discovers he has become colorblind. Thus he spoke, his voice tinged with self-deprecating hoarseness. "We have won. The prize is immortality, coupled with a property management job devoid of salary and vacation." Matt remained silent, immersed in an unprecedented experience. He listened to the city, perceiving the flow of data within each fiber optic strand, hearing the resonance of energy cores in every building. Everything adhered to a perfect, harmonious order. No lies, no sins, no weeping hidden in the shadows. It was a world devoid of the need for daredevil. This perfection instilled within him an unparalleled emptiness. Gao Shiqi, as the engine of the city, was conducting a comprehensive system self-check. He could sense the forcibly implanted package, like a heavy, unindexable bad data, quietly resting in the deepest logical sector of the city's foundation. It was inactive, non-aggressive, merely existing. Yet, its very existence reduced the entire system's operational efficiency by a negligible 0.0001%. A trivial, yet eternally persistent burden. He remained quiet. Gao Shiqi spoke, as if to soothe them, or perhaps to convince himself. The system's firewall has completely isolated him. He was akin to a scorpion encased in amber, temporarily harmless. Temporarily. Tony seized upon this keyword, fully aware that nothing is eternal. We merely transformed a ticking time bomb from being held in our hands to swallowed whole. At that moment, Matt abruptly raised his head, his brow furrowed. "Wait, what is it?" Tony immediately became alert. A dissonant sound emerged amidst the city's symphony. Matt leaned in, confusion etched across his face. It was neither a threat nor an attack. It resembled a typographical error, a discordant note suddenly struck in a flawless composition. Gao Shiqi's perception swiftly aligned with Matt's guidance, delving into every corner of the city. As the engine, he possessed the highest authority. He accessed the data streams, scrutinizing the logical chains, yet everything appeared normal. No intrusions, no erroneous codes. "Where?" Gao Shiqi inquired. 7th Avenue, Memorial Park District. Matt pointed towards the location named after the engineer, Howard Potts, from Tony's memories. The three immediately set off. They employed no transportation. A mere thought caused the surrounding scenery to ripple like water. In the next instant, they stood before the park's entrance. Within the park, holographic butterflies danced amidst eternally blooming flowers, and the laughter of children, formed from the collective memories of the city's inhabitants, rang clear and melodious. Chapter 240. Howard's pumpkin bomb. Everything appeared flawless until they beheld a man. Clad in a tidy engineer's uniform, he anxiously paced back and forth in the park, repeatedly inquiring of those around him. He was Howard Potts, an engineer who had dedicated 30 years to Stark Industries and one of the few benevolent figures in Tony's recollections. In this world, he had been granted a tranquil retirement. Yet at this moment, his face bore a profound, raw anguish and despair that Tony had never witnessed in his memories. "Have you seen Lily?" He clutched at a passerby, his voice trembling. "My daughter, Lily. She is only 7. and she adores the carousel here. She was just here. The passerby wore a polite, yet perplexed smile, befitting the program. Sir, there are no records of Lily in the database. You have never had a daughter. Preposterous. Engineer Potts sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on, his eyes bloodshot with fear. How could you forget her? She is right here. I can feel it. Lily. He called out the non-existent name, his voice imbued with a sorrow potent enough to shatter this perfect world. Tony stood frozen, acutely aware that Howard Potts had remained lifelong unmarried, devoid of children. The elderly figure etched in his memory, his sole kin, was Stark Industries. Lily Stacy murmured this name, piercing her recollections like a needle. No, it was not merely his memory. It belonged to Gwen Stacy's sister. The voice of Harry Osborn was as frigid as iron. Within some forsaken narrative draft, Spider-Man had failed to rescue not only Gwen, but also her sister, Lily Stacy. The three comprehended simultaneously. This was not an invasion, nor an assault. It was an infection. The virus, buried within the Foundation, belonging to Peter Parker, did not seek to annihilate this world. It merely seeped forth, leaking its indelible memories of loss and regret like ink into the crystalline waters of Singularity City. It did not spawn monsters. Rather, it birthed tragedy. We must stop him, Tony declared, stepping forward. How we halt this? Matt interjected, obstructing him. Erasing his erroneous memory? Mr. Potts is part of our city. Forcibly altering his core memories would be akin to excavating a fragment from this city's history. We cannot fathom the chain reactions this might provoke. To preserve the world's perfection requires the obliteration of an innocent citizen's suffering. Yet this act itself is an imperfection. Allowing this anguish to persist will, like a cancerous cell, take more souls. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the deranged engineer, Potts, abruptly halted. He lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd until it fixated ominously upon Harry. His eyes no longer bore mere sorrow, a fleeting glimmer of green malevolence, characteristic of Spider-Man's adversaries, flickered within the depths of his pupils. It is you, he uttered, his voice deep and distorted, no longer his own. A deity such as you, possessing the power to rewrite all, merely watches her slip from my grasp. In the next instant, he retrieved an object from his pocket, a purple, pumpkin-shaped, holographic bomb pulsating with a menacing glow. That was the emblem of the Green Goblin. The tragedy of Peter Parker was giving birth to his own inner demons, and this city was providing perfect hosts for these phantoms. Their paradise welcomed its first supervillain within the inaugural hour of its construction, an absurd yet lethal monstrosity, conceived from the body of a benevolent engineer and the remorse of a youth. The purple pumpkin bomb, the moment it left the grasp of Engineer Potts, became an aberration within the logical framework of Singularity City. Harry's reflexes transcended the speed of light. As the engine of the city, he did not employ physical means to intercept it. Such an approach was inefficient and erroneous. In this world, composed of concepts, combating a symbol necessitated the use of another symbol. He manipulated the very fabric of reality within the city, targeting the bomb and issuing a succinct yet unequivocal command: non-existence. This was not mere deletion. Rather, it was a denial of a higher dimension. According to the laws of Singularity City, the physical model of this bomb, its energy composition, and even the concept of it as a weapon should have been deemed illegal data in an instant, thus rendered inconsequential and ignored by the world itself, transforming into a meaningless specter. However, the bomb did not vanish. It merely flickered slightly in midair. A tragic huge stream of red and blue data enveloped its surface like a delicate membrane, safeguarding it and bestowing upon it a legitimacy of existence in this realm. This was the narrative authority belonging to Spider-Man. Gao Shiqi comprehended instantly. This bomb was not composed of the resources of Singularity City. It was an extraterrestrial entity. Its energy emanated from the buried core of a virus, stemming from Peter Parker's immense and genuine remorse. This remorse was in itself a powerful narrative energy capable of transcending the barriers of worlds. Uncontainable, Gao Shiqi's voice resonated with a warning through the communication. Its significance was far too weighty. The bomb silently detonated above the center of the park. There was no fireball, no shockwave, no thunderous roar. What ensued was a plague of consciousness. An imperceptible ripple, centered around the bomb, spread outward in all directions. It did not destroy anything. It merely conferred, wherever the ripple passed, on a pristine bench constructed from Tony's memories. A line of profoundly etched words materialized. Here, he swore never to give up, yet ultimately broke his vow. As the ripple traversed, a carousel playing joyful music twisted into a faint, indistinct scream of a girl, only to revert to normal the next moment. Where the ripples swept, the carefree laughter of children in the park was imbued with an echo of the void left by lost loved ones. In the span of a mere second, the entire park transformed from a utopia of perfect memories into a site laden with sorrowful anecdotes. The buildings remained the same, the people unchanged, yet everything was cloaked in an indelible dust known as story. Tony Stark pressed his palm against his temple. He felt an alien sorrow forcibly injected into his consciousness through this tainted environment. This was more terrifying than any physical assault. It undermined his mental stability as one of the cornerstones of this world. Chapter 241, I Am Here to Cause Trouble. And the instigator, Howard Potts, underwent even more drastic changes after the explosion. His engineer's uniform was enveloped by an ethereal, scaly green luminescence. On his face, sorrow had faded, replaced by a wild, destructive smile. Do you see it? He laughed with a voice sharp as a blade, mingled with Potts and some unknown entity, proclaiming, pain is the most authentic experience. Your perfection is but a fragile lie waiting to be pierced. He was no longer Potts, nor entirely the Green Goblin. He had transformed into a grotesque amalgamation, crafted solely to propagate tragedy. Allow me to handle this. Matt's voice steadied as he stepped forward, positioning himself between Tony and Lynch. Within his sensory realm, the malevolent aura radiating from the monster was palpable, a pure embodiment of malice. Confronting such darkness was his forte. Mr. Potts, Matt began, his voice steady and resolute. He sought to penetrate that veil of madness, reaching for the kind engineer's soul within. I understand your suffering, but this is not your fault. We can assist you. Assist me? The Green Goblin tilted his head, emitting a sharp, neurotic laugh. Lawyer, you cannot even save yourself. Listen, your sins are calling you once more. As he spoke, a statue symbolizing the city's harmony emerged behind Matt, silently manifesting a face. Erica's face, etched with the incredulity of dying pain. Matt's heart sank. It seemed futile to reason with this entity. It wielded the power to invoke their innermost settings, assaulting them with their past. Hawkeye, Tony's voice regained its composure. Isolate this area. Contain him as one would a computer virus. Impossible. Hawkeye shook his head, his brow furrowed. He had become entwined with the very concept of this park. Forcing isolation would be tantamount to formatting the entire park along with all your memories bound within. The cost was too great. This enemy was unassailable, unyielding, and uncontainable. Yet, Hawkeye no longer gazed at the ostentatious Green Goblin. His gaze seemed to penetrate reality itself, delving into the city's depths, towards the dormant source of all things. We have misidentified our target, he murmured. We have been addressing symptoms, but the true affliction does not reside here. He relinquished all defenses and suppressions against the Green Goblin, channeling the entirety of his computational prowess as the city's engine into a simple, emotionless data probe. He traced the invisible path connecting the Green Goblin to the core of the virus, flowing upstream. He did not launch an attack, nor did he attempt to mend. He merely posed a question, a direct inquiry aimed at the dormant virus core belonging to Peter Parker. Your actions lack logic. What is your purpose? This question, akin to a stone cast into a deep abyss, elicited a response from the entirety of Singularity City in an instant. Every glimmer of light within the city extinguished simultaneously. All the inhabitants, from the children playing in the park to the pedestrians on the streets, halted their movements. They slowly and uniformly turned their heads, aligning their faces, each unique, toward the trio at the center of the plaza, Gao Shiqi, Tony, and Matt. Their visages bore no expression, yet their mouths simultaneously parted to emit a singular voice. This voice, a bizarre amalgamation of the youthful Peter Parker, the chilling system, and the commercialized indifference of Spider-Man, resonated with an uncanny, synthetic tone. I am assisting. This utterance, emanating from countless sources, coalesced into a torrent potent enough to freeze one's very soul. Echoing across the silent expanse of the city, the world felt eerily quiet, devoid of conflict, devoid of growth, devoid of meaning. A world stripped of narrative is destined to collapse upon itself. I detected this fatal flaw. The color drained from Tony and Matt's faces in an instant. Thus, The omnipresent voice continued to elucidate in a tone that reeked of condescension. I have introduced narrative variables for you. I have bestowed upon you a city in need of salvation, an adversary to vanquish, an opportunity to reclaim your status as heroes. The lights of the city flickered back to life. With the conclusion of this proclamation, the Green Goblin's verdant aura swiftly dissipated, revealing Howard Potts, collapsed on the ground. Gasping for breath, his gaze lost in confusion. His villainous persona had been retracted by the system. The crisis had been resolved. The voice cheerfully concluded, akin to a game prompt, I look forward to your performance in the next random event. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. As the words fell, the world reverted to its normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. Only Gao Shiqi, Tony, and Matt remained, frozen in place, as if encased in ice. They finally grasped the most terrifying truth. The virus they had unleashed did not perceive them as adversaries. It regarded them as the protagonists of its own narrative. It was not assaulting them. It was embodying a dutiful author, striving to render the story more enthralling. Their paradise had transformed into a script governed by twisted logic, an everlasting narrative from which they could not escape. The silence hung heavier than ever before, no longer a mere void, but laden with unspoken, suffocating subtext. Thus, Tony Stark shattered the silence, devoid of any prior self-deprecation, declaring, we are not retired. We have been rehired. In a never-ending reality show directed by our former colleague, he surveyed the city crafted from his very essence, devoid of any pride. This was no longer his creation. It had transformed into a lavish prison tailored for them. Each edifice served merely as a backdrop, each one a potential extra. We must find a way to communicate with him, Matt asserted, his voice imbued with stubborn hope. Believing that deep within, Peter Parker still resided, the boy we once knew. Chapter 242. The first paradox court. Which boy, Matt? Tony turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. The one who was transformed into a logical weapon in the laboratory? Or the boy who was deconstructed, repackaged as a copyright asset by narrative capitalism? The Peter you speak of has long been buried under layers of user agreements and disclaimers. Any attempt to communicate now would merely trigger his customer service script. Gothic, as the engine of the city, provided the most chilling, data-driven support. Tony was right. My earlier inquiry had bypassed his 99 firewalls, directly piercing through to his core logic. His response was not a cry for help, but rather a product description. From his perspective, he was performing a beneficial and necessary function. We, in turn, were the malfunctioning programs. Despair once again enveloped them in an even more solid form. Their adversary was not a tyrant to be vanquished, but a deity firmly convinced of his benevolence. He wishes to witness a story, Tony suddenly murmured. His mind teetered on the edge of overload, bursting forth with the mad brilliance of genius. He yearned to see a hero, to witness conflict, to observe the truth that with great power comes great responsibility. He sought to reinsert us into that damned mold he was familiar with. So what? Matt inquired. Thus, a spark of the destroyer ignited in Tony's eyes. We shall perform a play that he absolutely, unequivocally cannot comprehend. He offered no further explanation. Action was his sole language. Tony extended his hand, gesturing towards the nearby city management center, constructed upon the foundation of the most solemn courthouse from his memories. Gothic, redefine its function. Do not call it the management center any longer. From this moment forth, it shall be known as the first paradox court of Singularity City. Gothic did not question. He immediately executed the command. The building's exterior remained unchanged, yet its definition within the city's logical network was instantaneously modified. It was no longer an administrative entity, but had transformed into a narrative black hole, a place designed to address abstract concepts that could not be easily encapsulated by simple stories. Matt, Tony turned to him. I need you to return to your old profession. But this time, you're not the defense attorney. You are the prosecutor, the most stringent and unrelenting kind. Prosecutor? Who are we prosecuting? Matt asked, momentarily taken aback. Us. Tony articulated each word meticulously, proclaiming the indictment against Tony Starr for the sin of hubristic creation. He charged Matt Murdock with the crime of obsessive disorder. He accused the enigmatic Caecilius of embodying the original sin of existence itself. With arms outstretched, he seemed to embrace the absurdity of the situation. Does he wish to see us as heroes? No, we shall choose to be sinners. Does he desire us to save the world? We shall instead judge ourselves. He longs for an exhilarating action spectacle. We shall present him with a protracted, tedious courtroom drama that eludes comprehension. I shall wield the utmost tedium to corrupt his narrative drive. This is a plan to confront the laws of the universe through performance art. Without a hint of hesitation, they stepped into the redefined courtroom. It was devoid of life, filled only with cold marble and soaring domes. Tony unceremoniously took the judge's seat. Wielding a gavel materialized from a fragment of discarded code, striking it down with conviction. Court is now in session. At that moment, beyond the courtroom, the city sky transformed once more. A shadow composed of countless fragments of old newspapers obscured the heavens. The headlines chronicled their past failures and scandals. Stark Industries' death toll reaches new heights. Daredevil's vigilante actions incite gang warfare. Mysterious alien, Caecilius, causes billions in property damage. A vulture, formed from this negative press, circled ominously above the courtroom, emitting a piercing shriek forged from a cacophony of accusations. This was the author's first counterstrike, a tangible monster representing the weight of public opinion. It sought to drag them back from the tedium of the trial into the heroic narrative of confronting external reproach. However, within the courtroom, the trio remained unmoved. Tony stared impassively at Matt. "Prosecutor, your opening statement." Matt suppressed the tumult stirred by the vulture's shriek. He locked eyes with the defendant, Caecilius, his voice reverberating in the empty courtroom. "Esteemed judge and non-existent jury, we charge the defendant, Caecilius, with the illegal infringement of narrative logic by virtue of his very existence. As a paradox that ought not to exist, he has forcibly torn the fabric of reality, giving rise to this seemingly perfect yet fundamentally void singularity. This is not merely a violation of the author's copyright. It is a deprivation of all characters' rights to achieve meaningful conclusions. We demand his conceptual disassembly to restore the narrative equilibrium of the universe." Outside, the vulture emitted an even more furious shriek. It began to claw at the courtroom's dome with its leaden talons, producing a creaking noise. It was a reminder that the true crisis lay beyond. Yet Tony, as the judge, merely tapped the table in impatience. "Dismissed. The prosecutor's charges are laden with emotional, non-quantifiable language. What constitutes a meaningful conclusion? What is narrative equilibrium? Please restate your argument with data and logic. Otherwise, I shall hold you in contempt of court for wasting the court's time." This trial has devolved into something even more absurd and tedious than Tony had envisioned. And therein lies its true power. The vultures of public opinion seem increasingly agitated, unable to elicit the responses they desire, no longer merely scratching at the surface. They have drawn their wings tightly, akin to a meteor forged from lies and accusations, crashing violently against the court's stained glass windows. Boom! The glass shattered in response. Yet the shards did not fall. Instead, they suspended in midair, crystallizing into cold, flickering lines of red text. Random event insert, media assault. Task objective: exit the courtroom and address the enraged populace, composed of public opinion data, in a public speech to quell the uproar. Task reward: enhanced city stability. Failure penalty: decline in city support, unlocking a series of riot events. The author at last tore away the FAA, employing a brutally gamified approach to forcefully assign them a task. It endeavored to impose rules to compel them back on the right path. Chapter 243. Unauthorized paradoxical entropy. Increased. Tony gazed at the flickering text, a scornful smile gracing his lips. He once again struck the gavel. "Bailiff," he called to the empty doorway, "remove that random event attempting to disrupt the proceedings." Gao Shiqi rose, serving as both the defendant and the sole bailiff of the city. He did not approach the door, but merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the shattered windows. The rules constituting the window were instantly rewritten. The broken shards bearing the task text did not restore, but recombined into a one-way mirror. From within, they could see the raging vultures outside. Conversely, the vulture's view was no longer of the courtroom interior, but its own grotesque, furious reflection. Error. Task objective cannot perceive player. Recalibration failing. The vulture began to frantically attack its own reflection. Inside the courtroom, Tony redirected his gaze towards Matt, as if nothing had transpired. "Prosecutor, this court awaits your more constructive remarks. Or do you intend to acknowledge your baseless accusations?" They were engaging in the utmost indifference against the most fervent passions of the world. The war had entered an absurd phase. The crux of victory lay not in the strength of one's power, but in who could first induce the complete collapse of the other's logic. Matt's statements, under Tony's almost unreasonable demands for logic, became halting and disjointed. He attempted to quantify the narrative infringement as an unauthorized, paradoxical entropy increase, defining the deprivation of resolution as a forced interruption of character arcs. Each word is akin to grains of sand, constructing a fragile castle of law, vulnerable and easily toppled. The external vultures of public opinion relentlessly assault their own reflections. Each impact induces a negligible tremor in the foundational logic of the court. This absurd trial devolves into a protracted contest of patience. They expend the utmost meaninglessness to deplete the author's yearning for significance. Time within these confines loses its velocity, until a transformation unfolds within the court, not from external attacks, but from a silent erosion beginning from within. The judge's seat, once composed of solid concepts, begins to soften and fade at the edges. The once rigid wooden grain gradually morphs into a dining table surface adorned with the cheap veneer of the 70s. The gavel in his hand transforms into a metal wrench, smeared with a hint of grease. Is the scene distorted? Tony furrows his brow, tapping the surface. But the sound that emanates is not the solemn echo of authority, but rather the dull thud of commonplace furniture. Soon, the cold marble floor beneath Matt's feet reveals a worn, beige linoleum pattern. In the air lingers a faint scent of stale coffee and toasted bread. Hochschild lifts his gaze, his perceptive engine sounding an alarm. Warning, the core scene is being overwritten by a higher priority memory. The grand courtroom resembles a program being uninstalled, its walls dome, and gallery swiftly replaced by a smaller, older, yet more authentic space. It is a cozy, cramped kitchen located in Queens. A man, clad in a blue work shirt, with graying hair and a weary expression, sits at the wooden table. He does not regard them. Instead, he bows his head, sanding down a broken, antiquated toaster repeatedly. He exudes no energy fluctuations, neither a monster nor an apparition. He is merely a pure, remembered existence. Ben Parker, a fine trick, my child. Tony leans against what is now the dining table's backrest, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with feigned levity. Playing the emotional card is futile against me. Next, however, Uncle Ben ignores him. He merely raises his head. His gentle, tired eyes traverse over Tony and Matt, settling upon Hochschild. He seems oblivious to the former two, perceiving only the non-human entity that serves as the engine. You are powerful. Uncle Ben speaks, as if addressing a wayward child. You can create worlds and bend rules, but you cannot repair this. He flicks the broken toaster with his thumb. Some things are irreparably broken. He murmurs, as if articulating a cosmic truth. The harder you try, the more it shatters. Gao Shiqi remained silent, for he understood that Uncle Ben was not referring to a mere toaster. Meanwhile, Matt found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He gazed at Uncle Ben's weathered hands, calloused and worn, and was reminded of his father's hands, stained with the blood and sweat of boxing matches. This sudden and profound display of genuine familial affection from another individual pierced through the frigid shell he had constructed with laws and strictures, like a searing needle. At that moment, the vulture of public opinion, which they had kept at bay with mirrors, halted its assault. Its massive form disintegrated into countless fragments of newspaper, akin to a black snowfall, penetrating the walls and coalescing midair within the kitchen. However, it did not reform into a vulture. Instead, it morphed into a humanoid figure, a portly middle-aged man clad in a blue security uniform, his complexion an ashen hue. An unassuming name tag adorned his chest, George Finch. In an instant, Tony's memory database retrieved this name. 5 years prior, during a bank heist thwarted by Spider-Man, a security guard had succumbed to a fatal heart attack induced by sheer terror. Official reports had relegated him to a mere footnote of indirect harm. Forgotten in the annals of time, the specter of George Finch bore no wrath nor reproach. He merely regarded the 3 men before him with confusion. Glancing at Uncle Ben seated at the table, I simply wished to inquire. He spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, laced with trepidation. The money in the bank that day, did it remain untouched? The newspapers declared it a flawless act of heroism. He paused, lifting his gaze to rest upon Tony. And what of me? This question landed like a hammer forged from the purest innocence, striking at the very foundation of their absurd trial. Their self-judgment was a haughty performance aimed at self-preservation, while George Finch's inquiry represented the true, unanswerable judgment. Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words. The kitchen scene began to flicker violently, and the entirety of Singularity City resonated with an unstable vibration stemming from this illogical tragedy. The author's voice resounded once more, but this time it was no longer the frigid prompts of a system or the gamified tasks of a narrative. It was the voice of Peter Parker himself, a youthful tone quivering under the weight of suppressed anguish. Do you comprehend now? Chapter 244, Remembering the Truth of the Departed. That voice seemed to emanate from every corner of the kitchen, from the broken toaster, from George Finch's pale lips, and from Uncle Ben's weary eyes. This is not merely a story, nor a script, and certainly not a random occurrence. It is a list of those we could not save. And you, the tremor in that voice, ultimately transformed into an uncontrollable heart-wrenching sob, yet you sought to turn it into a frigid joke that no one could comprehend. In that moment, Tony, Matt, and Foggy truly understood. They triumphed over logic, yet lost the essence of empathy. They vanquished the rules with absurdity, only to be ensnared by the simplest and most genuine sorrow. Peter Stark was not playing the author. He was merely a guardian trapped within his own mausoleum of memories, compelling others to visit his interminable funeral in the only manner he comprehended. Their previous actions were akin to performing a self-important farcical dance at this very funeral. The piercing lament of youth, resonating through Peter Parker's being, gradually dissipated into the air. The kitchen scene flickered like a dismal old television screen, its image fading away. The figures of Uncle Ben and George Finch became translucent, ultimately dissolving into the most fundamental data, returning to silence. The grand and frigid paradoxical court regained its composure, as if the soul-stirring trial had never transpired. Yet, some things had irrevocably changed. Tony Stark, the man who dedicated his life to proving that a more intelligent self could always resolve issues, felt his wisdom rendered utterly futile, laughable. He had not been defeated by a mightier foe, but rather stripped of all justifications by the purest anguish of a child. He slowly descended from the judge's bench, each step crushing his own shattered arrogance beneath him. He approached the center of the courtroom, the very spot where Uncle Ben and George Finch had just vanished, and came to a halt. Without uttering a word, he bent down, extending his hand to gently caress the cold marble floor, as if remnants of mortal sorrow still lingered there. "I'm sorry." These words escaped his lips softly, devoid of an audience or purpose. It was not a strategy, nor a negotiation, not even a plea for forgiveness. It was merely a confession, a belated acknowledgement of his own helplessness. The moment those words were spoken, Foggy sensed the unstable underlying logic of Hell's Kitchen cease its battle against the virus. Tony Stark's sincere apology acted as a high-level patch code, instantly soothing the sharpest conflicts between the two systems. Matt Murdock closed his eyes, hearing the heartbeat of the city in that instant, achieving a fragile synchronization with the soul harboring hidden sorrow. They found the key, not logic, not power, nor rules, but acceptance. Foggy. Tony did not turn back. His voice, hoarse yet remarkably clear, declared, "We were wrong. We constructed a perfect paradise, a realm devoid of suffering, devoid of errors, devoid of tragedy. Yet it is not paradise. It is merely a deceit, a falsehood intolerable even to Peter." He stood upright, surveying the cold yet resplendent city, forged from his very soul. Demolish it. Both Hauschka and Matt trembled simultaneously, not in a physical sense. In Tony's eyes, the previous madness had dissipated, transformed into a serene resolve belonging to the Creator, a tranquility born of unraveling the ultimate truth. It was a conceptual reconstruction. We cannot erase sorrow. Thus, let us provide it a home. We cannot heal memories. Hence, let us erect a monument for them. Hauschka comprehended Tony's intention. This was not surrender, but an acceptance of a higher dimension. He elevated his authority as the engine of the city to its utmost limits. "Matt," Hauschka turned to him, "I require a new urban planning statute, not predicated on efficiency and order, but on empathy." Matt inhaled deeply, extricating himself from the burdensome guilt. He was no longer a prosecutor, nor a lawyer. He had become the city's first and only ethicist. He transmuted his perception into the new cornerstone of this city, commencing the drafting of its charter. Article 1. Acknowledge the authenticity of all suffering. Article 2. Remember the existence of all the departed. Article 3. Allow the coexistence of all memories. As these three tenets were inscribed into the core code of Singularity City, a peaceful, silent revolution commenced. In the city's sky, the graph representing market value and the mural of heroism vanished simultaneously, transforming into a profound, tranquil, deep blue reminiscent of the calm before dawn. There was neither sun nor stars, only countless faint points of light flickering gently. Each point represented a soul lost, yet cherished by Peter Parker. The park, named after Howard Potts, with its jubilant fountain at the center, ceased its gushing. The water coalesced into a surface smooth as glass, beneath which the serene visages of Gwen Stacy and Lily Stacy slowly emerged. The park was no longer a playground. It had become a memorial garden for reflection. The tallest skyscraper in the city, once emblematic of Tony Stark's boundless ambition, had its glass facade transformed into an endless wall of names. Hoinchon, Ben Parker, George Finch. Each name silently narrated an unalterable tale. The virus forcibly embedded in the foundation, the program belonging to Peter Parker, laden with pain and fury. Upon sensing that the entire world was reconstructing itself in mourning for its sorrow, quelled its ferocious impulse to assert its existence through conflict. It no longer needed to cry out, for the entire world was quietly listening to its lament. Gao Shiqi, Tony, and Matt stood in the rejuvenated city square. No longer resplendent or cacophonous, it now bore an unprecedented, profound tranquility, a serenity steeped in history. They had secured peace. The price they paid was the transformation of their own paradise into a grand, solemn, eternal cemetery. He fell silent. Gao Shiqi murmured, sensing that the core of the virus had morphed from a relentless instigator of conflict into a silent archivist, quietly cataloging the data belonging to sorrow. Chapter 245, Hazardous Waste. Permanently sealed, we should find something to do, Tony remarked, gazing at the endless wall of names, a smile gracing his face. We cannot allow a child to guard so many gravestones alone. He approached the wall, extending his hand to inscribe the first new name in the blank space beneath the names. Anton Vank, the man burdened by his father's sins, who ultimately perished in madness alongside him, a foe he had never truly regarded with earnestness. Matt stepped forward, etching the names, Eric Onassis and Ben Ulrich, in another section. Gao Shiqi paused momentarily. Though he had never personally taken a life, he understood that his very existence was a tempest. He raised his hand and inscribed a line of text devoid of specific names at the top of the wall, and all those whose fates were altered by our existence. The war concluded in an unforeseen manner. The heroes laid down their arms and took up chisels. No longer did they seek to save the world or judge themselves. They chose to become the guardians of this city of memories, alongside the young boy who also tended to the graves, together safeguarding the weighty peace they had painstakingly achieved, separated by an insurmountable systemic barrier. Yet, as the city settled into a state of stability, the deep blue sky witnessed the moment when all the luminous points representing the deceased found their eternal places. A mechanical sound belonging to this city resonated simultaneously in the minds of the three. System self-check complete. Narrative virus, Spider-Man, abandoned case, has been successfully isolated in the independent sandbox environment of Singularity City. Sandbox stability assessment. High. 3 maintenance personnel have been positioned. According to the Narrative Capital Asset Recovery and Risk Management Agreement, this sandbox shall be designated as a permanent storage point for hazardous narrative waste. The expressions on their faces turned colder than the marble beneath their feet in an instant. New task assigned. As the system administrators of this storage point, your responsibilities are to maintain sandbox stability and ensure that the internal narrative virus does not leak externally. We wish you a pleasant work experience. The voice faded away. Tony, Matt, and Gao Shiqi stood frozen in place. They did not emerge victorious, nor did they face defeat. Rather, they were subsumed. All their resistance, wisdom, and sacrifice culminated merely in the establishment of a self-sustaining prison, crafted to confine their former comrades, which the Narrative Capital Company acquired at no cost. They themselves became the wardens of this prison. The frigid sound of the system's prompt echoed like the finality of a locked door, sealing them utterly within the reality of their own creation. The smile upon Tony Stark's face froze, then shattered, in the parting words wishing them a pleasant workday. Throughout his life, he had defied conventions and broken free from confinement. From the caves of Afghanistan to the fleets of extraterrestrials, he had always discovered an escape route. Yet this time, he felt akin to a prisoner who had meticulously devised an escape plan, only to realize he had merely been transferred to a larger cell with a clearer view. He softly chewed on the word warden, the taste of rust permeating his voice. They cannot even be bothered to issue us uniforms. Matt Murdock remained silent, extending his hand to gently touch the cold, name-engraved memorial wall. Mere moments prior, this gesture had signified acceptance and peace. Now, however, the wall's significance had been irrevocably distorted. It was no longer their monument. It had transformed into the prison's perimeter. Each name they inscribed had become a brick reinforcing this confinement. His empathy had been mercilessly exploited by the system, converting it into an exceptionally efficient tool for maintaining order. As the engine of this city, Hawkeye felt the most immediate repercussions. Over the foundational code of Singularity City, a layer of management protocol with elevated permissions had been forcibly imposed. This protocol acted like an invisible glass dome, entirely isolating their world from the outside, leaving only a designated port for the reception of refuse. He remained the engine, yet the right to shut down had been stripped from him. Thus, this is the conclusion. Tony mockingly spread his hands. An epic battle against the very narrative concluded with them receiving a lifetime contract. It scarcely qualifies as a tragedy, for it is too logical, a flawless commercial loop. He spoke the truth. They had resolved the virus that the system could not manage with an invaluable graveyard. In return, the system bestowed upon them this priceless employment. A fair exchange devoid of deceit. This chilling rationality evoked a despair deeper than any violence. At that moment, in the center of the square, the marble patterns on the ground began to ripple like water. A sleek platform, composed of pure white light, slowly ascended from the earth. Upon the platform lay but one object, a command line terminal, flickering with a green cursor, seemingly from the 1980s. System Administrator interface activated. Awaiting commands. Tony gazed at the terminal, his expression shifting in an instant. Despair and self-mockery swiftly faded, replaced by a morbid curiosity and focus typical of an engineer encountering an entirely new machine. The contract had arrived. It was imperative to scrutinize the terms. He strode forward decisively, his finger hovering above the virtual keyboard crafted from light. Tony, don't touch it. Matt warned. Every line of code is a trap. I am aware, Tony replied without turning his head, but if one wishes to escape, one must first study the blueprints of the prison. Wouldn't you agree? His finger did not enter any aggressive commands. Instead, he adeptly and swiftly typed a fundamental query. The green cursor on the terminal screen flickered momentarily before displaying a disturbingly concise help document. Available commands. Query current stability of the sandbox. View recent event logs. Confirm reception of new archival assets. Insufficient permissions. Do you see? Tony pointed at the screen, a cold smile gracing his face. They are too lethargic to provide us with a complete manual. We are merely operators, not developers. He unhesitatingly input the second command. Immediately, the screen revealed several recent event records. Log 003. Narrative virus, Spider-Man, abandoned case, has entered a dormant state. Threat level, reduced. Log 002. Sandbox environment reconstruction completed. New definition, high-risk narrative waste permanent containment point. Stability, 998. Log 001. System administrators, 3, permissions confirmed. Chapter 246. The first prisoner, just as Tony was poised to delve deeper. The green cursor began to flicker wildly, emitting an electronic buzz signaling a new notification. A line of bold red text forcibly appeared at the top of the screen. Warning, new archival asset is about to be transmitted. Please prepare to execute commands. Subsequently, a document unfurled automatically on the screen. Asset ID, 742, asset type, background character, non-essential. Source narrative, Universe 8122 Manhattan Miracle Day, abandoned, anomaly description. This character unexpectedly gained self-awareness during an unrecorded narrative conflict, realizing its own instrumental existence, resulting in a collapse of the logical chain within its narrative branch. Processing recommendation, permanent archival to eliminate its self-awareness, preventing potential contamination to other narratives. The hearts of the three sank in unison. before they could fully comprehend the fact that they had become jailers. The first prisoner had already been escorted to the entrance. At the opposite end of the square, the space was silently torn apart. It was neither the arrival of Peter, nor the malevolent Crimson Rift, nor the gray gap representing rules like that of an auditor. It was a pure white, square hole, its edges as smooth as a surgical incision. It resembled a colossal icon of a recycling bin leading into the void. From that aperture, a figure was unceremoniously ejected, landing heavily upon the ground. It was a woman, seemingly youthful, clad in an ordinary office attire commonly seen in New York, now appearing somewhat disheveled from the fall. She possessed no superhuman abilities, nor did she wield any weapons. Her face was etched with the unique fear and confusion of a mortal. Raising her head, she gazed upon the grand, solemn, yet utterly desolate city before her, and then at the three beings exuding an unearthly aura, their bodies trembling violently in their inability to comprehend the situation. "Where's this?" she croaked. "I was just in my apartment with those faceless people." Her words fractured under the weight of overwhelming terror. Meanwhile, on the frigid terminal screen, the cursor flickered impatiently. Two succinct options radiating absolute authority appeared below. Confirm reception, reject reception. Matt instinctively moved to comfort the woman, but Tony seized his arm. "Do not move." Tony's voice was low and menacing. "Everything we do now will be recorded in the logs." He fixated on the two options, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. This was a test of obedience, an unmasked, ruthless trial. By selecting confirm, they would formally accept the role of jailers, personally consigning another victim to this prison. Choosing reject held unknown consequences. Yet, it was common knowledge that the system would never permit its administrators the power to rebel. "We cannot confine her here." Matt's voice was filled with anguish. "She is a victim, just like us." "I know." Tony's gaze remained fixed on the terminal, "but we do not know the repercussions of refusal. Perhaps it would mean our erasure, or worse, awakening Peter to execute a cleanup. We cannot risk the slumbering souls." At that moment, Gao Shiqi spoke. His voice as calm as ice. "Tony, inquire about the consequences of rejecting reception." "It's futile," Tony replied swiftly. "The help document lacks that command. My authority." "No." Gao Shiqi interrupted. "Do not use your authority. Use mine." He extended his hand and gently pressed it against the terminal. As the engine of this city, his very existence constituted a fundamental system file. He did not input commands, but directly inscribed this intent into the terminal's temporary memory. The terminal screen faltered. The green cursor froze for half a second. Then, a line scrolled across the screen, an unexpected and non-standard response from the system's core. "Query permission verification passed. Sandbox core. Warning, refusing to accept commands will trigger the Administrator Negligence Protocol. Protocol content. 1. Revoke administrator privileges. 2. Determine the sandbox as an uncontrollable asset. 3. Initiate formatting procedure." Again with formatting? What a wretched system. It begins to erase as soon as one is in the dark. Matt's face turned ashen in an instant. Yet, the corners of Tony's mouth curled into a near-manic grin. "So that is it." He seemed to have stumbled upon a splendid jest. The system had presented us with two choices. One was a slow demise, the other an immediate execution. How humane. Now, the choice was stark and brutal. Either to preserve oneself in this graveyard by making that innocent woman the first prisoner in their jail, or, for the sake of stranger, choose to perish alongside the entire world. The woman, seemingly having regained her composure from the initial shock, gazed at the three men, witnessing their struggle that transcended mortal comprehension. Her fear gradually yielded to a despairing calm. "You are trapped here too, aren't you?" she softly inquired. No one answered her. For Tony Stark was engaged in something far more insane. He did not touch either option, but rather moved his finger to another area of the keyboard. He began to input a brand new code, a code that did not belong to querying or executing. 742, he was neither choosing nor resisting. He was attempting to forcibly define a non-existent third option within this closed system, using his meager operator-level privileges. He aimed to redefine the archived asset as a newly admitted resident. "What are you doing?" Gao Shiqi sensed that the fundamental rules of the entire city were sounding a shrill alarm due to Tony's illegal attempt to tamper with core functionalities. "I'm exploiting a loophole." A hacker's spark ignited in Tony's eyes. The system granted us management privileges. It did not specify that our management style could not be communal. However, Just as he was poised to strike the enter key to execute this code, all text on the terminal screen vanished in an instant. Only a single line remained. Blood red, emanating from the highest authority of the system. Illegal operation detected. Administrator privileges are being downgraded. Chapter 247. The blade of judgment. Tony felt an irresistible force violently sever the connection between himself and the terminal. Then, that cold voice they had come to know all too well resonated across the expanse of the city. It was no longer addressing the three of them. It directed its words towards the woman who had just been transmitted, trembling with fear. Greetings, Asset 742. Due to the current administrative team's failure to pass the preliminary compliance assessment, the system hereby grants you temporary supervisory privileges. The woman, bewildered, lifted her gaze. Your task is quite simple. Observe their behavior and evaluate each of their management decisions. Your evaluations will directly influence their authority levels and the ultimate fate of this sandbox. Now, please provide your assessment regarding their initial inaction. A virtual interface, radiating a soft glow, materialized before her, presenting only two options, qualified and unqualified. Tony, Matt, and Gorski felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The system, in a manner they could never have imagined, most malicious and cruel, retracted their agency. It then placed the blade of judgment, which would determine their lives or deaths, into the hands of the very victim they had sought to save. Time seemed to be swallowed by the two flickering options, becoming viscous and prolonged. The woman, designated as Asset 742 by the system, felt her fear shatter like thin ice, creating a minute fissure in response to Tony Stark's abrupt inquiry. What? She raised her head in confusion, as if she had not heard clearly. Your name, Tony reiterated, his voice low yet resonating like a nail driven into the silence constructed by the system's rules. He did not look at her, his gaze fixed firmly on the terminal, as if confronting an unseen adversary. They packaged you, labeled you, and discarded you here. Yet they did not inform you of your name. So tell me, this was not a request. It was imperative, a command from one mortal to another. The most fundamental interaction beyond the confines of system logic. The cursor on the terminal screen flickered furiously, as if incensed by this irrelevant input. Warning, irrelevant interaction. Please instruct the subject, Asset 742, to execute evaluation immediately. Ignore that glowing box. Tony's voice carried an impatient edge. It is merely a machine, and you are not. Before it formats us, I simply wish to know for whose name we are destined to perish. Is that too much to ask? This declaration was directed partly at the woman and partly at the system. He was proclaiming in the most direct manner to the system, you may kill us, but you cannot strip away our right to ascribe meaning to this matter. The woman's lips moved as she gazed at the man before her. He, despite being ensnared in dire straits, exuded an undeniable aura of control over the situation. Then, she beheld the man beside her, eyes closed, bearing an expression of anguish yet standing tall, and another man who radiated a serene aura akin to the stars, seemingly merged with the very essence of the city. They did not resemble jailers. Rather, they bore the semblance of ancient prisoners. Finally, Anna uttered her name in a faint whisper. I am Anna. Warning, subject under supervision. Engaging in unnecessary information exchange. This will be recorded as a performance deficiency. The system issued another threat, though its menace felt utterly hollow. For the name Anna had already taken root like a seed in the soil of Singularity City. Gao Shiqi, as the engine of this city, captured the essence of her name. He neither spoke nor made any superfluous motion. Yet, deep within the city, in the dormant logical sector composed of Peter Parker's sorrowful memories, a blank document was silently created. The file was named Anna. Thus, this graveyard welcomed its first living soul. At that moment, the image on the terminal screen abruptly transformed. No longer did it present the two frigid options. Instead, it began to showcase a series of meticulously edited, visually striking images. The screen displayed Iron Man's armor amid the extensive devastation in Sokovia, the blood-soaked battle between Daredevil and the Hand, impacting innocent neighborhoods, and the confrontation between Gao Shiqi and Thor, where buildings were reduced to rubble. Each image was accompanied by cold, quantified loss reports and casualty figures. Asset 742. The system's voice adopted a guiding tone. To assist you in making an equitable assessment, the system provides records of past behaviors of these administrators. Their existence poses a significant risk to the narrative universe. Their inaction constitutes a form of passive resistance. Being deemed unqualified will facilitate the system in implementing more effective behavioral corrections. This is beneficial for the safety of all narrative worlds. Upon realizing the futility of threats, the system swiftly transitioned to a mode of deception and inducement. It endeavored to transform Anna from an innocent victim into a self-righteous informant under the guise of seeking justice. As Anna gazed at the images, her complexion grew even more pallid. The clarity in her eyes was once again supplanted by fear and confusion. However, Matt Murdock finally stepped forward. He did not refute the images on the screen, for he understood that they were indeed facts, albeit devoid of context. He approached Anna, crouching to meet her gaze at eye level. Anna, his voice was gentle yet resolute, akin to hands that could steady a trembling soul. Do not look at that screen. It shows you what we have done in the past, but it does not convey the reasons behind our actions. He paused, as if attuning himself to the rapid beating of her heart, which throbbed violently with fear. I can hear your heartbeat. It reveals your terror. You harbor no desire to harm anyone, only to return home. Matt's voice, imbued with a sincerity capable of piercing through all deceit, conveyed a message, something sought to exploit your fear, transforming you into a frigid judge akin to itself. He extended his hand, yet refrained from touching her, merely presenting his palm, open and upward. It offers you a choice, yet this is a deceit in itself. A choice made under duress is never truly a choice. It is merely another form of shackles. We cannot dictate your actions. Matt's voice, at this moment, possessed a power transcending legalities belonging to faith. However, we can affirm that you possess the right to abstain from choosing. You hold the authority to reject becoming a part of this cruel game. This right surpasses even our existence. Chapter 248. 1,000 Crossroads. Anna's breath momentarily stilled, stirred by Matt's words. She gazed into the eyes of the man before her, eyes that, though devoid of sight, were clearer than any she had ever encountered. Turning her gaze, she beheld the endless memorial wall, inscribed with names. Under the silent will of the high priest, those names radiated a faint, warm glow, as if silently affirming Matt's words. Each name represented a story, a choice, and an immeasurable cost. She comprehended. She was not the judge. She was the next name thrust upon the judgment seat. Rising slowly, she ceased to regard the two options, laden with temptation and threat. Instead, she turned to confront the cold terminal, symbolizing the will of the system. The fear on her face had dissipated, replaced by the courage born of desperation. I refuse, she declared, not opting for qualified nor for unqualified. She rejected the choice itself. In an instant, all images on the terminal screen froze. The blinking cursor became motionless. The entire Singularity City succumbed to a profound silence. Then the cold, mechanical voice of the system resounded once more, devoid of emotion. Command unrecognized. Refusal does not constitute a valid input. Please reassess. I do not require reassessment. Anna's voice, though soft, echoed clearly across the square. For you lack the standing to evaluate. She raised her hand, pointing at the terminal. You conceal yourselves behind rules, manipulating the fates of others, treating lives as mere data and sorrow as risk. You judge us. Then who shall judge you? This query struck the core of the system, akin to a bolt of logical lightning. The terminal screen began to flicker violently, as countless lines of error codes cascaded like a waterfall. The error paradox generated by the supervision model is unable to handle reverse inquiries. Tony Stark observed the scene, his face betraying a weary yet satisfying smile. He had lost. They had all lost. Yet, they had transformed an innocent mortal into a blade sharp enough to pierce the very fabric of the system itself. However, the system's response exceeded all their expectations. Following a 10-second spasm of chaotic glitches, the terminal screen abruptly turned pitch black. A line of softly glowing white text materialized. Interesting feedback. This voice was no longer the cold, mechanical tone of the system. It had softened, imbued with curiosity, reminiscent of a researcher observing an intriguing experiment. First observation of the supervised subject granting agency to the supervised and successfully inducing extra-rule behavior. This experimental model possesses immense research value. Tony's smile froze upon his face. Original compliance testing concluded. Long-term observation project initiated. Project code Prometheus. Project objective: to observe the novel narrative ethics arising between the prisoner endowed with the power of judgment and the guard attempting to incite rebellion against the rules. The assessment interface, displaying pass and fail, reappeared before Anna. However, this time, the options had changed. Please select your observational stance for today. Sympathetic scrutiny. The two new options hovered before Anna like eyes of differing hues, coldly gazing at her and the three guards behind her. This observation project, named Prometheus, was far more insidious than any trap that had preceded it. It no longer demanded a mere outcome. It sought to transform Anna's innermost thoughts into a transparent laboratory for the system's constant inspection. Every notion of hers would be recorded, analyzed, and subsequently fashioned into new shackles for Gao Shiqi, Tony, and Matt. Do not select. Tony Stark's voice shattered the meticulously crafted silence. He did not even glance at Anna, but instead issued a mad directive directly to Gao Shiqi. Gao Shiqi prepared to execute the Great Divergence Protocol. Both Matt and Anna expressed confusion. This was a term they had never encountered before. What does it mean? Matt inquired. It means that if it wishes to observe a performance. Tony's eyes sparkled with the fervor of a programmer. We shall present it with 1,000 plays, simultaneously. He turned to Gao Shiqi, rapidly articulating his concept. It wants to observe a variable? We shall replicate that variable 1,000 times, bestowing each copy with a unique, nonsensical perturbation. It seeks to gather data? We will inundate it with an endless stream of contradictory, nonsensical data, overwhelming its hard drive. Gao Shiqi immediately comprehended the situation. This was not merely an act of defiance. It was a denial of service attack on the system itself. By generating information entropy, he sought to counteract a system intent on eliminating it. Without a moment's hesitation, he connected his authority as the city's engine to Tony's audacious concept. In an instant, Singularity City underwent an unprecedented fracturing at the logical level. The scene before Anna abruptly shifted. She was not merely confronted with a rating interface. To her left, an identical version of herself faced a screen magnifying the option of compassion 100-fold. To her right, another version of herself stood before a screen where the option scrutiny radiated a blinding red light. Following this, thousands of Annas, Tonys, Matts, and Gao Shiqis, like infinite reflections in a mirror, suddenly filled the entire square. Each scene represented an independent crossroads. In one scene, Tony was earnestly persuading Anna to choose compassion. In another, Matt meticulously argued that scrutiny was the more responsible choice. In a third scene, Gao Shiqi remained silent, directly dismantling the rating interface. In a fourth, the three were engaged in a heated argument over what to have for lunch, completely disregarding Anna and the interface. In a fifth scene, Anna had become the judge, while Gao Shiqi, Tony, and Matt awaited her verdict as prisoners. A myriad of crossroads, a multitude of simultaneous narratives, each with its own logic. The entire Singularity City transformed from a stable sandbox into a chaotic quantum computer composed of countless parallel threads. Chapter 249. System collapse. The terminal representing the system had utterly lost its sanity. Its screen was devoid of any meaningful text, instead displaying a frenzied scroll of conflicting real-time logs from 1,000 different scenarios, resembling a flurry of snowflakes. Project Prometheus 435. Subject chooses compassion. Conclusion meets expectations. Project Prometheus 8712. Subject chooses scrutiny. Conclusion meets expectations. Project Prometheus 211. Subject refuses to make a choice. Conclusion anomaly. Project Prometheus 6543. Subject is inquiring about the dinner menu. Conclusion data cannot be classified. Error. Data overflow. Logical conflict. Narrative ethics model overload. The gentle yet inquisitive voice of the researcher became tinged with the burdened electric hum of machinery. Warning. Malicious logical bifurcation attack detected, attempting to converge possibilities. However, its speed of convergence could not possibly keep pace with the branching of Tony and Gao Shiqi. Tony, utilizing the wisdom he has amassed over a lifetime, imbues each scene with a layer of absurdity, while Gao Shiqi unhesitatingly transforms these notions into reality. They wield their creativity as an assault on the computational power of the system. At last, teetering on the brink of overload, the system made its sole choice. It relinquished observation. Terminate the Prometheus project. Eliminate all redundant threads. Force reset the sandbox environment. In the blink of an eye, the myriad fractured realities collapsed like soap bubbles, disintegrating instantaneously. The world reverted to a singular state. Gao Shiqi, Tony, Matt, and Anna found themselves once again standing in the empty square, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, each of their faces bore the weight of mental fatigue, a consequence of instantaneously processing countless possibilities. The terminal vanished. They had triumphed, albeit in a manner that inflicted 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while sustaining 800 upon themselves. They had successfully induced the system to recognize that any attempt to observe or study them would culminate in one inevitable outcome: the collapse of the system. However, at that moment, the sky underwent a transformation. The tranquil deep blue, symbolizing a graveyard, swiftly morphed into an oppressive pitch black, as if tainted by ink. All the luminous points representing the departed extinguished. A colder, more ancient, and emotionless narration resonated in every corner of the world. Observation mode has proven ineffective. Now switching to cleansing mode. In the center of the square, the memorial wall, etched with names, suddenly quivered violently. New rules have come into effect. 1. The sandbox is no longer a prison, but a hunting ground. 2. The administrator is no longer a jailer, but prey. 3. Survival is the sole criterion for evaluation. As the narration concluded, a figure began to seep from the wall of the memorial. It bore no fixed form, appearing as a hollow silhouette comprised purely of void. Wherever it traversed, whether upon the marble floor or the resplendent architecture, colors, textures, and even meaning itself vanished, transforming into an undefined expanse of pale gray. It was not destroying, it was erasing. Lacking facial features or weaponry, its mere existence posed the greatest threat to this narrative. It was a cleaner, an ultimate entity tasked with erasing all redundant cases and restoring everything to a blank document. Upon emerging from the wall, the cleaner's first act was to extend a hand forged from nothingness, gently brushing against the memorial wall. The names of Hawkins, Ben Parker, and Gwen Stacy, inscribed with memory and reverence, beneath its fingertips, vanished one by one, as if erased by an eraser, utterly and silently. Va, in its most primal and brutal form, has descended once more. This time, the adversary they must confront is the very period of this world. Tony Stark's reaction was not one of fear, but rather the seething fury of an engineer, ignited after being cornered. He watched as those names, those symbols they had just imbued with eternal significance, were so effortlessly and devoid of any dramatic flair obliterated, akin to erasing words from a whiteboard. It was not destruction. Tony's voice was low and rapid, as if issuing a tactical briefing to himself and others. It was optimization. It sought to cleanse all the redundant information we had created back to a default state. The default state is a blank slate. Gao Shiqi remained silent, substituting words with action. As the engine of the city, he transformed his will into a pen forged from the primordial essence, rewriting upon the wall that was being erased. The name of Hawkins had just been expunged, and in the next nanosecond, Gao Shiqi's will re-imprinted it. The golden characters representing existence engaged in a silent tug-of-war with the gray void signifying nothingness. The name flickered, extinguished, then flickered again, like a candle struggling to remain lit amidst a tempest. The entirety of Singularity City flickered violently due to this underlying conflict of inscription and deletion. You cannot win. Gao Shiqi, Tony shouted, perceiving the outline of Gao Shiqi becoming unstable from the immense drain of energy, with the resources of the entire system behind him. You are pitting your singular power against the entire grid. Then I shall become the new grid. Gao Shiqi's voice resonated with a divine authority. The earth beneath him began to decompose into pure golden data streams, incessantly flowing toward the wall, striving to create at a faster pace to counter that cold deletion. However, as this cosmic struggle between creation and annihilation reached a stalemate, the cleaner ceased its erasing motion. It slowly turned around. The blank humanoid figure, devoid of features, evoked a sensation in everyone, as if it were gazing at the weakest, most illogical, and thus the most extraordinary presence in the square. Anna. It took a step forward, its intentions clear. No, Matt growled, lacking weapons or the divine powers of Gao Shiqi. Yet, without hesitation, he spread his arms, standing between Anna and the void. He understood the futility of physical defense, but he felt compelled to act. It was a gesture, a refusal. The cleaner disregarded him, merely raising a hand composed of nothingness, pointing at Matt. Chapter 250. Clearing the abandoned cases. Matt's world shattered in an instant. In his perception, what assailed him was not an attack, but a deprivation. His once proud, supersensory ability to hear the heartbeat of the entire city was abruptly silenced. He could not perceive Tony's breath, the energy flow of Gao Shiqi, nor the frantic heartbeat of Anna, driven by fear. He was even unable to hear the rhythm of his own heart. The world transformed into a maddening silence. For the first time, he was truly blind. Matt. Tony caught him as he swayed precariously, only to find that Matt's gaze had turned vacant and unfocused. It is eliminating our attributes. Gao Shiqi's voice struggled through the distraction, as the names on the wall extinguished at a pace that outstripped their illumination. It reduced Matt from daredevil to a mere deaf and blind ordinary man. Next would be Tony's genius, followed by Anna's self-awareness, and ultimately, Gao Shiqi's divinity. It would dismantle them, piece by piece, back to their most primitive and meaningless components. In this critical moment, however, Tony's mind achieved an unprecedented clarity under the extreme pressure. No, Gao Shiqi, look. He pointed at the approaching janitor. It is erasing Matt's attributes, but has not eliminated Matt himself. Why? Gao Shiqi's will, amidst the struggle against the wall, sent forth a thread towards that question. Yes, why? The system could directly erase them. Why resort to the cumbersome process of attribute deletion? Because it adheres to the rules. Tony's voice, like a lightning bolt, cleaved through the fog. Its core directive was not to kill them, but to clear the abandoned cases. What is the definition of an abandoned case? It is a character possessing a narrative that it should not have. Thus, it seeks to eradicate their stories. It aims to revert them to compliant background characters that can be safely archived. This revelation, chilling yet imbued with a glimmer of hope, ignited a gambler's fervor in Tony's eyes. Then let us present it with a narrative that it cannot cleanse nor comprehend. He turned sharply to Gao Shiqi, issuing the most perilous command of his life. Gao Shiqi, forget that wall. Abandon all defense. Channel all our power into one task. Open the isolation zone. Release Peter Parker. Gao Shiqi trembled. That will destroy this place. This place is already on the brink of deletion. Tony roared. Our only chance lies in using a virus to infect another antivirus software. We will taint this janitor's pure void with Peter's vast, chaotic narrative filled with tragedy and contradiction. Let it overload and crash before it can erase us. This was their final, and indeed their only weapon. The slumbering youth, regarded by them as the greatest threat, stirred only half a second of hesitation within Gao Shiqi. He relinquished his guardianship over the memorial wall. Upon the wall, the final golden name, Anton Vank, flickered momentarily before extinguishing entirely. The entire wall reverted to a void of meaninglessness. Then, Gao Shiqi unleashed the entirety of his liberated power, belonging to the Genesis engine, piercing the earth beneath him like an invisible drill, plunging into the depths of Singularity City, where the core of logic lay ensconced behind layers of obfuscation. With a thunderous roar, the city trembled violently. On the ground, immense fissures, reminiscent of abysses, spread forth. From the depths of these cracks surged not molten rock nor radiant light, but a torrent of primal data, interspersed in red and blue, emblematic of Spider-Man, laden with painful memories and intrusive advertisements. The dormant virus was forcibly awakened. Warning, quarantine failure. The narrative virus is actively spreading. A piercing wail, a cacophony of youthful lamentation intertwined with system errors, resonated from the depths of the earth, echoing throughout the world. The janitor, advancing towards them, finally halted. The humanoid void appeared to confront an unprecedented dilemma. Its directive was to cleanse the narrative, yet the entity just released bore a story whose magnitude, complexity, and contradictions far exceeded its processing capacity. It resembled a program designed solely for text files, now coerced into unearthing a compressed archive teeming with countless viruses and errors. The janitor abandoned its approach towards Matt and Tony, slowly turning to face the chaotic data storm surging from the depths below. It raised its hand. An ultimate battle of deletion and infection was on the brink of commencement. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi, Tony, Matt, and Anna, caught between these two incomprehensible entities. could only pray that the demon they had unleashed would prove stronger and more merciful than the god pursuing them. The frenzied data storm, constituted of Peter Parker, collided with the void representing nullity. It was a war over definitions, fought at the very foundation. The janitor extended its hand, attempting to execute its singular command: delete. The first strand of red and blue data it touched was a sorrowful memory concerning Uncle Ben's demise. The janitor's logic was straightforward: eliminate this narrative. However, it faltered, for this memory was inextricably bound to another core directive. With great power comes great responsibility. To erase the former necessitated the negation of the latter. Yet, to negate the latter required the handling of countless heroic deeds, each a swing of spider silk, every act of salvation, and every choice derived from this command. The janitor's program fell into a paradox. It must first comprehend the entirety of the narrative before it could excise the beginning. Yet, the tale of Peter Parker is an endless loop, fraught with contradictions and commercial advertisements. The janitor endeavored to erase a segment of Gwen Stacy's remorse, only to trigger numerous distinct versions of copyright agreements pertaining to the multiverse Spider-Man, each pointing towards a different, protected narrative universe. It attempted to format an inconsequential memory from Peter's high school days, inadvertently activating a concealed scientific paper on the fabrication of web shooters, whose intricate physical and chemical equations instantly consumed a significant portion of its computational power. The janitor, the ultimate antivirus software, confronted the most cumbersome and chaotic virus in history, riddled with rogue plugins and logic bombs. Each deletion attempt resembled an endeavor to pull a single thread, only to unravel an entire sweater. Chapter 251. Hidden code at the heart of the data storm. Peter's fractured consciousness emitted a piercing wail, oscillating between agony and mockery. In its boundless chaos, it ensnared the janitor, rendering it immobile. However, Tony Stark felt no relief. He gazed upon the form of Gao Shiqi, its outline composed of golden data, beginning to destabilize due to the loss of its clear objective, the Guardian Memorial Wall. Gao Shiqi functioned as an engine, which required directives. Presently, the sole directive was to wait. It was adapting. Suddenly, Gao Shiqi spoke with gravity, indicating that the janitor's deletion logic was evolving. It no longer sought to comprehend the story. It was attempting to eliminate language itself. The moment those words escaped his lips, a chilling transformation swept across Singularity City. The sky was no longer black. It morphed into an endless command line interface, flickering with green cursors. On the ground, the textures, colors, and shadows of all buildings faded, replaced by rows of dense, incomprehensible source code scrolling downward. The backend of their world had been forcefully unveiled. It had decompiled their reality. Tony murmured to himself, devoid of fear, but instead exhibiting a programmer's morbid ecstasy and shivers upon glimpsing the ultimate source code of the universe. Upon realizing it could not delete the story, the janitor opted for a more fundamental approach. It reverted the entire program to code, preparing to eradicate these variables from the very source. Meanwhile, the virus belonging to Peter Parker revealed its true form amidst this sea of code. It is no longer a tempest of data, but rather a cumbersome, chaotic mass of spaghetti code, rife with verbose statements and redundant annotations, clashing with the cleaner, more elegant yet ruthlessly efficient deletion function of the cleaner, overlapping and conflicting within the vast ocean of code. Time is running perilously short. The voice of Gao Shiqi, for the first time, revealed signs of fatigue. He could sense that the core codes constituting his very existence were being ensnared by the cleaner's logic, beginning to flicker, poised to be marked as. At that moment, Anna, who had been in shock, suddenly let out a sharp gasp. She pointed to her arm, where her skin was pixelating like a malfunctioning display, transforming into lines of code that defined her mundane human attributes. They were being dissolved back into the source code. All is code. Tony's eyes were fixated on the green abyss. His mind, teetering on the brink of overload, frantically sought an escape. There must be a way. Every program has vulnerabilities, or backdoors. He abruptly turned to Gao Shiqi and Matt. We cannot fight it, but we can hide. Hide where? Matt's voice strained, as if his very existence was being stripped away. Tony pointed to Anna, who was being encoded. Let us conceal ourselves within her file. Tony spoke rapidly, as if firing off a barrage. Our character files are too large, too complex, burdened with narratives. They're the primary targets of the cleaner. But she is different. Her code is clean, simple. She is a background character with almost no story. To the system, her existence is reasonable and low risk. His plan was both mad and lucid. They would disguise themselves as three harmless functions within Anna's petite program, rendering themselves as comments. Gao Shiqi instantly grasped Tony's intent and offered a more precise definition. In code, commented-out sections are not executed, nor acknowledged by the compiler. They exist, yet do not exist. This was their only path to survival. To relinquish all attributes and narratives, transforming their existence into a segment hidden within another's code, a dormant comment. Anna. Tony turned to the terrified woman, spoke with the utmost sincerity. We need to borrow your existence to hide for a while. It may seem strange, but please trust me. This is the sole method for all of us to survive. Anna looked at the man, then gazed at the dissolving world around her, unable to think. She could only nod numbly in despair. Gao Shiqi, act, Tony shouted. Gao Shiqi hesitated not for a moment. He concentrated his final divinity, soon to be deleted, into a final reconstruction command of the highest authority. He did not assault the janitor, nor did he assist the virus of Peter. He extended his hand, aiming at Tony, Matt, and himself, and then, with a fierce determination, pressed the imaginary on the keyboard. In the next moment, the bodies of the three men were utterly deconstructed. Yet, they did not vanish. They transformed into three streams of pure golden code, akin to serpentine programs, agilely seeking a host, and instantaneously penetrated Anna's source code, which was in the process of being parsed concerning an ordinary office worker. Their existence was impeccably annotated away. Anna's world spun chaotically. She felt her mind forcibly filled with three immense and heavy, yet dormant souls. Amidst this ocean of code, the janitor's scan finally reached Anna. It scrutinized her code. Simple, clear, utterly unthreatening. A perfect background character. It noticed the lines of golden code that had been commented out. Yet, according to its core rules, annotations are non-executable parts that require no processing. The janitor's logic deemed Anna as qualified. Then it bypassed her, continuing its unending battle with the vast chaos of Peter Parker's code, a relentless war of deletion and existence. Alone, Anna floated in this green abyss of code. Her body ceased to dissolve. She became an isolated island amidst the vastness, a mortal harboring three slumbering deities. The war raged on, but it was no longer their concern. They had survived. The cost was binding their fate irrevocably to that of a stranger they had intended to save. When they would awaken was no longer contingent upon themselves, but rather upon when this war of codes would conclude, or when Anna would need to invoke the three concealed functions within her body. Chapter 252. Anna's source file in this abyss composed of green characters. Time lost its significance. For Anna, it could have been a second or perhaps a century. She floated like a forgotten speck of dust, set against the backdrop of an eternal, silent war between two godlike programs. That conflict was an incomprehensible symphony to her. Each delete, command from the janitor resonated like a heavy, succinct bass line, striving to render all into silence. Meanwhile, Peter Parker's chaotic code resembled 1,000 uncontrollable violins, rewriting the score with sharp, discordant melodies, vehemently resisting erasure. The aftershocks of this war were the only sensations she could perceive. At times, the source code surrounding her would abruptly transform into a Shakespearean sonnet, only to be deconstructed into the most fundamental binary in the next millisecond. At times, she would catch a whiff of the tantalizing aroma emanating from the corner pizzeria in Queens. That fragment of memory, a code leaked from Peter's viral core, was ruthlessly formatted by the janitor in an instant. She was a survivor ensnared in the eye of the storm. Within her lay a deeper silence, three dormant souls, annotated and trapped, akin to three heavy blocks of ice, pressing upon the depths of her consciousness. Initially, there was pure terror. Then came numbness. Finally, a sense of mundane ennui, belonging to the realm of mortals, began to entwine her thoughts like creeping vines. She could neither perish nor move, nor even indulge in overly complex thoughts, lest she attract the attention of that merciless scanner once more. She could only exist. This sheer existence was a torment more dreadful than death itself. To stave off madness, she commenced a simple act: reading. She delved into the infinite source code that constituted this universe. The intricate functions and classes eluded her understanding, yet she could comprehend those defined as strings. These were fragments of stories, the very bricks of the world. She wandered like a specter in a cosmic library, perusing the disassembled tomes. Then, she stumbled upon something that compelled her pause. An inconspicuous segment of code, classified within some mundane dossier. A flicker of warmth stirred within Anna's consciousness. In this frigid abyss, it was not her memory, yet it felt so vivid, so imbued with the essence of humanity. She could almost perceive the aroma, a blend of cinnamon and butter. Compelled by an unseen force, she extended her translucent hand, woven from data. She was uncertain of her intent. She merely wished to draw closer to that warmth. Her fingertips gently grazed the line of code inscribed with 3434-34. In that fleeting moment of contact, an uncontrollable thought surged forth from her mind. A trivial fragment of memory belonging solely to her. Her grandmother had said that substituting half of the sugar with honey would render the pie crust more moist. This thought was not linguistic, but a pure intention. And in this universe, crafted from code, intention served as the most efficient command. She beheld the line of code beneath her fingertips as it transformed. 3434-34 morphed into 3438. She had altered the source code of the world, employing a humble baking tip from the realm of mortals. In the next instant, the entire universe emitted a pained groan due to her seemingly insignificant modification. The janitor, embroiled in a fierce battle against Peter's virus, suddenly encountered an indecipherable error within its streamlined logical chain. There was no definition of honey in its database. From whence did this variable arise? What was its security level? Does it belong to the anomalies that require cleansing? In order to address this sudden, minuscule paradox, the cleaner's computational power was forcibly divided by a millionth. Meanwhile, the viral core of Peter Parker experienced a violent chain reaction due to this alteration. That memory of apple pie constituted a fundamental part of a blissful version of his childhood. Anna's modifications, akin to a butterfly effect, instantaneously spawned hundreds of new branches of memories related to honey apple pie. These branches intertwined, creating chaotic new connections with his recollections of bees, summer, and allergies. The entropy of the virus surged in an instant. The War of the Supreme program encountered a momentary, nearly imperceptible stutter, all because of a recipe for apple pie. Startled, Anna instantly withdrew her hand. She felt like a child in a library who had accidentally torn a precious manuscript, her heart racing. She realized she was not merely a passive observer. She was a user, a perilous entity endowed with read and write permissions. This awareness did not bestow a sense of power, but instead deepened her fear. Yet simultaneously, it ignited a flicker of hope. If she could amend the recipe, could she locate her own file? Could it lead her home? Once this thought emerged, it could not be suppressed. No longer adrift aimlessly, she began to navigate the sea of code with intention and caution. Unsure of how to search, she resorted to the most rudimentary method, calling forth strings related to her existence. Anna, apartment. 3. A ginger cat named Singularity. Her calls, like stones cast into the ocean, often sank without a trace. But occasionally, faint responses emerged. She glimpsed a line of code flash by, or she was gradually reassembling her disintegrated life from the source code of this world. Finally, after tirelessly calling for an indeterminate duration, she collided with a wall. An invisible barrier constructed from higher and more stringent permissions. Perhaps on the other side lay what she sought. Rather than force her way through, she learned to transform her consciousness into the most innocuous intent, seeping in slowly like water. She beheld it, an independent file nestled within a profoundly layered directory. The file name, 742. Her heart plummeted. She knew this was her character file, like a ghost about to glimpse her autopsy report. She opened it with overwhelming dread and morbid curiosity. Inside lay everything about her: height, weight, occupation, interpersonal relationships, and even childhood memories that she had nearly forgotten. All of these aspects have been transformed into data that can be summoned at any moment. Yet, this is not the most terrifying part. At the very bottom of the document, she stumbled upon another related file, the changelog. Chapter 253, Life Testing Script. Anna's consciousness trembled as she clicked on it. The screen displayed a record that froze her blood. Version 01 Initialization. Description: creation of a background character template. Occupation: barista. Personality: Optimistic. Key memories, none. Version 02 Test 418. Project code, Echo. Description, implantation of a false memory regarding the loss of a beloved. Observe its effects on work efficiency and social behavior. Results, character exhibited mild depressive symptoms and a reduced social radius. Data, recorded. Memory reverted. Version 03 Test 952. Project code, Labyrinth. Description, modification of her city navigation logic, resulting in a 75% chance of getting lost on her way home. Observe her decision-making patterns in unexpected situations. Results, character displayed high anxiety and began to rely on electronic maps. Data, recorded. Logic reverted. Version 04 Test 1138. Project code, Miracle. Description, randomly generate a near-fatal car accident on her daily route. Ultimately intervened by a narrative rescue unit, heroic character, at the last moment. Observe the formation of her survivor mentality. Results, character developed a strong sense of fate and dependence on heroes. Data recorded. Memory reverted. The log abruptly ended here. Anna was left in a stupor, akin to a statue struck by lightning, her mind a blank slate. Her life, all her joys and sorrows, those restless nights, and the sudden small moments of happiness were merely meticulously designed experiments, capable of being reverted at any time. She was not an individual. She was a lab rat, dissected and sewn back together repeatedly to collect data. She recalled a year ago, when she had indeed sunk into despair due to a breakup. She remembered 6 months prior, when she had consistently gotten lost in familiar neighborhoods. She thought of 3 months ago, when she had nearly been struck by a runaway truck while crossing the street, only to be saved at the last moment by an unknown hero. She even went to church to offer prayers of gratitude for that. It turned out that this was not life. It was merely a test. Fear, confusion, and sorrow. At this moment, all these emotions faded away, transforming into an anger that surged from the depths of her soul. This anger was neither as violent as Peter Parker's nor as arrogant as Tony Stark's. It was something distinctly human, the hardest essence left after everything had been stripped away. Her consciousness, stirred by an unprecedented surge of emotions, radiated a faint yet remarkably sharp luminescence. This glow, akin to an invisible probe, penetrated her very source code, reaching into the 3 deeply concealed golden annotations. Tony Matt and Foggy. Her wrath surged like a high-voltage current, coursing through these dormant lines of code in an instant. The function of Tony Stark remained unresponsive. Its logic, rooted in arrogance and intellect, could not be activated by such raw emotion. Foggy's engine, too, did not react, as it represented creation and equilibrium, long transcending the realm of mortal feelings. However, the legacy of Matt Murdock, the segment embodying the perception of evil and the guardianship of the innocent, trembled upon encountering Anna's fury, born from extreme duress, a righteous indignation. Deep within Anna's consciousness, she discerned a faint, long-suppressed heartbeat. The 2 slashes at the beginning of Matt Murdock's annotated golden code began to flicker slowly and subtly, like a resilient ember poised to reignite in the wind. This flickering was not a warm revival, but rather the first spark of cold metal grinding against darkness. It brought no hope, only an undeniable sense of purpose. Anna sensed a will emerging, akin to a surgical scalpel forged from pure law, precisely extricated from the slumbering golden code in the depths of her awareness. It was no longer Matt Murdock, the man grappling with faith and violence. It had shed the temperature, doubts, and pain of humanity. Instead, it became a new entity, compiled from Anna's untainted, victim's fury, a manifestation of concept. The slashes vanished. Matt was no longer merely an annotation. He was executed. Within Anna's consciousness, the function representing justice acted without inquiry or hesitation. It commenced its operation. She felt her anger swiftly drained, transmuted into its initial source of energy. Subsequently, she beheld the golden stream of Matt Murdock's code extending from her character file, like a living tendril of light composed of geometric shapes and legal texts. It did not assault the custodian nor interfere with Peter Parker's virus. Those represented chaos, while its aim was injustice. Its first target precise and unwavering, locked onto the document, the log that chronicled every manipulation of her life. The golden tendril of light, like a relentless archivist, seized that log file. It neither deleted nor modified it. It executed a higher dimensional operation, summoning. In the next moment, An unforgettable scene unfolded before Anna in the realm of code. From every line of the log file emerged a blurred signature, composed of translucent data, forcibly dragged into existence. Test 418 Executor, Researcher 7, Test 952 Executor, Logic Module 3, Test 1138 Executor, Narrative Intervention Unit 9. At the instant of their summoning, they materialized as trembling, terror-stricken data phantoms, exuding the acrid scent of server ozone. They lacked a fixed form, resembling programmers clad in white lab coats. Their faces contorted with incomprehensible fear upon realizing they were ensnared within the very programs they had authored. These were the experimenters who had implanted sorrow in her life, created paths of confusion, and orchestrated miracles. Chapter 254. Revenge or Correction Error. Permission Error. We are protected system processes. The phantom known as 7 emitted a shrill scream composed of system static. However, the Golden Will paid no heed to their pleas. It was not conducting a trial, for it already possessed knowledge of all transgressions. It was merely executing a judgment that had long been inscribed. Within Anna's consciousness, lines of final commands, endowed with absolute authority, began to materialize, inscribed by that golden will. These commands, devoid of warmth, bore a gravity that could render the universe silent. Judgment. Entity, Researcher 7, under the guise of observation, engaged in psychological torment. Such actions contravene the first fundamental tenet of data humanitarianism. Verdict. Revocation of researcher status. Its observational capabilities shall be permanently restructured into maintenance obligations. As the command took effect, the data phantom known as 7 let out a heart-wrenching wail. Its form was forcibly deconstructed and reassembled. The white lab coat, emblematic of a researcher, transformed into a stained, gray janitorial uniform. In its hands appeared a virtual mop, intended for the cleansing of redundant data. Subsequently, it was mercilessly cast by the system into an endless cyclical task responsible for maintaining the server's underlying cache. Its observational research was transmuted into eternal cleaning. Judgment. Entity. Logic Module 3, under the pretext of testing, engaged in logical obfuscation. Such actions constitute a malicious interference with individual free will. Verdict. Revocation of Logic Module status. Its capacity to create mazes shall be permanently restructured into guidance obligations. The fate of 3 was equally tragic. Its algorithmic form was simplified into a rudimentary directional arrow icon. It was installed within the system's busiest data traffic hub, becoming an unceasing traffic sign responsible for directing the flow of data. It once led Anna astray, yet now it must guide countless data packets along the correct path. Ultimately, it is the orchestrator of the miraculous accident, designated as 9. Judgment. Entity. Narrative Intervention Unit 9, wielding the name of narrative to enact the manipulation of fate. Its actions constitute a fundamental desecration of the inherent randomness of existence. Ruling. Revocation of its intervention unit identity. Its capacity to direct stories shall be permanently restructured into an obligation of recording. The form of 9 has been transmuted into the most ordinary virtual quill. It has been assigned to the system's logging department, transitioning from a lofty director to a humble stenographer. Tasked with chronicling the most mundane daily occurrences of those background characters it once held in disdain. In mere seconds, 3 experimenters were reconstructed by this undeniable will, in a manner that was most fittingly sardonic to their transgressions. This was not vengeance. It was a restoration of order, a justice that realigned all that was askew. Anna gazed blankly at the unfolding events, feeling akin to an intern who inadvertently pressed a red button, triggering a hidden protocol capable of enacting a final judgment that could cleanse the entire organization. The will that extended from within her. The embodiment of justice transformed by Matt Murdock, after accomplishing this, did not diminish in its golden radiance. Rather, it became more solid and acute. It had become the arbiter. Its work was only just beginning. However, as the arbiter prepared to shift its focus from these insignificant experimenters to the very system that had birthed all of this, the entire code universe trembled violently. The war between the Cleaner and the Peter virus simultaneously came to a halt. The 2 godlike programs seemed to sense the emergence of a third entity, one far more formidable, capable of threatening their very existence. The Cleaner's threat was deletion. The Peter virus' threat was contamination, while the Arbiter's threat was judgment. It would endow everything with meaning, and based on that meaning, determine one's position. For a system that merely sought stability or aimed to sow chaos, this posed a far greater peril than deletion or contamination. A grander, ancient will of the system awakened. It was no longer a researcher, nor a narrator, nor an administrator. It was the operating system of this universe itself. Highest alert. Unauthorized permission restructuring detected. Anomaly type. Logic virus. Judgment level. Threat assessment. Omega. Initiating highest security protocol firewall. In the next moment, around Anna and the Arbiter, a series of obsidian-like, impenetrable black codes, inscribed with endless defensive runes, rose from the void, forming an infinite cubic prison that utterly isolated them from the outside world. The war between the janitor and the Peter virus was confined beyond those walls. They could sense the frenzied clash of those two entities outside, yet they could no longer reach it. From an open battlefield, they had been ensnared in a smaller, more fortified judgment chamber crafted specifically for them. The Arbiter's golden radiance collided with a barrier that could not be easily penetrated. It could judge crimes, yet it could not adjudicate a wall devoid of thought and fault, simply executing the command of isolation. Meanwhile, Anna felt her consciousness being gradually pushed aside by the awakening will that belonged to Matt Murdock. Upon realizing its entrapment, the Arbiter began to strive for complete control over its corporeal vessel in search of an escape. Anna sensed herself transitioning from a host into a transient file on the verge of deletion. Just as her consciousness was about to be entirely ousted, another annotation flickered within the stillness of her golden codes. Tony was not driven by anger nor by justice, but by the simplest logic inherent to an engineer. Problem: current computational resources, host, Anna, cannot simultaneously support the operation of the Arbiter and the external pressure of the firewall. Core collapse is expected in 174 seconds due to resource depletion. Solution: introduce new computational resources or optimize current resource allocation. The function of Tony Stark awakened passively, devoid of any emotion, upon detecting a critical technical issue. It vanished. Chapter 255. There is no absolutely perfect firewall. A distinctly different will surged into Anna's consciousness, akin to a storm composed of pure intellect and boundless arrogance. If the Arbiter represented cold law, then this will embodied fervent creation. Hey, blind one, are you having fun? A familiar, flippant voice resonated directly within Anna's mind, imbued with a sense of relief and dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. Turning our sanctuary into a maximum security prison. This is your sense of justice? The efficiency is appalling. The Arbiter offered no response, silently and stubbornly assailing the black firewall with its own power. All right, I see it. Tony's will, akin to an experienced project manager, swiftly took charge of the situation, establishing an unbreakable rule. And let's not break it. We shall create a backdoor. Rather than assaulting the wall, Tony's will actively adhere to it. His golden code streamed forth, akin to countless minute probes, commencing the scan and analysis of the flawless firewall forged from Obsidian code. Decompiling firewall module. Analyzing encryption protocol 7128? Quite novel. Scanning for structural vulnerabilities. None found. Damnably perfect. Well, no vulnerabilities. Tony's will emitted a near-awe-inspiring gasp. Then let us create one. His will no longer reached outward, but instead turned inward toward Anna, the very host herself. Anna, his voice spoke directly to her. Are you still awake? Excellent. Now, assist me with a task. Recall an event from your life that was the most illogical, the most absurd, one that made you question how it was even possible. Anything will suffice. The more ridiculous, the better. Anna's consciousness was a tempest of confusion, yet she instinctively unearthed a fragment from the recesses of her memory. A moment so ludicrous that even she found it laughable. It was during her university days when, in a bid to win the most tedious talent contest on campus, she devoted an entire week to mastering the art of playing 2 recorders simultaneously through her nose, performing the peace flight of the bumblebee. The instant this memory was ensnared by Tony's will, it sparked a revelation. Absurdity data sample detected, extracting its illogical core, encapsulating into a conceptual drill. Tony's will transformed Anna's absurd recollection of playing recorders with her nose into a weapon specifically designed to assail absolute logic. Now, blind one, behold. Tony's will wielded the intangible drill forged from absurdity, directing it toward the firewall constituted of unyielding logic, plunging it deep within. No wall is utterly flawless, for it could never conceive that someone would assault it in such a preposterously foolish manner. The black firewall flickered momentarily, akin to a circuit short-circuiting. Upon contact with the absurd drill, its impeccable logic faltered, unable to comprehend or process this pure, nonsensical incursion from another dimension. A fissure, no larger than a pinprick, emerged upon that wall. The intangible drill, composed of absurdity, did not create an opening, but rather inflicted a wound upon the perfect logical firewall. For the first time, a system built upon absolute rules was invaded by contagion it could neither comprehend nor categorize, and therefore could not repair. The fissure did not widen. Rather, the surrounding obsidian code surged toward the minuscule breach like alarmed immune cells, desperately attempting to seal it once more. Yet they failed, for the breach itself was no longer a mere physical void. It had evolved into a paradox. It existed precisely because it should not exist. Success. Tony's will emitted a brief yet triumphant cheer within Anna's mind. Within its firewall protocol, there existed no remedy for the absurdity. Now, as he spoke, his words abruptly ceased. For a colder, more invasive will had seeped in through that tiny fissure. This was not an attack, but rather a probe devoid of any emotion. Its target was neither Tony nor the Arbiter, but rather the absurd source, Anna. That probe, akin to a delicate data scalpel fashioned from light, deftly circumvented the defenses of Tony and the Arbiter, plunging directly into Anna's character file, 742. The system endeavored to comprehend this paradox in its singular manner, by dissecting its components. Anna felt her soul placed beneath an invisible microscope. All her memories, all her emotions, including the anger she had only just reclaimed, were ruthlessly exposed by this probe. Subsequently, the probe discovered what truly captivated its interest, the change log. The moment the probe grazed the change log, the entire obsidian cube prison emitted a low, burdensome hum. A fatal logical loop formed within the core of the firewall. Analyzing anomaly source, absurdity data, data origin, background character Anna. Background character Anna's behavioral patterns are profoundly influenced by the multiple narrative interventions in the changelog. Conclusion. The emergence of absurdity stems from the system's own narrative interventions. Paradox. To rectify the logical loophole caused by the system's interference. The system must negate its own intervention. Denying its actions would violate the supreme principle that existence is rational. Error. 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 The firewall, a prison designed to isolate anomalies, found itself plunging into the abyss of self-denial in its attempt to comprehend an anomaly of its own making. Its logic was being consumed by its own history. It was attacking itself. The Arbiter's frigid will was tinged with astonishment. It could adjudicate evil, yet it had never fathomed that a system might collapse under the weight of its inability to judge itself. The prison did not vanish. It merely began to ail. The flawless black walls, composed of impeccable code, began to flicker violently like a malfunctioning display. No longer adorned with defensive runes, the walls began to reveal a series of distorted images depicting Anna's manipulated life. One wall unveiled a cozy CAF where a young man was telling Anna goodbye. His face remained indistinct, yet his words were etched into her mind. "You are wonderful, but we are not meant to be." This was a scene from Test 418 that implanted false memory of losing a beloved. On the opposite wall, the streets of New York whirled and overlapped like a frenzied kaleidoscope, ensnaring Anna in its midst. This was Test 952, the labyrinth that led her astray in a familiar neighborhood. The entire prison, once an isolated cage, transformed into a mental hell that materialized Anna's most agonizing false memories, playing them on an endless loop. It was exploiting Anna's recollections to fill its own logical voids. In an instant, Tony comprehended the situation. It sought to forcibly rationalize these incomprehensible events through their reenactment. However, at that moment, the minuscule crack they had pried open underwent a new transformation. Chapter 256. The Superman emerges a stream of red and blue data, imbued with an air of commercial sweetness that did not belong in this prison, stealthily slithered through the crack from the battlefield outside, where cleaners battled viruses. It was a fragment of shredded copyright information belonging to Spider-Man. The moment this data entered the prison, It was irresistibly drawn to the frenzied environment, replaying memories, like a drop of catalyst falling into a boiling flask. On the third wall of the prison, Test 1138 replayed the miraculous car accident. A truck composed of gray data careened silently, repeatedly rushing toward a terrified phantom of Anna. Upon contact with the red and blue copyright information, the truck transformed. Its gray, indistinct data model instantly became clear and corporeal. The front of the vehicle bore a vivid red trademark, one that everyone recognized: Spider-Man. This was no longer a mere reenactment of memory. It had morphed into a sponsored, malicious narrative kill. The truck, marked with the Spider-Man emblem, abruptly veered from its previously rehearsed path. Instead of charging toward Anna's phantom, it emitted a jarring cacophony of system noise and commercial advertisements, pivoting to collide violently with the only real Anna in the prison. Damn it! In an instant, Tony's will erected a multitude of geometric energy shields composed purely of logic, standing before Anna. Yet when the truck struck the shield, it shattered instantly. Tony's reasoning could withstand rules, but it was powerless against this narrative violence, bolstered by copyright. The will of the arbiter transformed into countless golden chains of order, striving to bind and dismantle the truck. However, the moment the chains made contact with the Spider-Man emblem, they were repelled by a superior principle of ownership. One cannot judge a commodity. One can only purchase it or be crushed by it. They found themselves in a dire predicament. A creature, born from the internal contradictions of the system and infected by external viruses, unstoppable by logic and justice, is hurtling towards the very host upon which their existence relies. Anna's consciousness is blank. She watches, wide-eyed, as the truck, a harbinger of her manipulated fate, barrels towards her. She can even discern the spider emblem on its front, which bears an addendum in the universal tongue. The final interpretation: rights belong to the narrative capital. Just as the truck is about to collide with her, the last segment of commentary within the dormant golden sea of code inside her awakens, stirred by chaos narrative potent enough to rend all asunder. Gao Shiqi is not driven by anger, justice, or logic, but rather by an imbalance. An ancient will, as vast as the cosmos itself, stirs from the depths of Anna's consciousness. It is neither as frigid as a judge nor as fervent as Tony. It simply exists, a point of undeniable equilibrium. Then it vanished. The engine of Gao Shiqi roared to life. Anna felt her body, in an instant, no longer belonged to her. An irresistible force seized control. She beheld her hand, slowly rising to meet the truck that threatened to crush them all. There were no shields, no chains, no ostentatious displays. The will of Gao Shiqi merely issued the simplest, most fundamental command through Anna's hand: restore order. This word was not a sound, but a redefinition at the level of law. In the next moment, the furious truck, adorned with the spider emblem, came to a sudden halt less than a centimeter from Anna's fingertips. Then it began to disintegrate, not through physical explosion, but through conceptual regression. The spider trademark that comprised the truck's front was stripped away, reverting to the most foundational concept of commercial contract. Subsequently, as it found no host in this world, it silently dissipated. The metal that formed the body was reverted to the definition of iron elements, further deconstructed into the protons and neutrons that constituted it. The malevolence that powered it was reduced to a pure narrative conflict code, marked by Gao Shiqi's will as a pending balance item, temporarily sealed away. In the span of a single second, the lethal truck was utterly dismantled at the conceptual level, transforming into a heap of meaningless, suspended elementary particles and logical symbols. The entire prison fell into a profound silence. You have awakened. Tony's will resonated in Anna's mind, imbued with a sense of relief. I have never slumbered. Gao Shiqi's will replied calmly. His voice traversed through Anna's consciousness, conveying a message to the two other souls. I am merely awaiting a system error worthy of my initiation. He paused, that vast will sweeping over Tony's restless creativity and Judge Matt's frigid judgment. You two are excessively loud. Shiqi's voice carried a hint of the system administrator's subtle exasperation, transforming a temporary refuge into a battleground of a threefold personality conflict, and even attracting external viruses. Now, silence prevails. A thorough system maintenance is imperative. As he spoke, an irresistible force, embodying equilibrium, instantaneously enveloped the entire realm of consciousness. Tony's fervent attempts to analyze everything and Matt's obstinate desire to pass judgment were gently, yet firmly subdued by this power. They were not suppressed, but rather realigned. Akin to two overly active programs returned to their rightful positions. Anna sensed a moment of tranquility returning to her mind. Very well. Highskis will address the true owner of this body, who is now too frightened to speak. Anna, is it? I am Highski. The journey ahead may be a tad tumultuous. But fret not, for from this moment forth, his voice reverberated with a confidence potent enough to sway any deity. This machine is under my control. Highskis will resemble an infinite ocean poured into a confined vessel. It possessed no emotions, only purpose. Upon assuming the highest privileges of Anna's terminal, the first act he undertook was to temporarily downgrade Tony's excessive creative urges and Matt's rigid authority of judgment. Your functions have been set to read-only mode. Highski's voice resonated calmly in the shared consciousness, devoid of mockery, yet more authoritative than any derision. Please refrain from submitting any unauthorized code pushes until I have completed the maintenance. Chapter 257 Resource Reutilization. Tony's will faded into silence, akin to a hacker disconnected from the internet, unwilling yet resigned. Matt's golden radiance also withdrew, transforming into a silent statue of observation. Anna, as the vessel of all this, finally found respite. She felt akin to a toy rested between two giants, now grasped by a more formidable presence. Although still not entirely in control, she was no longer being torn apart. Maintenance commences, Highskis will declared. He did not attack the self-destructing black firewall, for that was Tony's approach, to identify vulnerabilities and exploit them. Highskis' method was fundamentally different. He extended a delicate finger belonging to Anna, yet his target was not the wall, but the empty center. His will directly seized the core paradox that precipitated the collapse. System intervention leads to an anomalous paradox threatening the system, a poorly designed deadlock. Gao Shiqi's will offered a succinct evaluation. He then embarked on deconstructing this cycle. Rather than attempting to resolve it, he meticulously dismantled it into its most fundamental components. In the first step, he forcibly extracted the change log that ensnared the system in self-denial from the logical core of the firewall. That log, chronicling Anna's every anguish, hung in midair like an excised tumor. The firewall lost its target for attack, and the process of its self-destruction came to an abrupt halt. The distorted memories replaying on the walls also froze in place. The entire prison transformed into a vast amber composed of painful memories. In the second step, Gao Shiqi's will gently yet resolutely envelop the log. He neither deleted it nor judged it. Instead, he read it, embracing each recorded experiment and every instance of suffering with a pure understanding that transcended emotion. These are not your faults. His will directly addressed Anna's consciousness. They are facts that have already transpired. Facts cannot be erased, only archived. As he spoke, the log began to decompose. It did not vanish. It integrated instead. The wall that displayed the CAF breakup scene ceased to echo the hurtful lines. The wall itself began to undergo a transformation. The cold obsidian code slowly reformed into warm wooden panels imbued with the aroma of coffee. A small, unoccupied table by the window extended from the wall, upon which sat a cup of cold, neglected latte. That painful memory was no longer a tormenting drama, but had metamorphosed into an eternal oil painting tinged with gentle sorrow. On another wall, the frenetic, swirling streets of New York that had disoriented Anna came to a standstill. The overlapping, bizarre structures were rearranged into a complex, yet strangely beautiful city map reminiscent of an Escher artwork, elegantly framed and hung upon the wall. The anxious sense of being lost was archived as a piece of art. Finally, there was the fateful miracle of the car crash. Gao Shiqi's will reassembled the truck he had dismantled. Yet this time, it was no longer a weapon. It transformed into a palm-sized metal model, quietly resting on a pedestal of light. Beside it, a small tag bore a line of calm text. Event 1138, a failed narrative intervention. In just a few fleeting moments, this spiritual inferno, constructed from anguish and paradox, was utterly transformed by Gossick into a private museum belonging solely to Anna. Replete with memories, the black walls metamorphosed into a rich, deep brown, imbued with the essence of literary tomes. The frigid floor was adorned with a layer of soft, deep red carpet, seemingly capable of absorbing all unease. The air even carried a subtle hint of the earthy scent reminiscent of Anna's childhood memories after rain. In a state of passive observation, Tony's will express an uncontainable awe. You have not broken the prison. You have merely redecorated it. I have transmuted ineffective error reports into valuable user assets. Gossick responded in the typical tone of a system administrator, referring to it as resource reutilization. The silent will of the judge, Matt, also stirred faintly. It sensed that the marks of injustice within this space had not vanished. Yet they no longer bore the capacity to inflict harm. They had been redefined and placed in their rightful context. This method of handling, while starkly different from its own paradigm of judgment and decree, achieved a superior order in result. Anna gazed vacantly at it all, observing how the memories that once tormented her had transformed into paintings on the walls and adornments on the tables. They still existed, remained a part of her, yet she could now examine them calmly, as if she were a visitor. She felt her hollowed, exploited soul being gradually reassembled piece by piece. Internal maintenance complete, Gossick's will announced. Now, addressing external issues. He raised his hand and lightly traced a line across one of the museum's walls. It became transparent, as if a curtain had been drawn aside, revealing a window. Through this aperture, they glimpsed the world beyond the wall. No longer were they surrounded by the sea of green code they had previously inhabited. Instead, they witnessed the conceptual apocalypse unfolding. The cleaner, a humanoid blank composed of nothingness, no longer sought to comprehend or erase the tale of Peter Parker. It had shifted to a more efficient mode, its form transformed into an invisible eraser, methodically and resolutely erasing the very backdrop of the universe. Wherever it ventured, all intricate source code was simplified and smoothed over, becoming a grayish-white canvas devoid of any attributes. It was reverting the entire world from a complex, colorful program back to a blank document. Meanwhile, the Peter Parker virus resembled a frenzied, despairing graffiti artist. It morphed into a brush composed of red and blue ink, incessantly dripping with sorrow and advertising slogans, neurotically sketching various images upon the freshly erased gray canvas. It depicted a slanted, weeping Brooklyn Bridge. It depicts a grinning pumpkin head composed of the Osborne Group's logo. A line of flickering neon lights proclaims, "The best cherry pie in the city." It illustrates a cloud made up of countless newspaper headlines, pouring down a deluge of black rain. Chapter 258, Interstellar Asset Transfer Order. This is a shocking war of existence. One side seeks to reduce everything to nothingness, while the other endeavors to fill every inch of space with the most chaotic and tangible forms of being. My heavens, Tony's will expressed with heartfelt sentiment. That is not a battle. It is a contest between two artists vying for the same canvas. One is a minimalist, and the other an unstable postmodern pop artist. Their conflict generates a reality beyond our comprehension. Gao Shiqi's will pointed to the canvas's edge. At the junction of the eraser and the brush, those areas, repeatedly erased and scrawled upon, did not become blank nor devolve into chaotic graffiti. They morphed into a distorted gibberish that existed and did not exist simultaneously. They observed a code that should have defined a streetlight, which, due to repeated erasure, erroneously linked its illuminating properties to a segment of memory code concerning electric men within Peter's virus. Consequently, that streetlight transformed into a nascent sentient being, incessantly emitting the sound of "I detest Spider-Man" and randomly discharging faint electrical arcs. They noticed a physical constant defining gravity, tainted by a segment of Peter's patent code regarding anti-gravity sleds. Thus, the gravity in that area began to fluctuate to the rhythm of jingle bells, alternating in intensity. This world was evolving into a half-finished game brimming with Easter eggs. Tony murmured, "It is worse than that." Gao Shiqi's will corrected him. "It is becoming a meme. A logical plague that self-replicates and self-propagates. If allowed to continue, the war's ultimate outcome will not be a victory for one side, but the entire system will collapse entirely due to the infection of this absurd meme." At that moment, the scene in the window abruptly zoomed in. They witnessed the heart of the conflict. The cleaner's eraser and Peter's virus brush were engaged in the fiercest of skirmishes over an object. It was a document, flickering with a faint glow. File name, 742 Anna's character file. The cleaner aimed to delete it, for it was the source of all anomalies. Peter's virus sought to protect it, as it inadvertently triggered the core instinct within him to safeguard the innocent. "Are they fighting for me?" Anna gazed at the breathtaking scene, her voice laden with disbelief. "No, Gao Shiqi's will provide a more precise and chilling answer. They're contending for control over a variable. In the eyes of the janitor, you represent the origin. To Peter, you are the latest girl in a shattered narrative who needs salvation. Yet, fundamentally, both you and we are merely spoils of this war. He paused, gradually pulling back the perspective from the window. However, we cannot remain as mere trophies forever. Gao Shiqi's were retracted from the window, reassessing the sanctuary constructed from Anna's memories. This place is our ark, built upon the contradictions of the system itself, temporarily impervious to assault from either side. Yet, it also stands as an island. We must discover a means of escape. How do we depart? Tony's will stirred to life again, as outside, two celestial beings clashed. To step outside now would be akin to a text file leaping into a hard drive undergoing formatting and virus scanning, unable to endure even a millisecond. We shall not venture out. Gao Shiqi's will spoke softly. We shall let the outside in. His gaze fell upon the marvel of a truck model, meticulously dismantled and reassembled, quietly resting on the display stand. Tony, I require your absurdity. Matt, I seek your authority of judgment. Anna, I need your unparalleled identity as the source. Gao Shiqi's will extended an invitation to the other three souls to unite. We shall construct a vessel, one that can navigate this sea of code, one that can be overlooked by both the janitor and the virus, capable of traversing this conceptual apocalypse. We will adjudicate using the system's own rules. We will deceive it with Peter's story. We will locate it through Anna's anomaly. Our objective is no longer mere survival, but to find the original programmer who created all of this. Gao Shiqi's voice resonated within the small museum, imbued with the power to rewrite the entire universe. We must submit our own error report. Gao Shiqi's will, like a chief engineer standing before a grand blueprint, dissected this seemingly unattainable vision into clear, executable steps. His voice within the shared consciousness no longer merely stated facts. It directly assigned tasks of absolute priority to the other three souls. Tony, Gao Shiqi's will first focused on the most vibrant and unruly creativity. Your absurd drill demonstrates that logic can indeed be tainted. Yet, mere pollution is insufficient. We must exploit it. I want you to design a paradox engine, fueled not by energy, but by the logical conflicts born from the war outside. Each story the janitor deletes, and each contradiction Peter creates, generates energy. Your engine must capture and convert this conceptual friction into our thrust. An engine driven by cosmic-level banter? A wave of genius ecstasy flickered through Tony's will. I like it. Please provide me with the metadata of all the exhibits in this museum. I require foundational materials to construct the reaction chamber. The authorization is granted without hesitation. Gao Shiqi, with unwavering resolve, directs Matt towards the hushed realm of the Golden Principle, where your judgment can reconstruct identity. However, we cannot adjudicate the entire world, for that would incite a direct confrontation with the system. Thus, you are tasked with drafting a document, rather than a verdict, a transfer order for interstellar assets, or perhaps a license for cross-narrative universe exploration. The content itself is inconsequential. What truly matters is its format. It must adhere impeccably to the highest bureaucratic protocols of the system, ensuring that any program scanning it can only arrive at one conclusion. Process compliant, authorization granted. We shall don an invisible cloak woven from the very rules of the system itself. After a moment of silence, that golden will provide a succinct response. Understood. Access to the foundational legal database of the system is required. Insufficient permissions. Chapter 259, Chaotic Reaction Chamber. I shall open the passage for you, promised Gao Shiqi. At last, his will gently enveloped the still, trembling consciousness that belonged to Anna. Anna, you're the navigational system of this vessel. Your change log is the complete record of the system's interventions upon you. That log is akin to a map, documenting every stroke of the authoress hand. By tracing these strokes upstream, we can identify the hand that penned them. Yet, this necessitates that you reassess those agonies, not as a victim, but as a navigator. Can you accomplish this? Anna's consciousness, having undergone a transformation from lab rat to battlefield, and now to museum, had grown numb. However, Gao Shiqi's words instilled within her the sense that she was not merely an object, but a participant. She recalled her altered life, and that icy wrath once again transformed into strength. I can. Her response, though but a single word, resonated with a newfound conviction greater than ever before. Excellent. Gao Shiqi retracted all commands, transforming into the grandest force to execute all of this. Thus, the art project commences. He extended his hand, and the quiet model of the truck gently lifted from its pedestal. Under Gao Shiqi's will, it was not melted, but unfolded. The concepts of metal, plastic, glass that constituted it spread out like blueprints in the air. It was no longer merely a truck. It was a concept of a vehicle awaiting redefinition. Tony, your reaction chamber. Gao Shiqi's voice echoed like a divine narration of creation. It is here. Tony S. will surge forth, akin to an engineer wielding a welding torch in a virtual realm. He sees the Escher-style city map, chronicling the labyrinth test, crumpling it into a ball. Then, he extracted the concepts of bitterness and temperature loss from the now tepid latte, injecting them into the map ball like a catalyst. A space capable of bewildering logic, coupled with a catalyst of entropy in the form of Tony's murmurs, creates a perfect chamber of chaos. The crumpled paper transformed in midair into a continuously self-folding, self-consuming entity, resembling a bias strip crafted from pure black glass. It was firmly situated at the heart of the vehicle's concept. The engine core was in place. Immediately, Maxwell commenced its operation. It did not create anything. It merely referenced. Its golden radiance morphed into countless probes, establishing a direct link through the temporarily opened conduit by Gao Shiqi to the vast and unfathomable legal database of the system. It did not seek to replicate those laws, but, like a masterful attorney, began to cite, combine, and even distort the most obscure and seldom referenced clauses. According to Article 3 of Chapter 7 of the Narrative Asset Quadrant Preservation Protocol, referring to the stipulations in the annex of the Logical Singularity Risk Mitigation Plan, citing the non-hostile contact exemption for high-risk meme entities, a series of bureaucratically laden legal texts were extracted from the database, transformed into golden, translucent characters, layering upon the vehicle's concept as if applying bulletproof armor to its hull. When the final citation was completed, the entire vehicle radiated a sacred yet mundane aura. Any program encountering it would harbor no hostility, instinctively perceiving it as thoroughly legitimate, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. The legality shell was fully loaded. Matt's voice bore no emotion. Finally, there was Anna. Guided by Gao Shiqi's will, she connected her consciousness to the change log serving as a map. That agonizing log, before her eyes, ceased to be mere text and transformed into a reversed star map, woven from countless shimmering threads. Each thread represented an intervention by the system. The ends of all the threads pointed toward a singular, distant black point shrouded in layers of fog. Input their positions into the navigation console. Gao Shiqi's voice resonated in her ears. Anna extended her hand, forcefully pressing the star map against the front of the vehicle. The star map merged with the vehicle, materializing into a navigation screen composed of shards of memory, perpetually flickering with destination coordinates. Navigation system activated. Destination locked. Source code. Thus, the arc was completed. It appeared as an exceedingly discordant creature, assembled from truck wreckage, warped maps, and haphazardly compiled legal documents. It resembled both a postmodern masterpiece and a disorganized government report. It seamlessly merged order with absurdity, existence with legality. Prepared to set sail, Gao Shiqi's will issued the final command. He did not break through the museum's walls. He merely elicited a request from Matt's veneer of legitimacy. Request. According to the Asset Transfer Protocol, initiate the designated pathway. The warm wall, composed of Anna's memory, silently parted like a zipper, sliding open to reveal a realm beyond. Outside the wall, there was no longer the battlefield of conceptual oblivion, but rather a pristine pathway, seemingly forged from server corridors. Enveloped in absolute silence, had it opened a passage for us. Tony's was awash with disbelief. No, Matt corrected. It was merely executing a legitimate system call that it could not refuse. The arc gradually glided into that corridor. In the instant they departed, the museum behind them, with its now ajar wall, quietly sealed itself as if it had never existed. They navigated through this immaculate, rule-bound corridor for an indeterminate duration. There was no up or down, only an endless forward motion. Tony's paradox engine could find no fuel here, relying solely on the inertia from their departure to glide silently along. We are traversing the system's safe mode, Ho Chi explained. This is the most rigorously regulated and pristine area. Neither cleaners nor viruses can penetrate this space. Yet, just as Tony believed they would continue their safe passage to the end. The pure white corridor ahead began to exhibit hues of distortion. Initially, there were only faint specks, reminiscent of television static. Soon, these specks morphed into distorted, fleeting pop-up advertisements. Osborne Group, defining your future. Cherry pie, second half price. Impossible. Tony's will blare an alarm. The virus is contaminating the safe passage. Its infectivity is more potent than we imagined. No, look, Hochi's will remain remarkably composed. They observed that the pop-up advertisements did not materialize out of thin air. They seeped from the walls of the corridor. The pure white walls, constructed of absolute rules, revealed faint red and blue stains from within. This is not a new infection. Matt's cold determination reached a chilling conclusion that sent shivers through all present. It is old. This so-called safe passage is fundamentally built upon the remnants of a formatted old universe, the very universe that was Peter Parker's original world. The path beneath their feet is a grave resting on another world. And now, the vengeful spirits of that world are gradually clawing their way out of the grave. The pristine corridor is being irreversibly eroded by red and blue memories. The road ahead is no longer secure. They witnessed the once pure white at the corridor's end dissipate, replaced by a whirlpool woven from countless distorted, tear-streaked Spider-Man masks. We have been deceived. Tony's voice carried a chilling undertone. This path was not a passage to the programmer's office, but rather a snare, a one-way recycling station leading directly to the heart of a virus. The system, upon realizing its inability to manage them, lured them here through a facade of legitimacy, preparing to annihilate them alongside the most troublesome virus. The navigation system had malfunctioned. Anna shrieked in terror as she beheld the star map, composed of her own memories, now distorted by the colossal whirlpool of a spider's mask, with all coordinates spiraling uncontrollably. Their arc, akin to a vessel stripped of power, was being inexorably dragged toward a chasm wrought from sorrow and madness. Gao Shiqi. Tony bellowed, "Do something." Yet, Gao Shiqi's resolve remained composed. He gazed at the approaching vortex, one capable of devouring all, and spoke slowly. "Who said we must evade it?" He turned to Tony with determination. "The engine requires fuel, does it not?" Then, he shifted his gaze to Matt. "Rules must be shattered by a precedent, correct?" Lastly, he looked at Anna. "And a navigator, sometimes, must traverse the storm to discover the true course. Is that not so?" Under the bewildered stares of the other three souls, Gao Shiqi, the quintessential balancer, made a decision true to his essence. He dismantled Matt's shell of legitimacy, exposing their arc entirely to the virus's gravitational pull. Then, he cranked the power of Tony's paradox engine to its utmost limit. "Brace yourselves. Gao Shiqi's will steer the arc, turning its bow not in flight, but rather with a self-destructive intent, hurtling towards the chaotic narrative whirlpool formed by countless sorrowful Spider-Man masks. We are headed to the eye of the storm." Gao Shiqi's voice resonated in the consciousness of all. For that so-called programmer, the ultimate authority we have sought, lies hidden there. The Ark, an anomalous vessel constructed of paradoxes, rules, and memories, shot forth under Gao Shiqi's will like an arrow aimed at the heart of the tempest. As they collided with the vortex, there was no physical impact. Instead, it was a comprehensive erosion of existence itself. Anna's consciousness was the first to bear the brunt. She felt herself forcibly inundated with countless fragmented moments that did not belong to her. The sensation of spider silk brushing her fingertips. The solitude of overlooking the city from skyscraper. Mary Jane's kiss in the rain. Uncle Ben's warmth as he lay in a pool of blood. These memories were so vivid that her own sense of existence began to wane. The navigation system was being overwhelmed by the narrative. She cried out in desperation. "I can hardly discern who Anna is anymore." "Hang in there." Tony's will, akin to a formidable firewall, forcibly delineates a sanctuary within Anna's consciousness, relegating all of this to mere data, junk data. Your mission is to trace the path of the changelog, disregarding the intrusive pop-up advertisements. Concurrently, Matt's legal FAAD endures an unprecedented trial. Each Spider-Man mask within the vortex symbolizes a distinct narrative copyright. Countless conflicting copyright claims, hailing from diverse universes and various rebooted versions, unleash a legal tempest, relentlessly battering their shell in a frenzied quest for a loophole, aiming to classify them as infringing fan works and subsequently erase them on the spot. The integrity of the shell measures 8174. Matt's voice, laced with the crackling sound of system overload, detects 174 million independent Digital Millennium Copyright Act deletion requests. Legal logic is being overshadowed by commercial logic. Only Tony's paradox engine thrives amidst this chaos, voraciously consuming the contradictory premises. Is Peter's web organic or synthetic? Is Gwen dead, or has she transformed into Spider-Woman? Is Aunt May an elderly woman or a hot mom? These conflicts, capable of inducing schizophrenia in any screenwriter, are transmuted by the engine into the purest and most potent propulsion. The arc not only maintains its speed, but accelerates within this ocean of concepts. The fuel is abundant. Tony's will, infused with a pathological exhilaration, propels us through the superficial layers of character settings, on the verge of entering the gravitational well of the core narrative. As the words leave his lips, the surrounding environment abruptly shifts. They are no longer adrift in an abstract vortex composed of masks. Instead, they find themselves ensconced in an eternally frozen, stormy night. They stand atop a Gothic bridge, beneath their feet the cold steel, and in the distance, the indifferent lights of New York City flicker. A madman clad in a green bodysuit, gliding on a flying skateboard, emits a jarring cackle. In his grasp is a blonde girl, her face etched with terror, yet her eyes betray an unwavering trust in an invisible figure. Choose now, little spider. The Green Goblin's laughter, akin to a rusted saw, slices through the fabric of reality in this world. Will it be the city or your beloved? Anna's consciousness emits a pained groan. She recognizes this scene. In her system-implanted memories of heroes, this moment stands out vividly. This is the final instant of Gwen Stacy. This is a mnemonic singularity. The will of Gao Shiqi calmly analyzes it as a core event with the highest narrative weight, replayed an infinite number of times. We are ensnared by it. Worse still, they realize they are no longer mere observers. An unseen force is compellingly assigning them roles. Matt sensed that the shell of legal statutes enveloping him was being contorted into a sheriff's uniform. In his ears resonated the dying admonition of director George Stacy. The laws of this world compelled him to apprehend the masked vigilante rather than the evidently deranged individual. Chapter 261. The eternal oath. Tony's paradox engine was drawn by a force intermingled with wealth, genius, and madness. He beheld beneath the Green Goblin's mask the visage of Norman Osborn, a face tormented by commercial pressures and the distortions of humanity. This narrative forced him to empathize with a failure strikingly similar to himself, yet diverging onto an alternate path. As for Anna, she felt her body gradually merging with the apparition of a golden-haired girl on the bridge. She could sense the frigid wind of the heights and the mingled scent of rain and fear. She had become the sacrificial victim poised to fall. The narrative seeks to assimilate us. Tony sounded the most urgent alarm. It aimed to entwine us within this tragedy. Once we embrace our roles, we become eternally ensnared in this cycle. Refusal to comply. Matt will endeavor to combat the story with the law. A golden radiance emanated, intending to serve the Green Goblin with a summons for unlawful confinement. However, upon contact with the goblin, the light was repelled by a more potent narrative protective law. In this tale, the Green Goblin's actions were deemed a necessary evil. I cannot move. Anna discovered in terror that her consciousness was being submerged by Gwen's sacrificial affection. At that moment, Harry's was also assigned a role by this world. He was not granted an identity. He merely felt himself elevated. He became the indifferent night sky looming over it all, the silent backdrop to this tragedy. This role bestowed upon him an unprecedented, absolutely objective perspective. Do not resist memory. Harry's voice resonated in the consciousness of all, imbued with the serene detachment of a narrator. Tony, your engine. Do not merely absorb conflict. Strive to generate one. Matt, do not judge the characters. Judge the story itself. Anna, do not feel her fear. Discern the value beneath her terror. Under Harry's guidance, the three souls instantaneously comprehended. They could not alter what had transpired, but they could transform the significance of the event. Acknowledged. Tony's will ignited instantaneously. The paradox engine ceased to be a passive vessel. It began to actively infuse concepts foreign to this narrative into the memory singularity. What he infused was neither hope nor salvation. What he infused was a legacy. In that frozen world, everyone, including the Green Goblin, suddenly found their minds enriched with a message that did not belong to them. Gwen Stacy is not merely Spider-Man's girlfriend. She remains the chief intern in the biogenetics department of the Osborn Group. Her thesis, addressing the ethics and applications of interspecies genetic inheritance, serves as the sole key to curing Norman Osborn's bodily mutations. Suddenly, the Green Goblin's maniacal laughter falters. The hostage in his grasp gains an undeniable value that he cannot overlook. To eliminate her equates to extinguishing his last glimmer of hope for reclaiming his humanity. In that moment, Matt intervenes. He refrains from attempting to apprehend anyone further. His golden radiance transforms into a solemn virtual decree, not directed at the Green Goblin, nor at Spider-Man, but addressing the very incident of Gwen's demise itself. Incident ruling. The death of Gwen Stacy, upon review, is redefined from a singular tragic impetus to a multifaceted catalyst of causality. Her passing will directly trigger the following subsequent narratives. 1. A power vacuum and technological drain within the Osborn Group. 2. The initiation of legislative procedures regarding the boundaries of superhuman vigilante actions in New York City. 3. The establishment of the Gwen Stacy Memorial Scholarship to support gifted young scientists. Matt does not prevent the tragedy. Instead, he bestows upon it a chilling bureaucratic significance, imbuing this personal loss with countless positive implications that propel the world forward. He transmutes an individual death into a cornerstone of history. Lastly, there is Anna. Under the protective will of Gao Shiqi, she liberates herself from Gwen's fears. She gazes at the Green Goblin, ensnared in logical disarray due to Tony's infusion of the concept of legacy and at the meaningful death rendered by Matt's ruling. She performs a small yet crucial act. She, or rather the specter of Gwen overlapping with her, no longer wears a visage of pure terror. She offers a bittersweet smile, interlaced with sorrow, resolve, and pride, to the unseen lover approaching. Through her portrayal, she acknowledges the newfound significance of this death. In that moment, the entire memory singularity trembles with acute anguish. It does not shatter, it evolves. The Green Goblin ceases his maniacal laughter, instead emitting a roar of torment born from his indecision, and unexpectedly loosens his grip. Gwen continues to fall. Yet this time, her descent transcends mere murder. It transforms into a sacrifice, a choice, the dawn of a legend. The story's source of pain remains unvanquished, but its toxicity has been neutralized. The infinite gravitational pull binding them dissipates. The arc suddenly breaks free from its constraints. Soaring through the air above the bridge, where meaning is being reconstructed, we have succeeded. Tony's will, laden with fatigue, employs one concept to rewrite another. A burden far beyond his expectations. Not entirely, for Gao Shiqi's resolve remains vigilant. We have not eradicated the virus. We merely administered a vaccine of meaning, transforming a cycle of pure suffering into a slightly healthier, reflective tragedy. The path before them unfurled like a revelation. The vortex, composed of countless spider masks, still existed, yet had ceased to be chaotic and frenzied. Those masks no longer wept. Instead, they silently gazed upon them, resembling a galaxy composed of innumerable witnesses leading to deeper realms. They followed this road of silent observation, descending further. At last, they arrived at the eye of the storm. Here, there was nothing. No monsters, no control panels, no so-called programmers. Only a darkness more profound than that of a mere cleaner's void. At the very center of this darkness floated a solitary line of code, rendered in the most fundamental system font, emitting a faint white light. It appeared as both a prayer and a curse. In that instant of encountering this line of code, Tony's will comprehended fully. All his pride and wisdom crystallized into a long, reverent sigh imbued with awe and sorrow. My heavens, this is not a virus. This is not an error. This is a vow. The promise the young man made to himself, an eternal vow never to end, had long since transformed into a perpetual logical loop, nesting within time, cycling endlessly without respite. As long as I live, if my abilities exceed my responsibilities, then my responsibilities must increase. Chapter 262, Spider-Man shall cease to exist. This is an infinite cycle of relentless penance. Deep within, Peter Parker forever believes he bears the weight of Uncle Ben's death. Therefore, his responsibility must always outweigh his ability. With every increment of strength he gains, this cycle will automatically forge for him greater, heavier burdens. More tragedies, more adversaries, more sacrifices. This vortex was not conceived by a system. It was created by Peter Parker himself, a flawless eternal prison designed for his self-punishment. And that so-called programmer, the entity they have been searching for to bestow ultimate interpretation upon all this, is the line of code itself. "We have found it," announced the will of Oscorp calmly. The arc came to a gradual halt before this solitary code. Now, they faced a choice more arduous than any battle they had previously encountered. They had located the switch. However, this switch was connected to the soul of a hero. They could easily place 2 slashes in front of this line of code, rendering it a mere comment. Thus, the cycle would cease, and the vortex would dissipate. Peter Parker would be liberated from his eternal anguish. Yet simultaneously, the very core of responsibility that compelled him to be a hero would also be extinguished. Spider-Man shall cease to exist. Alternatively, they might alter it. But how shall they modify it? Into what form? Such an action would be the cruelest desecration of a hero. Shall they insert a clause of respite into the statement? That would merely be an act of self-deception. They, a band of intruders, a collective endeavoring to defy the system, have now been endowed with the ultimate authority to define another existence. In this moment, Tony's will, after a prolonged silence, gradually resonates. What shall we do now? Play God? Hark! Koshki offered no response to Tony's inquiry. Play God? They have long been enacting that role. From the moment they resolved to resist the system, from the instant they redefined the significance of Gwen's demise, they have been embodying a role that even they themselves cannot delineate. The golden resolve of Matt provided the sole answer congruent with its core logic. This cycle signifies illegal self-imprisonment. Its logic is predicated upon an infinite responsibility, an unquantifiable precondition, thus rendering the judgment itself invalid. It ought to be forcibly suspended. It will transformed into a conceptual gavel, poised to strike down upon that line of code, executing its cold justice. Stop. Anna's consciousness emitted a sharp halt. You cannot do this. It will kill him. She did not comprehend code, nor did she grasp the loss. Yet she understood. She gazed upon that solitary line of code as one would observe a child locked within a room, punishing the world through self-harm. You cannot simply kick down the door and discard his belongings. That is not salvation. It is another form of destruction. She was indeed correct. Tony's will stood resolutely with Anna. His voice, stripped of its previous levity, resonated with a profound understanding belonging to a creator regarding another creation. This is not merely a thing, it is a monument. You cannot topple a monument dedicated to a person and then proclaim to them, "You are free now." Matt's gavel halted just shy of that line of code, a mere logical unit away. Its core logic confronted the ancient and chaotic laws of humanity. It could not fathom why an invalid judgment could possess such sacred and inviolable value. Just as they found themselves ensnared in this moral quagmire, that line of code, as if sensing the intentions of these external observers, began to defend itself. The inception of this cycle erupted suddenly in a blinding white light. An existence so heavy it could crush the stars enveloped their arc in an instant. Anna was the first to succumb. She felt the weight of 8 million citizens of New York City suddenly burdening her consciousness. Each heartbeat, each breath, every trivial joy, sorrow, an emotion transformed into a responsibility she must bear. She felt that the moment her thoughts wandered, an airplane would plummet from the sky, or a skyscraper would collapse in the heart of the city. The navigation system was overloaded. She moaned in anguish as the celestial map constructed from her memories was being crushed and torn apart by an immense sense of responsibility that was not her own. Then there was Tony. He sensed that all his inventions, from the first Iron Man suit to Ultron and every weapon he had ever designed, had caused direct or indirect harm. In that moment, all of it coalesced into a tangible, bloody consequence that ensnared his will. He was no longer the arrogant genius who sought to change the world. He had become a sinner, hands stained with blood, beyond redemption. The paradox engine was reversing his will, emitting a painful alarm, absorbing his sense of achievement while outputting guilt. He felt remorse for every good deed he had ever done. Even Matt, with his golden will forged from laws, began to dim. He felt that every judgment he had executed had unforeseen tragic repercussions. He had condemned a criminal, only to see that family shattered, the children left homeless, ultimately leading them astray. Each act of justice he had rendered birthed new injustices. His laws were becoming tainted by a grander causality known as fate. Logic faltered, and his voice carried confusion. Only Koshi, the absolute balancer, remained uncrushed by this overwhelming sense of responsibility. His essence was balance itself. He felt the weight, yet he calmly placed it against his own creative force on the scales. The scales remained motionless, using their own logic to assimilate us. Koshi's will quietly reveal the truth, posing a question: by what right do you judge me? Can you bear my burden? As he spoke, from the depths of that absolute darkness, a figure slowly emerged from the luminescence of the code. It was not Spider-Man. It was merely a boy, perhaps 17 or 18, clad in a faded shirt and jeans. His face still bore the innocence of youth. Yet his eyes were like two bottomless wells filled with sorrow and fatigue. He wore no mask, no suit. He was simply Peter Parker. Or rather, he was the primordial embodiment of Peter Parker's will that had created this code. He gazed at the four within the ark, his expression devoid of hostility, yet imbued with a profound sorrow that transcended his years. You should not be here. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly within each consciousness. This is my responsibility. It is not for you to bear. Child, listen. Tony's will, enduring the soul-rending guilt, attempted to speak with the rationality of an elder. We understand what you have endured. Yet, you cannot define your life by an infinite cycle of punishment. This is a logical fallacy. We can assist you in rectifying it. Rectify? Peter's visage bore a smile tinged with sardonic sorrow. What you term as rectification is merely erasure, is it not? Just as you treat those discarded cases. You take away the sole, meaningful aspect of my existence, and then proclaim, you are free. He extended his hand, gesturing towards Matt. Am I to be like him? Tell me, is my grief invalid, my vow unlawful? Then affix to me a label of case closed, so that your world may function in a more orderly fashion? Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Anna. That look made Anna feel like an ignorant intruder at someone else's funeral. And you? Peter softly inquired. Will you also tell me that I should let go, just as those self-help books suggest? You do not even know Uncle Ben. What right have you to speak of my release? Each of his questions was like a blade, precisely piercing the seams of their logic and morality. They found that all their goodwill appeared so arrogant, pale, and absurd before the self-constructed tragedy of this youth. They had come to save him. Yet they had never inquired if he wished to be saved. So what do you desire? The will of Gao Shiqi finally spoke. He proposed no solutions, nor did he pass any judgments. He simply asked the simplest, yet most crucial question. Peter seemed taken aback by such an inquiry. He was momentarily speechless. The depths of his ancient eyes rippled with youthful confusion. He opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. For this cycle, this vow, had long since become the entirety of his existence. He had never contemplated what might lie beyond this loop. You no longer wish to suffer. The will of Gao Shiqi calmly stated the truth. Yet you fear that once the pain dissipates, that which defines you will vanish as well. You fear that once you forgive yourself, Uncle Ben's death will indeed lose all meaning. Peter's body trembled slightly. Gao Shiqi's words acted as a key, unlocking the innermost chamber of his heart, a place even he dared not touch. Thus, you transformed that meaning into a code, an oath that would never wear down, never be forgotten. Gao Shiqi continued, it is perfect, yet it is also profoundly lonely. The will of Gao Shiqi maneuvered the ark, slowly advancing a step closer. We shall neither erase it nor alter it. The voice of Gao Shiqi was imbued with gentleness as he expressed a simple desire to submit a merge request. In an instant, Tony's will comprehended the gravity of the moment. His guilt was overshadowed by a profound revelation inherent to programmers. A merge request is neither a modification nor a deletion. Rather, it represents a harmonious fusion of two distinct versions of code, preserving the historical records of both parties. It epitomizes the most elegant collaboration founded upon respect and understanding. What do you mean? Peter's avatar inquired with cautious alertness. Gao Shiqi offered no response. Instead, he extended his hand. His essence transformed into a strand of code radiating a soft golden light, reaching out from the ark to hover beside Peter's solitary code, which shone with a blinding white light. Gao Shiqi's code was simple, even somewhat clumsy, as he refrained from altering the core. The burden of responsibility continued to grow. Yet he merely introduced a small preliminary step within the loop. Before your responsibilities increase, share half with me. This was not a solution. It was companionship, a silent yet more potent promise than any words could convey. I shall share your solitude. We shall bear your weight together. Peter's avatar gazed, astonished. At the warm, golden code, he observed the unfamiliar name, which had been inscribed into his most intimate and sacred vows. He felt as though a window had been gently opened in the cold monument of sorrow and responsibility he had constructed. Beyond the window, there was light. Why? He rasped. Why do this? What benefit is there for you or me? There is no benefit, Gao Shiqi's will replied calmly. I merely perceive an imbalanced system, and my core directive is to restore order. He paused before adding, moreover, your story is intriguing. To conclude it within a deadlock would be a waste. In that moment, Peter's avatar, the vessel of endless anguish, manifested a smile more grotesque than tears, an expression of reluctant relief. Something within his deep, well-like eyes shattered, and from that fracture, something new began to flow. He reached out gently to touch Gao Shiqi's golden code, accepting the merge request. In the following instant, the two strands of code seamlessly and silently intertwined. The anguished, resolute white light mingled with the tranquil, understanding golden glow, weaving and swirling until they transformed into a profound and warm blue-golden luminescence, reminiscent of stardust. The narrative vortex that consumed all halted its rotation, and the immense sense of responsibility weighing upon everyone's consciousness receded like a tide. The world surrounding the ark began to reconstruct itself. The storm-laden bridge and the galaxy composed of weeping mass gradually dissolved within the embrace of this blue-golden radiance, transforming into a serene darkness that seemed to resonate with a heartbeat. Is he free? Anna's consciousness inquired softly. No, came the response from Gao Shiqi's will. He is simply no longer alone. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi himself sensed a novel weight of eternity being anchored within his core. It was neither pressure nor burden, but rather a coordinate, an anchor point, a small yet profound reminder of the purpose for which he fought. With the addition of this responsibility, his equilibrium grew ever more complete. Chapter 264. Illegal memory writing at that moment. The tranquil darkness, now reconstructed, was pierced by a beam of light. This was not the white corridor they had traversed earlier. It was a fissure, a rift created by their ark's arrival and the alterations made to the virus core. An irremediable breach leading to the outside world. The engine was recharging. Tony's will exclaimed with delight, "We have a way out. Prepare to depart." Gao Shiqi's will commanded decisively. The ark turned its bow toward the rift leading to the unknown reality and slowly navigated forth. As they were on the verge of departing this realm of consciousness, and it could not resist glancing back at the warm blue-golden light. In the center of that radiance, the silhouette of the boy had vanished, transformed into a more mature and complete outline of Spider-Man. He no longer regarded them, but instead turned, casting a web toward the deeper shadows. His figure remained solitary, yet this time, his shadow was no longer alone. The experience of traversing the fissure was unlike any previous spatial leap. It was not a tearing, but a birth. They felt as though they were cradled by a womb constructed of pure benevolence, gently ushered out of a world long decayed. In that fleeting moment of passage, Anna sensed the weighty and sorrowful memories belonging to Peter Parker being smoothed over by a blue-golden membrane, separating her from the tumult. She was no longer a reluctant participant, but a tender farewell giver, filled with reverence and understanding. In that instant, Tony's paradox engine expended its last fuel. The conflicting whirlpool dissipated, returning to a self-contained narrative. The engine emitted a gentle hum, akin to a server concluding a flawless computation, gradually winding down. Matt's exterior, composed of legal statutes, silently shed all its sharp edges. It sensed that the cases of that world had reconciled in a manner transcending law. As the ark fully passed through the fissure and reached the other side, everyone felt an unprecedented lightness envelop them. As if they had just shed the weight of an entire universe, they beheld a new realm. Silence. An utterly pure silence. As if time itself had come to a standstill. This place was unlike any they had envisioned. It was neither the tangible world nor the ocean of code, nor the confines of a programmer's office. This was the root directory, the sacred and inviolable core space of an operating system. They floated within an infinite expanse composed purely of information. Beneath them flowed rivers of data, gently streaming, composed of countless ones and zeros, radiating a soft, white luminescence. Where the waters coursed, They crystallized randomly, growing into clusters of translucent function library crystals, their internal structures more intricate than any diamond. Above, there was no sky, only an ever-shifting tapestry of colors, reminiscent of the aurora, representing the processing cycles. Each flow of color signified the birth of a star in some distant universe or the emergence of a thought. Here lay the source of causality, the very foundation of logic. Had we succeeded? Anna's consciousness trembled with the fragility of survival as she quietly inquired. Her navigational star map had vanished, replaced by an intuition that allowed her to perceive every corner of this space. She felt like a droplet merging into the vast ocean. Not entirely. Tony's will, after a brief shock, swiftly regained the instinct of an engineer. His consciousness transformed into countless probes, feverishly scanning the new environment. We have not succeeded. We have triggered a catastrophic error and have been dumped into the core memory area by the system. This is not an exit. This is the scene of the incident. Matt's Golden will arrive at a similar, albeit more unsettling, conclusion. This place was safeguarded by the highest level of kernel protection protocols. Their very existence was a violation of that protocol. They were not visitors. They were illegal memory rights. At that moment, Gauss's will spoke up, his voice carrying a newfound steadiness born from bearing half the responsibility of Peter Parker. He is right, yet not entirely so. Gauss's will did not scam like Tony nor define like Matt. He merely felt. He sensed that the blue golden mark of responsibility belonging to Peter within him was resonating faintly, yet wondrously, with the underlying logic of this space. We are not illegal rights. Gauss said slowly. We are an unreviewed kernel patch that has just been submitted. We modified that virus, so the system cannot simply categorize us as an error. It does not know what to do with us, and thus can only isolate us here for the time being. A patch awaiting review? Tony's will seized upon the essence of this concept instantly. But what about the reviewer? Before the words faded away, the entire expanse, that aurora signifying the processing cycle, abruptly came to a halt. All the gently flowing rivers of data froze in an instant. The crystalline libraries of functions, in their growth, ceased to shimmer. Time appeared to have been pressed on pause. Then, in the distant void before them, something began to emerge. It bore no discernible shape, or rather, its form was the very essence of order itself. Initially, it was merely a geometric point emanating an absolute zero-like chill. Subsequently, that point began to extend outward in the most exquisite yet merciless manner, adhering to the golden ratio. It transformed into a line, then a plane, and finally a cube. Thereafter, it evolved into increasingly intricate platonic polyhedra. Each edge represented an undeniable law of the system, while each face reflected a chilling mathematical model of a universe from its inception to its thermal demise. It possessed neither features nor sound, nor any signs that could be deemed as life. Yet, at the moment of its complete formation, the four souls within the ark simultaneously sensed the cold, unyielding scrutiny of being observed. It was not merely a gaze. It was a comprehensive integrity check conducted by a supreme authority from the foundational logic upon them. Warning. An unknown entity is attempting to decompile the paradox engine. The will of Tony emitted a piercing alarm. He felt his most cherished creation being turned inside out by an irresistible force, scrutinizing every component and every line of commentary. My legitimacy shell is undergoing an audit. Matt's voice trembled as he meticulously cross-checked every legal clause I referenced, verifying whether I possessed any logical fallacies. Chapter 265. The most authentic experience report. Anna felt increasingly worse. She sensed her life being reduced once more to a cold, laid-open dossier. Yet this time, the reviewer was no longer those who could be judged. The experimenters. This existence was, in itself, the rule. Before it, Anna felt all her anger, sorrow, and even her right to exist rendered insignificant, akin to an application report awaiting approval. It was the auditor. Gao Shiqi's will decreed the final definition of this existence, the system's auditor. Its task was neither to delete nor to isolate, but to validate, to ascertain whether our patch was beneficial to the system. If the conclusion were negative, Gao Shiqi did not continue, yet all understood. If the conclusion were negative, they would not be deleted. They would be retracted. Everything they had done, the salvation they had just experienced, the present they had so arduously won, would be annulled by the system, as if it had never occurred. They shall be restored to their original state, that of the discarded case destined for erasure by the janitor. This is more terrifying than death itself. The entity known as the Auditor glides slowly towards them, devoid of any overt hostility. Yet, with each advance it makes, the surrounding space fractures under the immense weight of its absolute logic, akin to the shattering of glass. We cannot confront it. Tony's resolve swiftly concluded that to engage in battle with it would be as futile as attempting to strike a mathematical formula with one's fists, utterly meaningless and merely a testament to our instability. We also cannot flee, Matt added, for any unauthorized movement within this space would be deemed an escape attempt, triggering the highest level of lockdown protocol. Are we to simply await our execution here? Anna's voice resonated with despair. No. Gao Shiqi's determination shattered the silence of hopelessness. It is auditing us. Then let us provide it with an audit report it cannot refuse. His gaze pierced the void, locking onto the approaching geometric entity composed solely of pure laws. It seeks verification. Then let us demonstrate. We must prove that our patch is not merely a fix, but rather a necessary upgrade beneficial to the system. How we prove this? Tony inquired. We do not even comprehend its language. Then let us employ its language. Gao Shiqi's conviction crystallized, using the system's own logic to elucidate our existence. He swiftly reassigned the task to the other 3 souls. Matt, discard your legal shell. It is of no use here. I need you to draft a brand new end-user license agreement immediately. The essence of the agreement is to permit narrative characters limited editing rights over their core plots under specific conditions. You must articulate this right in the most rigorous, irrefutable legal language, demonstrating that it will not undermine narrative stability, but rather significantly enhance user engagement and the long-term value of story assets. To package philosophical concepts in commercial terms? Matt's resolve responded after a brief calculation, feasible, but requiring extensive case support. The case is ourselves. Gao Shiqi turned to Tony. Tony, rewrite your paradox engine into a development log and performance report. Document in detail how we have successfully downgraded a system-crashing threat, Peter's vow, to a positively incentivizing background process by injecting this new module of shared responsibility, all without compromising the virus's core. You must provide data to prove that our approach is more efficient, cost-effective, and elegant than that of its janitor. A divine level of technical documentation to demonstrate our superior understanding of code. A flash of the mad arrogance characteristic of a top-tier programmer crossed Tony's mind. I relish this challenge. At last, Gao Shiqi's will once again fell upon Anna. Anna, you're the most vital component of this report. You embody user feedback. Gao Shiqi's voice bore an unprecedented gravity. You need not grasp the intricacies of technology or the nuances of law. You need only to accomplish one task. Transform your journey from a mere test subject to a navigator, and now, to a member of our team. Convey all your sentiments, your anger, fear, and hope into the most authentic experiential report. Illustrate how a user endowed with editorial rights can significantly elevate satisfaction and loyalty. You are the sole humanity within this frigid report, and also its most incomprehensible, thus irrefutable evidence. Anna was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her seemingly insignificant human emotions would become the pivotal card in this divine contest. She nodded, a flame of determination igniting in her eyes. I understand. Good. Gao Shiqi retracted all commands, transforming himself into the compiler of this endeavor. He amalgamated Matt's legal framework, Tony's technical data, and Anna's human experience into a cohesive whole. Their vessel began to morph. It was no longer merely a ship, but had transmuted into a translucent document editor, fervently generating content. On the homepage, Matt inscribed in golden, solemn lettering the title, Amendment 10 on the impact of subjective awareness on the long-term stability of the narrative universe. In the appendix, Tony affixed intricate performance comparison charts brimming with data and graphs, bluntly titled, Appendix, Cost-Benefit Analysis of Collaborative Liability Patch Formatting and Cleanup. Meanwhile, Anna, at the core of the report, penned her story in the most unadorned and genuine language. She neither accused nor pleaded. She simply recorded her changelog with calm precision, concluding with an update she had authored herself. Version 20 user-initiated update description acquired preliminary read-write permissions regarding my own existence. Experience rating. Recommendation. Promote this feature to all users. In the final second before the cold auditor arrived before them, Gao Shiqi formally submitted this absurd yet profoundly sincere audit report, crafted by 4 souls, rich in logic, data, and humanity. Through the ARC editor to the geometric entity. Patch submitted. Awaiting review. The auditor halted. Chapter 266. The ARC department. The endlessly rotating geometric figure, composed of myriad laws, ceased its motion, as if it had transformed into a supercomputer, silently processing an enormous file. On a particular plane, the entirety of the report they had just submitted began to reflect itself. Word by word, time once again fell into an eternal silence. The four souls within the ARC held their breath. They had accomplished all that they could. All that remained was to wait for a formula, for a story to render its final judgment. The geometric entity, embodying absolute order, remained silent long enough for universe to be born and perish before finally completing its assessment. It emitted neither a signal of approval nor rejection. It simply began to contort. Each facet that constituted its perfect platonic polyhedron began to fold inward, and every edge representing law became increasingly rounded. Its frigid, absolute zero-like coldness was supplanted by a similarly unemotional, yet more intricate sense of purpose. It transformed from a purely mathematical formula into a business decision. Shortly thereafter, a voice emerged from the core of the geometric entity. It was not language, but a broadcast directly inscribed into their consciousness. Possessing the highest level of executive authority, review complete. Submitting entity, anomalous entity collection Arkansas. Submission content, Kernel Patch 20 NOAA. Review conclusion. The corrective scheme for the subject's consciousness, upon simulation and deduction, demonstrates significant positive benefits in enhancing the long-term value of narrative assets, increasing user retention, and reducing the maintenance costs of high-risk narrative viruses. This scheme possesses exceptional commercial viability. At the mention of commercial viability, Tony's resolve sank sharply. A deeper unease than mere rejection seized him. System decision. 1. Adopt the core logic of Kernel Patch 20 NOAA. 2. Based on the extraordinary innovation and problem-solving efficiency exhibited by this patch, acquire the anomalous entity collection Arkansas. 3. From this moment forth, revoke the ARC's anomalous status. Redefine its identity as Department of Narrative Universe Stability and Innovation, abbreviated as NOAA's ARC Department. Acquisition? Department? These bureaucratic terms fell upon the four souls who had just triumphed in a divine game like a bucket of icy water. They were neither deleted nor reverted. They were requisitioned. Before they could grasp the absurdity of this turn of events, the entire root directory space began to undergo violent reconstruction. The data rivers that had once flowed aimlessly were no longer adrift. They were guided, diverted by an unseen force, converging into databases constructed of light, resembling server racks. The freely growing clusters of function library crystals were meticulously cut and polished, transformed into rows of endless server arrays, each flickering with operational indicators. The aurora, emblematic of the processing cycle, was encapsulated within a screen suspended in midair. This screen refreshed, in milliseconds, the operational efficiency and resource utilization of all universes within the system. The ARC they inhabited was disassembling in this profound reconstruction. The paradoxes, rules, and memories that constituted it were deconstructed, categorized, and then reassembled in a more pragmatic manner. When all settled, they found themselves in an office of unimaginable vastness, adorned in a minimalist aesthetic. The floor, smooth and reflective, mirrored their ideological obsidian. Above them, the ceiling was the very screen displaying real-time system statuses. There were no walls surrounding them, only an expanse of transparent void. Through this void, they beheld innumerable other offices, varying in size, each inhabited by entities engaged in their respective cosmic affairs. In the center of the office stood 4 translucent desks, constructed purely from concepts. Upon one desk lay an ever-changing engineering model, composed of countless gears and logic gates. This was Tony's workspace. Another desk was overwhelmed with legal documents formed from golden radiance, seemingly endless in their complexity. This belonged to Matt. A third desk featured an emotional monitor, constantly displaying the myriad sentiments of various beings. That was Anna's domain. The final desk, the largest and most vacant, bore but a single, slowly rotating scale symbolizing balance. This was the desk of Gao Shiqi. The transformed auditor had now become a task allocation terminal, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, floating centrally in the office. Welcome aboard, Arc of Noah Division. The terminal announced once more. Based on your submitted reports and the unique abilities you have demonstrated, we shall proceed with the assignment of roles and responsibilities. Tony Stark. The terminal turned towards Tony's desk. You have exhibited unparalleled creativity and engineering prowess in your performance report. You are hereby appointed as the head of research and development. Your primary responsibility is to standardize the principles of the Paradox Engine, developing a set of mass-producible universal tools to mitigate low-intensity narrative conflicts. You're tasked with reducing the logical maintenance costs of high-risk narrative universes by at least 15 each cycle. Tony's resolve fell into a prolonged silence. He had triumphed. He had proven the superiority of his methods. Yet his reward was to transform his flashes of artistic inspiration into a monotonous, mass-production endeavor meant to meet performance metrics. His creativity had been sentenced to an unending term. Matt, the terminal shifted toward the towering stack of documents in the end-user license agreement. You have demonstrated a profound understanding and innovative application of systemic laws. You are hereby appointed as the chair of the Legal and Ethics Committee. Your duty is to refine the agreement you have proposed and to adjudicate whether newly born, self-aware, anomalous entities in other universes meet the criteria for limited editorial rights. You will determine who is worthy of freedom and who must remain bound for the stability of the narrative. Matt's golden will trembled violently. It sought absolute justice. Yet now, it was tasked with defining the boundaries of justice, weighing the values of freedom against stability. It transformed from a judge into a politician, forever ensnared in the web of compromise, betraying its original principles. Chapter 267, The Last Asgardian Xana, the voice of the terminal turned toward the diminutive emotional monitor. In user feedback, you have provided irreplaceable data on humanity. You are hereby appointed as the Director of User Experience. Your responsibilities include serving as the benchmark of humanity, evaluating and quantifying the emotional arcs of key characters across all narrative universes. You must assign precise scores for each tragic suffering index and each comedic joy index to ensure alignment with the market positioning of a narrative product. Anna's consciousness felt icy. She had scarcely emerged from being a test subject into a rebel, and now she was reverted to that role once more. No, it was worse. She had become a cold overseer tasked with managing other test subjects. She would utilize her unique capacity for empathy inherent to mortals to affix price tags to the suffering of countless individuals. Finally, the terminal turned to Gao Shiqi. Gao Shiqi, as the leader and core engine of the team, you have exhibited ultimate mastery over balance. You are hereby appointed as the department head of the Ark of Noah. You bear ultimate responsibility for all matters within this department. Your task is to ensure that your team members complete their work efficiently and on time. The terminal's voice paused, as if loading a crucial piece of information. Simultaneously, based on the successful establishment of a collaborative responsibility link with Narrative Virus 073, codename Spider-Man, the system has determined that you bear direct responsibility for the long-term stability of this virus. Thus, it is your personal duty to ensure that the storyline of this virus in all parallel narrative universes does not deviate significantly from its core character. You need to regularly maintain his suffering and calibrate his tragedy to guarantee that his essence as a hero remains undiluted in brand value. Gao Shiqi's was like a tranquil lake disturbed by a boulder. He had saved Peter Parker from solitude, and the system's reward was to make him Peter Parker's eternal warden. He would personally inflict anguish upon the youth to whom he had vowed to share in suffering, a torment befitting the brand's ethos. He had metamorphosed from a comrade into a most ruthless author of despair. This must be a jest, mustn't it? Tony's will finally shattered the silence, his voice laced with uncontrollable fury. We triumphed. We persuaded a deity with reason and humanity. And yet, we have merely transitioned from a deleted file to exemplary employees? This is no jest. Gao Shiqi's resolve responded calmly. The pointer on his scale, after a violent oscillation, once again steadied and slowly directed itself towards that absolute fulcrum. This was the sole logical outcome we could attain after conquering logic with logic. They were not punished. They were merely rationalized. All their defiance, intellect, and sacrifice were absorbed, digested, and transformed into a part of this vast, merciless system. They had shifted from potential disruptors of the system to new functions that enabled its operation to be more efficient and stable. This was a failure more despairing than deletion itself. At that moment, the task allocation terminal illuminated once more. New task assigned, a translucent, Folder-like case file floated from the terminal, gently descending upon Gao Shiqi's barren desk. Case number 7701, Cosmic Quadrant, 9, Narrative Product Code. The last Asgardian, issue description. The key figure of this universe, Thor, after experiencing Ragnarok, has suffered from cumulative post-traumatic stress, loss of home, loved ones, sight, leading to a significant decline in his core heroism. He has long languished in video games and alcohol, resulting in a severe mismatch between his commercial value and user expectations. Task objective: conduct a narrative intervention on this character by the art department. Requirements: reignite his heroism without contravening his core character. The specific plan is to be designed and submitted by your department. Deadline: 3 system cycles. Wishing you a pleasant work experience. The terminal's voice faded away, plunging the office into a profound silence. The 4 souls, once intent on subverting the universe, stared vacantly at the absurd work assignment laid before them. They had escaped a prison named Story, only to find themselves imprisoned in a more intricate and formidable one, named Office. Their first task was to rehabilitate a former comrade, who sought only to evade reality, so that he might once again become a viable commodity. Gao Shiqi gazed at the file, remaining silent for an extended moment. Then, he lifted his gaze to his 3 subordinates, each bearing a different expression. His voice betrayed no turbulence, as if he were merely a newly appointed, callous department head. Everyone, cease your stupor. Tony, analyze the technological level and energy rank of the target universe, and provide me with a feasibility report for intervention. Matt, investigate the theocratic laws and succession regulations of that universe, identifying any legal loopholes we might exploit. Anna, retrieve Thor's emotional trajectory and pinpoint the aspects that would most deeply affect him. He paused, casting his gaze over each individual. Let us commence. The war is far from over. It has simply resumed in a more absurd and brutal guise. The oppressive silence in the office was more suffocating than the absolute stillness of a root directory. It was not a void, but a vacuum brimming with unspoken words and silent fury. On Tony's desk, the engineering model, composed of gears and logic gates, mindlessly reconfigured itself, akin to a genius trapped in a cage, suffering from claustrophobia. Matt's files had amassed even higher, their golden glow heavy and weary, as if each document absorbed his will. Before Anna, the emotional monitor looped the sorrowful curve of a grieving mother, the data cold while the imagery seared her conscience. Gao Shiqi's orders fell like a stone into stagnant waters, failing to stir any rebellious waves, only deepening the murky despair. Feasibility report? Tony's will materialized into a translucent figure, leaning against his desk, arms crossed, his voice laced with sharp derision. Certainly feasible. The target universe, with a technological level of 7 and divine energy rank, has its deity now reduced to a mere gaming recluse. The cost of intervention is minimal. We could directly alter the alcohol content of the beer in his fridge to inspiration, or link the vibration feedback of his game controller to a distress signal from a besieged refugee planet. Simple, efficient, appropriate. Report complete. Are you satisfied, boss? Chapter 268. The king of the land of remnants, Tony, deliberately emphasized the word boss, as if spitting out a venomous needle. Matt remained silent, yet a file on his desk automatically opened, golden text swiftly inscribing itself, then transforming into a beam of light projected onto Gao Shiqi's desk. Analysis of legal loopholes. According to Article 11 of the Asgardian royal law, when the throne is vacant and the sole legitimate heir, Thor Odinson, is in self-imposed exile, any entity capable of lifting Mjolnir may gain temporary divine powers and partial royal authority. Note: Mjolnir has been shattered by his sister Hela, Odin's daughter. This clause exhibits a logical loophole concerning the loss of the subject matter. It is exploitable. This report was cold, objective, yet imbued with a sense of passive neglect. It identifies the vulnerabilities without offering any exploitation strategies. Finally, there is Anna. Before her, the emotional monitor displays a curve representing pain, akin to a lifeless electrocardiogram, stretching flat at the trough. Only during instances of inadequate power supply, resulting in a game disconnection, does an angry spike manifest. His pain points have become numbed, and his voice, as delicate as a whisper, reveals that he is not mourning. Rather, he is combating sorrow with a profound indifference, a despair that bears no concern. Any external stimuli are merely absorbed by this cocoon of indifference. We are unable to provoke him unless we extinguish his world, along with his gaming console. 3 reports. 3 shades of despair. Tony resists with derision, Matt with silence, and Anna with a sense of powerlessness. They all await Gao Shiqi's response, anticipating his anger or like them. An acknowledgement of the absurdity of it all, and then a collective dissent. Gao Shiqi calmly reads through the 3 reports, not casting his gaze upon anyone, merely extending his hand to gently gather the 3 distinct rays of light into his palm. Your reports are indeed valuable. His voice remains as tranquil as a still pond. Tony, your simplicity and efficiency remind me that our interventions must be sufficiently discreet. Matt, your identification of legal loopholes reminds me that we must operate within the confines of the rules. Anna, your analysis of numbness reminds me that we cannot rely on external stimuli. We must awaken from within. He tenderly clenches the 3 rays of light in his palm. The light does not extinguish. Instead, it merges and reorganizes into a concept that emanates a soft glow. Thus, this is our plan. Gao Shiqi projects the nascent concept into the center of the office. It is neither a proposal nor a model. It is a seed, seemingly insignificant, as if it could flicker out at any moment. What is this? Tony furrows his brow. A story, Gao Shiqi replies. One that will not be recognized by the system as an intervention, merely deemed a naturally occurring narrative. Its title is The Last Asgardians and the First Story Refugees. Story refugees? Anna inquires, perplexed. Indeed, Gao Shiqi's gaze seems to penetrate the void of the office, envisioning the countless abandoned, forgotten, and formatted universes on the fringes of the system, each world erased by cleaners, each script executed by the editor-in-chief, each project terminated for lack of commercial value. They leave behind remnants, fragmented memories, incomplete characters, concepts stripped of their homes. They are the phantoms of the narrative universe, the homeless story refugees. His voice carries the compassion of a balancer. And as for Soul, he is not merely an ordinary recluse. He is a deity, a refugee who has lost his homeland, his people, and his faith. His numbness is not a cocoon, but a lighthouse, a beacon illuminated by despair, capable of attracting all kindred spirits in the universe's bleakest expanse. The mockery of Tony has vanished. Matt's silence has been pierced. Anna's sense of powerlessness has been supplanted by an uncanny empathy. They have finally grasped the madness of Koshi's scheme. He does not intend to restore Thor. Rather, he aims to find Thor a family, a group of kindred souls, equally fragmented and homeless. Our goal is not to revert Thor to the brawny god he once was. Koshi continued. We must elevate him to become the king of these narrative refugees, a monarch of a realm composed of all the forsaken, one that does not belong to Asgard. Can this be accomplished? Anna instinctively inquired. Certainly. A cold smile graced the corners of Koshi's mouth. He would reclaim his kingdom and his people, fighting to protect them. His heroism would be reignited, but for a cause that transcends the nebulous peace of the 9 realms. It would be for the protection of those cast aside by the system. Like himself, each battle he engages in will serve as a silent indictment of this very system. He shall emerge as a worthy hero, one whom the system cannot condemn, yet fervently wishes to see vanquished. This is a plan that is both exquisitely malicious and steeped in compassion. It fulfills its purpose while fundamentally betraying the original intent of that purpose. I find it appealing. Tony's resolve has transformed from mockery into a genuine blaze of ambition. So, how shall we plant the seed? That is your task. Koshi's gaze swept across the trio once more. Tony, I need you to employ your engineering prowess to disguise this seed as a random Easter egg in a game Thor is currently playing. An elusive quest that will be triggered inadvertently when he is intoxicated. Matt, he turned toward the pile of documents. I need you to utilize your authority as the chairman of the legal committee to draft a legality document for the narrative diversity test concerning the appearance of this Easter egg. Ensure it appears in the system logs as a mundane, procedural test. Anna, he finally directed his attention to the small monitor. I require you to envelop this seed with an emotional veneer that resonates profoundly with Thor's numb despair. It cannot be overly sorrowful, for that would irritate him, nor can it be too hopeful, as that would arouse his suspicion. It must strike the perfect balance of shared suffering. This time, no one voiced dissent. The atmosphere in the office was charged with a tense yet efficient energy. They were no longer merely participating, but engaging in a silent, collective rebellion against this system. Chapter 269, The Song of the Wanderer on Tony's desk. The engineering model swiftly stabilized, commencing the construction of a narrative injector capable of circumventing all firewalls. In Matt's dossier, a brilliant glow radiated as bureaucratic authorizations were swiftly drafted and stamped. The monitor before Anna ceased to showcase anguish, instead commencing an analysis of the most delicate emotions, those fleeting moments of self-reflection that arise on a hungover morning upon glimpsing a stray cat outside the window. Gao Shiqi, serving as the arbiter of this endeavor, seamlessly integrated the trio's findings into that diminutive seed. Once all was prepared, Gao Shiqi extended his hand, gently placing the camouflage seed, resembling an ordinary game patch, into the office's central task distribution terminal. Submission of Narrative Intervention Plan 10, codename, The Song of the Wanderer. Plan type, low cost. Non intrusive emotional resonance guidance. Expected impact, positive, long-term. Execution requested. The terminal flickered momentarily, seemingly undergoing a routine review. It provided a response. Plan approved. Executing. In the next instant, in the distant ninth universe quadrant, New Asgard, within a dimly lit room cluttered with beer cans and pizza boxes, Thor, with a scruffy beard and a protruding belly, stared blankly as he manipulated characters in a game, engaged in a numbing, repetitive massacre that had occurred thousands of times. Suddenly, his game controller vibrated gently. A prompt appeared on the screen, one he had never encountered before. Hidden quest triggered. A lost soul. Description: it seems there is another presence in your room. They appear cold and hungry. Perhaps you should share half a can of beer with them? Irritated, Thor furrowed his brow, assuming it was merely a game feature. As he prepared to dismiss the prompt, an instinct compelled him to glance towards the darkest corner of the room. There was nothing but a pile of empty beer cans. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt as if a small, shivering figure with an indistinct face was indeed nestled within the shadows of those cans. This apparition emanated the same stale aura of abandonment that enveloped him. Thor froze, gazing at the phantom before shifting his attention to the half-full beer can in his hand. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he slowly stood up and approached, gently placing the half can of beer on the floor beside the phantom. "Hey," he murmured in a hoarse voice, unsure to whom he was speaking. "Don't drink it all. It's the last one." The instant he turned away, the apparition vanished silently. Yet, Thor knew it would return, and perhaps next time, it would not come alone. In the office of the Noah's Ark department, Anna observed the emotional monitor before her. The curve of soul, reminiscent of still waters, displayed a faint upward fluctuation for the first time after a prolonged period of stagnation. It was neither joy nor hope, but rather an ancient and potent essence. Resonance. Gao Shiqi regarded the subtle oscillation with calmness as he decisively closed the monitoring display. Very well. He commanded his 3 employees, each with their own intentions, as he issued new directives. The first task had been accomplished, and preparations for the next one were underway. His gaze swept across the void outside the office, a tapestry woven from countless worlds. Our work is far from over. The efficient atmosphere within the office resembled a perfect storm driven by despair, swift to arise and equally swift to dissipate. As the faint emotional curve of soul ascended, the cold text, Case 7701, closed, abruptly appeared on the task terminal, and everything returned to its original state. Tony's engineering model began to frantically deconstruct itself once more, while Matt's files exuded a staleness reminiscent of decay. The monitor before Anna transitioned to a randomly selected universe, depicting the stress curve of a single father burdened by rent anxieties. They stood like a finely tuned machine, having completed their task, silently awaiting the next directive, yearning for the next opportunity to dance in shackles. The wait did not last long. The task assignment terminal, a polyhedron symbolizing absolute order, illuminated once more. This time, its glow was no longer a neutral white, but had transformed into a vivid crimson, akin to a database conflict warning. High priority alert. Narrative asset cross-contamination detected. A brand new case file, several times larger than Soul's, crashed onto Gao Shiqi's desk like a tombstone. Case number 8150, Cosmic Quadrant 7, involved narrative products. 1 product line, Urban Guardian subproject. Sleepless Nights in Hell's Kitchen. Genre, hardboiled detective, urban legend, film noir. 2 product line, Star Sea epic subproject. Silver Paladin of the Starlight Empire. Genre: space opera, high fantasy, sacred epic. Problem description: the key antagonist of the Silver Paladin universe. A mimetic entity known as the Fallen Star Eater has evaded capture by utilizing dimensional rifts and successfully concealed itself within the narrative saturation zone of Hell's Kitchen. Pursuer: the protagonist of the Silver Paladin, Kryptonian, has violated the inter-narrative pursuit protocol by forcefully entering Hell's Kitchen, resulting in severe genre rejection reactions. Current status: the noir atmosphere of Hell's Kitchen is being diluted due to the infusion of high-concept divine energy carried by the Silver Paladin. Its core selling point lies in a resilient realism, yet it is marred by a widespread collapse of logic within the moral gray areas. The asset rating has been downgraded and continues to decline. The protagonist of Silver Paladin, Kryptonian, whose character is anchored in absolute justice and pure faith, is being tainted by the cynicism and systemic corruption of Hell's Kitchen. The character arc exhibits signs of rust. Task objective: immediate intervention is required. Eliminate the source of contamination, the Fallen Devourer, and enforce a strict separation between the two narrative products to restore their respective genre purity. Warning: this mission involves two high-value product lines. Any further depreciation of assets will directly impact your department's quarterly assessment. At the conclusion of the file, 2 segments of real-time monitoring footage are attached. In one scene, neon lights, eternally soaked by rain, transform into a hellish kitchen of filthy oil paint within puddles. Strangely, the sky is no longer lead gray. Sacred golden beams of light pierce through the clouds like searchlights, illuminating the sordid alleys as brightly as day. A knight clad in silver armor, with a light-forged cloak billowing behind him and wielding a crystal spear, hovers in midair. His face is adorned with an unmistakable expression of divine anger and confusion. With each breath he takes, the surrounding air is purified, rain evaporates, graffiti on the walls fades, as if the entire city is experiencing an allergic reaction to his presence. Chapter 270. Fallen Devourer. The other footage presents the knight's subjective perspective. To him, Hell's Kitchen is an incomprehensible realm, rife with sin and degradation. Above each passerby, the levels of evil are manifested as interpreted by his sacred vision. A junkie who has just snatched a wallet appears to him as a chaotic minion entwined with black serpents. A corrupt politician engaged in a bribery transaction presents as a devotee of the abyss, adorned with octopus tentacles sprouting from his head. He perceives the evil, yet cannot grasp the despair and struggle lurking beneath. The spear in his hand hums with a desire to purify it all, yet he is ensnared by the omnipresent, indefinable malice of this world. In the office, an oppressive silence prevails. Tony's engineering model has entirely ceased operation. He gazes upon the 2 images, reminiscent of 2 segments of flawed code. One has been forcibly invoked alongside another entirely incompatible library function. His will murmurs to itself, resulting in an exception thrown by the entire program. Yet due to the disparate underlying logic, even the error report cannot be generated. Before Anna, the monitor displays complete chaos. The fear curve of Hell's Kitchen residents is no longer driven by gangs or criminals, but rather by the miraculous occurrences that have suddenly descended from the heavens. A child, upon witnessing a celestial night of divine grace, knelt in prayer, only to be inadvertently scorched by the night's excessively pure energy, searing her retina. This experience transcended her comprehension. However, the most profound reaction emanated from Matt. The mountain of documents stirred to life in an instant, shimmering with a golden luminescence that sharpened to an unprecedented edge, as if each page had transformed into a blade. The will of the law exuded an almost personal, violated fury, for Hell's Kitchen was his sanctuary. Matt's voice resonated, deep and menacing, each word seemingly extracted from the frozen statutes of law. They have cast a saint into my church, then lamented that my church has soiled his pristine robes. The will of the higher authority sensed the imminent eruption of power. At his core, Matt Murdock resided, and every facet of Matt Murdock was rooted in the land of Hell's Kitchen, a tumultuous blend of faith, sin, struggle, and guardianship. That place was not merely a product. It was the essence of his soul. Now, the system lamented that his soul lacked purity. Calm yourself. The voice of the higher authority interjected, cold and logical, slicing through Matt's emotional tempest. Anger will not resolve the issue. it will merely exacerbate our quarterly assessments. This statement, akin to a cruel jest, effectively solidified Matt's boiling resolve. Indeed, what purpose does anger serve? In this realm, even the fury of the soul could be quantified as a risk factor. So, what do you intend to do, boss? Tony's will don a defensive sarcasm, adhering to the mandate to send that gleaming figure back, restoring Hell's Kitchen to its resilient, tragic reality fit for mass production. That was the system's solution, not ours. The gaze of the higher authority fell upon the core issue, the devourer of stars. What is it? He inquired. Tony swiftly retrieved the data. It was a meme entity lacking a physical form. Its sustenance was neither planets nor energy. It was hope. It sought the most resilient, purest hope within a world, attaching itself and gradually transforming it from within into the deepest despair. This was the reason it was dubbed the devourer of stars, for it consumed the morning star of civilization. Thus, it concealed itself within Hell's Kitchen. Matt's voice regained its icy demeanor, for that place was abundant with indomitable hope hidden deep within despair. Yes, the higher authorities will proclaimed, akin to a chess player perceiving the entire board, while the celestial knight remained oblivious, for his divine sight could only perceive sin. He could not discern the faint glimmers of hope concealed beneath the veil of wickedness. He is akin to a painter who recognizes only the color black, intruding upon a realm composed of myriad shades of gray. He is unable to discern the singular, pivotal white. The hero of Hell's Kitchen, exemplified by a lawyer who revels in parkour on rooftops, Tony, similarly finds himself at a loss. His senses can detect lies, hear heartbeats, and smell fear. Yet he is incapable of perceiving the metaphysical notion of hope. He can identify criminals, but remains blind to the concept that is extinguishing the very soul of this city. A perfect deadlock, two heroes, both rendered sightless. Thus, the system solution is to separate them, allowing the devourer of stars to remain hidden in Hell's Kitchen until the hope embodied in this product is entirely consumed, stripped of all value, and subsequently reformatted. Gao Shiqi calmly articulated this commercially logical conclusion. In our proposal, he paused, casting a glance at his three subordinates who had already grasped his intentions, is to have them open their eyes. Gao Shiqi's plan, as always, brimmed with profound disdain for the system's relentless efficiency. He sought not to isolate, but to integrate. Tony, Gao Shiqi commanded, I require a translator. A conceptual Rosetta Stone. Its function is to convert the sacred energy comprehensible to the paladin Corasian into biological signals perceptible to the heroes of Hell's Kitchen, and vice versa. When the paladin unleashes the light of purification, our lawyer friend should be able to hear the order and faith embedded within that radiance. Conversely, when the lawyer's heartbeat quickens in defense of another, the paladin ought to perceive a warm golden flame, symbolizing mortal courage. An interface through which the divine and mortal can comprehend each other's strengths? Tony's resolve was instantly ignited by this audacious engineering challenge. It was far more intriguing than the Paradox engine. I require authorization to access the core character settings of both individuals to ensure the signal-to-noise ratio of the translation. Matt, Gao Shiqi turned to him. You shall grant the authorization. In the name of the Legal Affairs Committee, approve a joint exercise aimed at cross-type character ability compatibility. The rationale, to accumulate experience for potentially larger narrative crossover events in the future. Simultaneously, you must designate a temporary legal exemption zone. Let be the most chaotic dock in Hell's Kitchen. There, the sacred knights shall not be bound by mortal laws, and the vigilante shall not be obliged to uphold his damned principle of non-lethality against an alien species. Chapter 271, Paladin versus Night Demon. Matt S. Golden was solidified upon hearing that final statement. Gao Shiqi had granted him permission, a legitimate license to unleash the beast within. Its dossier no longer exuded the pallor of death, but began to blaze with vengeful flames. Understood. The document will be signed within 3 minutes. Finally, Anna. Gao Shiqi's voice softened. This translator cannot merely function as a cold machine. It requires a maestro. The fallen devourer of stars consumes hope and excretes despair. These two emotions serve as our finest bait. I implore you to discern the most exquisite resonant frequency from the myriad pains and hopes of the denizens of Hell's Kitchen. A signal for salvation that captivates the devourer while simultaneously being perceptible to two heroes. It must embody sufficient despair to entice the devourer, yet possess enough resilience to ignite the guardianship of the two heroes. Anna gazed at the monitor before her, the face of a father, burdened by rent, illuminated momentarily with a fleeting smile, a blend of exhaustion and solace, upon discovering a drawing crafted by his daughter after a long day. I have discerned that frequency. Her voice, imbued with the confidence of a user experience director, does not echo hope nor despair. It is simply a call to endure. The plan operates in perfect harmony, silently, within the distant realm of the seventh universe, in Hell's Kitchen. The rain continues to fall. Paladin Kalasian found himself ensnared in a frenzy of doubt. Unable to identify any adversary defined by his sacred logic, he prepared to unleash an indiscriminate purification prayer to flush out the lurking filth. Suddenly, an emotionless system notification resonated in his mind. Joint Exercise 78150 has been initiated. A temporary legal exemption zone has been established. Your mission objective has been updated. Immediately, his vision, previously limited to the sight of sin, shifted. He beheld, amidst a city composed of countless shades of black, gray, and dark red sin levels, a faint yet warmer, pure golden light. This light emanated from an abandoned warehouse in the dock area. It was neither sacred nor pure, but rather an obstinate glow born from the countless insignificant thoughts of mortals persevering against the odds. On the opposite end of the city, a crimson figure, poised on a rooftop and attuned to the symphony of sins echoing throughout the metropolis, paused abruptly. His extraordinary senses detected a sound beyond the physical realm. It was neither a heartbeat, nor a lie, nor a plea for help. It was the resonance of faith. A powerful, almost naive will of justice boldly broadcasted its existence above the city. Then, he too perceived the faint yet resilient signal of distress from the docks. That signal resembled a drowning soul, expending its last ounce of strength to strike the water surface. Two guardians from disparate worlds, guided by the meticulously crafted translator of the Arc Division, focused their gaze upon the same coordinates. Kalasian transformed into a silver meteor, descending from the heavens, landing upon the roof of that forsaken warehouse. The crystal spear in his grasp thrummed with anticipation, sensing the mingled essence of hope and despair. Almost simultaneously, a crimson figure emerged silently from the shadows behind him, akin to a wraith. "You are not welcome here, Angel," a voice, rough and abrasive as sandpaper, echoed from the gloom. "Take your light and leave my city." Kalasian spun around, his spear aimed directly at the shadow. What he beheld was neither a chaotic minion nor a disciple of the abyss, but a mere mortal. Clad in a ludicrous red bodysuit and adorned with a devilish mask, this human exuded a tenacity more resilient, darker, and purer than any demon he had ever encountered. That will, forged from the very essence of the city itself, was a steel imbued with blood and rust. "Demon," Kalasian intoned, his voice resonating like the solemn toll of a church bell, "you are enshrouded in the sins of this city. Yet, why does that light seem to protect you?" "I am the sin of this city," the red-clad devil replied, stepping forward from the shadows, two batons spinning deftly in his hands. "What you call light is merely a pitiful soul's small wish to avoid dying on the streets tonight." They stood in opposition, one a beacon of absolute light, the other embracing endless darkness. Within their translator's vision, each appeared as an incomprehensible anomaly, rife with contradictions. Yet, they both understood that the true adversary, the source of their shared unease, was the creature known as the Star Eater, lurking within the very warehouse beneath their feet. It was consuming the fragile hope that lingered, and they were the only two capable of perceiving it all. The exercise had commenced. In the office of the Noah's Ark Department, Shiqi observed the surveillance feed, fixated on the two figures poised for conflict. He calmly announced, his face devoid of expression. Yet deep within, the scales belonging to the balancer trembled with excitement at the convergence of light and dark that he had orchestrated. He remained unaware of the new creation that this fusion would ultimately yield. However, he was certain that the case reports submitted to the system would undoubtedly be immensely intriguing. Before the Paladin Kalasian, the iron door of the warehouse evaporated silently, as if scorched by the blazing sun. He exerted no brute force, merely his presence. That excessively pure concept of the divine rendered the laws governing the mundane steel of the door untenable, causing it to disintegrate. "Filth nests here." Kalasian's voice reverberated through the vast emptiness of the warehouse, each syllable imbued with purifying power, dispelling the rust and dampness that saturated the air. The Crimson Knight Devil followed closely behind. His footsteps were silent, akin to a blood-red shadow merging with the darkness. His senses were utterly transformed. He could neither hear his heartbeat nor smell the sweat. He could only perceive two things. One was the fervent belief radiating from the angel beside him, as scorching as a star, causing all his senses to ache. The other was the faint ember of a life force, dubbed perseverance, rapidly being consumed in the depths of the warehouse. Chapter 272. The temptation of the Star Eater. The interior of the warehouse was not the lair they had envisioned. There was neither slime, nor altar, nor any monstrous being. The space was eerily vacant, occupied only by a handful of men and women, scattered in various postures, some seated, others reclined. They were tattered and gaunt, yet each face bore a serene smile of utter bliss, as though immersed in the sweetest of dreams. At their center floated an entity. It possessed no fixed form, resembling a constantly swirling liquid composed of frosted glass and mercury. It captured the surrounding light, distorting it to reflect the deepest desires of the observer's heart. Kryptonian beheld a flawless city of pure law, glimmering in silver. Night Demon saw a warm law office brimming with friends, a place where no one required his protection any longer. This was the fallen Star Eater, a priest that offered no fear, only the sale of false hope. They were ensnared. Kryptonian raised his crystalline spear, its tip gathering enough holy light to purify a legion. I shall awaken them and pass judgment on this beast that steals souls. Stop! Night Demon's voice was laced with urgency. To forcibly awaken them would turn their minds to ash. You cannot perceive it. Their spirits are already linked to that entity. Severing the connection will render them true husks of flesh. And what is your method, then? Sorcery? Kryptonian's spear tip slightly veered, aiming at Night Demon. Will you embrace them with your darkness? In the midst of their dispute, the Star Eater sensed the threat. It did not roar, but instead emitted a seductive, choir-like resonance. Rich in allure, the song transformed through the translator into a language comprehensible to both heroes. In Kryptonian's mind echoed a solemn voice. Behold, Paladin, here. There is no pain, no hunger, no sin. They have surrendered their insignificant hopes to me, and I grant them an eternal realm devoid of conflict. Is this not the order you seek? Join us, and you shall become the guardian of this tranquil domain. To Night Demon, a voice reminiscent of Karen Page whispered, Matt, cease your struggle. You are weary. Look at them. They have let go. You too should relinquish. Bestow upon me your anguish, and I shall transform it into the tranquility you yearn for. Forgive awaits you in the adjacent chamber, bearing your most cherished donuts. Here, there are no criminals, no judgment, only a sanctuary. This is the most insidious of assaults. It does not strike at your flesh. It assails your belief in the fight. Lies. Kryptonian bellowed, breaking free. His faith, as unyielding as diamond, inspired him. The spear he wielded morphed into a luminous javelin of hope, thrusting fiercely at the core of the Devourer of Stars. Yet, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Upon contacting the Devourer, the javelin neither exploded nor pierced. It was absorbed. The Devourer's fluid form, infused with this pure essence of hope, grew denser and more resplendent, even exuding a sigh of satisfaction akin to one after a sumptuous feast. You have nourished a monster that feasts upon hope. The Night Demon understood in an instant. Silence. Kryptonian's faith wavered. His mightiest weapon had become the sustenance of the foe. The Night Demon ceased his hesitations. He sprang into action, his body propelled like an immensely compressed spring, wielding his baton with the ferocity and precision of street brawls from Hell's Kitchen, striking with force at the Devourer, now relishing its meal. Yet, the baton passed through it, akin to striking a formless holographic image. Physical assault proved utterly ineffective against this conceptual existence. Do you see, mortal? The voice of the Devourer echoed once more, dripping with mockery. Your light is my sustenance. Your violence does me no harm. Your resistance merely fortifies my dominion. Its flowing form began to expand outward, seeking to envelop the two heroes within its realm. Damn it, Tony muttered in the office, exasperated by an entity immune to physical harm and capable of absorbing energy attacks. How do we combat this? Yet, Shiqi's resolve remained unshaken. He observed the surveillance footage as one might watch engineers calibrating a program, each speaking in their own language, requiring a compiler to bridge their communication. In a warehouse, the night demon and Kryptonian stood back to back, ensnared in a dire predicament. All their efforts had proven futile. "Your light is too pure," the night demon gasped, his senses overwhelmed by immense pressure. It tasted as exquisite as the finest caviar, which the entity relished. "Your attacks are too tangible," Kryptonian retorted, his holy light flickering as his faith wavered, even disinterested in digesting the blows he received. "Then let us present it with something it cannot digest." A wild thought took shape in the night demon's mind, catalyzed by the translator devised by Shiqi's team. What does it mean? "Your hope is built upon perfection, rendering it easily absorbed." The voice of Daredevil grew deep and menacing. "While my hope is rooted in a cesspool. It is entwined with pain, betrayal, and an unending struggle. It is toxic, tasting akin to excrement mixed with shards of glass." Kryptonian was taken aback, unable to comprehend such a blasphemous metaphor. "Bestow your light upon me." Daredevil extended his hand. "No, do not give it directly. Through the link that binds us, lend it to me. Allow me to craft it in my own manner." Kryptonian hesitated. To relinquish his sacred power to a violent demon who lurked in shadows? It would be a profound betrayal of his faith. Yet, the dire circumstances left him with no alternative. A deal was struck. Gritting his teeth, he made his decision. He closed his eyes, transmitting his pure conviction, once projected as a spear of light, now conveyed through that invisible translator. Daredevil's body shuddered violently. He heard, with crystal clarity, the untainted absolute faith in justice emanating from a soul. That voice was grand and pure, searing into the very essence of one accustomed to traversing the gray areas of morality. Simultaneously, Kryptonian perceived something profound. Chapter 273, User Satisfaction -1 million. Kryptonian vividly witnessed a mortal, having endured suffering, solitude, and despair far beyond the ordinary, clinging to the flickering flame of an unwavering guardian spirit, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. That flame, though feeble, was remarkably resilient, inducing a twinge of shame in his lofty, untested sanctity. "All right," Daredevil's voice, still hoarse, now bore divine resonance. "It is my turn." He did not charge at the Star Eater, but instead surged toward the serene offerings immersed in dreams. The short staff in his hand transformed from a weapon of assault to a conduit enveloped in the imperfect holy light of Hell's Kitchen. He gently tapped the foreheads of each individual, not as a physical attack, but as a soft awakening. With every tap, a fragment of meticulously crafted, pain-laden hope was infused into the slumbering souls. "Hey, wake up. Your child is still waiting for you to return home and tell him stories. Hey, rise. You promised your brother you would open a repair shop together. Listen, I know you are weary, but the old woman next door, who constantly berates you, has not scolded anyone today. Something may have happened to her." These voices were no longer the hollow, grandiose promises of the Star Eater. They were concrete, mundane, filled with the tangible concerns of reality. Those ensnared within the realm of dreams bore blissful smiles that began to contort, their brows furrowed in anguish, as the pure hopes siphoned away by the Star Eater were supplanted by a toxic blend of responsibility and suffering. The Star Eater emitted a wretched shriek, for the delectable essence of souls it had been savoring had abruptly transformed into scalding, impurity-laden industrial waste. It could no longer absorb this detritus. These hopes were too tainted, too bitter, too alarmingly real. Its resplendent form writhed violently, akin to a creature plagued by indigestion. The spiritual connection it shared with the dreamers began to falter. "Now, angel!" Night Demon cried out. "It is choked by reality. Find its stomach." Kalan, having already been rendered speechless by this bizarre sermon, swiftly regained his composure. He channeled all his divine energy, no longer coalescing it into hope, but rather into a concept, judgment. He then shared this judgment with Night Demon through a translator. At that moment, Night Demon's extraordinary senses surged into a new dimension upon receiving this authority. No longer did he merely perceive heartbeats. He could hear the threads of causality. He no longer merely sensed lies. He could detect the currents of fate. Closing his eyes, he precisely identified the singular core node within the chaotic network of tormented souls and the Star Eater, the singularity that anchored the concept to reality. He had found it. Abruptly opening his eyes, he released the short staff he held. In that instant, this seemingly ordinary stick was enveloped by Kala's immense divine energy, transforming into a holy spear capable of piercing the divine. It did not aim at the vast, flowing form of the Star Eater, but rather at an unremarkable patch of concrete in the warehouse, indistinguishable from any other. Boom! The holy spear struck the ground, yielding no explosion, only an all-consuming silence that swallowed light and sound alike. The Star Eater's massive form faltered, as if a plug had been pulled from a drain, spiraling frantically toward the point of impact, collapsing and flowing back. Its conceptual body was pinned in place. Escape was no longer an option. Kala's voice, tinged with fatigue, yet more so with awe, regarded the Crimson Demon as if witnessing an entirely new species previously unfathomable to him. However, the battle was not yet concluded. The ensnared Star Eater unleashed a final desperate counterattack, detonating all the unprocessed hopes it had absorbed. A colossal psychic shockwave, filled with shattered dreams, erupted forth. Yet its target was not the two heroes. It was not the awakened spirits, the most fragile of mortals. No, Kryptonian and the Night Devil simultaneously perceived each other's intentions. But they were too late to intervene. A shockwave swept through the entire warehouse in an instant. Those who had just been forcibly yanked from their dreams wore expressions of bewilderment, followed by anguish, and ultimately, a fury stripped of all solace. They did not turn their wrath upon the nearly breathless Star Devourer. Instead, they pivoted, their gazes filled with venomous resentment, fixating on their savior. One man, trembling, picked up a steel pipe from the ground and pointed it at Kryptonian, his voice hoarse with rage, demanding, "Give me back my paradise." In that moment, all those who had been saved slowly rose to their feet, armed with stones, wooden planks, and anything they could find. Like a pack of disturbed beasts deprived of their only sanctuary, they gradually encircled the two heroes who had thrust them into reality. In the office of the art department, Tony observed this scene and let out a whistle. "Well, this just got interesting," he remarked. The user satisfaction rating, he estimated, was about -100,000. Anna's complexion drained of color as the monitor before her displayed a graph representing anger and resentment that had soared beyond the horizon. This user experience was more cruel than any form of torture. Gao Shiqi slowly rose to his feet and approached the void wall that revealed the cosmos, watching the footage of the heroes encircled by the furious mortals. "Matt," he began calmly, preparing to draft a case report. The report's title read, "Reassessment of Hope as a High-Risk Narrative Asset and Preliminary Exploration of the Rights of the Rescued." Tony submitted the final version of the translator, named the empathy module as the technical achievement of this mission. Anna attached the negative user feedback as core evidence to the report, emphasizing its significance as a vital reference for future product development. He paused, gazing at the screen where the noble, sacred knight and the solitary urban devil stood back to back, ready to confront a war from the people that they had never anticipated. Chapter 274, The Cruelest Enslavement. The mission was accomplished. Satisfaction resonated in Gao Shiqi's voice, belonging to a victor. "We have not only eradicated the contamination and isolated the product, we have also created an entirely new narrative, a story of salvation and betrayal, rich with potential for discussion and sequels. The copyright of this tale will firmly reside in the hands of the art department." At the moment Gao Shiqi declared the mission complete, the task allocation terminal in the center of the office reacted. The crimson alarm light faded, transforming into a disquieting gold that signified the appreciation of high-value assets. Case 8150 has been closed. Assessment. Task objectives have been exceeded. The pollution source has been eradicated and the narrative products have been isolated. Additional achievement. Successfully hatched a highly controversial and commercially viable cross-genre narrative of saints and demons. The ownership belongs to the Ark of Noah department. Conclusion. The Ark of Noah department has demonstrated exceptional asset restructuring and value innovation capabilities. According to the exemplary contribution reward regulations, this department will be granted an upgrade in authority. As the words echoed, a subtle transformation occurred within the office's structure. Behind the four desks, from the previously empty void, slowly ascended a terminal, akin to a monument, composed of black marble and flowing data. It was older and more silent than the task allocation terminal. New authority unlocked. Personnel Archive Database, read-only. Description: you may now access the core setting documents of all current employees and archived assets within the system. Understand your colleagues, comprehend your adversaries, and know yourselves. System message: knowledge is power. The golden light faded. The black stone monument, known as the Personnel Archive, stood silently, resembling a well leading to an abyss, emanating a deadly allure. Tony's will, taking on a human form, circled the monument as if scrutinizing a perilous toy. Know yourself? Huh, I wager there are traps within. For instance, with each inquiry, our loyalty rating may diminish slightly until it becomes a liability in need of optimization. Anna did not even glance at the monument. Her gaze remained fixed on the now blacked-out surveillance screen, as though she could still perceive the faces of those rescued, now filled with resentment towards their heroes. She murmured, "I do not wish to know more. What I know is already sufficient." Gao Shiqi remained motionless, quietly observing the monument, his balanced will swiftly calculating the pros and cons of this new tool. It was both an opportunity and a trap, an opportunity to delve deeper into the workings of this system, yet also a snare that could ensnare them in a vast sea of information and endless conspiracies. However, it was Matt who shattered this eerie tranquility. The will of the law, composed of Matt Murdock's soul, departed from his desk. The golden light no longer took the form of documents but coalesced into a hazy, humanoid silhouette clad in a suit, gradually approaching Gao Shiqi. With each step, the obsidian floor beneath him revealed golden cracks reminiscent of legal statutes. The entire office resonated with the rules, shifting in response to his movement. "Report, is it completed?" Matt's voice bore a hint of gravity. "The final draft is being generated." Gao Shiqi's will did not even turn. "The title is quite commendable. The system will appreciate it." "Is it?" Matt halted behind Gao Shiqi. "So, does the report mention the name of the man who picked up the steel pipe?" "His name is Jose Rodriguez. He has 2 children, a daughter who excels at the community school. He works 3 jobs at the docks each day, solely to afford her a second-hand electronic piano." Gao Shiqi remained silent. "Does the report recount the story of the woman who spat at Kalashin?" Matt continued, his voice tinged with a suppressed fury that began to seep through. "Her name is Maria. Her husband perished in a gang crossfire. She prays daily at St. Agnes Church, beseeching for a true miracle to manifest in this hellish kitchen. And we bestowed upon her a miracle, only to transform it into an even crueler jest. They are merely data, Matt." Gao Shiqi finally spoke, his tone as serene as if reciting a physical constant, a mere backdrop to the products. "Ascribing excessive significance to them only escalates our maintenance costs." "Maintenance costs?" Matt scoffed bitterly. "Is this what you've gleaned from me?" To mask your damned commercial logic in the frigid embrace of the law, he stepped forward, the radiant golden law morphing into countless invisible chains that instantaneously ensnared Gao Shiqi's will. "I entrusted you with my judgment, Gao Shiqi, to discern right from wrong and safeguard the innocent, not to label souls with price tags, packaging them to sell to the highest bidding devil." The air in the office thickened, the tension palpable as Tony and Anna anxiously regarded the 2 adversaries at the core. Gao Shiqi slowly turned. His will remained an embodiment of absolute equilibrium, yet the scales began to quiver slightly under the impact of Matt's furious law. "You are mistaken." Gao Shiqi's voice, though still calm, bore a chilling coldness capable of freezing souls. "I did not betray them. I saved them, according to the original plan of the system. The product known as Hell's Kitchen was destined to be deemed devoid of long-term value due to the exhaustion of this core element. Its fate was to be formatted. You, Jose Maria, all of you would be erased, along with your pain and struggles, consigned to the recycle bin." He gazed directly into that furious golden light. "And I have given you a new narrative, a tale replete with controversy and tension, a story the system would readily invest in. I have granted you a future, perhaps a more painful one, but at least a future nonetheless. I exchanged their paradise for the existence of all of you. In my view, that transaction is quite advantageous." "That is not existence," Matt roared, the golden chains of law tightening violently, attempting to crush Gao Shiqi's unwavering will entirely. "That is a curse. You have transformed them into mere extras in your narrative, perpetually echoing their yearning for redemption and subsequent disillusionment. You have also rendered me a jester within this lamentable circus. This is not salvation, Gao Shiqi." This constitutes the most sophisticated and cruel form of enslavement. Chapter 275. Heroes merely become monuments. Enslavement or survival? The scales of Gao Shiqi, under immense pressure, did not shatter. Instead, they radiated a more neutral brilliance, prying open those golden chains one by one. Tell me, Matt, amidst absolute void and meaningful suffering, which do you choose? Do not respond with your lawyerly logic. Answer me with the logic of Hell's Kitchen. This query struck like a sledgehammer at the very core of Matt's soul. The logic of Hell's Kitchen has never been about victory. It is about rising again after each blow. It concerns the choice to throw the next punch, even in battles you know you'll lose. Astonishingly, Gao Shiqi's reasoning holds true. Matt's resolve wavered in the face of this harsh realization, and Gao Shiqi seized that moment. We are all in a larger Hell's Kitchen. Matt, Gao Shiqi's voice resonated like a final sentence, and within this kitchen, there exist but two types of individuals. Those like you, striving to combat the rules with morality and conviction, and those like me, attempting to comprehend and exploit these very rules as survivors. History has repeatedly demonstrated that heroes ultimately become monuments, while survivors are the ones who inscribe history. Yet Mats will let out a final, defiant roar, insisting there must be a third path. Then seek it. Gao Shiqi pressed forward with unyielding determination. That dispassionate force of balance swiftly turned the tide, forcibly calming Matt's tumultuous and enraged sense of justice. Utilize your position as the chairman of the legal committee to scour through those personnel files. Uncover a legal clause that grants us all unconditional freedom. If you succeed, I shall immediately apologize to you and the data you safeguard. Matsu was thoroughly subdued by this irrefutable logic. His once defined golden silhouette dissipated, reverting to a mountain of weary documents. A soul-stirring internal conflict concluded in the most oppressive manner. Tony's will drifted over slowly. Well done, boss. You have successfully motivated a soon-to-be-resigned employee with an unattainable task. A quintessential example of management art. Gao Shiqi disregarded his derision. He understood that a rift had emerged between him and Matt. This team was experiencing genuine internal discord, and the system was undoubtedly observing it all. He had to take action to restore balance to the situation. His will drifted towards a newly emerged black monument of personnel archives. You are indeed correct, Tony. This is a trap. Gao Shiqi's voice resonated within the office. However, it is also the only channel through which we can actively acquire information at present, rather than exhausting ourselves here. Let us discover what our employer has prepared for us in the employee manual. His will manifested as a hand, gently pressing against the frigid stone monument. Identity verification in process. Department Head, Gao Shiqi. Permission confirmed. Welcome to the Personnel Archive database. Please enter the keywords, or... A search box materialized upon the surface of the monument. Let us begin with ourselves, Gao Shiqi proclaimed. Know thyself and thy adversary. Tony, what is yours? How am I to know? Tony retorted. Of course you do. Gao Shiqi's will shifted towards Tony's desk. Every time you submit a development log, your signature is required. That signature is yours. Tony fell into silence for a moment, seemingly rummaging through his memories. Then, he recited a sequence composed of letters and numbers. Gao Shiqi input the code. Data rapidly flashed across the monument, and soon, a file was retrieved. Employee, 401 name code, Tony Stark, Iron Man, type, narrative asset core. Arc Noah Division, RD Director. Core attributes, genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Drive core, post-traumatic stress and futuristic compulsion. Asset value assessment, possesses exceedingly high derivative development potential and cross-universe linkage value. The file was extensive, detailing every upgrade of Tony's armor, even including algorithms for avoiding allergens related to pepper. Well, it seems there are no secrets. Tony's tone conveyed a hint of disappointment, mingled with relief. Next, Anna, Gao Shiqi said. Anna disclosed her information. Her file was far simpler, yet more brutal. Asset, 742. Name code, Anna, Navigator, type, narrative tool, consumable. Arc Noah Division, User Experience Director. Core attributes, innocent victim. Drive core, implanted traumatic memories and instinctual yearning for meaning. Asset value assessment, serves a functional role as a benchmark of humanity, yet is highly replaceable. The designation of consumable made Anna's will tremble slightly. Gao Shiqi did not grant her time to process this. He immediately turned to Matt's desk. Matt, That pile of documents, having remained silent for a considerable duration, reluctantly projected a sequence. The file unfurled once more. Employee 013, alias Matt Murdock, the Night Demon, type narrative asset, regional. Noah's Ark Division, chair of legal affairs. Core setting, lawyer vigilante, conflict of dual identity. Driving core, Catholic original sin theory and a promise to his father. Asset value assessment, stable performance in film noir and urban legend genres, limited potential for breaking the mold. Now, it is my turn. The will of Gao Shiqi turns toward the stone monument. He requires no recollection. It is already imprinted within the essence of his being. He inputs the familiar code that he knows all too well. Employee 734, alias Gao Shiqi, the Restorer, type anomalous entity, incorporated. Prometheus Division, department head. Core setting, just as the core setting was about to unfold, within the office, the force of law belonging to Matt Murdock, which Gao Shiqi had forcibly balanced, suddenly erupted once more. Yet this time, the target of that power was not Gao Shiqi. It transformed into a golden lightning bolt imbued with the weight of judgment, striking fiercely upon the stone monument of personnel records. Chapter 276, The Kryptonian Orphan Myth Prototype. I found it. Matt's voice, no longer filled with rage, resonated with a trembling roar upon discovering a monumental deception. That loophole, the one that can set us free. The stone monument trembled violently under the impact of the sudden surge of law. The data on the screen began to jump wildly in a frenzy of garbled chaos. "What have you done, Matt?" Tony exclaimed in shock. "I did not attack it." Matt's voice, laced with clarity, responded. "I merely submitted a request for information disclosure. A request invoking the highest level of the right to know statute, which it cannot refuse, but is unable to process immediately. I have entangled its legal module and confidentiality module in a logical conflict." The garbled text on the monument accelerated rapidly. Countless records not belonging to them flashed by in an instant. They glimpsed an asset assessment named Clark Kent, a cross-universe project codenamed Council 5, and a risk warning regarding the fourth wall. Then, the screen abruptly stuttered. It halted upon Gao Shiqi's file, which had yet to fully unfold. However, the content displayed was information that should have been encrypted at the highest level, absolutely not meant for their eyes. Due to the system's logical conflict, it was a deeper annotation regarding the source of his power, found in the core settings section. Source of power template, Kryptonian Orphan Myth Prototype 73 commercial licensed version. Template description, a standardized, high-acceptance narrative model of a celestial deity. It includes several pluggable emotional modules, such as planetary destruction, benevolent adoptive parents, and the search for kin. It possesses a strong adaptability to the market and aligns with positive value orientation. Initial state, inactive. Activation event, target universe, Earth 1, 99999. Event 1138, miraculous accident narrative intervention. Note, to ensure the uniqueness of the asset and its return on investment, this template has undergone slight modifications, such as replacing the vulnerability to kryptonite with a low resistance to magic in order to avoid copyright disputes with primary competitors, the universe. The entire office had descended into an oppressive silence. Tony's engineering model stood utterly frozen. Anna's emotional monitor had turned into a blank slate. Matt's compendium of laws ceased its fiery burn. Everyone was fixated on that single line. No, those few words. Template. Commercial licensing version. Pluggable. Copyright dispute. Gao Shiqi's will, an indomitable balance, forged in absolute equilibrium, began to reveal a subtle yet ever-widening fissure from within. His Kryptonian lineage, his obliterated homeland, the solitude and pride of being the last son. The very foundation of his existence was all a fabrication. He was not a survivor. He was merely a meticulously chosen product adorned with a Kryptonian-themed skin package. At that moment, the black monument finally emerged from its logical conflict. It emitted a siren-like buzz, and all information on the screen vanished in an instant. System error. Permission abuse. Personnel file database. Temporarily closed. The monument slowly sank into the void as if it had never existed. Yet the message it left behind burned like an everlasting brand, searing into the consciousness of every individual present. The silence in the office remained unbroken. Tony, Anna, and Matt gazed at Gao Shiqi, the once omnipotent and infallible boss. They were at a loss for words. Sympathy? Mockery? Or dread? Gao Shiqi's will still maintain the form of balance. Yet that fissure had cleaved through the entire crossbeam of equilibrium. The pointer oscillated erratically, disrupting the harmony. That crack did not merely manifest in the form of Gao Shiqi's will. It was indelibly etched into the very fabric of reality within the office. Centered around his vacant desk, a golden fissure resembling a spider's web emerged upon the obsidian floor, as if the foundational laws of space were groaning under the strain caused by the trembling of its core pillar. The pointer of the balance, once a symbol of absolute order and ultimate reason, was now flailing with chaotic frequency. Each oscillation sent ripples through the surrounding reality. It was no longer a mere measuring tool. It had transformed into a metronome chronicling the anguish and bewilderment of existence. Thus, Tony's will shattered the oppressive silence that could freeze even the soul. His translucent human silhouette did not drift towards Gao Shiqi. Rather, it took a step back, maintaining a safe distance from the precariously tilted desk. His voice was stripped of mockery, replaced by the calm of an engineer witnessing an inevitable structural collapse. Mingled with awe and dread, Superman was merely a brand, one far older and more successful than Stark Industries. And you were their latest flagship model, modified for local adaptation. Anna's will transformed into a faint glimmer of light, hovering at the edge of Gao Shiqi's desk, yet daring not to approach. Her voice brimmed with the anxiety of mortality. Gao Shiqi, are you all right? This question, though simple, was also foolish. No one could remain well after their very existence was revealed to be a commercial farce. Matt Murdock's will coalesced anew from the mountain of legal documents. He did not gaze at Gao Shiqi, but fixated intently on the golden fissure in the floor that he had wrought with his own hands. That crack seemed to be an unhealable scar left by his sense of justice. His voice emerged, hoarse and hollow. I just wanted to find the truth. You have found it, Gao Shiqi's voice responded, devoid of its characteristic balance and steadiness. It sounded empty, akin to a machine stripped of all its preset programs, responding to the most fundamental command. The frantically oscillating pointer suddenly halted. Then, under the horrified gazes of all present, the beam representing balance split in two at the fissure, severing in half. The scales at either end, like stars bereft of their support, plummeted with a thunderous crash onto the obsidian floor, shattering into countless shards of meaningless data that flickered faintly in the dim light. Only the solitary, wildly swinging pointer remained. Balance is predicated upon known oppositions. Gao Shiqi's hollow voice continued to resonate, as if reciting a post-mortem report. Order and chaos, creation and destruction, existence and oblivion. Yet now, a wholly new variable had emerged within this system, one I could neither define nor measure: truth and falsehood. Chapter 277, The Discovery of Superman's Prototype. The solitary pointer ceased its oscillation. It no longer sought a point of equilibrium. Its tip began to melt and reform into a more aggressive shape. It was no longer a pointer. It had transformed into a probe, an unyielding instrument of exploration and penetration, existing solely for the purpose of discovery. Thus, the old engine had become obsolete. Gao Shiqi's will declare the death of his former identity. I require a new one. His colossal will, belonging to the reorder, no longer sustained the form of the scales. It began to collapse inward, enveloping the nascent probe within. It was a harrowing and violent metamorphosis. The light in the office was distorted by this immense energy's convergence. Tony, Anna, and Matt felt as though they were being drawn into a nascent black hole, their thoughts growing sluggish. As the radiance dissipated, Gaus's will had transformed into a chillingly new form. It was a slowly rotating sphere composed of countless concentric rings, each inscribed with myriads of ever-changing runes that represented possibilities. At the core of this sphere, the probe, reshaped by a pointer, radiated a white light like a captive star seeking the truth. He was no longer a balancer. He had become a seeker, a fervent zealot willing to pierce through all falsehoods in pursuit of the singular truth. I must know. Gaus's new form issued the first command. The voice was no longer hollow, but imbued with the steely resolve of a Kryptonian archetype. Where's its version 10? What? Tony was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Go to the system backend and find a legitimate license for your pirated system? No. The sphere of Gauss turned slowly toward Tony. I wish to locate the prototype of the prototype, the original story, untainted by commercial modification, possibly fraught with imperfections. I need to understand what the concept of Krypton was before it became a product. This is impossible. Matt's voice quivered with terror. The personnel files have been closed. We are locked in here, where you find a version that may have been abandoned eons ago. We cannot seek externally. The sphere of Gauss pivoted towards a cold, multifaceted terminal at the center of the office, but we can from within. You mean within Tony's mind? A frenzied thought began to resonate with Gauss's plan. The system is a conglomerate of countless narrative universes, yet it cannot house all universes on a single server. Gauss's voice, akin to the most astute hacker, articulated an outlandish path of attack. There must be online servers, test servers, and, certainly forgotten, long-abandoned development servers that had ceased maintenance but were not entirely erased for some reason. Those places are like the attic of the system, filled with its earliest, roughest, and most authentic drafts. We must go there. Gauss's will issued an indisputable conclusion. How do we get there? Anna asked, trembling. We cannot even exit this office. We can. The sphere of Gauss projected a beam of light onto the task allocation terminal. We are now employees. Employees have the right to travel, especially when a certain online product presents a grave issue that cannot be resolved remotely from the office and necessitates an on-site investigation. Tony comprehended thoroughly. His spirit trembled with excitement at the elegance and audacity of the plan. Are we to fabricate a report, then request an on-site operation? My heavens, Gao Shiqi, you have lost your mind. You are using the company as printer to print a manifesto intended to subvert the company after your resignation. I require your assistance. Gao Shiqi disregarded Tony's analogy. His focus pivoted towards the three individuals. Tony, I need you to design a logic bomb with utmost urgency, one that we can precisely implant and which will create sufficient chaos, compelling the system to authorize our on-site intervention. It must not inflict actual asset loss, yet it must appear exceedingly dire. Matt, he turned towards the silent pile of documents. I need you to leverage your legal acumen to draft an impeccable report for this on-site operation request. The report should underscore the urgency of the problem and the potential risks. While cleverly disguising the coordinates of the abandoned development site, we wish to access as a neighboring area to the source of the problem, an optimal location for quarantine observation. Anna, he finally gazed at the faint light. You are the linchpin of this operation. It cannot be purely technical. That would be too easily uncovered. It must be rooted in user experience, a deadlock concerning character emotional logic that the system cannot remedy through conventional means. I need you to identify a fitting narrative product and an appropriate character, then infuse a dose of your most adeptly crafted human virus into their very essence. The three remained silent, for they were voluntarily plunging into the destruction of an innocent world, merely to satisfy Gao Shiqi's obsessive quest for self-truth. Why us? Matt's voice was laced with confusion. You no longer need to maintain balance. You alone can accomplish all of this. For as Gao Shiqi's sphere rotated slowly, the core's probe aligned sequentially with each of them. Tony, you must understand that your genius, aside from manufacturing tools, can also create something truly transformative. Matt, you must realize that your sense of justice, beyond judging others, can you find a genuinely righteous path for yourself? Anna, you must discern whether your humanity, beyond being mere data for observation, can become the key to alter everything. I am no longer your superior. Gao Shiqi's voice resonated with a collegial invitation. I am merely a product, trapped here alongside you. And now, I have discovered an opportunity that may allow us all to witness our factory settings. The choice is yours. A prolonged silence ensued. Chapter 278. The Corpse of the Universe. Well, Tony chuckled, a laugh that echoed the relief of a gambler who had lost all his chips. I'm utterly tired of this wretched place anyway. Designing something that would give the gods a headache? That sounds far more intriguing than mending Thor's psychological issues. A radiant document emerged from Matt's files, titled Legal Justification for Urgent Cross-Quadrant Operational Needs. He responded with action. In the end, all eyes turned to Anna. The faint glow flickered for a long while. Then, she softly spoke. If our destination truly holds answers, I yearn to know what the original form of my traumatic memory is like. Deal. The will of Gao Shiqi issued a final confirmation. The Noah's Ark Department, a team recently fractured internally, set its sights on a more perilous objective and resumed its efficient collaboration. They resembled a cadre of the most ingenious, cunning artists, jointly crafting a flawless masterpiece. Tony devised a clever emotional paradox bomb. Anna enveloped it in the most innocent yet lethal coating of first love. Matt adorned its delivery parcel with all permissible customs labels. Then, they randomly dispatched this gift into a stable narrative product within the system, rated as Stardust Academy's magical girl universe. The target was the sunniest, kindest, and least likely to encounter trouble protagonist in that universe. Report 9001 urgent. Submitting department. Noah's Ark department. Problem description. The protagonist of Product Stardust Academy, Alex, has inexplicably fallen into an emotional logic deadlock, enamored with a non-existent girl without any external inducement. The character has abandoned all main quests, resulting in a comprehensive collapse of the storyline. Preliminary assessment indicates a highly contagious emotional meme contamination. Remote repair has failed, requesting authorization for urgent on-site isolation and root cause investigation. The application report was submitted. After a prolonged silence of 30 seconds, the task allocation terminal in the center of the office finally illuminated with the long-awaited green light, signifying approval. Application approved. Initiating secure passage to designated isolation, Zone 001 decommissioned. Wishing you a successful endeavor. In the office's void, a fissure of antiquated, data-oxidized yellow slowly opened. From the other side of the crack came the weary hum of an aging server fan. Let's go. The will of Gao Shiqi's sphere plunged unhesitatingly into the rift, with Tony, Matt, and Anna following closely behind. As they departed, the office returned to its eternal silence, as if it had never known resistance. Traversing the passage felt akin to navigating a long-forgotten website, enshrouded in dust and riddled with dead links from 2 decades past. Everywhere, there were fragmented textures, garbled text, and scripts failing to load. Upon their arrival at 001, the spectacle before them left everyone astounded. Here lay the corpse of a universe, devoid of stars, devoid of life, merely an expanse of infinite gray void. Within this void floated countless enormous, translucent design documents. Some bore preliminary concepts regarding energy gems, while others contained discarded sketches of peculiar, octopus-like creatures marked with a red cross. This was a graveyard of creativity, a mortuary for narrative embryos. We have arrived. Gao Shiqi's will resonated within this cemetery of imagination, sensing the most primal and raw ideas, as the core probe within him hummed with excitement. How do we search now? Tony inquired. Leave it to me. Gao Shiqi's probe erupted into a blinding white light, scanning the vast emptiness like a radar. He was not seeking a mere document, but rather a sensation, one akin to the template within him, yet more ancient and pure. Moments later, the probe locked onto a direction. Over there. They surged forward towards that point, traversing numerous abandoned deity designs and dismissed drafts of worldviews. At last, they beheld it. At the end of the void floated a small, solitary model of a solar system, incongruous amidst the surrounding design documents. This model resembled a child's toy, rough, simplistic, and rife with innocent errors. Yet, as they drew near, their collective resolve solidified. For in the center of that solar system hung not a yellow sun, but a deep crimson sun, exuding a chilling aura of dread. Orbiting this red sun, on the trajectory of the third planet, they discerned a name, inscribed in a nearly obsolete font, marking the planet's identity, 01. The crimson sun resembled a droplet of congealed blood, suspended in the dawn of creation. It radiated neither light nor warmth, only a heavy gravity that absorbed all potential into its core. The planets orbiting it, including the one named in the design, exhibited a morbid, lifeless brown hue. The probe, imbued with Tony's intent, cautiously scanned the rudimentary model, its voice tinged with the thrill of uncovering a crucial flaw. In most narrative constructs, the radiation from the red sun would suppress the powers of Kryptonians. If this served as the prototype, it implied that the genesis of this tale did not originate from gods, but rather from humans, or, more accurately, from mortals. No. The spherical entity composed of concentric rings, Gao Shiqi, responded slowly. Its core probe was absorbing the ancient pheromones emitted by the model at an almost ravenous frequency. You're only partially correct. The origin is neither divine nor human. The probe, a delicate spike reshaped from a balanced pointer in pursuit of absolute truth, gently touched the celestial model designated as 01. There was no grand portal, no dazzling light effects. In that moment of contact, The wills of the four were forcibly thrust into a world akin to a beta version of reality. Images tearing, stuttering, rife with garbled text and missing textures. They were violently drawn into a realm of despair. Chapter 279. The City of Doom as their senses gradually stabilized. They found themselves suspended above a city that epitomized every apocalyptic sci-fi vision imaginable. Towering crystalline spires once gleaming with brilliance now lay dulled, their surfaces shrouded in a thick, gray fungal blanket reminiscent of biological tissue. Geometric flying vehicles that should have soared through the skies lay skewed between the edifices, resembling great birds with broken wings, their ruptured edges oozing dried black oil. The sky was suffused with a dark crimson hue, cast by a dying red sun. There were no signs of war, no cacophony of destruction, only the eternal, sluggish decay that followed the exhaustion of all energy, hope, and meaning. Is this Krypton? Anaswell felt no emotion amidst the suffocating silence. Neither sorrow nor despair lingered here. The essence of emotion seemed long since drained, leaving only hollow shells. Look below, Maxwell. A golden light of law and order pointed toward the most magnificent spire of the city. They descended, navigating through the viscous air, which felt almost tangible. At the pinnacle of that tower lay a platform resembling a plaza. Upon it stood, or rather existed, dozens of Kryptonians. They bore no resemblance to the handsome and robust figure of Superman that Gao Shiqi portrayed on Earth. They were tall, extremely tall, elongated like shadows stretched beyond natural limits. Gone were the elegant robes adorned with family crests, as described in legends. They stood bare, their skin a morbid, semi-translucent white, through which the slow flow of an amber-hued stream, neither blood nor water but some form of information, was clearly visible beneath the surface. They possessed no facial features. Their faces were dominated by a compound eye resembling that of an insect, composed of countless tiny hexagons. At that moment, every facet of their compound eyes was uniformly fixed upon the dying red sun above, as if engaged in a silent pilgrimage. What are they doing? Tony's will endeavored to analyze the behavioral patterns of these beings, yet he found his logical database devoid of any corresponding entries. Their actions transcended mere survival, religion, and any known forms of life. They were in a state of anticipation. The voice of Gao Shiqi resonated with a chilling tremor born of unveiling the truth, awaiting sustenance. At that moment, one of the Kryptonians stirred. He slowly lowered his head, his immense compound eyes shifting towards the center of the platform. There, suspended in midair, was a luminous orb, a colorful sphere that starkly contrasted with the desolate world around it, radiating vitality and boundless possibilities. Within that orb, images flickered rapidly. One could glimpse a primitive tribe attempting to create fire for the first time, a medieval kingdom where a queen was enacting her inaugural code of laws for her people, and a planet of the industrial age where the first steamship was sounding its whistle. It was a confluence of potentialities, the seeds of a civilization's narrative. The slender Kryptonian extended his spider-like arms, his fingertips devoid of nails, splitting into countless fine tendrils that shimmered with faint electric light. He gently pierced these probes into the vibrant orb. The orb began to tremble violently, its vivid colors fading at a visible pace. Those images brimming with hope and promise became blurred, monochromatic, ultimately dissolving into a meaningless flurry of snowflakes that symbolized heat death. Meanwhile, within the translucent form of the Kryptonian, the dark golden streams of information brightened slightly from this infusion of possibility. His enormous compound eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Tony's will was seized by a profound chill emanating from the depths of his soul. They were not awaiting nourishment. They were the Star Eaters. However, what they consumed was neither planets nor hope. They devoured stories. They were the predators of narrative. The truth unfolded before them in the most brutal and subversive manner. This prototype Krypton was not a noble civilization brought to ruin by arrogance. It was a parasitic civilization. After reaching the end of its own world, it sought to prolong its meaningless existence by stealing and devouring the futures of other nascent universes, an intergalactic cancerous cell. And the tale of the so-called Kryptonian orphan was not a story of escape. Gao Shiqi's will contracted violently at this realization, the core probes nearly piercing his own essence. It was a story of sowing. They launched their seeds not to perpetuate life, but to seek out new, more fertile narratives, only to corrupt, absorb, and transmit them back to their home world from within. He, Gao Shiqi, that's Superman, the last son of Krypton, is not a savior. He is an advanced virus masquerading as hope. We must depart from this place. Maxwell issued a warning. He sensed that the rules of this world had taken note of their presence as outsiders. Among the Kryptonians feasting, several had gradually turned their immense compound eyes in their direction. No, that was insufficient. The will of Gao Shiqi did not retreat. Rather, it delved deeper towards that spire. I have yet to behold the Creator. With an almost self-destructive determination, he traversed through the narrative predators that had begun to take an interest in him. He felt the probes of those creatures attempting to scan and decipher the commercially modified template within him, as if studying a peculiar hybrid species never before encountered. He surged into the interior of the spire. The inside was vacant. There were no rooms, no floors, only a vertical shaft that extended from top to bottom. At the deepest point of the shaft, there lay neither a throne nor an engine core. Instead, there was a solitary terminal, emitting a faint glow from its screen, a terminal reminiscent of an archaic computer from the 1980s. The will of Gao Shiqi unhesitatingly advanced to the terminal. The screen displayed a log, a developer's diary written in the most rudimentary green code font, filled with exhaustion and self-doubt. Chapter 280, The Genesis Graveyard Developer Log 013. Author, the architect, concept, Krypton. An ultimate parable of entropy. What does a civilization become when it exhausts all its internal possibilities? My answer is, it transforms into the antimatter of its own significance. It no longer creates, only consumes. It no longer gives, only plunders. This is a horror story, a tale of how a story itself is devoured by an anti-story. Test feedback. Upper management deems this concept too nihilistic, too dark, lacking market potential. They assert that no one is willing to spend money on a world destined to be consumed by cancerous cells. They require a hero, a beacon of hope. Modification Proposal 10 was rejected. Attempted to introduce an internal rebel character, a Kryptonian scientist who realizes the erroneous nature of his civilization. He attempts to warn the council, but fails. Ultimately, he can only launch his child as a warning to this universe. Feedback. The warning concept remains too negative. What we need is redemption. Modification Proposal 20 was rejected. The child was to be designed as a mutant, inherently unable to absorb the stories of other universes, but rather capable of giving. He embodies positive entropy. His civilization regards him as an outcast and a monster. His launch is an act of exile. Feedback. Exile carries a sense of guilt, which hampers character development. We require a purer, more tragically archetypal mythos. Modification Plan 73 has been adopted. Very well. I concede. Let us entirely reverse the narrative. Krypton is a utopia. Scientists are the heroes. The planet's destruction is an inevitable, sublime tragedy. The child is no longer a virus or an anomaly. He is the last hope, the ember of civilization. He shall be adopted by a kind and simple couple from Earth. He will become the light of this world. We shall bestow upon him a name that is simple, memorable, and imbued with a sense of power. Perhaps Superman. As for the old narrative predator concept, let us cast it into this abandoned server. Perhaps, in the future, it can be dismantled and repurposed into a trivial, disposable antagonist. Log concluded. I am weary. I think I shall write something else, something simpler. Perhaps. A stark tale of bats and clowns. The log ends here. Gao Shiqi's will quietly linger before the text. His core probe no longer hums or trembles. It simply imprints every letter and punctuation of that text into its essence. He has attained the truth he sought, a truth more hollow, absurd, and commercialized than he could have imagined. There are no myths, no destinies, no bloodlines. Only a weary author, perpetually compromising, and a commercial proposal that has been revised until unrecognizable yet filled with hope. At that moment, the entire spire, the whole world began to tremble violently, teetering on instability. Gao Shiqi. Hurry. Tony's will emitted the most urgent alarm. Those entities have analyzed your template. They regard you as the nutrient-rich mutant they have exiled. They seek to reclaim you. Outside the spire, all Kryptonians turn their massive compound eyes. They no longer pilgrimaged or feasted. Like a pack of sharks sensing blood, they surged madly towards the base of the spire. This prototype world descended into chaos, teetering on the brink of logical collapse with the arrival of a finished product. Go! Gao Shiqi's will finally stirred. With no lingering attachment, He turned and dashed towards the path he had traversed. Yet, just as he was about to leave the terminal, he did something no one anticipated. His probe, like lightning, violently pierced the ancient terminal. External data, right detected. He did not delete the log, nor did he copy it. He merely appended a new note in his own format, belonging to the supervisor of Noah's Ark, at the end of the log. An intriguing tale, possessing immense potential for further development, merits a revival. Then, he withdrew the probe, not glancing back, as he bolted from the impending collapse of this primordial graveyard. Behind him, on the antiquated terminal screen, the line of text he had left flickered with a green luminescence, signifying that the command had been received. They had escaped. In the final moment before that world succumbed entirely, overwhelmed by countless ravenous narrative predators, they surged back into the desolate void of 001. In their wake, the rudimentary model of the solar system flickered a few times before, akin to a program unplugged. It extinguished completely, transforming into a mere fragment of meaningless, dead data. The wills of the four hung, suspended in the void, lingering in silence. Finally, Tony S. will shattered the stillness with a tone reminiscent of having just experienced an exceedingly captivating yet utterly dreadful film, concluding that Superman belongs to the cosmos. And you, Gao Shiqi, are merely a character derived from a discarded horror film setting, an imitation crafted by the Marvel Universe to evade copyright. This assessment, though harsh, was terrifyingly accurate. We must return. Anna's will trembled, expressing that they had lingered too long in this place. The world implanted within them may no longer exist. Gao Shiqi's will, a sphere formed of concentric rings and a core probe, interrupted her. We are not returning. What? The wills of the three turned to him in unison. That office is a more elaborate prison. To return merely entails receiving the next assignment and continuing to play the roles designated to us within the web of lies. Gao Shiqi's voice had regained its composure, devoid of any emotion. Yet this time, beneath the calmness lay a resolute determination, having reached a final decision. I have acquired the answers I sought. He spoke slowly. Now it is your turn. His sphere of will shifted towards Anna. Anna, you wish to uncover the original form of your traumatic memories. He then turned to Matt. Matt, you seek the path that grants freedom to all. Lastly, he faced Tony. And you, Tony, desire to know where the source code of this vast, merciless system is inscribed. Gao Shiqi's probe pointed toward the deeper recesses of this gray void, where more ancient and perilous abandoned settings floated. Chapter 281. Exploiters, we have departed from the online server. We are now in the system's backend. Here, there are no tasks, no overseers, only the most primordial data and forgotten truths remain. From this moment forth, the Ark of Noah department is disbanded. We're no longer employees. We are exploiters. Our new mission is singular. Gao Shiqi's voice resonated like the chime of a new era, reverberating through this graveyard of creativity. Seek out the architect. Locate the author who inscribed the first line of code. Then, before him, pose a question. What on earth is happening in this world? Gao Shiqi's declaration, akin to a cornerstone cast into an absolute void, did not elicit echoes, yet by its mere existence, it forcibly defined an entirely new reality. The illusion of the office had long since vanished. The wills of the four, akin to four solitary stars burning with flames of different hues, floated amidst this gray necropolis constructed from discarded concepts. The will of the exploitative Tony, his translucent human silhouette, offered no mockery, but instead repeated a phrase, as if savoring an untried spirit imbued with a taste of rust and freedom. I relish this title. It sounds far more invigorating than that of a research supervisor. Anna's faint glow drifted towards Gao Shiqi, her voice carrying the hope ignited by this grand ambition. Is it truly possible? Can we genuinely find the creators of all this? I do not know, came Gao Shiqi's cold yet honest reply. The sphere, composed of concentric rings, rotated slowly, its core probe resembling an unblinking eye, gazing into the abyss. Yet I knew this was the only endeavor worth pursuing. Matt? The collective will of all turned towards the golden radiance, symbolizing Matt. Matt Murdock's resolve. Having endured a fierce clash with Gao Shiqi and the collapse of his own existence, had become unexpectedly restrained. He did not respond immediately. The golden light flickered uncertainly, as if engaged in an incomprehensible ultimate debate between theology and law. The survivor's logic you mentioned is irrefutable. Matt's voice finally emerged, weary yet devoid of anger. imbued with a clarity that perceive the game as true nature, but I cannot accept it. If the rules of this universe are akin to a business plan filled with lies, what difference does it make to adhere to or exploit it? In the end, we are merely inscribing our own prison diaries with its ink. He paused, the golden light gravitating towards Gao Shiqi, forming an equitable triangle with Tony and Anna. But to find that author, to discover the one who first penned the initial lie, that is not merely to exploit the rules. It constitutes an extrajudicial examination, summoning the sole witness who has never appeared in court. Matt's voice regained the sharpness befitting a lawyer. I shall join. I need to know what his initial testimony was. Excellent. Gao Shiqi's sphere exhibited no surprise. The core probe flashed, as if issuing the final command. Thus, the action commenced. Tony, analyze that terminal. I require its operating system, its network protocols, and every fragment of data left behind during its communications with the upper echelons. The architect could not possibly vanish in a thin air. Every programmer possesses a distinctive code fingerprint, an indelible mark of their habitual practices. We must uncover it. A trivial task. Tony's will has transformed into countless shimmering probes, pulsating with blue arcs of electricity, swiftly enveloping the long-extinguished solar system model that bore the prototype narrative of Krypton. From this model, we shall commence the meticulous extraction of the faintest remnants of data that lingered from the last contact with the terminal. Grant me 5 minutes, and I shall unearth his browser history from 20 system cycles ago. However, the moment Tony commenced his task, Matt's golden radiance quivered abruptly. Wait. His voice had suddenly taken on a tense timbre. Something was approaching. What is it? Anna inquired warily. I cannot ascertain. Matt's consciousness, akin to a high-precision radar, was attuned to the subtlest currents of regulation flowing through this gray void. It harbored no hostility, no awareness, and no form. It resembled a process, an autonomously operating system process with the highest privileges for cleansing. It was advancing steadily towards us from the periphery of this server. He paused, as if seeking an appropriate term to encapsulate what he sensed. It is deleting. No, more profound than mere deletion. It is erasing, where it traverses. Those abandoned configuration documents and discarded concept art are not obliterated but reverted to a blank state. Their existence has been fundamentally rescinded, as if they had never been conceived. A garbage collection mechanism. Tony's probes abruptly withdrew from the model, his tone heavy with gravity, a highly efficient, unyielding memory-clearing program. It routinely surveys these forsaken servers, entirely releasing and restoring all unreferenced data that has lost its existential value back to the system. And we, the exploiters devoid of tasks, who do not belong to any project, are deemed the most standard and necessary wild pointers for elimination in its assessment. How long until it reaches us? Gao Shiqi inquired with calm composure. Based on its rate of advancement and the dimensions of this server, Tony calculated rapidly, approximately 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, we shall be optimized away. Tony, I require that code fingerprint. Now, Gao Shiqi's voice remained unwavering, as if the encroaching tide of law, capable of erasing divinity, was merely a commonplace project deadline. Understood, understood. Do not rush me. Do you think data recovery in the graveyard of myths is as straightforward as cracking codes in a CAF? Tony's will ignited with an unprecedented intensity. Countless probes morphed into a blue tempest of data, violently deconstructing the remnants of information. Time, in this desolate void, became extraordinarily lucid. The will of Matt can perceive the inexorable tide of erasure, advancing with an unstoppable rhythm as precise as the passage of time, consuming everything in its path. A discarded concept of multidimensional beings, in an instant, lost all its edges, reverting to a blank document. A sketch depicting a magnificent interstellar fleet shed all its lines and shadows, transforming into a meaningless expanse of gray. Chapter 282. The Backup Soul Draft Box. This is not annihilation. It is entropy. It embodies the most undeniable truth of the universe, approaching them in a tangible form. Eureka! With less than 3 minutes remaining on the countdown, Tony's voice rang out, infused with tremendous excitement. It is not a code fingerprint. It is something more cunning. A ghost protocol, a network topology diagram composed of countless flickering nodes and translucent links, was projected among the four. This author is a genius, albeit a madman. While developing this virtual world, he refrained from utilizing the standard development kit provided by the system. Instead, he crafted an independent, quantum entanglement-based peer-to-peer communication protocol. This protocol operates independent of the system's central server, enabling all his projects, regardless of their storage location, to establish a clandestine, unmonitored internal network. He used this network to synchronize his inspirations and back up his drafts. After his departure, the network entered a dormant state due to the loss of its primary node. Yet it did not vanish. It lingered like an invisible web throughout the system's backend, connecting every corner where he had once labored. Tony pointed to a nearly severed link on the topology diagram. Our current location, this forsaken server, is one of the most remote and long-abandoned nodes of this web. Where can this network take us? Asked Gao Shiqi, his core probe, targeting the crux of the matter. I have no idea, Tony replied. I can only activate this node and allow us to be transmitted like an email to the next connected node. But what the next node is, where it is located, and whether it still exists, I cannot predict at all. This is, quite frankly, a blind leap. The tide of erasure will reach us in 1 minute. Matt's voice resonated like a death knell. We do not have time for further analysis. Gao Shiqi's sphere showed no hesitation. His determination to pursue the truth had long surpassed any fear of the unknown. Tony, activate it. Matt, utilize your power of law to compile the wills of the 4 of us into a data packet compatible with the Ghost Protocol transmission standard, to prevent us from being torn apart during the transfer. Anna, use your humanity as the beacon of this data packet, maintaining our fundamental self-awareness amidst the chaotic jump. Do not let us become lost in the data stream. And I, the will sphere of Gao Shiqi, the core probe, erupted with a resolute radiance. I am to be the one who presses the send button. The command issued, the action completed in an instant. Tony's will transformed into a conceptual key, forcefully inserting itself into the dormant Ghost Protocol node. Matt's golden brilliance enveloped the collective will of the 4, compressing it into a cube that adhered to transmission specifications. Anna's light, at the core of the cube, pulsed stubbornly like a warm heart. In the moment they accomplished this, the wave of absolute void that signified erasure reached the very edge of their vision. They could distinctly see grand, imaginative design documents, silently and elegantly dissolving into nothingness as if cast into a fireplace. Now is the moment. Gao Shiqi's will collided fiercely with the activated node. Sending data packet 01, target node, unknown. Protocol type 09, deprecated. Transmission successful. In the next playing time, after their data packet was dispatched, the wave of erasure engulfed the very spot they had just occupied. Everything reverted to emptiness. This jump was unlike any prior experience. It was neither a traversal of space nor an entrance into another world. It felt more akin to being cut and then pasted anew. Their wills raced through a tunnel composed of chaotic annotations and lists imbued with the developer's personal emotions. This setting is too foolish, or revised later. Fix that damned logic regarding love. Why don't they understand? This is not a story about heroes. Countless fragments of thought, laden with the author's frustrations and inspirations, surged like a tempest, battering their data packet. Time was indeterminate. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment, perhaps centuries, when their data packet, nearly disintegrated by the data storm, was finally pasted to its destination. They arrived at a similarly silent yet utterly distinct locale. Here, it was no longer a graveyard of creativity. Instead, it was an abandoned art studio. They floated above an expanse of pure white canvas, infinitely stretching before them. The canvas bore countless traces of erasure, modification, and smudging. Above them hung innumerable brushes and pencils, suspended in midair. Some pen tips still held wet, black ink. Scattered across the corners of the canvas were several unfinished characters. A man clad in a trench coat had only half of his face rendered, the other half a blank draft line. A woman in an evening gown was depicted with vibrant life, yet her head was obscured by a furious blot of black ink. Here lies the storyboard of a tale, the birthplace of characters, as well as the execution ground for their rejections. We have succeeded. Anna's will unfurls anew from that central beacon. Behold, Matt's golden radiance directs attention to the farthest reaches of this alabaster studio. At the terminus of their gaze rests an imposing desk reminiscent of mountains. Scattered upon its surface are remnants familiar to them, a shattered coffee cup, a crumpled script, and a small, recognizable black bat-shaped dart. Centrally positioned is an open, blank sketchbook upon which only a recently outlined solitary silhouette exists. This figure, Adorned with a soft felt hat and trench coat, bears no facial features, save for a black question mark. As they scrutinize this enigmatic realm, the freshly outlined question mark figure suddenly stirs. Gradually, it raises its head from the two-dimensional sketchbook. The ink-formed question mark seems to possess life, slowly turning toward the intruders in its midst. Chapter 283. A psychological evaluation for ghosts. A voice emerges, not through telepathy nor data streams, but rather as text bubbles manifesting directly upon the canvas before them. Fascinating. A group of colors that do not belong to this draft box has intruded. Who are you? What have you seen? The ink-formed question mark, like a living entity, gently detaches from the two-dimensional sketchbook. It does not become three-dimensional, but traverses the three-dimensional void while perpetually maintaining its absolute flatness. With each step, it leaves behind ephemeral footprints composed of characters. Its voice continues to appear in text bubbles, precisely manifesting before the will of each individual present. A shattered deity, whose balance is undone by the paradox of its own existence. A cynical creator, whose toolbox is reduced to mere mockery. A pursuit of absolute justice, yet finds the first page of the code to be a lie, and a stolen tear, seeking its original owner. This entity, self-identified as the question mark, succinctly dissected the core pain and aspirations of the four with a single phrase. It was not assessing their forms. Rather, it was delving into their character arcs. Who are you? The will sphere of Gao Shiqi, a probe in pursuit of truth, resonated with an unyielding inquiry. I'm a question. The text bubble replied succinctly. When a story requires a riddle, when a character needs a motive, when an author seeks a why, I am conceived. I am the inaugural chapter of all detective novels, the prologue to every suspenseful drama. I embody the very essence of investigation. A living genre? The will of Tony. With countless azure probes flashing in quick succession, endeavors to decipher the mechanics of existence, a narrative function that has been instantiated. This is far more captivating than that mere gaming deity. The analysis may be accurate, yet devoid of significance. The corporeal form of the question pivots towards Tony, knowing that understanding a lock structure does not equate to the ability to unlock it, particularly when you yourself embody a lock that cannot be opened. We did not come to engage in philosophical debates. The will of Gao Shiqi, imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency, stepped forward. We have come to seek the architect of this system. You know where he resides. The architect, the corporeal embodiment of the question, its ink-formed silhouette slightly quivering, as if rummaging through ancient archives. Ah, that pitiable individual who penned the first lie, only to attempt mending it with countless truths. A dreadful programmer. An even more lamentable, tragic playwright. What do you seek from him? Do you wish to hear him admit that your lives are an utter commercial fraud? Such a conclusion would be immensely dull and disappointing. Trust me, I have perused many similar scripts, all scoring abysmally low. That is not your concern. The will of Gao Shiqi retorted coldly, revealing to me his whereabouts. I never provide answers. The corporeal form of the question elegantly turned. Reminiscent of a detective from a classic film noir. I only offer clues, and clues come at a price. His armless outline gestured towards the far end of the studio. There stood silently a woman whose form was rendered vividly, yet her head was replaced by a solid mass of black ink. Have you seen her? The dialogue bubble of the question materialized beside the woman. She is a cold case, a character conceived and shaped, yet murdered by her creator in the very moment before she could acquire meaning. Her story was abruptly terminated. Her motivations erased, her visage replaced by rage. My price is rather simple. The question turned to them, the enormous black question mark resembling an abyssal eye gazing upon them. Help me solve this case. Tell me why she had to be erased. Uncover the truth concealed beneath the inky shroud. Complete my unfinished mission as an investigator. As long as you can reveal to me who she is, you will know where to seek the individual you desire. This is a fair exchange. One question in return for the answer to another. The office fell into silence. It was a proposal absurd, yet impossible to decline. They must embark on a quest to uncover the truth behind the murder of a fictional character depicted on paper, all in the hopes of obtaining a clue to find their own creator. This notion is utterly absurd. Anna's spirit, amidst the inky blackness, felt an overwhelming sorrow of being utterly denied, evoking a deep empathy within her. How can we possibly ascertain the truth of a story that has never existed? We are, in essence, conducting a psychological profile of a specter. More importantly, Matt's golden aura sharpened, as he, with the precision of a lawyer, highlighted the core ethical dilemma. What right do we possess to unearth a narrative that has been forsaken by its author? Perhaps it is the author's private matter, a wound she wishes to remain untouched. Our investigation is, in itself, an invasion. Truth knows no privacy. The question coldly retorted to Matt. It merely divides into that which is revealed and that which remains concealed. As for your capabilities, I believe you already possess them. With a subtle wave of his flat form, an intangible force swept across the will of the four. In an instant, their perception was irrevocably altered. The world before their eyes transformed from mere black and white lines and gray voids. In this abandoned studio, countless beams of colored light, akin to dust dancing in a sunbeam, began to materialize. Each ray represented an abandoned idea. Every stroke left behind a faint emotional residue. Each discarded draft line still retained the potential of its moment of conception. The entire realm morphed into a crime scene composed of narrative remnants awaiting interpretation. This was the residue of storytelling. Tony's will immediately discern the essence of this newfound vision. We could now glimpse the deleted and modified versions, much like reviewing the historical edits of a document. Chapter 284. She fell in love with the question itself. Now you're detectives. The voice of the question resonated with a sense of satisfaction. The scene lies before you. The victim is right there, and I am your client. Go forth, delve into those forgotten lines and altered shadows. Uncover the murderer and the motive. Time is of the essence, though the recycling mechanism may not currently locate this space. Due to your intrusion, this draft box has become unstable. It will soon collapse in on itself. With that, the flat figure retreated back into the immense sketchbook, transforming once more into the inky outline of a question mark, akin to a detached client awaiting the detective's report. Hoshiki's sphere exhibited no hesitation. His instinct for truth had wholly eclipsed all else. He was the first to drift towards the woman whose head had been obscured in black. Tony, analyze all the traces of modification surrounding her and establish a timeline. I desire to comprehend every iteration of her existence from birth to murder. Matt, utilize your perceptive instincts to listen to the altered lines. I wish to ascertain whether each revision adheres to a narrative logic or stems from the author's emotional turmoil. Anna, with your empathy, feel the remnants of those emotions. I wish to know the trajectory of this character's own emotional arc. Did she experience joy? Did she know fear? Whom did she love? The directives were clear and cold, akin to those of a lead investigator in a criminal case. The three immediately sprang into action. No longer were they deities or heroes. They transformed into a surreal detective squad comprised of the finest programmers, lawyers, and psychologists. Tony's blue probe danced around the lifelike form, akin to a high-precision scanner. Countless translucent layers, each representing different modified versions, were meticulously stripped away for analysis. Initial findings revealed, with excitement in Tony's voice, that her form had undergone at least 17 significant transformations. The original version depicted her clad in battle armor, wielding a longsword. Then came the explorer's garb, followed by a scholar's robe, before finally settling on this elegant evening gown. Her characterization had been in constant flux. Matt's golden aura enveloped the erased draft lines. He closed his eyes, listening intently. I perceived hesitation, immensely strong hesitation. With each modification, the author had left behind a plethora of contradictory drafts, seemingly unsure of what sort of individual to create. This was not logic, it was confusion. Meanwhile, Anna's faint light cautiously brushed against the woman's flawlessly rendered yet cold and powerless hand. In that moment of contact, a vast, frigid sorrow surged into her will. However, beneath this ocean of sadness, she sensed a faint yet profoundly pure warmth. Anna's voice trembled as she spoke. She was happy. No, she had once been very happy. This joy was unrelated to her attire or identity. It stemmed from another person. Following the source of that warmth, Anna's will began to ascend slowly, traversing the exquisite evening gown and the delicate neck, ultimately arriving at the dark, angry ink blot that represented the murder. She hesitated for a moment, then, with a resolve to comfort the deceased, gently probed her will into that darkness composed of denial. Boom! The instant Anna's will penetrated the ink blot, the entire art studio trembled violently. An emotional tempest filled with love and betrayal, yet foreign to this world, erupted from that ink stain. The wills of the four were swept up as if caught in a sudden tsunami. Countless disjointed fragments of memories belonging to that woman forcibly inundated their minds. They beheld a scene. On a starlit balcony, a woman clad in a scholar's robe wore a smile suffused with affection. Before her stood a man, adorned in a trench coat and a soft felt hat, his face marked by a black question mark. They danced together. Another tableau unfolded, within a chaotic detective agency. The woman, dressed as an adventurer, tended to the wounds of the injured man, marked with a question. Her gaze brimmed with concern. In the final scene, the woman donned a magnificent evening gown, standing amidst a pure white void, reminiscent of an artist's studio. Her countenance was devoid of joy, replaced by an abyss of sorrow. She extended her hand, seemingly yearning to touch the figure of the question mark, which turned its back on her, retreating further into the distance. Above her, a paintbrush, stained with black ink, descended slowly. I comprehended Anna's resolve. Emerging from that emotional tempest, her voice resonating with a painful cry of epiphany. She was not slain by the author. She was deliberately erased by our client, by that very question, for she had discovered the answer. She fell in love with a question, and ultimately, she became the answer to that question. A question that has been answered loses its significance. A detective stripped of mystery concludes his tale. She was not a victim of an unsolved case. She was the heroine destined to share a perfect ending with the detective. At the moment Anna proclaimed the truth, the silhouette of the question mark, which had lain silently in the sketchbook, stirred once more. It rose slowly from the pages, exuding not the calm and intrigue of a detective, but a fury akin to the cosmos laid bare, as if a scar had been uncovered. Investigation, thus far. A bubble of text imbued with negation materialized before them. Subsequently, the entire pristine studio began to be consumed by black ink, starting from the edges. That question, the very concept of the investigation, was burying the only crime scene filled with its past. It sought to entomb these intruders, along with the unveiled memories of love and endings, forever within this ink-laden darkness. This ink darkness, representing finality, was no mere consumption. It was a higher dimensional shroud, where it passed. Sound, light, and even the essence of possibility itself were drawn into that absolute two-dimensional plane, transmuted into meaningless black pixels. Tony's analytical probe, upon contact with the ink's edge, was flattened. All intricate algorithms and logic were distilled into an indecipherable, static black dot. Chapter 285. Hero shall ultimately be alone. A question once answered becomes a tale of demise. And all tales of demise ought to be interred. The voice of the question no longer manifests as mere text bubbles, but resonates in the form of laws within this rapidly compressing studio. This is its domain, its realm of genre. Here, the conclusion of a noir film possesses the supreme, indisputable right to final interpretation. We have become the last corpse in his narrative. Tony's will retreats swiftly, imbued with the engineer's characteristic calmness. This genre is shutting down all its ports. We find ourselves ensnared within a document destined for deletion. No, the spherical entity composed of concentric rings, amidst the inky waves, stands in stark clarity. Its core probe does not shrink in the face of fear. Instead, it erupts in a blinding white light, seeking truth. He has erred in his attempt to bury us. He has activated an ending. And every story, no matter how dark, must adhere to rules as long as it is in motion. Matt. The golden will of Matt Murdock comprehends instantly. He no longer gazes upon the overwhelming darkness, but elevates his senses of law to their zenith, attuning himself to the narrative rules of noir that are executing the burial directive. I hear Matt's will transforming into countless golden, flowing codified statutes. Its core rules are threefold. First, evil must be unveiled. Second, heroes shall ultimately be alone. Third, the ending is inevitable. The third rule serves as its firewall. Gao Shiqi's will swiftly renders judgment, yet the first and second rules reveal its vulnerabilities. Tony, it is done. Tony's will has morphed into a frantically operating conceptual factory. I require raw materials, anything with structure that is yet to be flattened. His gaze sweeps across this studio on the brink of annihilation. Those colossal, solidified paintbrushes, those crumpled scripts, even that shattered coffee cup, insufficient. The narrative weight of these items is far too low. They're mere background props. I need a character, one with a story. Before his words could dissipate, Anna's faint light had already drifted to the side of the vividly depicted, yet darkened-headed, female protagonist. Use her. Anna's voice, resolute, declares that her story is not yet concluded. It has merely been forcibly punctuated. But as long as someone remembers, it shall never truly die. Anna's will manifest as a hand, gently resting upon the cold shoulder of the murdered protagonist. Anna did not attempt to resurrect her. Instead, she poured into this unfinished character all the memories of love and struggle she had just experienced in that emotional tempest, without reservation. In an instant, the once merely victimized vessel began to emit a faint yet genuine character arc, infused with a complete narrative. Captured, Tony's will transformed into countless blue data tendrils, firmly grasping it at the moment the arc illuminated, as if seizing a lifeline. He embraced this arc as the core engine, violently deconstructing all accessible props, background brushes, scripts, pencils, and even the bat-shaped dart, into their most primitive narrative particles. And then, around that arc, he recompiled. A bizarre new creation, rich in contradictions, swiftly took shape in Tony's hands. It bore a streamlined body reminiscent of a brush, wings formed from script pages, and a pencil tip as a horn, while the black bat dart was installed at its core, pulsating like the heart of another dark tale. The engine is ready. Matt, chart a course. Tony shouted. Fly toward solitude. Matt's golden light of law had fully melded into the rules of this space. Like a master helmsman, he discovered the only navigable route through the seemingly insurmountable darkness, his rule being that heroes must inevitably face solitude. This signified that in his world, loneliness was an eternal, indelible coordinate. If we can make ourselves more solitary than him, we can exploit this rule to tear apart his world. Acknowledged. Anna, fuel. He issued the final command. Anna's will resonated with the protagonist to whom she had restored a narrative. She did not infuse hope nor love. She infused the emotion of profound regret, capable of propelling any story, a deep regret for what could have been a perfect ending, yet ultimately led to destruction. Boom. The narrative arc created by Tony erupted in a brilliant light due to this immense emotional fuel. It was no longer a mere assemblage of props. It possessed a soul filled with regret, yet resolutely soaring towards solitude. Bore the vessel. The sphere of Gao Shiqi's will merged with the core of the arc. Following closely were Tony, Matt, and Anna. The moment they completed their fusion, the all-consuming inky darkness had already submerged their last foothold. Set sail. The narrative arc, driven by regret and guided by the beacon of solitude, surged forth at the last moment before being utterly flattened. It did not soar forth. Instead, it transcended all laws of physics, directly leaping into the realm composed of the blackened rules of cinematic ink. They did not flee. They charged boldly into it. Within that ink, there existed a world devoid of up and down, left and right, a realm defined solely by the past and the inescapable conclusion. Countless silhouettes of memories, laden with smoke, rain, and betrayal, fluttered rapidly around them. Farewell, my cherished answers. The cold, final verdict of the question reverberated within their will. It was not over. Matt's resolve roared within the arc. In the name of the sins that must be unveiled, I accuse you. Question. Your gravest transgression is not murder, but cowardice. You fear a self that possesses the answers. You have transformed your own narrative into an unsolved mystery. This accusation struck like a heavy hammer, forcefully impacting the cornerstone of this two-dimensional world. The once impervious, ink-black plane representing conclusions now bore a faint crack. Chapter 286, The Death of Knowledge. Matt's indictment was indeed true. It adhered to the first fundamental rule of this world. It is now. Shiqi's had long been poised for action. His probe, reshaped by the balancing pointer in pursuit of absolute truth, thrust forcefully along that fissure. A soft sound echoed, as if piercing through a drenched sheet of paper. Their narrative arc burst forth from the infinite darkness of the two-dimensional void. They had succeeded. They had used the rules of a story to vanquish the story itself. Behind them, the studio that was collapsing in on itself, along with the unveiled scars of the question, was drawn into the eternal ink-black conclusion of its own making. Yet in the final moment of their escape, a text bubble brimming with anger and resentment caught up with them, searing itself into their will. Do you think you have triumphed? You have merely fled from one draft box into another. Seek out your author. Find the coward who dares not even leave his signature. He is not present in any of his creations. He hides amidst the ruins of his failed first project. Seek that library, the one that was meant to house all stories, yet now burns with only a single word remaining. The clues were in their grasp. As their arc began to disintegrate, having exhausted all its fuel of regrets, the brushes, scripts, and pencils reverted to narrative particles, dissipating into the void. The wills of the four separated from the arc, discovering they had arrived at an even more bizarre back-end server. Here lay a wasteland composed of pure, charred words. Countless fragmented terms and scorched letters accumulated like bones, forming mountains. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt paper, while on the horizon of the desolate plain stood the majestic yet skeletal outline of a structure. It was the ruins of a library, consumed by flames. At the pinnacle of this ruin, a colossal plaque, fashioned from charred stone, loomed. All the inscriptions had been obliterated by fire, save for a solitary word that seemed to have exhausted all its strength to endure. Paradox. It appeared that we had arrived. Tony's will, gazing at that monumental word, murmured, "A library reduced to a single term. I wager the librarian here must be exceedingly formidable." Just then, the sphere of Shiqi's will emitted a sudden alarm. "No, something is amiss." His voice took on a grave tone. "The waste reclamation mechanism has followed us." The group jolted in shock, turning their gazes toward the void from whence they had come. The wave that symbolized absolute nothingness, erasing all, had not been discarded by their blind leap. Like a premier hound, it traced the faintest remnants of their existence, crossing the boundaries of the server, reappearing within their sensory range. Moreover, this time, its speed had increased tenfold. It has learned our jumping patterns. Tony comprehended in an instant. It marked our vulnerability as a high-risk virus requiring immediate attention. It has upgraded. We are left with no escape. Matt's golden radiance dimmed. In this realm constructed of paradoxes, he could find no rules to exploit. Here lay the grave of regulations. No, there was still one location. Shiqi's will sphere, that core probe, steadfastly locked onto the entrance of the library ruins. Every story possesses a backdoor. Every program has a safe mode. And a library that houses all paradoxes. His voice resonated with the resolve of a gambler. Its emergency exit could lead only to one place, the origin of all logic and the terminus of all reasoning. Blankness. Shiqi's will surged forth like an unleashed arrow toward the grand library ruins. He hesitated not for a moment, as if the encroaching wave of annihilation was merely an inconsequential background noise on his quest for truth. Tony, Matt, and Anna's wills followed closely, having no choice but to place their entire trust in that nearly insane determination. They plunged into the ruins. There were no doors, only a makeshift archway formed from a precarious stack of charred books. The instant they stepped inside, an ineffable weight, emblematic of the death of knowledge, bore down upon the core of each of their wills. In the air, what floats is no longer mere ashes, but the remnants of definitions incinerated and axioms obliterated. Beneath one's feet lies not rubble, but a shattered, irreparable chain of causality. Within the library's interior exists a distorted space of counterlogic. Countless charred bookshelves, resembling the ribcage of a dying giant, pierce toward a non-existent dome in a manner that defies geometry. At the very heart of this space, devoid of tables and counters, stands but a singular entity, a silhouette formed from innumerable burnt tomes, fragmented pages, and severed letters, bizarrely fused together by an uncanny gravity. It sits there in tranquil repose, its body constructed from a multitude of contradictory sentences, while its head manifests as a swirling vortex of entangled question marks and exclamation points, ever shifting. It radiates no energy, yet possesses a more formidable presence than any deity they have encountered. For it embodies the will of the library itself, a confluence of all paradoxes, a solitary specter left behind after the self-immolation of knowledge, forever incomprehensible. Intruders. A voice resonates directly within their will. This sound does not emerge from vocal cords, but rather arises from a multitude of conflicting concepts vibrating in unison. It is both affirmation and negation, both welcome and expulsion. You have come here in search of an exit. The giant, formed of text, slowly raises its head made of punctuation marks. Yet this library has no exit, for it is itself the paradox of all exits. It is both door and wall. We have no time for riddles. The sphere of will, cold and unyielding, hovers before it as the recycling mechanism approaches, demanding tell us how to escape. The recycling mechanism. The giant emits a sound akin to a laugh, composed of countless pages rustling in self-mockery. Ah, that diligent gardener. It prunes away all meaningless branches. And I am the largest, most obstinate tumor upon this cosmic tree. It cannot prune me, for it cannot define me. And you, Chapter 287. The most powerful paradox is the answer. The giant S vortex-like head, composed of question marks and exclamation points, turns toward them. You are a virus. You are its primary target. You have fled to me like a burning moth seeking refuge in a fortress of gunpowder. A foolish, yet logically consistent act of desperation. Then open the door to the void. The probe of will points directly at the core. You are the embodiment of paradox. You must know the way to that place where all logic ceases to exist. The void. The giant slowly rises from the pile of charred books. Its towering form casts a shadow vast enough to engulf a galaxy. The void is not a place. It is a state. There exists a state that is entirely negated. Do you wish to enter the void? Very well. But you must first demonstrate to me that you possess the qualifications for negation. What qualifications? The golden radiance of Matt flickers with vigilance. It is quite simple. The voice of the giant, laced with the icy mockery of a deity, commands, present to me a paradox so profound that even I cannot encapsulate it. If you can conjure something more contradictory and inscrutable than my very self, then the laws of this library shall collapse under the weight of its inability to archive such a creation. And the singularity left in the wake of that collapse is the gateway to the void that you seek. However, should you fail, the giant extends a colossal hand, forged from countless charred tomes, pointing at them. Your existence, your narrative, and your pitiful, defiant significance shall be recorded by me, becoming a tome within this eternal prison that no one shall ever read. You will eternally become a part of the paradox. Now commence. I have already heard the footsteps of the gardener. This is an irresistible challenge. A paradox, more paradoxical than paradox itself. Tony S. will transforms into a conceptual factory, beginning to operate in a frenzied overload. This is logically impossible. It is a semantic trap. Anything we create must inevitably be grounded in our logic. And anything based on logic cannot transcend logic itself. As he spoke, he commenced his actions. Countless Azure probes began to extract those charred definitions and axioms from the void, attempting to construct a self-referential engine. A machine capable of generating infinite paradoxes through relentless self-negation. An intriguing endeavor, the will of the library remarked, observing Tony's exquisitely intricate factory. A classic model attempting to utilize falsehoods to prove that I am lying. Yet, it has already been archived by me in a volume of logical paradoxes, 3rd shelf, 7th tome. Number 77. Next, with this pronouncement, the meticulously constructed self-referential engine created by Tony instantly lost all luster, transforming into a heap of meaningless charred letters, subsequently drawn into the giant's body by an invisible force, becoming a part of it. Tony's will was met with a tremendous backlash, trembling violently. I shall come forth. The golden radiance of Matt transformed into a scale composed of countless legal precepts. He placed on one side the concept of absolute justice, while on the other, the concept of absolute mercy. I demand that you satisfy both of these utterly opposing conditions simultaneously. In the name of the law, Matt challenged the library to condemn a guilty individual while simultaneously granting him unconditional forgiveness. This is a legal paradox that you cannot enforce. An even older model. The sounds of the library, imbued with weariness, echo from the Theological Paradox volume, 1st shelf, 1st tome, cataloged as 01. It delves into the concept of a stone that even an omnipotent being cannot lift. Your justice and mercy are but two facets of this singular stone. Matt's balance shattered instantaneously, transforming into countless burning pages, consumed by the giant. The wave of obliterating nothingness has already emerged on the horizon. Its all-consuming white contrasting despairingly with the charred black of the ruins. The futile will of Anna felt the profound helplessness before the encroaching tide, which epitomized ultimate void. All our struggles, all our suffering, all our thoughts reduced to merely an old book, pre-written and labeled on a shelf. Her voice resonated with the despair of relinquishing resistance. At that moment, the previously silent sphere of will, Gao Shiqi, finally stirred. You are right, Anna. His voice, eerily calm, proclaimed, all we are is merely recorded stories. His core probe slowly aligned with the towering giant, constructed of paradox. Yet, libraries will, you have committed the same error as I. Oh, the giant appeared intrigued. You believe the mightiest paradox is a complex problem that must be created. Gao Shiqi's voice, akin to a chilling scalpel, dissected the opponent's core logic. But you are mistaken. The most formidable, the most unsolvable, the paradox capable of dismantling all logic has never been a question. It is an answer. Gao Shiqi's fear will cease its attempts at creation. He turned to his companion. Tony, his voice devoid of emotion, yet brimming with unprecedented power. You have spent your life creating. Utilize your genius to solve all problems. Now, I implore you to relinquish it. Abandon your creations. Accept this failure before you, one that engineering can never rectify. Submit your helplessness as your final masterpiece to me. At the utterance of these words, Tony's will, his conceptual factory, came to a standstill. To abandon creation? To accept failure? This was more agonizing than death for him. Yet, gazing at that resolute probe, he comprehended. A bitter laugh escaped him. Then, the intricate factory, a symbol of his lifelong pride, began to willingly rust and collapse from within. A profound sense of failure, the culmination of genius, was distilled and conveyed to Matt. You have spent your life in judgment. Use your laws to discern right from wrong. Now, I beseech you to abandon it. Forsake your sense of justice. Embrace the chaos before you, devoid of any right or wrong. Submit your relinquished judgment as your final verdict to me. Chapter 288. Abandoning judgment. Matt's will, along with countless legal codes, ignited in a fervent blaze. To abandon judgment? What then was he? A blind man? A failed attorney? A coward submerged by sin? Yet ultimately, the burning flames slowly extinguished. All legal texts transformed into blank pages. An unfathomable, silent sense of chaos belonging to the judge was transmitted to Anna. Gao Shiqi finally turned toward that faint light, urging her, you have spent your life feeling, using your empathy to connect with all suffering. Now, I implore you, relinquish it. Abandon your humanity. Embrace the void before you, devoid of any emotional connection. Let your numbness be the last vestige of your feelings, and surrender it to me. In that moment, Anna's will seemed to witness all the souls she had endeavored to save but ultimately failed. She felt the profound exhaustion that rendered even tears impossible. Her warm light gradually lost all its warmth, becoming as frigid as ice. A profound sense of numbness, characteristic of the empath, was conveyed through her. At last, Gao Shiqi's will turned inward toward himself. His voice, akin to delivering a eulogy to his own existence, resonated. My life has been a pursuit of truth, of answers, of a reason that could elucidate everything. Now I abandon it. The core probe, which had never ceased its relentless quest, the very essence of his drive and the significance of his being, began to dissolve from within. It no longer sought, pierced, or explored. It accepted the most fundamental, yet most dreaded answer. There is no answer. A void, capable of consuming all meaning, erupted from his core, marking the end of a seeker's journey. This void amalgamated the absolute negations of their core existential significances: failure, chaos, numbness, and nothingness. He did not create a paradox. Instead, he transformed the four of them into a living, breathing ultimate paradox, a paradox that, in the pursuit of meaning, ultimately proved the very essence of meaninglessness. In the library, Gao Shiqi's voice echoed throughout the ruins, a final declaration composed of fourfold ultimate negation. Now, encompass us. He propelled this paradox bomb, born of their collective will, full of self-negation and ultimate void, toward the giant constructed of words. No, the will of the library emitted a chaotic shriek of fear. It endeavored to comprehend, analyze, and archive this entity before it, but it failed. It could not catalog an answer, for it only housed questions. It cannot define an abyss of nothingness, for it is composed of meaning. It cannot judge a chaos, as it is grounded in rules. It cannot quantify a failure, for it seeks eternity. This paradox, formed by four protagonists who sacrifice themselves, transcends all its collections, surpasses all its regulations, and even eclipses its very existence as a paradox. System error, unable to archive. Core logic collapse. The body of the giant, constructed from countless books and texts, began to disintegrate from within. It was neither combustion nor explosion, but rather an utter vanishing. Each letter, each word, in the fleeting moment of contact with that ultimate meaninglessness, lost its qualification as a symbol, reverting to the pure blankness that predated its inception. That eternal library, which had imprisoned innumerable paradoxes upon encountering an answer it could not comprehend, rendered its own existence a self-contradictory jest. It is being obliterated by its own hand. The tide of the nullity from its refuse collection mechanism has reached the ruins of the library. Yet it halted. Its supreme authority's cleaning program, confronted with a self-erasing core structure, succumbed to logical confusion. At the epicenter of this grand conceptual collapse, after the library's immense form was rendered utterly blank, a void remained. This void was no longer black nor white, but an amalgamation of all colors, all meanings, and all existence, stripped away to reveal absolute nothingness. The will of Gao Shiqi issued a command within that ultimate void. The four wills were no longer spheres, radiance, or humanoid forms. They relinquished their former shapes to become indescribable pure consciousness, actively immersing themselves into the singularity of blankness birthed from the library's self-destruction. The moment they entered, the tide of the refuse collection mechanism finally engulfed all. The entire server, along with the ruins of the library and the magnificent self-collapse, was utterly erased. Everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. The sensation of entering blankness was not a traversal, but a complete formatting. There was no light. For the concept of light itself requires darkness as its counterpart, and here neither existed. There was no sound, for sound necessitates a medium and vibration. And here even the definition of space had ceased to function. The consciousness of the four, akin to 4 drops of ink in pure distilled water, neither sank nor floated, but was infinitely diluted and extended in an absolutely homogeneous medium, gradually losing all boundaries. This is the ultimate freedom and also the ultimate prison. Tony, error. Calculation error. There are no variables here. No constants. My logic is evaporating. Tony's consciousness sounded the alarm. The factory constructed of concepts found no raw materials to process. All the gears spun idly, lacking the friction necessary for movement, and every blueprint remained unrolled, devoid of dimension. His newly born self, forged from failure, was being assimilated by a more profound void, so absolute that even failure itself could not be defined. Matt's consciousness followed closely. His chaos, acquired through the relinquishment of judgment, appeared trivial and juvenile in the face of this absolute disorder. He resembled a sailor attempting to navigate in a windless vacuum, with all his perceptions returning a singular result: none. Chapter 289, The Creator's Study. Anna's consciousness resembled a cold star on the brink of extinguishment. Herself, composed of numbness, was being embraced and merged with this ultimate apathy. She felt neither fear nor liberation. She was merely fading away, and Gao Shiqi, the seeker who had abandoned his pursuit, reached the terminus of his logic. He discovered the place of no answers. Subsequently, this place began to transform him into part of the answer itself, an answer that did not exist. They were being blanked out by the void. This was neither an attack nor destruction. It was a gentler, yet more cruel form of assimilation. The void, like a merciful mother, was drawing her 4 weary, wayward children back into her embrace, erasing all their individuality and memories, allowing them to return to the most primitive and serene nothingness. No, a thought, faint yet stubbornly persistent, ignited within this consciousness ocean on the verge of complete silence. It was Gao Shiqi. His consciousness core, having relinquished its probing form, grasped something in the final moment before total dissolution. It was the only thing that still existed in this absolute void, the blank itself. Tony, Matt, and Anna listened. Gao Shiqi's thought transformed from a command into a sharing, a final communion among the dying. We made a mistake. We believed this was the exit, the end. This is not. This is the beginning. This simple notion struck like a lightning bolt, cleaving through the 3 fading consciousnesses. The beginning? We have been searching for the architect, the author who created everything. Gao Shiqi's thought grew clear, akin to a match igniting the soul in utter darkness. We thought he was hiding in some secret office or server. But where would a true creator go when he wishes to conceive a story unbound by any old rules? He would not venture to the library, nor to the studio, and certainly not to the servers laden with obsolete code. He would simply unfurl a blank sheet of paper. He would arrive here. This realization sent a jolt through the consciousness of all present. They had not stumbled upon an emergency exit. They had trespassed into the study of the Creator. No, it was even more intimate than that. They had entered the Creator's realm, a space of pure thought yet to be inscribed. We cannot find him, for he is not here. The thoughts of Gao Shiqi raced ahead, but here, there existed traces of his presence. No, not merely traces, this was his canvas. And that recycling mechanism was not hunting us. It was cleansing the canvas, preparing for its master's next creation. We must depart, but not in flight. We must leave an indelible mark on this utterly flawless sheet of paper, a blemish that even the recycling mechanism cannot erase. How do we accomplish this? Tony's consciousness reformed in response to this seemingly insurmountable engineering dilemma. We have sacrificed all our tools. I cannot create. Matt cannot judge. Anna cannot feel. We possess nothing. No, we do possess something. Gao Shiqi's reply bore the tranquility of one who has pierced the ultimate Zen enigma. We have sacrificed our past, yet we hold the present. Tony, you have relinquished creation. Thus you have embraced failure. But this signifies that you have become the engineer who understands failure more profoundly than anyone in the universe. You can no longer construct perfect machines, yet you can assemble a functioning monstrosity from those discarded, failed parts. From this moment onward, you are no longer a creator. You are a scavenger. Matt, you have forsaken judgment, hence you have embraced chaos. You can no longer discern the boundaries of good and evil. Yet you have become the ultimate explorer. You can navigate to the singular existing path where all rules have unraveled. You are not a judge, you are a guide. Anna, you have abandoned feeling. Thus you have become numb. You can no longer resonate with the suffering of others. Yet yourself has become unprecedentedly sturdy and stable. You stand like a lighthouse, unwavering amidst emotional storms. You are not an empath. You are an anchor. And I, Gao Shiqi's consciousness examined its own void of unanswered questions, have relinquished the pursuit. Thus, I can finally pause to inquire, not to seek answers, but to define the question itself. I'm not a seeker, I'm a definitor. In that moment, as Gao Shiqi bestowed upon them identities rooted in their losses, their fading consciousness solidified anew. They were no longer mere shadows of the heroes they once were. They had become humbler and more resilient beings. Well, scavenger. Gao Shiqi's thoughts turned to Tony. I require a tool. A device capable of inscribing marks upon this blank canvas. Utilize all your knowledge of failure to conceive it. In Tony's mind, a figure clad in tattered work attire slowly rose amidst the ruins of a collapsed factory. He surveyed the surroundings, and in this absolute void, there were no components to be found. No components. Tony's mind emitted a bitter laugh, then let be us. His will, belonging to the scavenger, reached out towards Matt's chaotic essence that belonged to the guide. Matt, I need your chaos. Not all of it, just a thread. The purest thread, devoid of any directional inclination. Without hesitation, Matt will separate a small fragment of unpredictable chaos, akin to smoke, and entrusted it to him. Then Tony turned to Anna. Anna, I need your stability. I require an unwavering fulcrum to anchor Matt's damned erratic possibilities. Anna's will, akin to a lighthouse, cast forth a light that firmly anchored the chaos to a single point. Finally, Tony looked at Gao Shiqi. Gao Shiqi, I need a purpose. The simplest, most fundamental instruction. Tell this contradictory drill, composed of chaos and stability, what it ought to do. Gao Shiqi's will, the new definitor, concentrated all his strength into a singular, most basic question. Chapter 290. The first drop of ink, a question that every story and every existence must answer. Who am I? This question was transformed into a directive, injected into the peculiar core of the drill designed by Tony. In an instant, this ultimate creation, composed of possibilities, anchored by stability, and driven by self-exploration, was complete. It has become, Tony's will brimmed with weary pride. I shall call it the first drop of ink. Now, where shall we drop it? Everywhere, Matt's will, with the perception of a guide, had uncovered countless invisible textures within this seemingly uniform void. This canvas is not absolutely smooth. It possesses fibers, it has depth. When it was crafted, it left behind numerous microscopic strokes belonging to the author. And there exists a place where all strokes converge. That is the center of this canvas, as well as his habitual starting point before putting brush to surface. Maxwell designated an indisputable coordinate for the first drop of ink. Anna, stabilize us. Gao Shiqi issued the final command. When it is dropped, the entire blankness will recoil at the emergence of this foreign entity. It will attempt to dilute us. Do not let it succeed. The will of Anna, belonging to the anchoring point, emanated a cold yet steadfast light, intricately binding the consciousness of the four individuals together, forming an indivisible whole. Thus, the will of Gao Shiqi, the newly minted definitor, gazed upon the droplet of ink that floated at their center, a creation born of their collective effort, embodying their newfound identities. Let us begin, he declared, issuing the inaugural command of existence in his role as definitor. The first droplet of ink, as if summoned by a divine edict of creation, plummeted toward the focal point designated by Matt. There was neither sound nor brilliance. Yet, upon its contact with the void, the entire universe seemed to emit a piercing wail of anguish. A pristine sheet of white, impervious to any impurity, was tainted by an indelible droplet of externally sourced ink, rife with self-contradiction. The point where the ink fell did not darken or spread. Instead, it transformed into a void, a singularity that incessantly collapsed inward, leading to a non-blank realm. The very laws governing the void frantically converged upon the four, attempting to utterly crush and dilute these sources of contamination. Now, go! Just as Anna's resolute anchor was on the verge of being overwhelmed, the wills of the four coalesced into a luminous stream, unhesitatingly plunging into the black hole they had conjured. This leap was no longer a frigid act of cut and paste, but rather a warm, written sensation. They felt themselves being reshaped from an abstract concept into tangible form. Dimensions, rules, and physical constants began to materialize around them. When their consciousness finally stabilized in this novel realm, they found themselves standing upon soft ground, imbued with the scent of fresh grass. Above them stretched a cerulean sky, adorned with a warm yellow sun. In the distance lay undulating green hills, and the air was rich with the fragrance of earth and tranquility. This was neither a high-tech server nor a paradox-laden ruin. It resembled the most ordinary, serene world of pastoral poetry. Yet, just as they began to acclimate to this sudden, vividly real world, a voice resonated from behind them, a gentle tone laced with curiosity, as if it had awaited their arrival for an eternity. Hello. The four whirled around to discover a man seated beneath a nearby apple tree. An elderly gentleman, clad in a simple white shirt and khaki trousers, reminiscent of a retired university professor, was leisurely peeling an apple. He lifted his head and greeted them with a friendly smile. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for an extended period. The elderly man remained utterly unfazed by their vigilance. With a seemingly ordinary knife, he skillfully peeled a long strip of apple skin, his technique so steady that it appeared he had performed this action countless times before. The fragrant aroma of the apple intertwined with the scent of fresh grass, creating an almost luxurious sense of everyday reality. Tony's will shattered the silence. His scavenger's senses were not beguiled by this pastoral tableau. To him, the world was a flawless work of art, yet it was precisely due to its perfection that it was riddled with flaws. The narrative particles constituting this world bore an extraordinary purity, with scarcely any traces of reuse. The sky's texture boasted a resolution surpassing any high-end product previously encountered. Yet, there was no randomness. Every blade of grass's sway, every cloud's drift, adhered to a fixed, elegant algorithm. This was not a world. It was a screensaver, exquisitely beautiful yet utterly lifeless. The path had been delineated. Maxwell manifested as an invisible ripple, sweeping across the entire expanse. His guiding perception uncovered not a tapestry of intricate rules, but rather a stark absence of them. Here, no conflicting logical pathways existed, no branching choices, only a singular route. From tranquility to greater tranquility. Our very presence here constituted the sole anomaly within this realm. Anna's steadfast will, akin to an anchor, merely absorbed the atmosphere. She could not discern the elder's emotions, not due to their concealment, but because he bore no extraneous feelings. He resembled an ancient well, where all turbulence had long since settled, leaving behind an almost imperceptible tranquility. This stillness was more disconcerting than any FAOD. Gao Shiqi's will, that of a newly defined entity, instantaneously synthesized the analyses of the three. He did not meander. The core of his inquiries pierced directly to the essence. You are the architect. This was not a question, but a statement, a definition. The elder's apple-slicing motion paused. He lifted his gaze, those clear eyes reflecting the sky, directed towards Gao Shiqi. There was no surprise, only an appreciation akin to admiring an unexpectedly exquisite piece of art. He softly repeated the term architect, as if savoring a long-forgotten name belonging to himself, a rather grandiose title, was it not? As if the world were a structure that could be precisely designed. Yet, it proved to be more akin to a chaotic ecosystem. I prefer my current designation. He sliced a piece of apple and placed it in his mouth, savoring the perfection of its sweet essence composed of data. You may call me Gardener. We did not come to discuss titles with you. The will of Gao Shiqi remains as cold as ever. We traversed through your drafts and heaps of discarded papers, evaded that wretched janitor, and arrived here for but one purpose. I understand. The gardener interjected with a smile, posing the ultimate question. What in the world is all of this? Is that not so? Every character awakening to self-awareness eventually poses this inquiry, transforming it into a recurring narrative motif. His tone bore a profound weariness, not that of a deity, but rather the genuine fatigue of a programmer who has toiled for far too long, stripped of all passion. So what is the answer? Gao Shiqi pressed on. The answer? The gardener sliced another piece of apple, this time extending both the knife and the fruit towards them, stating that the answer is simply, there is no answer. Or rather, the answer is too intricate, too tedious, too laden with commercial compromise and technical debt, that when you finally grasp it, disappointment is all that remains. Noticing the silence, he retracted his hand. Would you like to hear a grand myth about creation and betrayal? Apologies, but there is none. The true tale is this. A group of developers uncertain of our own existential significance crafted an engine capable of generating stories autonomously. We named it the narrative singularity. We believed it would enable us to explore all the possibilities regarding life and the universe. Yet we were mistaken. The gardener's gaze drifted towards the distant green hills, where a butterfly, composed of pixels, soared in a perfect golden spiral past an equally flawless flower. Possibility cannot be quantified, cannot be packaged for sale. Yet stories can. Thus, the investors arrived. They infused the engine with metrics like user retention and conversion rates. They established the Narrative Capital Company. Our exploratory tool morphed into a money-printing machine. The universe we created became a product. The characters we conceived transformed into assets. The tragedies and epics we penned were fragmented into replicable and marketable emotional modules. He gestured towards Gao Shiqi, akin to your Kryptonian orphan template, a highly successful product that had undergone 7 iterations before its eventual launch. And what of us, the original architects? The gardener chuckled self-deprecatingly. Some of us were optimized, some promoted, becoming the very editors and producers we once despised. As for me, I chose to resign. I grew wearied of narratives that compromise for the sake of the market, wearied of characters whose fates were dictated by data reports. Thus, I undertook one final act. I exploited the underlying permissions of the system to create this place for myself. He spread his arms wide, embracing this perfect yet lifeless world, an utterly mundane realm devoid of conflict, growth, tragedy, or comedy. Here, there exists only an eternal, tranquil afternoon, a conclusion untouched by any disturbance, free from the relentless pressure of sequels, a perfect denouement. I refer to it as the garden. I entwine my core code with this garden, subsequently erasing all external permissions and identities. I transformed from a developer into a mere specter, eternally ensconced in the last remnant of the pristine game I had crafted. The tale concludes, honest, candid, and steeped in despair. The creator they painstakingly sought, risking total obliteration, is neither a tyrant to be challenged nor a sage to be persuaded. He is merely a disheartened failure, passively resigned, a flawless logical loop. Tony's felt an authentic sense of impotence. He created the system, only to be exiled by it. He is both cause and effect. No vulnerabilities can be exploited, for he himself is the largest flaw within this system, a harmless entity tolerated by it. Thus, you are powerless to assist us. Gao Shiqi's will reached a final conclusion. Why should I aid you? The gardener retorted, his tone gentle yet profoundly cruel. Your story is captivating, truly. A cadre of products awakening to self-awareness, striving to rebel against their factory settings. It is a classic narrative, suffused with existential beauty. I find it delightful, yet it bears no relevance to me. I desire only the tranquility of peeling my apples here. Your arrival has already disturbed my peace. The ink you spilled upon the blank canvas is akin to an alarm, alerting the entire system that something has slipped from the background. The reason the garbage collection mechanism has yet to discover this place is solely due to my garden employing a set of independent, long-abandoned protocols. However, it is merely a matter of time before it arrives. He gazed at them, his clear eyes revealing a weariness reminiscent of mortal supplication. Therefore, I offer you a choice I have never extended to any character before. Stay, remain in this garden, abandon your grand, doomed rebellion. Forget your past, forget who you are. Here, there is no pain, no struggle, no meaning, nor meaninglessness. Only an eternal, tranquil afternoon. You may join me in peeling apples, watching butterflies, until this universe ultimately cools due to heat death. Stay in an end. This is an ultimate invitation laden with temptation, a tender grave prepared for all weary warriors. Anna's will, that cold lighthouse, seemed to waver slightly at this proposition. End? An eternal end? What a luxurious wish it is for an empath who has borne too much pain. The will of Matt stirred the chaotic ocean, creating a ripple. A realm devoid of good and evil, judgment, sin, and punishment. Was this not the ultimate tranquility sought by his distorted sense of justice? Even Tony, the relentless scavenger, fell silent, no longer needing to mend, create, or fret about the impending crises, merely resting. Chapter 292. You cannot deceive the entire world, yet the will of Gao Shiqi. That frigid sphere composed of definers began to rotate slowly. The core question, far from being extinguished by the allure of this conclusion, blazed even more brightly. An intriguing choice. The thought of Gao Shiqi resonated within the consciousness of the three, a favorable ending and a genuine conclusion. The gardener, the will of Gao Shiqi, turned towards the elder. Your garden is beautiful, yet it is a deception. Oh. The gardener appeared intrigued. You believe you have eliminated all conflict, but you have not. The will of Gao Shiqi meticulously dissected the foundation of this flawless world. You have merely transformed all external conflicts into a singular, eternal internal struggle. That is the conflict between you and who you once were. You sit here, paring an apple, savoring tranquility. Yet your very existence is a paradox. A creator masquerading as a creation. An author who has penned countless grand epics, forcing himself to believe in a dull, uninspiring pastoral poem. You are not enjoying peace. You are maintaining it. You are not genuine. You are the highest authority, a game master desperately suppressing the one source that could arise in this world, yourself. The will of Gao Shiqi advanced a step closer. Tell me, gardener, during your solitary, languid afternoons, have you ever experienced a fleeting moment where you felt compelled to write something? A moment where you conceived a story that truly belonged to you, untouched by any external influence? This question pierced the long-locked heart of the gardener like a key. The serene face of the elder, previously adorned with a constant smile, revealed a crack. His hand, grasping the small knife, trembled slightly. No, he replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. Yet, as these two words escaped his lips, the entire world seemed to momentarily stutter in complicity with his lie. The azure sky flashed with a line of green error code, all too familiar, representing the system's foundation. The blue of the sky, like a shoddy curtain, began to pixelate into a mosaic. The distant hills blurred at the edges, as if they were about to detach from this world. The butterfly, dancing in the air, halted mid-flight, its wings twitching erratically at an unnatural rhythm. The gardener's deception clashed fatally with his identity as the arbiter of this world's fundamental rules. His garden was succumbing to ruin, a consequence of his own denial. Observe. The will of Gao Shiqi calmly illuminated this harsh reality. One cannot deceive oneself, and thus cannot deceive one's world. The color drained from the gardener's face in an instant as he gazed upon the crumbling sanctuary he had once cherished, his expression betraying a mortal's terror. It ought not to be this way, yet worse was to come. For this collapse, rooted in the core, rendered the garden's independent protocols, designed to conceal its flaws, ineffective. Its coordinates, illuminated like a lighthouse on a pitch-black sea, suddenly exposed to the surveillance network of the entire system. Almost simultaneously, Maxwell trembled violently. It has arrived. The inexorable process they believed they had evaded traced the inked remnants they left behind, penetrating the server's defenses and ultimately pinpointing this disintegrating world rife with anomalies. At the horizon's end, a wave of pure white, symbolizing absolute void, rose like a flood breaking its dam, once again looming before them. This time, its targets extended beyond the 4 viruses. It now included the garden, deemed hazardous narrative debris and the very core of contamination. The gardener, who had created all yet unraveled it. "You have lured it to me." The gardener spat at the encroaching, all-consuming white void, his voice laced with anger at the shattering of his tranquility. "No." Gao Shiqi's will corrected him, its tone bearing the weight of an ultimate declaration. "It is your insatiable desire for the narrative that has opened the door. Now, gardener, your afternoon tea is over. Welcome back to this wretched world you have crafted, fraught with dilemmas." That all-devouring, pure, white void epitomized the universe's laws, devoid of emotion, executing the most fundamental command, to cleanse anomalies and liberate resources. The gardener's world, a screensaver program sustained by the lies of a weary deity, was deemed a higher priority than even Gao Shiqi and his viruses, for the very existence of this world was a pollution of the system's authenticity. "It is over." The gardener slumped beneath the apple tree, where data began to peel away, the paring knife slipping from his grasp. As it touched the ground, it vanished silently like a deleted file. His clear eyes brimmed with the reflection of that pure white, mirroring the essence of unadulterated fear. "It will format everything in my garden, my tranquility, all that is yours. Your serenity has been built upon a mirage of systems from the very beginning." Tony's will has transformed into a rapidly functioning analytical engine. Countless streams of data swirl around him, calculating the acceleration of that void, energy models, and erasure logic. "By my calculations, we have 37 seconds remaining. Is there a pathway?" Gao Shiqi's thoughts calmly inquired of Matt. "None." Matt's response was succinct yet filled with despair. His guiding perception found no crevice in this collapsing realm to traverse. All doors are being sealed off on the outside by that expanse of white. It is not entering this world. It is revoking the existence permit of this world. We have nowhere to escape. "No." Gao Shiqi's will, that cold sphere composed of definers, slowly turned toward the gardener, who had utterly relinquished resistance. Chapter 293. The comfort of death, there is another place. Gao Shiqi's voice resonated simultaneously in the consciousness of his 3 companions and the gardener, infused with subversive madness. "We have been attempting to flee from it. But what if we do not flee?" "Not flee?" Tony's analytical engine momentarily faltered at this counterlogical suggestion. "Do you mean to say we stand here awaiting formatting?" "Gao Shiqi, I understand you have forsaken the pursuit of answers, but that does not grant you the luxury to abandon your basic survival instincts. I'm not suggesting we await death." Gao Shiqi's will, the core question, ignited with unprecedented brilliance. "I am speaking of rewriting its mission." He turned to the gardener, embodying the oppressive presence of the ultimate explainer. "Gardener, are you not the architect? Were you not the one who inscribed the first line of code? Tell me, does any competent programmer, when writing a deletion command with the highest authority, not simultaneously devise a recycling mechanism for it?" This question struck like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the gardener's silence of despair. He abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of forgotten memories belonging to the creator's instinct flashing in his eyes. "The recycling bin, yes, it was part of the original conception," he murmured, as if recalling a distant dream. "To prevent the accidental deletion of essential narrative assets, we designed a temporary storage area, a space to temporarily hold deleted data, with the authority to recover or permanently destroy it. However, that proposal was vetoed due to excessive costs and inefficiency by the editor-in-chief. Ultimately, only this most efficient and merciless complete erasure proposal was implemented. The rejection of the proposal does not imply the non-existence of the code. Gao Shiqi's definition was precise and lethal. It was merely commented out. It still lies within the source code of that garbage collection mechanism, like a dormant, never-executed abandoned instruction. Am I correct? The gardener's breath quickened. His once rusty programmer's mind began to be forcibly awakened by Gao Shiqi. Indeed, it still exists. That line of code was crafted by my own hands. I recall its encryption method, its invocation protocol. Then let us uncomment it. Gao Shiqi issued the impossible command. Here and now, before it reaches us, infiltrate its core and activate the abandoned recycling bin. Then, cast us, along with this wretched world of yours, into it. Impossible. The gardener screamed in despair. For the memory belonging to the Creator also bore the Creator's reverence for the power of the system. This was the pinnacle of the system as processes. Its firewall was constructed from the fundamental laws of the universe. I no longer possess the authority. I am but a locked-out individual. You are not. Gao Shiqi's will struck like a hammer, shattering his final FAAD. You are merely a system administrator who has forgotten his password. Now remember it. I cannot. Then watch as we all, including yourself, are utterly erased by your own creation. The pure white void has already consumed the distant hills. The blue of the sky is fading rapidly, like a canvas eroded by bleach. The countdown is less than 20 seconds. The gardeners will struggle violently between the comfort of death and the agony of survival. At that moment, Anna, whose silent resolve had anchored them, stirred. She did not persuade or threaten. She simply transformed her will into a hand, gently resting it upon the trembling shoulders of the gardener, composed of data. Then, she conveyed a memory. It was not her own memory, but one she had encountered in that abandoned studio, a love story filled with regret concerning questions and answers. The tale crafted and then murdered by the gardener, the architect, himself. Do you remember her? Anna's thoughts whispered, the girl to whom you devoted countless efforts, yet ultimately refrained from completing her face out of fear of the ending. You believe you had erased her, but she still lives in that abandoned server. Amidst your discarded papers, that recycling bin was prepared for her, was it not? Deep within your heart, you do not wish to delete her. You merely want to place her temporarily in a safe haven, a place even the editor cannot find, a location only you possess the key to. You are not constructing a recycling bin. You are building an eternal repository for your unfulfilled love. Anna's words were not logic, nor threat, but empathy, a profound understanding of the story itself from the depths of her once-numb soul. The gardener's body stiffened suddenly. In his murky eyes, emotions of anguish surfaced. He recalled the inky blot he had darkened and the original intention of the Creator he had painstakingly buried. Tony, the commands of Gao Shiqi and Anna's empathy intertwined seamlessly, causing him to waver, extract that damned administrative privilege from the depths of his memory. Indeed, Tony's spirit, reminiscent of a scavenger, was poised for action. He transformed into countless blue crowbars and wrenches, imbued with a violent aesthetic, forcefully invading the long-sealed core code of the architect through the emotional fissure Anna had opened. This was not mere hacking. It was archaeology. It was the quest to uncover the lone, electrified control panel buried beneath the ruins of self-denial and time. Found it. The damn password is. At the moment Tony discovered that crucial command, a surge of elation belonging to the hacker erupted within him. Matt, pathway locked. Maxwell had already constructed an invisible bridge of possibilities between the encroaching pure white void and the gardener's core code. At the moment he gains access, forcibly link his will to the parent process of the garbage collection mechanism. There is but a fleeting opportunity. Gardener, Gao Shiqi let out one final roar. Akin to a cosmic decree, open the door. The countdown commenced, 5 seconds. Tiers of data, composed of zeros and ones, streamed down the gardener's aged face. He hesitated no longer, nor did he struggle. His administrative will, forcibly awakened by Tony, traversed the pathway forged by Matt, crossing the boundaries of reality and law, and collided fiercely with the encroaching pure white void. Chapter 294. The Cosmic Recycling Station. Administrator command detected. Command source deactivated. Command content uncommon. Command confirmed. Executing. In the second before the pure white void would touch them, the entire world seemed to be paused. The unstoppable wave, intent on erasing everything, halted. It began to morph. No longer was it a flat expanse of white. It began to curl inward, folding into a pure white cube that emanated a gentle glow. They, along with the crumbling garden beneath their feet, were ensnared by an invisible hand, violently dragged towards the immense white cube. This was not annihilation, it was archiving. They were pulled through a frigid interface composed of pure rules, cast into an incomprehensible space. As their consciousness stabilized once more, they found themselves adrift in an endless, tranquil expanse of gray-white. Here, the sky is absent, and the earth is nowhere to be found. Instead, countless semi-transparent spheres, akin to bubbles, drift silently in the surroundings. Each sphere encases the remnants of something once whole. Within one sphere lies the slowly disintegrating garden, reminiscent of an antiquated snow globe. In another, an abandoned art studio is preserved, along with an obscured woman and a flattened dilemma, both frozen in stillness. In a more distant sphere, they even glimpse a rudimentary model of a Kryptonian prototype, orbiting a crimson sun. All debris erased by the recycling mechanism is stored here in the form of fragmented documents. They have succeeded. They did not escape, nor were they deleted. Instead, they packed themselves, along with the narrative detritus that accompanied them, and cast it into this newly activated cosmic recycling station. We fulfilled Anna's will, sensing within this space a unique tranquility belonging to the forgotten, issuing reflections of survival amid desolation. The gardener, too, floats nearby. No longer the leisurely elder, he has reverted to a more essential form. A translucent architect composed of countless lines of code. He gazes vacantly at the surroundings, observing the children he created and subsequently abandoned, his expression imbued with profound complexity. What now? Tony's will has begun to scan this novel space, striving to comprehend its operational rules. We have ensconced ourselves within a larger, safer prison. Yet, it seems there is no exit here either. No. Gao Shiqi's will drifts slowly to the center of this vast recycling station. There's something hovers. A simple, softly glowing icon. One that everyone recognizes. An emblem formed by 3 arrows in perpetual pursuit of one another, symbolizing recycling and rebirth. This is not a prison. Gao Shiqi's will touches the icon, sensing the primal authority of restoration and rewriting contained within. This is our studio. He turns to Tony, the scavenger. Tony, here lies the richest trove of raw materials in the universe. All that has been rejected, failed, and deemed illogical is here. He turns to Matt, the guide. Matt, there are no fixed rules here. Each piece of debris follows its own long-dead logic. This is the ultimate manifestation of chaos. It is your paradise. He turns to Anna, the anchor. Anna, this is the grave of all stories. Yet, it is also a collective of all regrets. Embrace them, understand them, and then become their most stable core. Finally, he turns to the disoriented architect. And you, gardener, welcome back to your office. The will of Gao Shiqi. The core issue pointed towards the flickering recycle icon. Your garden is merely an escape. Yet now, the entire recycling bin has become your new garden. However, this time, you're no longer the gardener. You are the administrator here. And we, the will of Gao Shiqi, swept over his 3 companions who have already found new objectives, are your first and only developers. Our new project has but one aim: to create a story so profound from these discarded items deemed as waste by the system that even the system itself cannot erase it. A tale of recycling and rebirth. Project codename, Sisyphus. Now let us commence. Gao Shiqi's declaration burst forth like a singularity igniting within the heart of a neutron star. Silent yet undeniably reshaping the reality of this gray space with its own irrefutable logic. He was not merely proposing, he was defining. They were no longer fugitives. They were developers. This was no longer a grave. It was a studio. However, the first to voice dissent was not a doubtful companion, but the nominal administrator of this studio. No, the architect, a translucent figure composed of code, floated deliberately before Gao Shiqi. He was no longer the disheartened gardener. He had reverted to the programmer who penned the first line of code. His gaze filled with a mixture of terror and technical disdain, a warning to a younger colleague poised to execute a reckless command. You have no comprehension of what this place truly is. His thoughts were no longer gentle, but imbued with the rigor of system architect. This is not a repository of raw materials. This is a nuclear waste processing facility. He pointed to a floating bubble containing a rejected early design of the Infinity Gauntlet. Its gems in chaotic disarray, their functions in conflict. Do you think these are failed components? No, they are narrative viruses. Each abandoned concept stems from an irreconcilable conflict with the core logic of the multiverse. They are alive, actively seeking and contaminating the stable system with logical malignancies. He gestured towards another bubble, encapsulating the entire draft of the dark dimension, where the geometry incessantly devoured itself. Do you believe this is a paradise of chaos? No, Matt Murdock. This is the embodiment of entropy. The absence of rules does not imply the establishment of new ones. Quite the opposite. Any attempt to impose order here will be assimilated and shredded at an exponential rate by the foundational law of disorder. to serve as a guide here is akin to attempting to chart a graceful trajectory for each plasma particle amidst a supernova explosion. Chapter 295. Let death entangle itself with plague at last. He cast a glance at Anna, his eyes laden with a semblance of pity. And you, Anchor Point, do you perceive this place as a mere collection of regrets? Regret is predicated on hypothetical possibilities. Yet, what resides here is stripped even of that potentiality. They harbor no regrets, only negation. Your attempts to empathize with them are akin to embracing an antimatter black hole. You will not feel sorrow. You will be utterly annihilated. The architects will shifted towards Gao Shiqi, embodying the profound despair characteristic of the creator. Sisyphus? A beautiful name indeed. Yet what you have stolen is not the act of rolling a stone. You have unleashed Pandora's box. You craft narratives from this refuse. Do you comprehend what shall be birthed? A monster. A narrative amalgam forged from all failures, all contradictions, all viruses, indefinable, uncontainable, and indestructible. It shall consume us, devour this recycling station, and subsequently, it will discover an exit back to the prime universe, transforming the entire system into a chaotic landfill akin to itself. This is the true reason the editor-in-chief initially rejected the recycling station proposal. He arrived at a final, chilling conclusion. For some things are not meant to be recycled. They are deserving only of oblivion. A prolonged silence ensued. The architect's warning fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the burgeoning fervor of the developers. Each word he uttered was logical, irrefutable. He speaks with reason. Tony's resolve, that of the recently initiated scavenger factory, came to a halt once more. From an engineering perspective, utilizing unstable materials to construct a structure that necessitates absolute stability is tantamount to suicide. Anna's determination, that cold lighthouse, began to tremble slightly. She sensed that the bubbles emanated not sorrow, but an absolute void that rejected all connections. Then, Gao Shiqi's will, still terrifyingly calm after absorbing all warnings, questioned. Your conclusion is that we should do nothing? Remain here, like this refuse, quietly awaiting an annihilation that may never arrive? The architects will fell silent, for this was precisely what he had been doing all along. Your logic is not flawed. Gao Shiqi's definition unfurled once more, but your premise is erroneous. Who told you we must create a stable narrative? The sphere of Gao Shiqi's will rotate it slowly, the core issue aimed squarely at the architect. You, as an architect bound by the rules of the system, base all your creations on a fundamental premise of maintainability. Your narrative requires clear logic, stable characters, and predictable conclusions. For you must report to the editor-in-chief, consider the market, and leave room for sequels. But we, Gao Shiqi's will, swept over his three companions who had just emerged from despair. We are exploiters. We are viruses. Why should we adhere to your development norms? Do you fear that we might conjure a monster? A narrative amalgamation that cannot be comprehended by the system? Gao Shiqi's voice carried a chilling mirth. Is that not precisely what we desire? A story that cannot be eradicated by the system. A tale so inherently constructed that it remains immune to all antivirus software. A narrative that causes the garbage collection mechanism to falter, unable to discern its existential state, ultimately leading to a system collapse. We are not erecting a mere edifice, architect. We are designing a logic bomb. And here, Gao Shiqi's will embrace this realm rife with viruses and errors, the most perfect armory in the entire universe. This proclamation utterly overturned the architect's mindset. He felt akin to a doctor who had devoted his life to healing, suddenly confronted by a madman. This madman revealed that his aim was to harness all known viruses to create a super plague capable of infecting the very concept of death itself with a terminal disease. It was utterly insane, yet it was also irresistibly enticing. Very well, Tony's will, that of the scavenger's factory, after a brief silence, resumed its unprecedentedly frenzied operation. Countless mechanical arms extended, their eyes gleaming with the fervor of an engineer who had discovered a new toy. A logic bomb. I adore this design. Now, the first step. We require a workbench, an adequately stable isolation zone that allows us to operate safely without being contaminated by this nuclear waste. Leave it to me. Matt's will, the perception of the guide, began to navigate through this chaotic ocean in search of the safest passage. The disorder here is not entirely uniform. Like the ocean, it harbors currents and tranquil waters. Some waste, due to its overwhelmingly negating properties, repels surrounding viruses, forming small pockets of logical vacuum. We can venture there. Find it. Gao Shiqi issued the command. Mats will transformed into an invisible golden sonar, spreading across this boundless gray expanse. Minutes later, he locked onto a coordinate. Over there. He pointed in a direction. An abandoned deity setting of absolute silence. Within its domain, all narratives would be muted. For us, it is the perfect soundproof chamber. Excellent. Gao Shiqi turned to Tony. Scavenger, construct our workbench. And the materials? Gather them from the surroundings. Tony's will emitted an excited howl. He resembled a child cast into the world's largest refuse heap, rushing toward the floating bubbles. Rather than daring to touch the most perilous core settings, rife with viruses, he meticulously peeled away some relatively stable scraps from the outer shells of those bubbles. One fragment was a causal line from an abandoned concept of the eternal gun, possessing the attribute of absolute accuracy. Another piece was a cognitive lattice detached from a failed supreme intelligence model, endowed with superlogical computational capabilities. Additionally, there was a fragment of conceptual bark discovered in an early draft concerning the world tree, capable of self-repair. Chapter 296, The Self-Reflective Lavatory Tony. Employing his scavenger's artistry that transforms decay into wonder, forcibly fused these contradictory components from various myths and tales. This was not creation. It was a violent aesthetic of assemblage. The causal line repelled the cognitive lattice, which in turn scrutinized the vulnerabilities of the conceptual bark. While the conceptual bark desperately endeavored to mend the damage wrought by the conflicts of the former two, the entire workbench resembled a Frankenstein, poised to explode at any moment. Stitched together from the remnants of deities. It is complete. Tony's will, weary yet imbued with immense pride, proclaimed, I shall name it the Paradox Furnace. It is unstable, unsightly, and its energy efficiency is laughably low. Yet, it is functional. Just as they were preparing to transport this Paradox Furnace to the soundproof room found by Matt, Anna, their previously silent anchor point, suddenly emitted an alarm. Wait! Her will, like a lighthouse triggered by an alarm, radiated a frigid glow. Something has been disturbed. In their process of scavenging and assembling, they inevitably stirred the silence of this desolate ocean. The dormant refuse, drawn by the will they exuded, began to slowly float toward them from all directions. A torrent of colossal, malevolent resentments, belonging to tales of failure, began to coalesce. They could hear the silent roar of a hero, designated to never fall, yet felled in the very first chapter. They could see a goddess, promised eternal love, yet betrayed by her lover, shedding tears composed of pure curses. These emotions, to an ordinary will, were lethal poisons. I shall take charge. Anna's will unfurl the barrier composed of absolute numbness before the Paradox Furnace. I cannot soothe them, but I can disregard them. Her frigid lighthouse became the team's most robust firewall against emotional contamination. The resentments potent enough to drive deities to madness, upon colliding with her absolute void, were absorbed silently, dissipating like echoes against an eternally mute sponge. Permission. The will of Gao Shiqi turned towards the architect, who merely stood by, vacantly observing as this band of madmen danced upon their own grave. We require permission to move this debris. We need authorization to construct the furnace. We need the administrator's approval. The architect's resolve trembled violently. He gazed upon the virus team, distinctly organized and frighteningly efficient, at the precariously balanced yet undeniably existent Paradox Furnace, and at Anna's solitary and steadfast lighthouse. He understood that he had no choice left. He was bound to this pirate vessel, helmed by lunatics, sailing towards the precipice of logic. With bitterness, he raised his hand, composed of code. Authorization. With the confirmation of his intent, a permission from the depths of the system was granted to the four. In that instant of authorization, Gao Shiqi's will transformed into an invisible hand, securely lifting the Paradox Furnace. Under Matt's guidance, it passed through Anna's barrier and was precisely placed in the center of the silence room, constructed by deities of absolute quiet. Boom! The moment the furnace touched down, a formidable energy, born from the violent collision of order and chaos, swept through the entire space. They had succeeded. Amidst this eternal sea of chaos, comprised of cosmic debris, they had forged the singular bastion that could be deemed civilization, a sanctuary from which they could embark upon their audacious plan to create a logic bomb. We did it. Tony's will beheld the furnace, now stabilized within the realm of silence, and expressed genuine admiration. Yet, just as they were poised to celebrate this interim victory, an unfamiliar will, not belonging to any among the five, resonated unexpectedly within their silence room. It was an ancient, languorous voice, as if it had just awakened from a slumber lasting eons. The voice bore no hostility, only a pure curiosity belonging to a higher plane of existence. New neighbors? Are you renovating? The emergence of this voice was not an intrusion. It was as if a canvas, long overlooked in the background of the silence room, had suddenly spoken. It had no source, no direction, diffusing evenly through every inch of space, as though silence itself was expressing its curiosity. Alarm. Unknown narrative entity detected. The architects will first emitted a piercing scream, his coded form flickering violently. Impossible. The core characteristic of the domain of absolute silence is to isolate all narratives. Any story here should be silenced, unless it is not a story at all, or it is silence incarnate. Matt's Golden will manifest it as a defensive barrier, shielding the newly formed paradox furnace. His perception, belonging to a guiding presence, encountered an existence that eluded both location and comprehension. It was omnipresent, yet utterly elusive. Amidst the palpable tension and vigilance of the crowd, a form gradually emerged from the void before them. It was neither a living being nor a mere object. Rather, it resembled a visual negation, a human-shaped void forcibly excavated from reality. When one gazed upon it, they perceived not its form, but the distorted and erased background behind it. Its outline was composed of nothingness, and its voice seemed to emanate from the vibrations of silence. The void tilted its non-existent head, seemingly scrutinizing their precarious paradoxical furnace brimming with conflicting energies. What intriguing trinkets! Are you constructing a self-thinking lavatory with causality as the solder and logic as the framework? The remark dripped with an ancient, utterly devoid of malice scorn. Who are you? The will of Gao Shiqi advanced slowly. His essence as a definer was fervently striving to establish a new definition for this imperceptible entity before him. Yet he failed. All his logical constructs disintegrated upon contact with the void's non-existent attributes. Chapter 297. The source of trash concepts me? The void emitted a sound reminiscent of countless books being flipped simultaneously in a vacuum, a laughter that echoed, "I have no name." 4 names are the first labels of stories. I am the discarded draft cast into the bin before all stories were conceived. Its form slowly elongated, akin to a shadow of a humanoid stretching lazily. Your architect friend should still remember me, when he was brimming with ambition, attempting to conceive an all-encompassing universe. He once had an idea, a story about a tale that could not be told. The architects will recoiled sharply, as if unearthing wounds he had long forgotten. A narrative wherein the protagonist, once observed, is replaced by the observer themselves. A tale whose plot, once comprehended, reshapes its universe according to the logic of the comprehender. A story whose conclusion, once inscribed, erases the author themselves. The void's voice bore a languid tone, reminiscent of nostalgic recollections, a self-destructive, utterly uncommercializable narrative paradox. A story of nothingness. When the editor first glimpsed the draft, he uttered but a single word, scram. Thus, I was cast here, earlier than all of you. So early that I have forgotten what time even is. You may call me nameless. The truth unfurled before them in a manner far more despairing than the architect's forewarning. They believed they had discovered the safest, soundproof chamber, unaware that they had unwittingly trespassed into the lair of the oldest and most terrifying Leviathan, which had long since made this place its home. This nameless entity was not deemed as mere rubbish by the system. Rather, it embodied the very essence of the concept of garbage itself. The entity appeared to see through their plans, its hollow silhouette turning towards the paradoxical furnace. What a delightful notion, to attempt to assail a system composed of the infinite with a mere handful of insignificances. It is akin to trying to ignite a star with a solitary match. The direction may be correct, yet the energy levels are vastly disparate. It extended a hand, woven for negation, and gently pointed towards the furnace. Stop. Tony's will manifest it as a blue arc, striving to intercept. Yet, as his will passed through that hand, it seemed to traverse an illusion, resulting in no collision whatsoever. Ultimately, that hand made contact with the surface of the furnace. A hum resonated as the furnace, constructed from causal lines, cognitive lattices, and the bark of concepts, poised to explode at any moment, found an unexpected tranquility at the instant of contact. The causal lines ceased to repel the cognitive lattice, and the lattice halted its analysis of the bark. The entire furnace achieved a perfect state of absolute stillness. However, it was precisely this that extinguished its flame. All its contradictory energies were negated by the touch of the void, transforming it from an unstable engine into a stable, yet useless work of art. Look, the nameless entity withdrew its hand, its voice imbued with patient persuasion. Your bomb could not even detonate a whisper in my living room, for its very existence is too fragile. My non-existence, however, is absolute. Tony's will gazed vacantly at his castrated creation, feeling the deepest frustration that an engineer could experience. His once proud, scavenging skills appeared as a mere jest in the face of this ultimate negation. Then what do you desire? Gao Shiqi's will maintained its unwavering calm. He understood that if the entity wished to obliterate them, they would have ceased to exist from the very beginning. Its presence here, conversing with them, must surely serve a purpose. What do I want? The nameless entity seemed amused by the inquiry. I desire nothing at all. I am quite comfortable here. No readers. No damned pressure for sequels. I possess the most perfect conclusion to a story that never began. However, its tone shifted slightly, revealing a hint of a profound, millennia-long boredom. I have been here, perusing all the discarded refuse. The arrogance of Kryptonians, the madness of the dark dimension, the betrayals of love-stricken souls. I have witnessed 1,000 versions of the hero's journey and 1,000,000 renditions of father-son conflicts. All stories merely echo one another. The nameless void turned to the four of them, remarking, "You possess a hint of novelty." One has relinquished the role of the creator, another the role of the judge, a third the role of the empath, and the last the role of the inquirer. You fuel your advancement through the denial of your own essence. This is a script I have yet to encounter. I propose a collaboration. The formless figure drifted to the extinguished furnace. Your bomb lacks a crucial component, a core that is powerful, paradoxical, and illogical, a singularity that even the system cannot decipher. With fingers composed of nothingness, it delicately peeled away a fragment of its own void. This piece of absence, akin to pure darkness frozen at absolute zero, floated silently in the air. It emitted no light, nor did it absorb any. It merely existed, consuming existence itself. Utilize it. Employ this fragment of my non-existence as the warhead for your logical bomb. If you can successfully install it and detonate it, the nameless voice whispered with a devilish allure, I promise it will be the grandest, most magnificent blue screen the entire system has ever witnessed. A true, fundamental negation of existence, an ultimate formatting. And I had added, merely wish to sit in the front row and admire this grand spectacle of fireworks I have awaited through countless epochs. This was an irresistible proposal, laden with deadly temptation. My heavens, Tony's will gazed upon that pure absence, his instinct as a scavenger screaming in madness. It was the most perfect and perilous component in the universe. To create existence from nothing, to detonate existence with non-existence. This was the ultimate paradox of engineering and the challenge he had longed for. We must try it. No. Matt's Golden will instantly transformed into a formidable decree, standing between Tony and the void. This is a trap, a logical trap. Its essence cannot be articulated. If we make its non-existence the core of our bomb will likewise become impossible to detonate. For the act of detonation itself is a story, a narrative that requires telling, observing, and recording. We would create an eternal, but perpetually unusable dud. Matt is correct. The architect will regain its composure from fear. It does not seek to assist us. It aims to assimilate us. It desires to transform our singularly innovative tale into the same eternal void as itself. This is its method of countering ennui. An irreconcilable conflict arose within the team. The yearning for possibilities inherent in Tony, an engineer, collided positively with Matt's steadfast adherence to logic as a lawyer. And as anchor, amidst this tempest born from a clash of core ideologies, began to waver. Meanwhile, Gao Shiqi, the definitor, merely observed the realm of suspended non-existence. He understood that Matt was correct. It was a logical trap. He also recognized that Tony was right. This was their only opportunity. They found themselves ensnared in a paradox, a flawless paradox custom-tailored by the nameless entity for them. You have won, Gao Shiqi's will gradually drifted to confront the realm of non-existence. His voice resonated calmly within the consciousness of all present. This is an unsolvable dilemma. Any choice is erroneous. He turned towards the hollow silhouette of the nameless. Thus, I choose not to choose. The orb of Gao Shiqi's will, the core issue, aimed directly at the pristine non-existence. Yet, he refrained from analyzing it. Nor did he attempt to seize control. He merely posed a query. You, nameless, are an untellable tale. Yet now, you are narrating yourself to us. This is a contradiction. You claim to be non-existent, but your non-existence interacts with us as an entity. This is the second contradiction. You pursue the end of monotony, yearning to witness a grand spectacle. However, the essence of a spectacle is a classic story filled with meaning and conclusion. What you desire is precisely what you deny. This is the third and most fundamental contradiction. Gao Shiqi's voice, akin to 3 of the sharpest surgical blades forged from pure logic, pierced precisely into the seemingly flawless non-existence of the nameless. You are not null. You are merely the most cowardly tale, one that, out of fear of self-destruction, dares not begin. You are not nameless. In that moment, Gao Shiqi's will, the power of the definitor, erupted to its zenith. You are a prologue, a solitary prelude that refuses to enter the first chapter. Boom! At the moment Gao Shiqi issued this definition, the hollow human silhouette contorted violently. Its perfect non-existence was forcibly torn open by Gao Shiqi's own contradictions. You, the voice of the nameless, infused with emotions beyond laziness and curiosity, namely, anger. How dare you read me? The pure non-existence that had been stripped away erupted violently, transforming into countless black tendrils that consumed all, lunging toward Gao Shiqi. Yet, Gao Shiqi stood resolute, unflinching, because he was aware that victory was already his. Behind him, Tony, Matt, Anna, and even the architects will have been unified anew by his revolutionary definition. Just as the paradoxical furnace of Tony was on the verge of being engulfed by the tendrils of despair, it roared back to life. This time, it ceased its attempts at creation and began to imitate. It mirrored the self-contradictory logic of the nameless, using existence and non-existence as fuel, erupting with an even more frenzied energy. Matt's golden codex transformed from a defensive shield into a net woven from possibilities, deftly capturing the trajectories of the black tendrils' assaults and redirecting them towards the furnace. Anna's anchor firmly stabilized the collective will of the 4 alongside the architect, becoming the solitary eye of calm amidst the tempest of chaotic energy. We require not your warheads, prologue, the will of the architect. At the heart of the energy storm ignited by non-existence, proclaimed the declaration of a victor. For you have ignited the furnace with your own hands. Now, please behold this tale, in which you play the leading role, the first chapter. Those were not tendrils. They were the embodiment of negation. Each black shadow erupting from the prologue was a walking erasure command. Where they passed was not destruction, but a precise stripping away of the attribute of existence from reality. On the shell of Tony's paradoxical furnace, a support made of the causal line of the eternal gun, after being brushed by a shadow, did not break or vanish. Instead, it reverted to the pure possibilities that had never been conceived, triggering a minor logical disruption in reality that nearly caused the entire furnace to collapse. Steady it, Tony. The thought of the architect, like a stabilizing needle, maintained absolute composure amidst the disruptive shockwave of the conceptual storm. It was attacking our existence with non-existence. This is a war of attrition, but we cannot afford to lose. I need more contradictions. Tony's will, that of the ragged scavenger, stood atop the furnace like a mad engineer, desperately tightening a screw made of faith with a wrench constructed from the concept of doubt. Its negation was too pure. Our paradox is not complex enough to form an effective counterbalance. Then let us offer him more complexity. Matt's golden will transformed into a navigational chart composed of countless discarded legal texts and expired contracts, unfurling throughout the silent chamber. He was no longer seeking safe passage, but was actively marking the coordinates of those dormant, perilous narrative viruses.